1. Seconds Lucky Bag System. Middle C City, hot summer day. Wearing a takeout uniform, Chen Feifu drove a battery-operated car. He was a takeout boy, and the girl sitting in the back seat was his girlfriend, Lu Xiaotong. The two were in the same class in high school and have been in a relationship since their freshman year. They agreed to go to China Shipping University together, but there were some accidents in the middle of the process. Lu Xiaotong went to China Shipping University and became a freshman this year, while Chen Feiyu stepped into the society early and started a working career. The electric cart is parked in front of the neighborhood. Fishy, I need to talk to you. I have something to say to you too. Chen Fei would smile and fished out a rectangular box from his pocket. In a few days it will be Lu Xiaotong's 18th birthday, and an 18th birthday is a big day in Shanghai. So Chen Feiyu started to prepare early and saved money for a few months to buy a big gift. When I opened the box, there was a Chanel diamond necklace lying inside. It's a birthday present for you. Do you like it? The imagined picture of his girlfriend crying in pain did not appear. Chen Feiyu only thought that Lu Xiaotong was touched silly. Just as he was about to help Lu Xiaotong put on the necklace, the latter suddenly stepped back to avoid it. Fish, let's break up. Break up? Why break up when you're fine? Chen Fei was surprised. In order to earn more money to buy a diamond necklace, he had been desperately taking orders for delivery in the last month or two, and he did neglect Lu Xiaotong a little bit, but the two have always had a pretty good relationship and never fought, so how could they propose to break up without warning? I like someone else. Don't be ridiculous. Didn't we agree to get married when we graduate from college? Fishy, I'm sorry. Lu Xiaotong lowered her head in shame, not daring to look directly at Chen Feiyu's gaze, and said in a small voice, at first it was said that we both graduated from college together and got married. But you didn't go to college. Ha! Chen Fei laughed coldly in his heart and instantly understood the meaning of the words. Shanghai University is the top school in China. It is just that Lu Xiaotong went to a famous university and thinks that she will have a great future in the future, and she is no longer worthy of her as a deliveryman. Lu Xiaotong did think just that. She was a student at a prestigious university. Her boyfriend should be a Prince Charming who was superior in every way, not a takeaway man who came and went all day in the wind and rain. She wants a comfortable luxury car, not a broken battery car. She wants a life of fine clothes, and 3 simple meals a day won't satisfy her anymore. Being with Chen Fei pulled her down, and even walking together made her feel a bit ashamed. Who's that guy? He's a classmate in my department. He's very nice to me. His family owns 3 companies, and I've discussed with him that we'll go together to meet his parents when we go on summer vacation. At those words, Chen Fei came to a realization. It was no wonder that the clothes, bags, and shoes Lu Xiaotong wore recently were all designer brands, which Chen Fei had inquired about before, but the former had lied that it was a gift from her parents to get her into college. Now that I think about it, I'm afraid all of these things are from that boy. Freshman year has just started not long ago, full of Lu Xiaotong and the boy also know a month or two. Their several years of feelings actually cannot beat a little material. That's ironic. Fine, then I'll make it happen and we'll break up. Chen Fei's face was expressionless. His emotions were surprisingly calm. Anger that was a sign of incompetence. Yes, he was at a low point in his life, but who could guarantee that he would be doing nothing for the rest of his life? With Chen Fei's 1 in a million face value, he could find a girlfriend who was prettier and in better condition than Lu Xiaotong. Really? Not expecting Chen Feiyu to agree so readily, Lu Xiaotong was first a little disappointed, but as soon as she thought of her new rich boyfriend, the little bit of faint sadness in her heart quickly disappeared. Really? But don't regret it later. After dropping a sentence, Chen Fei rode on the electric bike and left without looking back. Chen Feiyu is a person who makes a decision on the spot and doesn't like to break the lotus route, and a woman who has changed her heart is not worth staying in love with at all. Looking at Chen Fei's departing back, Lu Xiaotong disdainfully skimmed her mouth. Chen Fei is handsome. Yes, but is handsome enough to eat? In this materialistic society, money is the only thing that counts. Her new boyfriend is also a handsome man, although there is a considerable gap between his face value and Chen Fei's, but his family is very rich. Regret? Joke. Anyone would choose the latter between a deliveryman and a rich kid. She couldn't possibly regret it in her life. After working in society, Chen Feiyu has experienced many trials and tribulations, and his inner workout is very strong. The breakup did have a slight impact on him, but he quickly adjusted to it. The earth will turn without anyone, and life is even less likely to sympathize with you because you've fallen out of love. Day 2. Chen Feiyu has readjusted the state. Early in the morning to go out to deliver takeaways. He has to make money to support the family. Do not have time for the lost love of this sesame seed small matter of sadness and decadence. Has been busy until more than 1 p.m. Chen Feifu only have time to rest for a while. Lunch and the whole family casually deal with it. The store happens to be engaged in the activities of the second lucky bag. You only need to pay $1 to participate in the event. and there are many rewards of different values inside the lucky bag. Chen Fei also came to be interested, so he paid $1 and chose a random lucky bag. The clerk opened it in front of him and the prize was a sumptuous lunch with bento, juice and dessert. Chen Feifu was in a good mood. $1 bought dozens of dollars. Save a lot of money it. Grabbing a hearty lunch, he casually found an empty seat and sat down. Chen Fei was eating and playing with his cell phone when a voice suddenly came from his head. Ding! Seconds to fortune's system activation successful. Data loading. Loaded successfully. Gained a chance to kill fortunes in seconds. Chen Fei fish vision suddenly black for a moment. Soon returned to normal. In front of the eyes more than 3 golden lucky bags. Each under the price tag is 1 yuan. System? Fukubukuro? Chen Fei is a bit messy. The system is something that I have seen a lot of novels. I did not expect it to appear in real life. And it also happened to myself. Good lord. Is this the start of your own life? Chen Fei shook his head to make sure that this was not an illusion. So with a mind to try, he chose the middle bag of fortune. After selecting the lucky bag, the other 2 bags disappeared with it. And then a payment screen popped up, where you need to pay $1 to get the prize in the lucky bag. Chen Fei thought that $1 wasn't too expensive, so he clicked OK to pay, and the system deducted $1 directly from his bank account. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the lucky bag in seconds and obtaining a Koenigsegg 11, 2 mansion redemption vouchers, and a carry-on warehouse with a total value of 1 billion RMB. Chen Fei's eyes widened in shock. This blessed bag reward was luxurious. He opened his carry-on warehouse and took a look. And there was indeed a supercar and 2 mansion redemption coupons inside. Koenigsegg 11 is a famous supercar, called the ghost of the supercar. The market value of 100 million. And there is a price without a market. The world's limited to only 6. The money may not be able to buy. The remaining 2 luxury house redemption coupons can be exchanged for any 2 properties, without any restrictions on geography or price, even abroad. However, Chen Fei had little interest in foreign countries, and he used his phone to log into a real estate website and search. There is no price limit, so of course you want the most expensive. The look was a shock, and he nearly fell out of his chair. Any mansion is worth hundreds of millions of dollars. 2. Koenigsegg 11 delivery. In addition to the infamous Thompson's One Piece in Zhanghai City, there are also Green City Rose Garden, Xishan Gulf County, 9 Halls, and Royal Jade Garden, which are the top luxury residences in Zhanghai City, moving up to hundreds of millions of dollars. Chen Fei's breath became short in excitement, and his chest rose and fell violently with it. The tax alone on these houses is an astronomical sum that makes people doubt their lives, and I am afraid that ordinary people who have been working hard for generations cannot even afford to buy a toilet. Now, though, he can have these mansions whenever he wants them. How can this call not be exuberant? Chen Feiyu forced himself to calm down. These mansions had very different styles, each with their own characteristics, but Chen Feiyu still preferred another mansion, Evergrande Riverside Garden, located in the most central area of Zhanghai City, less than 300 meters away from the Huangpu River in a straight line, next to the famous Oriental Pearl Tower, and across the river from the Bund. It is the best view of the city's luxury apartments. Imagine standing on a balcony larger than your bedroom, blowing the river breeze, tasting the world's finest red wines, with the bustle of the 10-mile ocean park and the banks of the Pujiang River at your fingertips. It's a great feeling just to think about it. Chen Fei estimated that the market price of the supercar plus 2 mansions was around 600 million, which meant that the carry-on warehouse was worth 400 million. Removing the carry-on warehouse, Chen Fei now has assets worth $600 million. Who would have thought that a delivery man would transform into a billionaire worth hundreds of millions of dollars? A supercar, 2 sets of mansions, casually rent out the same. Every month can be into a sizable income. Chen Fei fu this life to interrupt the hands and feet are not worried about food and drink. I quit. I'm so rich I don't need to deliver. Go home and enjoy your life. Fishy. Chen Fei was excited and ready to set off for a field trip to the mansion, when a delivery boy saw Chen Fei sitting in the convenience store and hurriedly ran in. Brotherly, you don't look too good. Are you not feeling well somewhere? The delivery boy covered his stomach. I've eaten a bad meal. There's an order from Zhanghai University. Can you deliver it for me? Yeah, no problem. Chen Fei agreed quickly without even thinking about it. Zhanghai University is Chen Feiyu's heartbreak. In fact, he was also admitted to the University of Zhanghai, just because of personal reasons have no choice but to drop out of school. His ex-girlfriend is also a student of the University of Zhanghai. Cannot go to he certainly do not want to go, but Li usually took care of him, and now that people were having problems, he should help out. Thanks, no more, I can't hold it in any longer. Li handed over the takeout to Chen Fei and then went in a hurry to find a restroom. Taking a look at the order time was quite generous. Chen Fei packed away the trash on the table and then rode on the electric bike to rush to Zhonghai University. As for redeeming the mansion, it's not too late. The system won't grow legs and run away anyway, all the way through the streets and alleys. See, there is still a kilometer to reach the destination. The battery car suddenly malfunctioned. Broken car. At first, because of the lack of money, Chen Feiyu can only buy a second-hand goods. Usually battery car has many small problems. Did not expect to strike at this juncture. Chen Fei was a bit depressed. If the takeout hadn't been delivered by the timeout, Li was going to be deducted. Riding a shared bicycle is too slow. And today's 40-degree heat, a careless may be dehydrated heat stroke. So Chen Feifu decided to call a cab out of his own pocket. At this time, a Porsche sports car drove past in front of him. The engine roar was deafening. Chen Fei slapped his head, and suddenly remembered that there was a Koenigsegg 11 in the carry-on warehouse. Right. I have a sports car too. So Chen Fei ran into the roadside neighborhood, found a place where no one was, and took out the car from the carry-on storage. Koenigsegg 111 out. Chen Fei fish eyes are glowing. The whole car is built of carbon fiber. The air seems to be filled with the smell of banknotes. A handsome mess. This is not a car. It is clearly a walking RMB. Got in the car and stroked the steering wheel. Chen Fei never dreamed that the top supercars, which could only be looked at on the internet before, would now actually become his own exclusive ride. There's a big difference between the design of a supercar and a regular car, and a different person might not know how to shift gears. Fortunately, Chen Feiyu got his driver's license after graduating from high school, and he did a period of chauffeuring before delivering takeout, and he had contact with a lot of luxury cars and supercars, so he knew how to drive after a simple fumble. Why he didn't become a valet later was not because his face was a problem. Those drunken rich women and $1,000 ladies like to move their hands and throw themselves at him when they see how handsome he is, and some of them even take the initiative to take Chen Feiyu home for the night, and even express their willingness to pour a sum of money into him. Chen Feifu was so annoyed that he finally had to switch to delivery. A few minutes later, Chen Fei arrived at his destination on time. Boom boom boom. When Koenigsegg 11 appeared in front of the entrance of Zhonghai University, the roar of the engine attracted all the eyes around, and the scene immediately set off a furor. What kind of car is this? It's so cool. It's Koenigsegg 11. I didn't expect this kind of god car to appear in our school. This car is old expensive. How expensive? $100 million bottoming out. And for a price. Hiss. After learning the price of the Koenigsegg, everyone drew a breath of cold air. Their perception of luxury cars, supercars, at most a few million, or the first time I heard that the car can be sold to hundreds of millions of dollars. What's $100 million for? Can buy a private jet. Enough to buy a top Riverview mansion in the most central prime location in Zhonghai City. Even if it's in the bank, it's about $4 million a year in interest. Don't these smell good? How rich does one have to be to spend $100 million on a car? Simply trenchant. Wow. $100 million. That's too much. Our school doesn't seem to have such a rich student. Could it be a suitor of the school beauty? I wonder if the one driving is a little brother and handsome. The girls stretched their necks to get a glimpse of what was going on. But unfortunately, the windows around the car seemed to be made of some kind of special material that made it completely impossible to see the inside of the car. Chen Feifu completely did not realize that he caused a small commotion. He looked at the entrance of the school's majestic China Shipping University several words. A moment a little lost in thought. I'd be a freshman now if there hadn't been an accident. Chen Fei shook his head mockingly. What's with the nonsense? You're destined for college in your own life. Packed up the mood. Chen Feiyu drove into the campus. Zhonghai University car can be casually in and out. And so expensive car. Maybe which big shot. The security guards how dare to block. In the past, Chen Feifu would receive many takeout orders from Zhonghai University every day. And he had long been familiar with the environment on campus. And soon came to the downstairs of the women's dormitory. Seeing the supercar come down to a delivery boy, the students start to get skeptical. Is delivery so profitable now? 3. Operation Rescue Schoolgirl. After parking the car, Chen Fei didn't care about the surprised gazes looking at him, and took out his cell phone to dial the number on the takeout order. After a few rings, the phone connected. Hello, your takeout has arrived downstairs in the dormitory. Please come down and get it. Chen Feiyu was the first to speak. The girl's voice on the other side of the room was slightly youthful. Sorry, I'm outside and I haven't gotten to my dorm yet. Can you bring takeout to the dorm for my roommate? Dormitory? Yes, the dormitory of Zhonghai University can be accessed casually during the day. Little brother, please help me deliver it to the dormitory. The female university student spilled the beans. So, that's fine. Thanks. I'll be sure to give you a 5-star review. Chen Fei shook his head in amusement. This was likely to be the last order in his delivery career, and getting a 5-star review for Lee would be the perfect ending. Hanging up the phone, Chen Feifu took out the takeout from the thermos box, and the top of the order said Dormitory 520. Walking into the dormitory building, the housekeeping ants did not stop, and Chen Feiyu zoomed in. This was the first time in his life that he had entered a girls' dormitory, and the coolly dressed female college students were walking back and forth, with pairs of slender, large white legs dangling past his eyes, making for an eye-pleasing sight everywhere. The girls also showed a surprised expression when they saw Chen Fei. This takeaway boy had clear eyebrows and a face like a crown of jade. His face value was unexpectedly higher than the school grass he fun. Following the door number all the way to the end of the hallway, I finally found dormitory 520. Seeing that Chen Fei was delivering takeout to dormitory 520, a flash of disappointment flashed across the girl's eyes. There were 4 freshman girls living inside dormitory 520. 3 of them were departmental flowers and the remaining one was the school flower. All of them were big beauties, especially the school flower Fong Yuan, who squeezed the previous school flower off the altar on the first day of school. She was also honored as the most beautiful school flower of all time. Some of the girls who had their hearts set on Chen Fei's side, they were still self-aware, and after seeing Fong Yuan, they probably couldn't look at mediocre girls like them. Knock knock. Anyone? The door of the dormitory was hidden. Chen Feiyu knocked a few times and opened the door. Without getting a response, he just assumed that there was no one in the dormitory, and hung the takeout on the doorknob. The moment he turned around, Chen Fei's afterglow caught the scene inside the room. He stopped and retreated to the door, through which he could see a pink yoga mat on the floor inside and a girl lying motionless on her side. Chen Fei frowned, thinking that he knocked and shouted. The movement was not small, but this girl did not react at all. It could not be a heatstroke fainted, right? Hesitation. So Chen Fei pushed the door to enter. The overall color tone of the girls' dormitory is pink. The room is also filled with a light fragrance. Classmates. Walking to the girl's side and squatting down, Chen Feiyu gently pushed the girl a few times, but there was still no response. He was more certain that he had fainted from heatstroke. Saving lives is important. Chen Feiyu also did not have time to think too much. People with heatstroke need to be cooled down at the first opportunity. So he took a towel from the balcony, rinsed it with cold water, and then put it on the girl's forehead. After waiting for a while the girl did not wake up. Chen Feiyu frowned and contemplated, and finally decided to give the girl artificial respiration. He pressed both sides of the girl's cheeks, then took a deep breath and sent it to the girl's mouth. The girl in front of him was unbelievably beautiful, but Chen Fei was only thinking about saving people, and didn't have a single distraction in his mind. After repeating artificial respiration several times, the girl finally opened her eyes in a daze. "You're awake," Chen Fei said with a smile. The girl's blurred vision gradually focused. Found a strange man in the stolen kiss their own. The girl instantly wake up, eyes whiter than a copper bell. Pushed away Chen Feiyu. "What have you done to me?" The girl's hand wiped her lips. It was her first kiss. Chen Feiyu stumbled and fell to sit on the ground, explaining, "I saw that you fainted from heatstroke, and it was useless to use a towel to cool you down, so I helped you do artificial respiration. You're the one with heatstroke. Your whole family is suffering from heatstroke." The girl's eyes were on fire as she stared at Chen Fei. "I was too tired after just practicing yoga and fell asleep." The corners of Chen Fei's mouth twitched. This misunderstanding was a big deal, but he couldn't be blamed. Who let the girls sleep so hard that they couldn't wake up no matter how hard they screamed? "Stinking rascal, if you dare to molest me, I'll call the police to arrest you right now." "Big sister, who molested you? I really thought you fainted." Seeing the girl take out her cell phone to call the police, Chen Feiyu rushed up and pulled the girl's hands to stop her from going to the police. It's really a showman's encounter with a soldier's reasoning. He saved people with good intentions. How did he somehow become a rascal who molested a good girl? It's a sin. No good deed goes unpunished. I should have known better than to mind my own business. "Big sister? You're the big sister. Let go." Slip of the tongue. "Missy, as long as you don't call the police, I'll agree to anything you ask. If I were to get into trouble with the police for indecent exposure, my parents would beat me up if they found out." The girl calmed down a little and looked Chen Fei up and down, thinking that this boy had a good instrument and didn't look like a lecherous person, so it might really just be a misunderstanding. She wasn't unreasonable. If Chen Fei was kindly trying to save her, it did seem a bit excessive for her to backhand and send someone to the police station. "Really anything you ask for?" "Yeah, anything, as long as you don't call the police." The girl pondered for a moment, then suddenly smiled and said, "Well then, I want you to be my boyfriend." Hearing the request made by the girl, Chen Fei flinched for a moment, and sighed helplessly in his heart. Another woman who coveted his body. Women really are all big piggies. We've only just met. Is it going too fast? Chen Feifu high school graduation until the serious study, strive to get into the best brand name university, and then had no choice but to drop out of school. He began to send to work to earn money, never considered the relationship aspect of the matter. The girl suddenly offered to be Chen Fei's girlfriend, leaving him a bit at a loss. Think what? I'm asking you to be my temporary boyfriend. Temporary boyfriend? 4. Schoolgirl's temporary boyfriend. The girl recounted the cause and effect in detail, and it turned out that she was the freshman year's newest school beauty, Fong Yuan, who had a large number of admirers on campus as soon as she joined the school because she was so good-looking. 2 of the boys pursued her the most vigorously. The first is the school grass He Yifun, face value IQ double online, like a comic out of the perfect male god, captured the hearts of many girls. Many students He Yifun and Fong Yuan as a golden couple. The second boy is called Jin Fangzhou. His looks and talent are inferior to He Yifun's by a lot, but he is an unashamedly rich second generation, born with a golden key. The Jinhai Group, one of the top 100 enterprises in Zhonghai City, is the industry of Jin Fangzhou's family. These 2 boys are the man of the hour at Zhonghai University. They are extraordinarily superior in all aspects. In other girls would have long obeyed without hesitation. But Fong Yuan is not the kind of vulgar girl who only focuses on appearance and money. She has a complete set of plans for her life. Fong Yuan at the moment just want to focus on study, not too interested in relationship. At present for the time being did not consider to find a man. But these 2 boys have been pestering her all day, and she's getting annoyed. Especially Jin Fangzhou is as sticky as a dog's skin plaster. How to shrug it off cannot be shaken off. This morning in class also said that he wanted to take her out to eat and drink afternoon tea. How to push it cannot be pushed off. So Fong Yuan had a plan. Simply let Chen Fei pretend to be her boyfriend and put Jin Fangzhou off her mind. Why don't you find someone else? No, I'm going to find you. Fong Yuan was a little upset in her heart. She thought Chen Fei would agree quickly, but she didn't expect to reject herself. There was actually a reason why she was looking for Chen Fei. Other boys are too ordinary, no matter the appearance conditions or family background. Far from Hao Yifun and Jin Fangzhou, Fong Yuan does not mind her future object is an ordinary person. But who would believe that the schoolgirl would give up the schoolmaster and the magnate for an ordinary guy? To make everyone believe that she really had a boyfriend, that boy had to be very good. At least one aspect that could hang on to He Yifun and Jin Fangzhou. Jin Fangzhou is the top rich second generation in Zhonghai City. Trying to find a boy richer than him to guess temporary boyfriend is obviously impossible. So it can only start from the face value aspect. Chen Fei undoubtedly meets this requirement. Only a guy like Chen Fei who was so handsome that words could no longer describe him could make everyone truly believe that the 2 of them were a couple. It's not that I don't want to help you. I don't have much experience with this kind of thing. What kind of experience does it take? You just said you'd agree to any conditions. You can't be thinking of backing out. Fong Yuan glared angrily at Chen Fei. She was so angry in her heart. As long as she beckons, I don't know how many men rush to be her boyfriend. Chen Fei picked up a big bargain. But this guy is not happy at all even if. But instead of pushing 3 to 4, abominable. Is being my girl's boyfriend condescending to him? Well then, okay. Chen Fei hesitated for a while, and finally agreed to be Fong Yuan's temporary boyfriend. Although he didn't mean to kiss Fong Yuan, in the end, he still took advantage of other girls, so it's only right to help a little bit. Besides, it's better to put on a show than get sent to the station. I can help you with this favor, but let's say in advance that we're just acting, and after a few days we don't know anyone. So don't pester me in the future. Who wants to pester you? Fong Yuan spat. This guy's ego is too good. So the 2 started discussing how to work together, and as soon as Kim Fangzhou arrived later, they would make their appearance arm in arm. And then Fong Yuan would officially announce in public that Flying Fish was her boyfriend, rejecting Kim Fangzhou's advances, and in the process discouraging all the boys from thinking about her. Kills 2 birds with 1 stone. After about 10 minutes, Fong Yuan's cell phone rang. Chen Fei stole a glance, and the docket name was clearly Jin Fangzhou. The 2 briefly exchanged a few words. Fong Yuan was impatient and a few times. The attitude is very perfunctory. Chen Fei, you this outsider can see that Fong Yuan is not interested in that Jin Fangzhou. Hanging up the phone, Fong Yuan looked at Chen Fei and said, Jin Fangzhou is already downstairs. I'll change clothes first. You wait for me outside for a while. Chen Fei walked out of the dormitory very consciously, and it wasn't long before Fong Yuan changed into clean clothes and shined again. The upper half of her body was a small white camisole with fair skin and jagged collarbones, and with every step Fong Yuan took, the pleated skirt of her lower body of thousand bird's-eye plaid swayed slightly and playfully along with it. The outfit is simple yet uncomplicated, highlighting Fong Yuan's personal charm. Chen Fei was a bit dumbfounded for a while, and he had to say that after carefully dressing up Fong Yuan, her face value had risen to a higher level, and she was the best-looking girl he had ever seen. Go. Fang Yuan ruffled her long hair. The air was sweet-smelling, and she took the initiative to take Chen Fei's arm. Chen Fei's movements were a bit stiff. Other than Lu Xiaotong, he had never been in such close contact with another member of the opposite sex. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't nervous. Fang Yuan's delicate face also surfaced a touch of camel red. This was the first time she took the initiative to hold a boy. Two people all the way hand in hand. Chen Feiyu also began to jump a little bit. Next there is a never-met-a-rich second-generation enemy waiting for him to face. A young man paced back and forth downstairs in the girls' dormitory. He had a latest Porsche 911 sports car parked beside him, and was dressed in luxury name brands, a Givenchy dress, Versace pants, a green Aqua Ghost watch, and shoes that were full of stars. A suit costs a few $100,000. This young man is Jin Fangzhou. There are a few girls came up to talk to. Jin Fangzhou know what they are thinking. It is just about his money and identity. Directly chose to ignore. He is the future heir of the Jinhai group. These vulgar girls can't even catch his eye. Fang Yuan is the only one in the world who is worthy of him. Ha! It's Fang Yuan. No wonder Jin Fangzhou showed up here. So he was waiting for Fang Yuan. Wait, who's the boy Fang Yuan is holding? Chen Feiyu and Fang Yuan walked out of the dormitory building, the former wearing a blue takeout uniform, while the latter was dressed in a youthful and pretty dress, creating a strong sense of contrast. To put it mildly, Fang Yuan was like a fairy while Chen Fei was dressed like a migrant worker. It couldn't be helped that handsome Chen had just gotten rich and hadn't had time to get himself a decent outfit. It's a good thing that Chen Fei has a high face value, and standing with Fang Yuan, it looks like the picture won't feel uncomfortable. In an instant, the two of them became the center of attention in the entire room. Shocked, puzzled, envious, countless gazes with different emotions looked over in unison. Jin Fangzhou turned around full of joy, but when he saw Fang Yuan and Chen Fei arm in arm, he first flinched for a moment, and then a wave of anger ran through him. Fang Yuan, who is he? 5. Enemies of the rich. Fang Yuan and Jin Fangzhou were both popular figures at Zhonghai University, and their simultaneous appearance naturally caused quite a stir. The whole school knows that Jin Fangzhou is pursuing Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan has openly stated that she doesn't want to be in a relationship during college, but now she's holding another boy, which is like slapping Jin Fangzhou's old face. Who is he? Jin Fangzhou pointed at Chen Feiyu, the anger in his eyes blazing as if he wanted to eat Chen Feiyu alive. Fang Yuan is the woman that he, Jin Dishao, has decided to take, and this stinky delivery boy actually dares to steal the woman from him. Simply ate the bear's heart and leopard's gall. You guys, Kim Fangju is about to blow a gasket. Nonsense, the sweetheart is with another boy. Anyone else would be angry, but then again, that delivery boy next to Fang Yuan is so handsome. Everyone talked to each other, and many students who received the win came from all directions to watch the show, and for a time the onlookers became more and more crowded, and the road was crowded to the point of no return. He's my boyfriend, Fang Yuan replied lightly, especially raising her voice when she said the word boyfriend, and she held Chen Fei's arm tightly, as if she was announcing to the public that she had a master. Wow, the scene was abuzz with these words. The schoolgirl's official announcement? And the boyfriend is actually a delivery boy? If they hadn't seen Chen Fei and Fang Yuan holding hands with their own eyes, no one would believe it if they said it. But soon, the surprise in everyone's hearts faded quite a bit, because Bangwon is the second best in the National College Entrance Exam, a veritable great talent, and Kim Bang-soo, relying on his family's money, thinks everything can be solved with money, and deals with people as if they are full of copper. These two are destined to never get together as their three views are completely incompatible. On the contrary, Chen Feiyu was too handsome, not to mention the girls who saw him make a nymphomaniac. Many boys felt that he was handsome, and it seemed normal to be able to charm Fang Yuan. You think I'm going to believe it if you find a delivery boy to put on a show? Jin Fangzhou of course do not believe. He is the future heir of the listed group. Superior conditions? How can he lose to a pedal-broken battery car deliveryman? Bangwon is also a tough guy and answers Kim Fangchao's query directly with practical actions. Only Fang Yuan slightly stood on her tiptoes and kissed Chen Fei's cheek like a dragonfly, and the latter's fair skin immediately had an additional pink lip mark. Now do you still think we're acting? Jin Fangzhou's entire body was dumbfounded, and the surrounding boys were even more heartbroken. They couldn't wait to switch identities with Chen Feiyu. Returning to his senses after a long time, the jealous Jin Fangzhou gritted his teeth and said, "What is there about this stinky delivery boy that deserves your favor? Where am I not better than him?" Being abused in public, Chen Feiyu couldn't bear it even if he had a good temper. But before he had time to get angry, Fang Yuan was like a mother hen protecting her calf and stood out first to counterattack. You keep your mouth clean. What's wrong with delivery? There's no such thing as a high or low profession. My boyfriend makes money with his own two hands, and he's the best man in my eyes. Don't think you can humiliate others at will just because you have a few stinking dollars. You Jin Fangzhou still have to make connections to get into Shanghai University. You're nothing without your rich parents. Every word Bangwon says hits the nail on the head, and Kim Fangzhu's heart is about to be stabbed to pieces. In front of so many classmates, being despised by Fang Yuan, Jin Fangzhou's face was a bit untenable, only to see him clenching his fists, his face cloudy and uncertain. Enraged, Kim Fangzhou actually raised his hand and slapped Fang Yuan, who did not expect Jin Fangzhou will be angry to move. Fang Yuan was so scared that her face lost color. Her brain was blank and forgot to dodge. Fortunately, next to the Chen Feiyu quick eyes and hands, a hand grabbed Jin Fangzhou's wrist. Chen Feiyu's physical quality was extremely good, and with just a gentle pinch, Jin Fangzhou grimaced in pain. What a big temper. You have to hit someone if you don't like them? Simply disgrace our men. None of your business. Let go. Chen Feiyu pushed with force. Jin Fangzhou's entire body staggered backward several steps, solidly hit the Porsche door before barely standing firm, but the door was dented by the impact. The woman he liked was snatched away, and even his newly purchased favorite car was damaged. Jin Fangzhou's body trembled with anger. Outrageous. This stinking delivery guy is just looking for death. How is it none of my business? Fang Yuan is my girlfriend now. No one can hurt a hair on her head. Chen Fei jerked off Fang Yuan's jade hand holding his own, moved his muscles for a while, and then took off his short-sleeved uniform outside, wearing a gray undershirt inside, his perfect arm muscle lines exposed in the air. Beating women is nothing. Come on, I'll practice with you. Chen Fei hooked his finger, domineering, looking disdainfully with a hint of faint contempt in his eyes. Charming the girls, handsome, well-built, and so protective of his girlfriend? This is the ideal type of boyfriend in the minds of girls. Seeing Chen Feiyu's solid muscles, the furious Jin Fangzhou instantly wimped out. He was a petite man. His body had long been emptied by alcohol and sex, and he knew that he couldn't beat Chen Feiyu. Oh, I'm afraid of dirtying my hands when I fight with someone like you. Jin Fangzhou is not an idiot. Knowing that he cannot beat him will not rush up to send ahead. The college students face contempt. Concede to concede. Where so many excuses. Do you think Fang Yuan really likes you? Jin Fangzhou laughed teasingly and sneered. You don't take a piss and look at your appearance. On your condition, can Fang Yuan look up to you? Toad wants to eat swan meat. Seeing that no amount of mocking Chen Fei could enrage him, Jin Fangzhou had the feeling of a fist hitting cotton, so he explained to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, I just care about you too much, so when I saw you with another boy, I didn't control myself for a moment before I hit you. Forgive me, okay? Humph. Fang Yuan's head turned to the side. She wasn't a stupid woman. How would she believe these flowery words of Jin Fangzhou? Seeing that the emotional card was useless, Jin Fangzhou began to belittle Chen Feiyu again. Even if you don't like me, you can't trash yourself. Look at this delivery guy. He's poor from head to toe. He's not good enough for you. Are you willing to sit in the sun and rain on a battery car every day? Shut up. Fang Yuan shouted angrily and said with a serious expression. I'd rather ride in a battery car in the wind and sun than sit in your Porsche and blow cold air. Listen carefully. I will never like you in this life. In the next, ever. At those words, Jin Fangzhou's face turned a shade of green and red. Fang Yuan's words were considered to have completely torn his face off, and with so many students watching, he had lost his face to his grandmother's house this time. Ignore this dog-eyed guy. Let's go shopping. Where's your car? Fang Yuan held Chen Fei with an apologetic look in her eyes. Chen Feiyu was degraded by Jin Fangzhou in public in order to do her a favor. Fang Yuan was very upset and would treat Chen Feiyu to a nice dinner later to make it up to him. There. Chen Fei didn't take it to heart and subconsciously pointed to his car. Everyone looked in the direction Chen Fei pointed to, and then with a stunned face, there was a Koenigsegg 11 parked on the side of the road, and then there was no other car. Wait a minute. An unbelievable thought surfaced in everyone's mind. Could this car be his? 6. Showdown. I'm rich. Koenigsegg is a top supercar. Although many people are not clear about the price, but as long as not an idiot can see that this supercar is not cheap. Chen Feifu deliver a man where to buy. Fang Yuan asked incredulously. Are you saying that car is yours? Yeah, it's mine. Chen Fei nodded calmly. Ha ha ha. Jin Fangzhou on the side suddenly laughed out loud and sneered. Do you know what kind of car that is? Koenigsegg 11. Worth $100 million. You couldn't even afford it if you sold it. If this Koenigsegg belongs to you, I won't harass Fang Yuan from now on, and I'll call you my father. Jin Fangzhou family assets tens of billions of dollars. Financial strength is incomparably strong, but spare them also do not want to spend blood money to buy Koenigsegg. The key to this is a global limited edition. Money have failed to buy. How can a stinking delivery boy afford a supercar that's out of reach even for him? So Jin Fangzhou determined that the car was not Chen Feifu's. For a while, the students also shook their heads. Some marveled at the sky-high price of the car, while others felt that Chen Fei had blown his bull a little too far. But the next scene stunned everyone present, only to see Chen Feifu took out a car key and pressed it. Koenigsegg 11 lights flashed a few times. Then Chen Feifu walked straight to the car and effortlessly opened the door. Quiet. The whole place was dead silent. At this moment it was as if time had stopped. Everyone was motionless and petrified in place. Everyone had different expressions. Some people had their mouths wide open in horror. Some people had their eyes wide open in disbelief. That silence lasted only a few short seconds, though, and then the scene exploded. Crap! That $100 million sports car is actually his. The students feel their three views are diluted. A single takeaway only earns a few dollars. Driving a supercar to deliver takeaways. Gas money cannot earn back. This dude isn't some plutocrat's son who delivers just to experience life, is he? The most shocked than Jin Fangzhou. He also threatened before Chen Feifu cannot afford to buy Koenigsegg, but it turns out that the car is someone else's. This slaps solidly his face to be smashed. What to do? Jin Fangzhou forehead oozed soybean-sized beads of sweat. He just said himself that the car is Chen Feiyu words. Shout Chen Feiyu father. Said out of the words splashed out of the water. Backtracking will certainly be despised by the students to death. Do we really have to call him dad? Everyone waited with a playful face to watch the show. If it wasn't for the fear of offending Jin Fangzhou, they would have started a blind ruckus. Chen Feiyu glanced at Jin Fangzhou nonchalantly. I hope you remember what you said and don't harass Fang Yuan in the future. No way. How could you afford a Koenigsegg? You must have rented it. The facts were already in front of them. But Jin Fangzhou was still unwilling to believe that it was true. Well, why don't you go rent one too? Chen Fei blocked Jin Fangzhou's mouth with a single sentence. It's true that many car dealerships offer luxury supercar rental services, but extremely rare cars like the Koenigsegg 11 are basically invisible on the market. Anyone who can afford a Koenigsegg is a respectable person. Wouldn't it be a disgrace to take it out for rent? That little rent isn't enough for someone to drink a bottle of wine. Chen Fei pulled Fang Yuan, who was still in a state of confusion, into the car, then turned his head and said, as for calling dad, it's not necessary. Jin Fangzhou sighed in relief, while the eaters froze. Jin Fangzhou had previously taunted Chen Fei one after another. How could the latter give up such a good opportunity for revenge? Just when everyone was puzzled, Chen Fei spoke again. I couldn't give birth to a son as ugly as you. After saying that, Chen Fei got into the car and then took Fang Yuan away in triumph with a kick of the gas pedal, quickly disappearing from everyone's view. Pust. Everyone did not hold back the laughter. So Chen Feiyu is not a great mercy, but dislike Jin Fangzhou. His meaning is very clear. Jin Fangzhou is not even worthy of being his son. Then again, the two really aren't in the same league. Can afford to drive $100 million supercar? Chen Fei's worth is conservatively estimated to be several tens of billions of dollars, and is definitely richer than Jin Hai Group, while Jin Fangzhou is just a second generation of rich people, and tens of billions of dollars of assets are all owned by his parents. In such a comparison, Jin Fangzhou is completely a younger brother. His parents come to people may not even put in the eyes. A line of sight fell on Jin Fangzhou's Porsche 911 sports car, which used to be so handsome how to look at it, but after looking at the Koenigsegg, it felt tasteless. Porsche is nothing compared to the Koenigsegg 11. Jin Fangzhou angry teeth are fighting, face red almost oozing blood. This is the biggest humiliation in his life. No one. Thanks for today. Are you free later in the evening? Why don't I treat you to dinner? To show her appreciation for Chen Feiyu, Fang Yuan decides to treat him to a meal. Chen Feifu also did not think nonsense, although and Fang Yuan get along with a very short time, but can see that she is not a vain girl. Definitely will not look at their own driving supercars want to hook up with their own. Besides, if Fang Yuan really wanted to find a golden son-in-law, she would have already hooked up with Jin Fangzhou, and would not have found herself to play this drama today. Not available. Chen Fei refused without even thinking about it, which made Fang Yuan furious. There had never been a boy like Chen Fei who had refused her twice in one day. Chen Fei parked the car on the side of the road. He was going to go on a field trip to inspect the mansion next. How could he have any free time to eat? So he directly issued an eviction order. You want me to help? I've already helped. We're even. In the future when we meet on the street just pretend not to know each other. Where are you going to take a taxi by yourself? I'm not going to see you off. Humph. If you don't send me, then don't send me. Who cares to ride in your shitty car? Fang Yuan exasperatedly got out of the car. It was also her first time to ride in a supercar, and as a result, she accidentally pinched her finger when she closed the door, and screamed in pain. Her eyes reddened. Ah, what's wrong? Is everything okay? Chen Feiyu hurriedly got out of the car to check the situation. Fang Yuan's heart warmed. This guy is still a bit humane, so she raised her finger in resignation. It's fine. It's just pinching my hand. I didn't ask you. Chen Feiyu directly ignored Fong Yuan and carefully surveyed the car, realizing that it was unharmed before finally breathing a sigh of relief. It's a new car. He'd be heartbroken if it broke. Phew. I'm glad the car is okay. Fong Yuan angry petite body are trembling. People are injured do not care about people, but instead care about the car is not broken. If not for the sake of Chen Feiyu helped her favor, she really want to kick up. Dead steel straight man. Do you have a girlfriend? No. What? Serves you right for being single for the rest of your life. 7. A mansion with a river view worth $500 million. Fong Yuan turned her head and got on a bus. She was afraid that if she continued to stay with Chen Fei, she would be infuriated with high blood pressure and heart disease. Seeing that Fong Yuan did not hold herself responsible for molesting her, the big stone in Chen Feiyu's heart was put down. Took a look at the gas gauge. Remaining gasoline is not much. Chen Feifu first went to the gas station to let the baby car full of a meal fill up a tank of gas with off a few $100s. Chen Fei fish a month to deliver takeout diligently is also big, a few $1,000s or so, plus once the oil white good for a few days. This can't go on like this. Chen Fei fish realized that their own wages simply cannot afford to raise this supercar. Occasionally drive out to pretend to be okay, but the car is always to maintain. The size of the maintenance plus together is a considerable expenditure. It is imperative to open source. Chen Fei fish has thought well. First change 2 sets of luxury housing, a set of stay to live on their own, a set of rent out to collect rent. He went online to check the core location of the luxury rent a month to say less than 2 or 300,000. As long as it's cheaper, there's sure to be a bunch of people rushing to rent it. After refueling, Chen Fei found a parking lot and parked his car, then examined a few mansion neighborhoods. High-grade district management is quite strict. Unlike ordinary residential neighborhoods, outsiders can just go in and out. Not the owners of the district is difficult to mix in, so Chen Feifu just strolled around a circle. Regardless of the appearance of the house, neighborhood environment, surrounding facilities, location, he is still most satisfied with the Evergrande Riverside Garden. Seeing that it was getting late, Chen Fei was also too lazy to go to other mansions to shop. He directly chose to exchange 2 sets of Evergrande Riverside Garden mansions. Click to use the redemption coupon. Enter the name of the neighborhood, and then the system projects a 3 hologram of the entire Evergrande Riverside Gardens, with the green floors indicating that there is no owner, and the red representing that it has already been purchased. The most important thing to buy a river view house is of course the river view. The back row of the house landscape is incomplete, directly excluded from consideration. Chen Feifu chose the first row of the 16th and 17th floors of the A building. These 2 houses, one on top of the other, are luxuriously decorated, saving the trouble of renovation, and they are first-line riverview houses, with a panoramic view of both sides of the Pujiang River, which is undoubtedly easier to rent out. After redeeming the house, there were 2 extra property deeds in the carry-on storage. Chen Fei was full of anticipation, ready to see his new house. This is the first and second set of real estate in his life. To say that he is not excited is definitely a lie. Just as he reached the door, the security guard stopped him. Stand still. We have a rule in our neighborhood that delivery people can't go in there. Many mansions had similar rules, and idle people were not allowed to enter. But this security guard had a strong disdain and contempt in his eyes, clearly looking down on Chen Fei. I'm not here to deliver. Go, go, go. What are you doing here if you're not delivering? This isn't a place where just anyone can come in and out. Chen Fei frowned, a little upset in his heart. Chen Feifu just don't understand. We are all ordinary people living at the bottom, but some people like to put on a high and mighty stance, as if they are very bullish, and I don't know where they get their sense of superiority. I'm the owner. What do you think I'm doing here? Chen Feiyu had a good temper, but he was not a good bully. He was polite when people were polite. The security guards had given him a face. He didn't need to be pleasant with the other side. You're the owner? The security guard froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. If you're the owner, I'm the richest man in Shanghai. Each set of houses here is worth a few $100 million. A delivery man also dares to say he is the owner. Let me guess. You wouldn't be surnamed Liang. Liang Jingru must be your relative. Ha ha ha. The security guard laughed his head off, not putting Chen Fei in his eyes at all. Chen Fei was also too lazy to waste his words on nonsense. Taking advantage of the security guard's inattention, he quietly took out 2 birth certificates from inside the carry-on warehouse, and then threw them at the security guard with force. Open your eyes and take a good look. The security guard was slightly stunned, suddenly stopped scoffing. An ominous premonition immediately surged to the heart. He held his breath and opened the certificate of property to see. It is really the certificate of property of Evergrande Riverside Garden. The youth in front of me, dressed as a deliveryman, was actually really the owner, and he's sitting on 2 properties. The security guard's inside set off waves of shock, almost biting his tongue off in shock. The security guard could not help but shiver. Can live in the mansion or status and status of the big man. A word can determine his life and death. He is a small security guard where to offend. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen. It was all a misunderstanding before. Please forgive me for my presumptuousness. I'll open the door for you. Please come inside. Knowing that he had made a huge mistake, the security guard hurriedly apologized and nodded his head. His face blossomed into a bright smile, and now he wouldn't dare to sneer anymore even if he borrowed 100 guts. Let me in now? Sorry, I don't want to go in now. Security guard stopped Chen Feiyu not to enter. This is the community set the rules and regulations. The security guards are just completing their duties. Chen Feiyu not only will not be angry, but will not be stingy praise. But this security guard is dog-eyed. Then Chen Fei cannot endure. House Chen Feifu was ready to live with his family. Today fortunately this thing happened to him. He does not want his parents to go home to be so humiliated by the security guard. Get your property manager over here. The security guard was completely flustered and could only obediently go to the phone, knowing that he had already offended this low-profile young godly man to death. Soon the property manager arrived on the scene, a middle-aged woman in professional attire. Hello Mr. Chen. My name is Li. I'm the property manager. Manager Li overlapped her hands in front of her and bent slightly to bow as the security guard told her Chen Fei's name. Since the completion of Evergrande Riverside Garden, she has been working here. The appearance of each owner is deeply imprinted in her brain. Chen Feiyu she has never seen before, and immediately know that it is a new owner. Without the security guard's detailed explanation, Manager Li understood what was going on. These security guards felt that they were guarding the door in the mansion neighborhood, and they were in contact with rich people every day, so they raised their hearts one above the other, and they didn't put anyone in their eyes. It must have been the security guard who saw Chen Fei in his takeout worker uniform and made a mocking remark, and as a result, he offended the new owner. Mr. Chen, I'm deeply sorry for the unpleasantness I've brought you. I hope you can forgive me for my negligence in my work, and I'll definitely deal with today's matter seriously. Manager Li spoke very officially, but with a fairly sincere attitude in tone. Manager Li, the security guard is the community's face to the outside world. A bully, fox and tiger security guard will destroy not only the community's harmony, but also the image of the overall owners. A security guard is so rude. What do people think of us homeowners? Chen Feiyu a paragraph powerful. Word for word. Li manager stood by the side of the false acceptance of criticism. The security guard lowered his head hate to find a hole in the ground to drill. Yes, you're right. I'll make sure to keep a good eye on the professionalism of my staff. Chen Fei pointed at the security guard, then said, I don't want to see him from today onwards. Transfer him to another position and let him reflect. 8. Get rich and lie down. A guy like the security guard who has no one in his sights should have had the property just fire him. However, Chen Feifu saw that the security guard was probably in his 30s, and his family should also have an old man and a young man, so life was not easy, and there was no need to cut off people's livelihoods. Everything cannot be done too far, to give people a way out, otherwise the dog anxious to jump over the wall for all of us are not good. Change a position to deduct some bonuses as a small punishment. Understood. I'll transfer him to logistics right away. Chen Feiyu gave an order. Li manager were dare to say half insufficient. The former is the owner. Can live in Evergrande Riverside Garden is not a listed group boss, or a plutocrat big brother. There is not a simple character. A small property manager would not dare to offend the owners. Why don't you thank Mr. Chen for not firing you? Manager Li glared at the security guard, who bowed continuously. Thank you Mr. Chen. Thank you Mr. Chen. The security guard screamed bitterly in his heart. How did he know that the rich people are so strange nowadays? They can afford to buy a mansion and still go out to deliver. Not to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger like this. However, the security guard did not have the slightest bit of resentment, but instead was very grateful to Chen Fei, in exchange for offending other owners. How he died do not know. Chen Fei just reprimanded a few sentences, did not let the property dismissed him, has been considered a great mercy. Things came to an end. Chen Fei followed Manager Li to the property to receive the keys to his new home. Chen Feifu visited his 2 sets of mansions, crystal chandeliers, gold-encrusted tableware, furniture all imported centuries-old brands, even a door lock is hundreds of thousands of dollars. Can't really think of any other words to describe it other than luxurious. Chen Feifu lying on the bed to rest for a while. Usually the property will send people to clean, so there is no half a bit of dust. Really do not say. Hundreds of thousands of bed is really comfortable. Reluctant to leave the new home, Chen Feiyu intends to first conceal from his family that he has a mansion. Mom's birthday will soon be here, and then announce the happy news to give mom and dad a surprise. Back in the neighborhood, Chen Fei parked his car in the underground parking garage before going home. His parents had already cooked several delicious meals, and the family sat around eating and chatting, with his father Chen Dongshan occasionally glancing at the TV, and his mother Wang Shufan constantly refilling Chen Fei's meals. After eating, Chen Fei returned to his room to rest. More than 10 o'clock in the middle of the night. A day has been running around. Chen Fei has long been exhausted. Just as he was drifting off to sleep, the delivery man Li called a phone. Jingle bells. Chen Feifu was awakened by the ringing of his cell phone, and without even glancing at the caller ID, he fumbled with the nightstand, took the phone and put it to his ear and answered the call. Hello? Fish, this is Li. Sorry to bother you so late. After the other party reported his name, Chen Fei sobered up a bit, sat up and rubbed his eyes. It's okay, what are you looking for me for? Brother Li? Fish, do you remember the takeout I asked you to help deliver on my behalf this afternoon? Remember. Why? Chen Fei, you nodded. Delivering a takeaway somehow did a school flower boyfriend. So wonderful encounter want to forget are difficult. That dormitory there is a girl from Fong Yuan. Call me and say what bag left in your car. There are some more important documents inside. You help to see if it is in your car. The one who took the order was Li. So the takeout guy's contact number was also his. And Fong Yuan tried to find Chen Feiyu, only to realize after calling that Chen Feiyu was just helping out with the errands. Li is a warm-hearted person. As soon as he heard that the other side of the things dropped, he immediately called Chen Feiyu. There is just one thing that makes Li very puzzled. Delivery how to send the girls to the car. And the battery car is so big place. The bag can fall where? Got it. I'll go to the car and check it out. Don't hang up yet. Li. Chen Feifu took the elevator to reach the underground parking garage, opened the car and searched around, and really found a small and exquisite girl's bag between the passenger seat's chair and the door gap. Chen Fei tried to recall and remembered that Fong Yuan had changed her clothes and came out of the dormitory carrying this bag. The strap on the bag broke. Brother Li, I found the bag. I'll send it back tomorrow. I'm glad I found it. Then I'll trouble you to run it again. Li was relieved. In case the bag was not found and the other party was furious and gave him a bad review, he would surely be deducted from his salary, and the day would be wasted. After hanging up the phone, Chen Fei casually threw his bag in the car and went home to rest. Early the next morning, Chen Feiyu simply washed up and drove out, and on the way, he received a message from Li, reminding him not to forget to return the bag to the person. Chen Fei didn't go directly to Zhonghai University, but first went to a real estate agent. As long as the house is rented out, there will be a steady stream of income. When the time comes to eat and drink, lying can make money. And what the hell delivery? Chen Fei found a roadside parking space and parked his car. The intermediary salesman who stood at the door smoking. Once he saw Chen Feifu driving a supercar, his service attitude was incomparably enthusiastic. This is a big god of wealth. Must not be neglected. Hello sir, my name is Wu. May I ask your name? My last name is Chen. The two briefly exchanged views and learned that the house Chen Feifu wanted to rent was Evergrande Riverside Garden. The agent Wu could not help but draw a breath of cold air. This is one of the top Riverview mansions in Zhonghai City. Evergrande Riviera Gardens currently has no rental homes, but you can refer to the prices of several luxury neighborhoods around the area, all in the same location. The price is basically in the same range. Mr. Chen, your house is the best view house. I personally suggest a monthly rent of 530,000. Why don't you hang on to 500,000 a month for me? I want to rent it out quickly. A month cheaper 30,000. A year is to earn 360,000 less. Chen Feifu now in urgent need of money. The price of housing, of course, a little more favorable. The loss is a little loss, but it cannot be helped. Besides, it doesn't care about the measly $300,000 or so when it nets $6 million a year in rent. Mr. Chen, I'll alert you as soon as I have news. After a good deal, the agent Wu carefully sent Chen Fei fish out. This is a big deal. Do a successful he can get a lot of commission. The most important thing is that there can be a big customer. After getting into the car, Chen Fei saw the bag on the passenger seat before he remembered to return something. The deafening sound of the engine resounded as the Koenigsegg 11 reappeared at Zhonghai University, attracting even more attention than the first time. After the incident of Fong Yuan's public official announcement yesterday, the word is now spreading inside the school, and everyone knows that the owner of this car is the boyfriend of the school beauty. Fong Yuan. That looks like Fong Yuan's boyfriend's car. It's a shame I wasn't at school yesterday and didn't see it. I heard Fong Yuan's boyfriend is more handsome than Takeshi Kaneshiro and Xiao Lizi. Come on, let's go together. The students flew all the way behind the car. Mostly girls who were eager to see if the schoolgirl's boyfriend was really as godly as the legend said. 9. Random encounter with an ex-girlfriend. After the girl saw Chen Fei's original body, it was like the spider spirit seeing the Tang Sanzang, each with love in all of their eyes, wanting to eat him in one bite. A portion of the female students present had already seen Chen Fei yesterday, but were still astonished. Wow! Really handsome. Handsome and rich. A typical high-flying handsome. I'm so envious of Fong Yuan. I'd love to have a boyfriend like that too. Some girls couldn't help but go up to talk to him, but once they thought that Chen Fei's girlfriend was Fong Yuan, they immediately dismissed the idea of prying their feet out of the wall. Trying to steal a man from Fong Yuan is harder than climbing up to heaven. Chen Fei took out his cell phone and made a call to Fong Yuan's roommate, the girl who ordered the takeout. At that time, he had called the phone number on the takeout order and urged the other party to come down to get the takeout, so he knew Fong Yuan's roommate's cell phone number. And as for why the other party didn't contact him directly, it was probably subjective to think of him as Lee. Of course, it's also possible that there are too many incoming calls to tell which number is which. Hey, I'm the delivery guy from yesterday. I delivered Fong Yuan's bag. Tell her to come down and get it. Without giving the other party a chance to speak, Chen Feiyu hung up the phone. Most girls are lazier than boys, and will definitely let him send the bag up. Chen Feiyu doesn't want to run up and down on a hot day, finding a shade. It was too boring to just wait, so Chen Fei studied the system. It's a very personalized system, completely different from others. While other systems usually had a specific pattern to their quests, such as having a reward once a day, this system of theirs had all rewards and times randomized. It's likely that all of a sudden, a second lucky bag will pop up. Why aren't you down yet? Chen Feiyu waited a little impatient. Girls do things as ink. If not promised Lee will send things back to the hands of Fong Yuan, he would have left. Chen Flying Fish? Why are you here? When he was bored, Chen Fei heard someone shouting his name, and looked up to see a pair of young men and women slowly walking towards him not far away. The young man and woman are holding hands, sweet as honey, still a young couple, dogs and boys. Chen Feiyu cursed in his heart, then no longer looked at more than one glance, lowered his head and played with the phone. This girl Chen Feiyu also recognized. It is his ex-girlfriend Lu Xiaotong. Xiaotong, is this that ex-boyfriend of yours? Aha! Lu Xiaotong didn't avoid nodding her head to acknowledge. She took a look at Chen Feiyu, who was all dressed in ground floor goods, adding up to no more than 100 yuan, and then looked at her new boyfriend Gao Yang who was all brand names. Upon comparison, Lu felt that she had made the right choice. She is a senior student of Shanghai University. Chen Feiyu, a delivery man, is not worthy of her. Only a prince charming like Gao Yang is worthy of being her partner. Hello, I'm Xiaotong's boyfriend, Gao Yang. Gao Yang introduced himself, his chin slightly raised, his expression arrogant, his eyes thick with contempt, obviously not putting Chen Fei in his eyes. Gao Yang took the initiative to extend his hand. This seemingly polite gesture of goodwill was full of provocation. Stealing someone's girlfriend and now coming to him to show love. What is this not provocation? However, Chen Fei wouldn't pay any attention to them. Speaking one more word with this pair of dogs was a waste of breath. Gao Yang was a bit annoyed in his heart. It was the first time he was ignored, so he spoke eloquently. I heard Xiaotong say that you are a delivery man. I really envy that you guys can do it when you want to, and can rest when you don't want to. Unlike me, who will have to go back and inherit the family business if I don't work hard. By the way, I also have to thank you. If it wasn't for you letting go so easily, I wouldn't have been able to find a beautiful and excellent girlfriend like Xiaotong. Chen Fei stopped playing with his cell phone. His fists tightened and unclenched, forcing down the anger in his heart. When I was a child, there was a little accident. Chen Dongshan strictly prohibited Chen Feiyu to fight with others. But if Gao Yang still do not know how to be good, forcing at endless, then Chen Feiyu can only make an exception. He didn't mind rewarding Gao Yang with a few big mouths. Chen Fei, do you know how to be polite? My boyfriend is talking to you. Why don't you respond? Lu Xiaotong saw everything in her eyes. It was clearly Gao Yang's words that were thorny. Chen Feiyu had already been polite by not making a move, but Lu Xiaotong stood up and accused that it was Chen Feiyu's fault. I know, you have resentment in your heart, but we've already broken up. Let bygones be bygones. I have Gao Yang in my heart right now. Don't come to the school to find me in the future. It's impossible for us. Lu Xiaotong shook her head. She thought that Chen Feiyu couldn't forget her and came to the school specifically to beg her to get back together. Hearing the conversation between Chen Fei's people, the onlookers covered their mouths in surprise. Gao Yang was also a rich second generation, and Lu Xiaotong was also a little famous in the school because she was in a relationship with Gao Yang. Of course, Lu Xiaotong is a far cry from Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan's boyfriend is actually Lu Xiaotong's ex-boyfriend? What a big melon. Done with the bullshit? Then get the hell away from me. Chen Feiyu sneered in his heart. This woman is also too self-centered. Point. A good horse does not eat back to grass. Even if his brain was kicked by a donkey, he will not look for Lu Xiaotong and make up. What did you say? Lu Xiaotong was disliked enough by one sentence. In the past, Chen Feiyu would not have spoken to her with such an attitude. Who are you to tell us to roll? This is Zhenghai University. Are you a student of Zhenghai University? The one who wants to roll should also be you. Lu Xiaotong was so furious that her breathing became rapid, so one could imagine how angry she was. Women really are more ruthless than men when they flip out. Chen Fei didn't say anything and suddenly stood up straight. Everyone didn't know what he was going to do, and all of a sudden, he raised his leg and kicked Gao Yang in the stomach. You, how dare you hit me? Caught off guard, Gao Yang was kicked to the ground, his hands holding his stomach with a pained expression. Gao Yang! Lu Xiaotong stepped forward to check and realized that Gao Yang was not in any serious trouble before she breathed a sigh of relief, then pointed at Chen Feiyu's nose and cursed. Rascal! Scoundrel! How could you hit someone with your hands? Apologize. You must apologize to my boyfriend, or I'll have security blow you out. Lu Xiaotong perfectly interpreted what it meant to turn the other cheek, and in order to curry favor with Gao Yang, she felt that it was no big deal to embarrass Chen Feiyu in public. Ha! Chen Fei laughed back in anger. This pair of dogs ran over to flaunt their power, and instead of taking care of them themselves, they bit at themselves like mad dogs. Do you really think I don't have a temper? Don't think that just because you're a woman I won't dare to beat you, and if you keep yakking, I'll even clean you up. Chen Feiyu used to be quite hot-tempered and often fought with his classmates at the drop of a hat. Gao Yang should be thankful that Chen Feiyu's temper has changed for the better, or else he would have been sent to the ambulance by now. Take your dog, man, and get out. Don't be an eyesore here. Chen Fei burst out. Want him to apologize? Daydreaming. 10. The regretful Lu Xiaotong. Chen Feiyu once fought with a classmate when he was studying, and because he hit too hard, he almost broke the boy's vitals, and since then Chen Dongshan has not allowed him to fight, and Chen Feiyu has always restrained himself. The current Chen Fei cultivated his body and mind, and would definitely not move his hands if he could move his mouth. But Lu Xiaotong and Gao Yang, this pair of dogs and men were just too bitchy, constantly touching his bottom line, and he just couldn't resist the urge to do something about it. Damn! You dare to hit me! Looking for death. The abdominal pain was relieved a lot. Gao Yang was about to rush up and fight with Chen Fei. Since childhood, his parents had never hit him with their hands. He couldn't stand the humiliation. Gao Yang, stop! Lu Xiaotong exclaimed in shock. Others might not be aware of it, but she knew how powerful Chen Fei was. During high school, there was once a time when school was over. A few punks tried to molest a few female classmates, which happened to be bumped into by Chen Fei. Those punks are much stronger than Chen Feiyu, but the result is invariably sent to the hospital. While Chen Feiyu only bruised a little skin, Lu Xiaotong knew that Chen Feiyu's hands were formidable, and that Gao Yang, who lacked exercise, was by no means an opponent. However, it was too late. Gao Yang rushed to Chen Fei's front, and before he could swing his fist out, Chen Fei's sandbag-sized fist grabbed the lead and smashed into his face. Pust! Gao Yang's face muscles squeezed and deformed, and a bloodied tooth flew out. This punch Chen Feiyu only used 70% of his strength, but still hit Gao Yang's head dizzy, eyes starry, only to see the latter's pace disorganized, a messy fall paralyzed on the ground. Gao Yang touched his mouth and looked at the blood all over his hand. His whole body was confused. You're just too much. Lu Xiaotong blamed all the faults on Chen Fei, completely ignoring the fact that if it wasn't for them running around flaunting their weapons, it would be impossible for the two sides to have a conflict at all. Chen Fei, I'll give you two ways to choose. First, bow and apologize to my boyfriend until he's satisfied. And second, I'll call the police. Intentional injury is punishable by criminal detention. So think about it. Having lost face in front of so many students, Lu Xiaotong obviously wasn't going to let it go. Many students frowned. Chen Fei did hit a little harder, but this was all Gao Yang's fault. He didn't provoke people, what the hell. There were also students who shook their heads in amusement. Criminal detention was still a bit of a deterrent against ordinary student parties, but Chen Fei was a godly man who drove a $100 million supercar. People don't take such childish threats seriously. Looking at Chen Feiyu and Lu Xiaotong, who were like pinpoints, the same doubts surfaced in everyone's mind. From the conversation just now, it was not difficult to hear that it was Lu Xiaotong who dumped Chen Feiyu. Chen Feiyu is impeccable in both face value and financial strength. Letting such an excellent man go and finding a Gao Yang who is inferior in all aspects. I don't know what Lu Xiaotong is thinking. Must have gotten his head caught in a door. Making my boyfriend apologize. Do you guys deserve that? Everyone was speculating on what Chen Fei would do next, when a voice as beautiful as a silver bell came out. As the crowd sniffed and looked, a tall figure caught their eyes, and it was clearly Fang Yuan. Today Fang Yuan wore a white center dress, with a pair of white high heels on her feet. She was like a noble white swan, With every step the heels and the ground would make a crisp crash. Fang Yuan came to Chen Fei's side and naturally held hands. In fact, Fang Yuan had already arrived before Chen Fei and Gao Yang clashed. She just stayed by the side and peeked, taking in what happened. You two are a couple? Lu Xiaotong stared incredulously. These two people were not related to each other. How could they know each other? Moreover, Fang Yuan is famous for her extremely high heart. Killing Lu Xiaotong cannot understand how the heaven's daughter Fang Yuan will fall in love with Chen Feiyu, a deliveryman. Fang Yuan directly ignored Lu Xiaotong's question. I just heard you say that you told my boyfriend not to come to you in the future. Didn't you? Don't flatter yourself. He came to see me and… Fang Yuan paused for a moment and then said, with a girlfriend as good as me, do you think he'll still look at you? At those words, Lu Xiaotong's face reddened with shame. Fang Yuan's words slapped her hard in the face like an iron palm, one after the other. In terms of studies, although all of them were high achievers at Zhonghai University, Fang Yuan was the second best student in the national college entrance examination and was known to be a great talent. In terms of face value, Lu Xiaotong is actually not bad looking, but compared to Fang Yuan, she will only be crushed. Fang Yuan is the school flower, and has also been named the most beautiful school flower since the founding of the University of China C. What does Lu Xiaotong compare to Fang Yuan? The students couldn't help but nod their heads secretly. As long as they were a normal man, they would basically choose Fang Yuan, and with such a girlfriend who was more than a heavenly fairy, they really wouldn't be interested in other girls. You guys provoked my boyfriend with words 3 times. Who was right and who was wrong? You know it clearly in your heart. How about we call the teacher of the faculty office to comment on it? Lu Xiaotong's eyes were weak and evasive, and her previous overbearing aura instantly disappeared. Fang Yuan was the baby of Zhonghai University, combining talent and beauty, and the school was planning to rely on her to make a name for herself and raise its fame to another level. If it really went to the teachers, they would definitely be on Fang Yuan's side and might even turn around and give Lu Xiaotong and Gao Yang a disciplinary action each. Okay, for your sake, I'll let today's matter go. Fang Yuan's appearance makes Lu Xiaotong dismiss the idea of pursuing the matter, because she can't even play with Fang Yuan inside the school, and she won't have a good time at school after offending Fang Yuan. As for the person concerned, Gao Yang is still in a daze. Here, your bag. Thank you, dear. Receiving the bag handed by Chen Fei, Fang Yuan's small head snuggled on his shoulder, and the students were caught off guard by being stuffed with a mouthful of rations. Honey, I'm a little hungry. Let's eat. What do you want to eat? Chen Fei had wanted to refuse. He wasn't used to eating with people he didn't know well, but Fang Yuan had done him a favor and given him a lot of face, so it wasn't too much to ask for a meal. I want a roast, and I want you to roast it for me. Well, I remember a good Korean barbecue in the neighborhood, so how about eating there? Well, I'm all yours. After discussing the matter, the two of them swaggered into the car, and seeing Chen Fei and Fang Yuan the students looked at each other, feeling that they were completely superfluous and shouldn't be here at all. Witnessing Chen Fei getting into his driving Koenigsegg and leaving, Lu Xiaotong's mind went blank. This cool supercar hit the school for him yesterday, and the legend says that the price tag is more than $100 million. And Lu Xiaotong wouldn't have thought that the car was Chen Feifu's even if her brain cells were exhausted. How can Chen Feiyu, a delivery boy, be rich? Had he been pretending to be poor before? Countless questions flashed through Lu Xiaotong's mind, and suddenly, an endless wave of remorse surged through her heart as her mind echoed the words that Chen Feiyu had said. I hope you don't regret it. Gao Yang's family business a little money, but the assets are only a few tens of millions of dollars. Not even by Koenigsegg 1-1 qualification. If she had known that Chen Feiyu was so rich, she wouldn't have mentioned breaking up at all. Regret? At this moment, she really regretted it. 11. Schoolgirl's little secret. After finishing the Korean barbecue, Chen Fei sent Fang Yuan back to Zhonghai University. Under a line of envious eyes, the two walked down from the car, and happened to meet the 3 roommates from the same dormitory. These 3 girls were worthy of being departmental flowers, and their face value was above 90 points. You're Hope's boyfriend, and it seems that Hope is also a woman who craves men. It's quite handsome. I just don't know if it's physically good. Just ask Hope. The 3 girls took turns flirting. Fang Yuan's face was red. How did she know if Chen Fei was in good health or not? Chen Fei didn't take it to heart and shrugged his shoulders indifferently. The girls were just joking and didn't mean any harm. Whether I'm physically fit or not, won't you guys know if you try? Chen Fei made a harmless joke. We won't try. I'm afraid Hope will get jealous. You feeding her alone will be enough. The girl who spoke was called Chen Lingling. She had a baby face, a petite and cute figure, and a quirky personality just like a lively goblin, so you couldn't guess what she was thinking. Chen Feiyu instantly heard out that Chen Lingling was the girl who pampered him on the phone to send the takeaway to the dormitory at the beginning. If it wasn't for Chen Lingling, Chen Feiyu and Fong Yuan wouldn't have known each other by mistake. Ling Ling, don't talk nonsense. Fong Yuan pouted and hammered Chen Lingling. The old driver Chen Lingling raced too fast. She and Chen Fei were not really boyfriend and girlfriend. It was too embarrassing to talk about such an open topic. Why don't we go to the school coffee shop and sit down and talk slowly? Another department flower Li Siwen proposed. She is tall, standard goose egg face, slightly curly long hair just like waves draped over the shoulders. Sweet smile as if it has the magical effect of healing people's hearts. Okay, that's fine with me. So Chen Fei brought 4 big beauties with him, traveling through the campus, attracting a lot of attention along the way. The 4 prettiest girls in the whole school followed him around, which made the other boys envious. Finding an empty seat at a random table, the group made small talk. The last department flower, Chen Fei, even jokingly warned Chen Fei, if you cheat Fong Yuan's feelings, I'll fight you. Then if she cheats on my feelings, will you find her and fight for your life? Chen Fei asked rhetorically. Of course not. Chen Fei gave a thumbs up. Good guy. World famous double standard. Pust. The girls were amused by Chen Fei, and they were all smiling. When leaving, Chen Feiyu took the initiative to pay the bill, stopping Fong Yuan who wanted to pay. He is not a macho. He just doesn't like to use women's money, but he still can't help but feel a meat ache in his heart. Treating Fong Yuan to a Korean barbecue had cost several $100s, and now the coffee had used up more than $100, which made Chen Feiyu's already poor wallet even worse, and he only hoped that the house would be rented out quickly now. Chen Fei drove away from the school while the girls returned to their dormitories. Chen Lingling chased after Fong Yuan and inquired, Yuan, how far have you and your boyfriend progressed? Honestly, have you guys ever gotten a room? Girls dirty up can be more dirty than boys. Organizing things in the Chen Fei and Li Siwen also perked up their ears to eavesdrop. No matter how beautiful girls like to listen to gossip. What's going on inside this head of yours? Fong Yuan tapped Chen Lingling's head with her finger and said, actually, he's not my boyfriend. What? Not your boyfriend? Now that there were only 4 of them in the dormitory, Fong Yuan didn't need to cover up and recounted the matter of pretending to be boyfriend and girlfriend with Chen Fei from start to finish. Chen Lingling and the others were shocked, not realizing that Fong Yuan had actually come up with the crooked idea of finding a fake boyfriend to take over in order to cut off the boy's pursuit. I think little Li Zi is quite good, handsome and rich. Why don't you just obey him? Chen Lingling's few people had never asked Chen Fei's name, plus the takeout clerk who took the order in the first place was under the name of Brotherly, so they all mistakenly assumed that Chen Fei was Brotherly. Fong Yuan shook her head and said, you all know that I already have someone I like. Other than him, I won't consider anyone else no matter how good their conditions are. Hope, are you still thinking about that guy? Living in the same dormitory and being girlfriends who talk about everything. Chen Lingling and the 3 of them know Fong Yuan's little secret that she doesn't know. Don't look at Fong Yuan, who is usually cold to the boys, but in fact she already has a sweetheart. The boy Fong Yuan likes is from the same graduating class as them and is also the top student in the college entrance exam. It turns out that the boy should have been guaranteed admission to Zhonghai University, and the reason why Fong Yuan rejected the guaranteed admission to many prestigious schools and insisted on choosing Zhonghai University was all because of that boy. But I don't know what went wrong in the middle. But I realized that the boy didn't even come to report to Zhonghai University after I came to the school to report, not finding her beloved. This makes Fong Yuan sad and upset for a long time. Chen Lingling and others have been comforting her mood finally improved. In fact, Fong Yuan and that boy had only met at an international exchange competition when they were in junior high school. At that time, there were a few tall foreign students who wanted to bully her, and it was that boy who stood up and fought off those foreign students. And later on that boy shone in the competition, defeating those arrogant foreign students and earning face for the students of his own country and the school. From that time on, a seed of love quietly sprouted in Fong Yuan's heart. And I don't know, where are you now? Fong Yuan walked to the window, hands supported on the window frame, looking away from the clouds in the distant sky. Hurriedly several years have passed. I think the boy's appearance has changed drastically. What have you become? It's supposed to be a big, sunny, cheerful boy. The corners of Fong Yuan's mouth unconsciously rose, and she had a feeling that one day she would meet the boy who had once made her heart flutter. That said, she remembered the boy's name as an interesting one, Chen Flying Fish. Chen Feiyu certainly did not know that Fong Yuan's dormitory was discussing him, much less that a thoughtless act of bravery back then would leave an indelible impression on Fong Yuan. Chen Feiyu casually found the dining hall to have a lunch. As soon as the car stopped at the entrance of the small restaurant, it immediately attracted a lot of attention, and the diners in the store coincidentally sized up Chen Feiyu. The boss did not dare to slow down. Warm hospitality. The store or the first time there is a supercar driving god to patronize. Zhonghai City is a first-tier city. Prices are generally expensive. Chen Feifu ordered a signature marinated chicken leg rice set meal, a total of $24. He is now on hand is not much money. Before the house is not rented out or save some money. Ding! The host has been given a chance to kill the lucky bag in seconds. Suddenly, the system lucky bag appeared again. A total of 3 lucky bags. The price is also the same as before as 1 yuan. Chen Fei fish excited. I did not expect to be able to spike the lucky bag again so soon. I wonder what kind of treasure we can spike this time. That's a lot to look forward to. 11. Happy to mention a commercial street. The chance of winning the golden blessing bag is 100%. Randomly selecting one will get the prize. And the prize is guaranteed to be worth $1 billion. But the prize in each bag is different. It is impossible to say what will be opened. After hesitating for a while, Chen Fei still chose the middle lucky bag. The last time he chose the middle lucky bag the price was not bad. He believed that this time it would bring him the same good luck. Once you have made your selection, pay the $1 fee. Chen Fei fish breathing involuntarily become anxious. The most exciting part of the lottery is not before the lottery and after getting the prize, but in the process of waiting for the lottery. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the lucky bag in seconds and obtaining a commercial street redemption coupon. Note, commercial streets worth more than $1 billion cannot be redeemed. Chen Feiyu excitedly slapped the table and stood up. The surrounding diners threw surprised gazes, and the boss thought that Chen Feiyu was not satisfied with the things in their store, and nervously ran over to ask, "Sir, may I ask if there's something you're not happy about?" "Ha? No. The food at your store is delicious." Chen Fei smiled sarcastically, knowing that he had lost his temper. Sitting back in his seat, Chen Fei's mood was still unable to calm down. The redemption coupon was a good thing, able to be redeemed for any place. A commercial street is said to have dozens of hundreds of stores, an average of several $1,000s per store rent. A month is hundreds of thousands of rent. A year is nearly 10 million in net profit. Chen Feifu do not need to do anything. The pocket can be more than a large amount of money for no reason. The second half of life break the legs do not have to worry about. Chen Feifu's previous dream was to be a chartered officer, eating and drinking every day, and he didn't expect it to actually come true. The only drawback is that the golden blessing bag reward cap is only 1 billion. Those downtown areas worth tens of billions of dollars of commercial streets certainly cannot be exchanged, but Chen Fei has been very satisfied. He can redeem the commercial street near his home, and later on, when he is full and has nothing to do, he will carry a sack to collect rent, a large bag of cash in front of his eyes. And think about it, I feel acidic. The operation process is the same as last time. The name of the commercial street is entered. The system will evaluate the price of the commercial street, and the commercial street near Chen Fei's old house is exactly within 1 billion. After the successful exchange, there was another real estate certificate inside the portable warehouse, and the system automatically took care of all the relevant procedures, changing the rent collection account to his bank account. I have to say that the system's efficiency is fast. The normal purchase of a commercial street procedures are very cumbersome, at least a few months' time, but the system in a few seconds all done. You don't have to do anything next. Just lie back and wait to collect your money. After dinner, Chen Feiyu went to a gold store in the afternoon. Returned the diamond necklace bought for Lu Xiaotong. Have broken up. The necklace is not necessary to stay. Return the necklace at once a few more tens of thousands of dollars. Chen Feifu hand is rich again. Now Chen Fei didn't go to deliver takeaways, and went home to rest after handling things. He was still immersed in the joy of joyfully mentioning the commercial street, and dreaming of the beautiful dream of a commercial tycoon. That's when the real estate agent called with the good news. Someone wants to rent his mansion. Chen Feiyu's mansion had just been put up today not long before someone came to rent the house, and at a glance, they fell in love with his set of mansion, and decided to rent it without even thinking about it. And the other party was very forthcoming about renting for a full year and could pay the rent off in one lump sum. Chen Feifei fish and the agent about tomorrow at noon to the agency to sign the rental contract. This happiness came too suddenly. A year's rent is as much as 6 million, plus the rent of the store. A year will be able to come into the tens of millions of dollars. Sign the rental contract tomorrow, and when the money arrives, the poor kid becomes a millionaire in seconds. The old man is flying high. The next morning, Chen Fei woke up before the sky was even light enough. He hadn't slept all night because he was so excited, and his mind was full of how he was going to spend the money. After washing up, Chen Feifu had nothing to do in his spare time, so he drove Koenigsegg 11 to the food market to buy some vegetables, and in the meantime, he brought breakfast to his parents. The Moncler outlet store parents looked dumbfounded. The first time I saw someone driving a sports car to buy food, it was a long time to live. Young man, this car of yours is expensive, isn't it? Chen Fei was standing in line to buy breakfast when a gray-haired grandpa in front of him in line turned around and struck up a conversation with him. The other Moncler outlet online women also looked over. They were also curious about how much the car cost. It's not expensive. It's just a grocery car. A couple million. Chen Fei Fish casually reported a number. Anyway, the elderly do not understand the market of sports cars. The most important 100 million expensive, too outrageous. He was afraid to report the real price will be Moncler outlet store heart attack to scare out. Damn. A car costs so much. A few $1,000,000 could buy a house. Which know that the words just fell. The scene was in an uproar. Chen Feifu has already tried to report the price as low as possible, but it still gave Moncler Jackets outlet a deep shock. Some Amazons immediately brightened up. Looking at Chen Fei's eyes have changed. Buy vegetables car are several million. That is not worth at least several hundred million? Young man, are you seeing anyone? Auntie has a little niece who is currently single and good looking. Should I push WeChat on you? Aunties are scrambling to introduce her to the object. The fat does not flow outside the field. The conditions of such a good young man cannot be easy to find. Do not grasp a little bit of the golden son-in-law will be snatched away by others. No, I'm not looking for a date for a while. Chen Feiyu slightly smiled, politely declined the kindness of the Amazons. He temporarily did not consider redeveloping a new relationship. And what kind of beautiful girls he had not seen. Fang Yuan and Chen Lingling, which of them was not one of the biggest beauties, but the same couldn't make Chen Fei's heart flutter. Besides, with Chen Fei's face value, it would be too easy to find a girlfriend. As long as he's willing, I don't know how many girls would rush to fall in love with him, and I'm afraid the only person in the world who would break up with him would be Lu Xiaotong with a bad brain. Young man, it's better for you to keep a low profile. There are too many people who hate the rich nowadays, and it will be dangerous to be targeted by those red-eyed people. The white-haired grandpa was a warm-hearted person and felt obligated as an elder to give Chen Fei a kind advice. Thank you, Moncler, I'll remember that. Chen Fei Fish smiled. In fact, this is also his helpless place. He also do not want to drive Koenigsegg 11 every day to blindly go around. This car fuel consumption is too high, and drive for a long time people are not comfortable, but it can't be helped. It's the only car he has, but where there was money for a small car, he wasn't happy driving a Koenigsegg every day. I'd like to keep a low profile, but my strength won't allow it. Chen Flying Fish? Chen Fei was a bit bored playing with his cell phone when he suddenly heard someone call out to him. He looked back and a familiar face appeared in his sight. Chang Kai? Upon seeing the visitor, Chen Fei instantly frowned. 13. The enemy's path is narrow, and he meets his nemesis. Zhang Kai and Chen Feiyu are about the same height. The two are in the same class in high school, but they are not really familiar with each other, and even had a little contradiction, and almost made a move several times in the past. It's all women's fault. Chen Feiyu was loved by many girls because of his outstanding looks and excellent academic performance. Even Han Shixian, the high school flower girl at the time, confessed her love to Chen Feiyu many times. At that time, Chen Feiyu was bent on getting into a good university, and he didn't want anything or anyone to bother him, so he rejected Han Shixian 3 times. Good death. Zhang Kai's best friend Wu Fei crush on Han Shixian. See, their favorite girl actually likes someone else, which makes Wu Fei love to hate. Completely grudged Chen Feiyu. Since then, Zhang Kai helped his best friend Wu Fei to find trouble with Chen Feifu every now and then. At first they threatened Chen Feiyu to stay away from Han Shixian. Chen Feiyu had no intention of deliberately approaching Han Shixian, but he wouldn't be intimidated by them either, and he made contact as he should on a daily basis. Several warnings were ignored, which made Wu Fei feel slighted and thoroughly annoyed, so their small group of 7 or 8 people agreed to wait for Chen Fei to fall alone to go to the toilet, to give him some color. One day they finally found the opportunity to block Chen Feiyu in the toilet, which thought Chen Feiyu was extremely good at fighting, 3 or 2 times to beat them all down. Not only did he not take advantage, but he was beaten up by Chen Fei. Can't fight and can't beat. Chen Feiyu was the teacher's favorite. Until graduation they can't do anything with Chen Feiyu. Later on, someone inquired about the news from Lu Xiaotong's mouth that Chen Feiyu, who was originally guaranteed to be sent to school, didn't report to the school for some unknown reason, which made Wu Fei and the others very happy. Zhang Kai had been remembering about being beaten up. He was still holding his breath in his heart. Today it was not easy to see Chen Fei. Of course he wanted to make a mockery of it, to make a clean breast of the past shame. Chen Feifu glanced at it and continued to lower his head and play with his phone. He didn't even bother with Zhang Kai. I just came out after an all-night internet session. I didn't expect to meet you. I heard that you didn't report to Zhonghai University. Zhang Kai pretended to be concerned, then sneered. I really envy that you can't go to college. Unlike us who still have to read and attend classes every day in a miserable manner. You are unaware of how boring college life is. I'm sorry to bring up your sadness. In fact, do not study in the university is no big deal. With this little white face you can find a rich woman to adopt you. Lying all the money to get how good We these ordinary people want to be adopted by no one wants. Oh, by the way, why didn't you report to the university? It's not because you're poor and can't afford the tuition, is it? Chen Feiyu did not pay attention to Zhang Kai. This guy thought that Chen Feiyu was afraid of him. The more he said, the more energetic, mocking one sentence after another. Next to the Moncler Jackets outlet, a little hard to hear. Young man, why do you have such a bad mouth? Say a few words less to build up some morals. Old man, am I talking to you? Don't be nosy with your dog. Moncler outlet store. He was furious. Who are you calling a dog? Why is this child so impolite? Does he know what it means to respect the elders and love the young? The other elders had also accused Zhang Kai of having no family discipline. Realizing that he had said the wrong thing and committed public anger, Zhang Kai instantly stopped saying anything. Are you out of your mind? At this time, Chen Feifu, who had been keeping silent, put away his cell phone and launched a fierce counterattack. I'm the top student in the college entrance exams, and the University of Central China Sea poured money into me, begging me to go there, thinking that I need to pay tuition just like you, and you got into that school. Say good point called university. In fact, is an unimpressive private 3 colleges. Is a person to pay money can be on. Stinking show off what? Have the ability to you test a famous school to me to see. Chen Feiyu blankly glanced at Zhang Kai and said, courtesy, righteousness, honesty, and shame. Reading is more than just learning knowledge. You also have to learn how to be a human being. Just your kind of despicable character is garbage wherever you go. As soon as the words fell, the scene was full of applause, and the grandparents did not spare any effort to send applause to Chen Fei. Well said. You don't even have no manners. And I don't know how your parents raised you. A man with no basic qualities is no different from an animal. Zhang Kai's face was a shade of green and purple. He originally wanted to taunt Chen Fei and embarrass him. Who knew that he had become the object of a group mockery instead? You're right about one thing, though. Chen Fei pressed his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet, then said, being a gigolo does require capital. I can do it, but you can't. Che, who wouldn't know how to be a little white boy? Zhang Kai said unconvincingly. Chen Fei snorted and said, oh, you have no mirrors at home. The rich woman is not blind. On your looks will look at you to hell. Your mind is ugly. Your looks are even more. Sorry for the audience. Go back to study hard and seriously. Try to find a decent job after graduation. And when you have money you may be able to marry a wife. Or you may be a bachelor for the rest of your life. After all, no girl would want to spend her life with an ugly, poor, incompetent loser who still thinks he's awesome. Chen Feiyu sneered in his heart. He was eloquent, clever tongue, can count down Zhang Kai 7 days and 7 nights without repetition. Then the fight he really did not fear anyone. Zhang Kai's entire body was shaking with anger, and he almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Chen Feiyu, every word is like a needle stuck in his heart. Word by word, this mouth is too poisonous. The key also does not bring a dirty word. Boss, give me 3 boxes of Xiaolong Bao. Queuing up the turn of Chen Fei fish. He is lazy in Zhang Kai general understanding. Early home to finish breakfast, at noon, but also to go to the agency to sign the contract. If it is not in order to help Moncler outlet store, Zhang Kai, this kind of brainwashed are not worthy of talking to him. Boss, how many Xiaolong Bao are left? I'll take them all. Zhang Kai crossed to the front of Chen Feiyu. Chen Feiyu trained him like a grandson, making him lose his face. Then he did not let Chen Feiyu have a good time. I bought all the breakfast. See what you eat to go. And 30 cages of Xiaolong Bao. Do you want them? Air. Zhang Kai froze for a moment. He didn't expect there to be so many Xiaolong Bao. Prices are posted on the walls, and the unit price of Xiaolong Bao is $15 a cage. So 30 cages would be $450. He is not a rich second generation. Every month his parents only give him a few $100 pocket money, and this month's pocket money is almost used. His pocket now only left $100 or so. Cannot afford to buy. Buy it or not. If you don't buy it, get out of my way and don't get in the way of my business. Zhang Kai had just insulted the elders, and then he had intervened in the queue indiscriminately, and the boss looked a bit upset, so he spoke in a bit of an impulsive tone. Buy. Wait a minute, boss. I'll have a friend send the money. The boss looked contemptuous. Let me wait for you. Who do you think you are? You don't have any money. Even if you want to buy it, you have to queue up for me, honestly. Zhang Kai was so overwhelmed that he felt like the whole world was targeting him. He was about to collapse. 14. Class reunion. Do you have the guts to go? Zhang Kai felt like his face was on fire, boasting that he would buy all the Xiaolong Bao. But in the end, he couldn't even touch the money. He felt as if he had been slapped several times. His face was burning hot and painful. The point is that this face is still his own to lose. Shit. Zhang Kai gritted his teeth. He just wanted to sweep the face of Chen Feiyu, did not expect to instead make his own face. A lifetime of face are lost today. At this time, Chen Fei pushed him away with a hand from the back. You. Before Zhang Kai could speak, he was interrupted by Chen Fei. You what you? Can't afford to stand and pretend what pussy? And you don't know you have bad breath? Smoke to me. Get out of here. Boss, I'll take all the remaining 30 cages of Xiaolong Bao. I'm treating the grandparents to breakfast today, so pack them for me. After saying that, Chen Fei fished from sweeping the code to pay the money. After returning the bracelet, his wallet once again bulged. Although the money is not a lot, but a few $100s can still take out. Boy, are you nice. Such a nice kid. And his parents must have been honest and good people too. Thanks for buying us old men and women breakfast. The big men and women who got the Xiaolong Bao all smiled and gave a thumbs up, constantly praising Chen Fei as a person. The boss in the middle of packing glanced at Zhang Kai and couldn't help but spit at Chen Fei. Young man, it's still you who is real, treating people when you say you will, paying out money without blinking. Unlike some people who don't have money but still want to pretend to be a pussy, not learning the good things at a young age, but learning some useless things. Zhang Kai's face was even uglier than the moss on the tiles. How could he not hear that certain people in his boss's mouth were talking about him? Even he himself couldn't remember how many times he had already been mocked by the crowd. Strange shame. Chen Fei counts you as a great person. There are people to help you wherever you go. But don't get complacent too early. Zhang Kai instantly had a plan. Sneered provocatively. Next month, Wu Fei has organized a high school reunion. I wonder if you have the guts to dare to meet our old classmates. What's there to be afraid of? He's going for sure. Chen Fei Yu hasn't spoken yet. Next to the Moncler outlet store actually helped him to agree quickly. Chen Fei Yu looked at the Moncler outlet store with a confused face. As if to say, Moncler outlet store, this is not a robbing question. You robbed to help me agree to do what? Why don't you dare to go? It's not like I've done anything untoward. It turns out that Chen Feifu did not want to go. He now drives a supercar, has a mansion, and a whole commercial street. His value is up to more than $1 billion. Certainly cannot be compared with the richest man in the country. But in the city of Shanghai is also able to rank the ranking of the rich. Chen Feifu was afraid that going there would cause 100,000 points of bludgeoning damage to the young hearts of his old classmates. A person who didn't go to college but instead flew the coop. It's not a deliberate attempt to irritate them. However, since Zhang Kai forced him to show off his wealth, if Chen Fei didn't go, he would be a bit sorry for Zhang Kai's good intentions. Good. Noon on the 15th of next month. I'll have Li Pengfei convey it to you when the exact time is arranged. Li Pengfei is Chen Feifei good buddy. The two from elementary school to high school are a class. And the family also lives very close. So the relationship is very iron. Almost in hair little difference. Done farting? Then you can fuck off. Humph. We'll see. Zhang Kai thought in his heart. You can be proud of yourself now. Wait until the reunion when you have the time to lose face. After throwing down a sentence, Zhang Kai raised his head and got up. He had wanted to go buy some breakfast to fill his stomach. But after the series of things that happened before, he also knew that he wasn't well received and didn't have the face to continue to stay. Class reunion? Hey! Looking at Zhang Kai's departing back, Chen Fei sighed helplessly. I would like to keep a low profile and be a quiet, rich, beautiful man. But there's always someone who doesn't know any better and makes me have to take the high road to punch him in the face. Buying breakfast. Chen Feiyu drove the Koenigsegg 11 home. Fortunately, Zhang Kai left early. If he knew that the cool supercar on the side of the road was Chen Feiyu's car, I guess he would have no place to go. Eat a good breakfast. Parents are out to go to work. Chen Feiyu lying in bed. Just finished playing a game of King of Glory. An unfamiliar phone number called in. Chen Fei pressed the call button and the phone was pressed to his ear. Hello? May I ask if you're Chen Flying Fish? Mr. Chen? On the opposite side was a girl with a clear and clean voice. Very pleasant to the ear. Sounding very comfortable. Yes, I am. What's up? Hello Mr. Chen. I'm the secretary of the general manager of the Oriental Company. You bought the Xintai commercial street from us not long ago. I bought it. Why? Is there something wrong with the paperwork? Chen Fei pressed the amplification button, then retreated to the desktop of his cell phone and opened the Explorer and searched for a while. The Xintai commercial street that he bought was indeed an asset belonging to the Oriental Company before, and the contact information on Eastern's official website is exactly the same as the phone number that called. Determined that it was not a fraudulent call, but Chen Fei still frowned. The other party suddenly called. There must be something wrong. As a matter of fact, the formalities were handled by the system. There shouldn't be any loopholes. You can rest assured that there is no problem with the formalities. The girl explained, because you bought the Xintai commercial street, the company wants me to take you on a site visit to do a simple handover ceremony. And most of all to let all the merchants get to know you, so as to avoid causing some unnecessary misunderstandings and unpleasantness in the future. May I ask if you have time this afternoon? I have things to take care of today, so maybe tomorrow afternoon. Chen Feifei Fish did not refuse the other party's invitation. Feel that the site visit is still very necessary. After all, Xintai Commercial Street later is his industry. The performance of his own industry is good or bad, directly affects his value. How to say that we should also spend more effort on it, and it would be good to get acquainted with the merchants, so that everyone would know that he was the new big boss, not for the sake of making a splash, but so that the merchants wouldn't have a conflict because they didn't know him. Last time, the security guard of Evergrande Riviera Gardens, it was because he did not know that he was a property owner that the two of them came into conflict. Besides, Chen Fei wanted to experience the feeling of a chartered officer collecting cash once. How could the merchants give him their money if they didn't know him? Okay, then I'll contact you tomorrow afternoon. Sorry to bother you. Bye. The girl politely said goodbye to Chen Fei and then ran to report to the general manager. In fact, the handover ceremony is just an excuse. The main purpose of the Oriental company is to get close to Chen Fei. All of a sudden, he took out $1 billion cash to buy the commercial street, indicating that his liquidity is at least tens of billions of dollars. There are only a handful of godly men of this level in the whole country. It never hurts to be on good terms with such a big shot. 15. Turning into a tycoon. It was about time, so Chen Fei packed up and went out. I have to say, Koenigsegg 11's turnover rate is too high. The road to the agency to attract a lot of attention. Some people walk past but also turn back to look at a few more eyes, waiting for the traffic lights. Parked in the next lane of the female driver also shook down the window to accost Chen Feifu. Xiao Wu, the agent who had been waiting at the door for a long time, immediately jogged to welcome Chen Fei's sports car as soon as he saw it. Hello Mr. Chen. Hello, we meet again. Did the guy who wants to rent the house come? Chen Feifei Fish smiled and Agent Wu greetings. He had thought at least to wait for a month before someone will come to see the room. Did not expect only a day's work to rent out. Here we go. The people are waiting for you inside. Then let's get down to business. Well, you're welcome inside. Chen Feifei Fish looking for Zhongyuan Real Estate is a national chain store. The brand is guaranteed. Much more reliable than those small workshop agents. The only drawback is that the agency fee will be relatively high. But the house rents out for millions of dollars a year and wouldn't care about that little brokerage fee. Intermediary Wu walked in front to lead the way. Will Chen Fei fish to a small surrounded by a glass wall partitioned into a small single room, which sits a middle-aged woman with sunglasses. The moment she saw Chen Fei, the middle-aged woman flinched, not expecting the landlord to be so young and still a big handsome man. Hello Mr. Chen. I didn't expect you to own such a luxurious house like Evergrande Riverside Garden under your name so young. You are really young and promising. I thought that the landlord was an old man who was over 100 years old. MS. Son is too kind. I'm just an ordinary citizen. I can't be considered a young talent. The two shook hands with a smile. When they came in, the intermediary Xiao Wu told Chen Fei in advance, so he knew the middle-aged woman's surname. After a few pleasantries, the official signing of the rental contract began. Intermediary Wu in the side of the tea and water, and then the pre-printed contract sent over. The two sides carefully read over to make sure there is no problem. Respectively, signed their names on the contract. The contract is in triplicate, one for the landlord and one for the tenant, and a copy is kept in the agent's backup, which is where the third contract comes in handy if a dispute arises and it is discovered that the contract has been lost. The whole process was very quick and the signing was completed in about 10 minutes. Mr. Chen, I'll have the rent transferred to your bank account later. I have other things to take care of. If it's alright, then I'll take my leave. Okay, bye. Chen Fei Fish put away his contract. Zhonghai City is a super first-tier city. The law and order aspects of the control is particularly strict. Black and white contract written. The other side is not reneged on his rent. And Chen Feiyu just secretly observed. Miss Sun Beads. Body are luxury brand name. Talk gentle and elegant. A person's temperament is very difficult to pretend. The other party is obviously a rich lord. Intermediary Wu also did not rush to ask Chen Feiyu to collect the agency fee. In order to please Chen Feiyu, he took the initiative to wait until Chen Feiyu received the rent before paying the agency fee. Xiao Wu and Chen Feiyu think the same way. The contract is written clearly. It is not renegade. The most important thing that rich people value is face. Chen Fei Fish will not for a little bit of intermediary fee and bad reputation. Not to mention that people that supercar will be $100 million. A few tens of thousands of dollars for him is one hair of a cow. Don't worry, you'll get a small agency fee. Chen Feifu breathed a sigh of relief. The contract states that the agency fee is 1% of the total amount of rent of the transaction. 6 million agents have to take 60,000 yuan as a reward. Rent has not yet arrived. Chen Feiyu, where to touch out so much money? Can slow down, that would be better. At 1 p.m. that day, Chen Fei received a text message notification from the bank that there was an additional 6 million whole dollars in his account. Looking at the account balance, Chen Feifu was like playing chicken blood. Excited heart bang straight jump. $6 million was an unattainable astronomical figure for him once. And now that he really has it, he always feels like dreaming. No, it must be celebrated. Chen Feiyu called the Junlai Hotel, set a table tomorrow. Junlai Hotel in Zhonghai City is famous, is 100 years old. Inside the consumption is not cheap, per capita probably more than 2,000. If you eat seafood and order a good bottle of red wine, you can eat small tens of thousands of dollars for that meal. So all the people in and out are rich people. Ordinary working class people can only look at the luxury hotel buildings from afar. Do not dare to go in to spend money. The mansion can be hidden without telling mom and dad first, and give them a surprise when the time comes. But now that Chen Feifu was rich, he must take mom and dad to eat and drink. Parents have worked hard for most of their lives to feed him and provide him with education. And then Chen Feiyu couldn't report to Zhonghai University, and his parents never blamed him for half a sentence. Now that he had the ability, of course he had to honor his parents. Unfortunately, however, the hotel staff informed Chen Fei that both today's and tomorrow's nights were fully booked, so he could only book the night after tomorrow. But it doesn't matter. In the morning Chen Fei bought a lot of dishes. In the evening he personally cooks a big meal for his parents. Celebrating at home can be just as fun. The important thing is not what to eat, but the people who celebrate together. Chen Fei thought about it. Just having food won't do. How to send something. So he decided to take the time to go and buy 2 gifts for his parents tomorrow morning. In the evening, Chen Feiyu handpicked a few dishes, accompanied the old Chen to drink a few cups, and the family was happy. The next morning drunk Chen Feiyu was woken up by the alarm clock ringing. He was not good enough to drink. Yesterday the old Chen directly to drink him down. And now his head is still drowsy and swollen with pain. Frozen like a wooden chicken sitting on the edge of the bed to sober up before Chen Feiyu got up and went to wash up. Today was another day with a full schedule. He had to go buy a gift for his parents in the morning. And in the afternoon, he had to attend an inspection with the people from Orient to the commercial street of Xintai. Chen Fei was a bit depressed. He imagined that the life of a tycoon should be very leisurely every day, doing whatever he wanted to do. How come after he got rich, he was instead busier than he would be as a delivery boy? Pack up and head out the door and drive your beloved supercar to get a fill up first. Chen Feiyu has already thought about it. Women like nothing more than those kinds of things. Jewelry, bags, clothes. So Chen Feiyu is ready to buy a diamond bracelet and a brand name bag for his mother. As for what to give Lao Chen, that was a bit of a dilemma. Old Chen usually have no interests, like smoking and drinking. He sent his mother diamond bracelets and brand name bags. If you send the old Chen cigarettes and alcohol, that would be a bit unreasonable. Being a child is as much about being a parent as it is about being an equalizer. Chen Feifu thought about what to buy for Lao Chen as a gift, and happened to pass by a 4S store, and suddenly brightened up. Anyway, cannot think of what to buy? Simply buy a car. 16. Car buying fiasco. 1. Chen Dongshan used to be a truck driver in a food factory, so he had a driver's license a long time ago. I remember when I was a child, as long as a vacation, Chen Feiyu often go to the food factory to play. Uncles and aunts saw him, he would give him a lot of delicious snacks. The old Chen will also drive a truck to take him along to the delivery. Later, the food factory closed down. The old Chen lost his job, and then introduced by others to do security. Since then a battery car line the world. Never drove a car. The driver's license has been pressed in the bedroom bedside table, never see the light. In fact, Lao Chen is very much like the car. Just because of the limited conditions of the family, there is no spare money to buy a car. Chen Feiyu now has money. Of course, to meet the wishes of the father, today to buy a car, so that the old comrade Chen happy. This 4S store is actually a professional car sales company, and they sell many car brands, so the facade is also 4 or 5 times larger than a normal 4S store. The price range of cars ranges from 100,000 to a few million, and most of the famous imported car brands are available here, as well as luxury supercars, but only if you have the money, because the time is still early. Most of the parking spaces outside the door are empty. Chen Feifu parked the car and walked into the 4S store lobby. Just as Chen Fei walked through the door, a male salesman came over. Hello sir, how can I help you? Dry sales of this business is to see the mood of the customer to eat. Cannot sell the car is directly linked to their wages, so the service attitude is basically very good. The kind of salesman with a brutal attitude like the one in the TV show is actually rare. But of course, we can't say it's completely absent. It depends on the person. I'm looking to buy a car. Can you recommend what would be a good car for me? Chen Feifu roughly swept a glance. The store's different car brands and models are too many to count. Large and small parked dozens of vehicles. A time to see a little dazzled. What are your car buying needs and what is your approximate budget range? There is no special need. Buy it for my dad. as long as it is suitable for middle-aged men in their 40s and 50s to drive. As for the budget is currently tentatively set at less than 1 million. Right? Chen Fei fish by car standard only 1. By the car right not to buy expensive. As for what car to buy depends on personal economic ability. Not buying the more expensive ones wasn't because Chen Fei was cheap, but there was really no need to waste money. Many people think that the car is the face. The better the car represents the more face. But Chen Fei seems to car as a walking tool. They drive comfortable on the good. There is no need to go and others to compare. And the parents definitely won't want a car that's too expensive. But you can't buy a bad one. Your son is driving a Koenigsegg. And it would be a bit much to buy a little Alto Prince for your old man. So the price of about 1 million is just right. It can express Chen Feiyu's filial piety to his dad. And at the same time the price is within Chen Feiyu's affordability. The male salesman immediately perked up. This was a big customer. Understood. Please follow me. So the male sales began to take Chen Fei fish in the store to see everywhere. Mercedes S-Class, Audi A8, the new BMW 8, Lexus LC introduced all over. The price is about 1 million. In addition to this, luxury brands such as Maserati and Porsche are also introduced. Porsche and Maserati models are younger, not suitable for old Chen's age to drive, so directly eliminated from the game. Lexus LC is good, but Chen Feifu do not like Japanese cars, so also passed. In the end, only the old luxury brand BBA was picked. BBA is Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Audi, Germany's benchmark 3 car brands, but also the first to enter the Chinese market luxury brands. First, let's talk about Mercedes-Benz. The appearance of the interior exudes a sense of luxury, but there is such a saying, driving a BMW to sit in a Mercedes-Benz. Mercedes-Benz seats are really comfortable to sit in, but the feeling of driving is really not to be complimented, so it is not included in the scope of consideration. The new BMW 8 Series appearance eye-catching, full of sporty, interior center control layout has also been upgraded and beautified. If you drive Chen Fei fish, certainly choose BMW 8 Series, but buy to the old Chen is a little too young. Audi A8 is low profile with a sense of luxury, stable and atmospheric, just right for Lao Chen's temperament. Chen Feifu is too lazy to look further. He still has important things to deal with later, so he decided to buy Audi A8 without hesitation. Just the Audi A8. Is there a current car? Preferably tomorrow. I can't answer you on that one for now. I need to check the inventory. Why don't you go to the rest area for a while? It didn't take long for the male salesman to run back, huffing and puffing. Mr. Chen, I've checked for you. There are 2 Audi A8s available inside the garage. One is the top of the line Legend Black, and the other is the second top of the line Nebula Gray. And the earliest we can pick up the car is today. Okay, then you can show me the actual car. Chen Feiyu followed the male sales went to the garage. Chen Feiyu at least is an old driver. Car inspection. This small problem is not difficult to defeat him. Simply check a circle. The car does not have any problems, and is not a stock car. In the end, Chen Feifu chose the top model. The black color is relatively a little more durable. Swipe the card to pay the full amount of money at once. The male sales are still going through the formalities. Chen Feifu went to the lounge area to casually find an empty sofa to sit down. The male sales also left the cleaning aunt's portee to send snacks. In the eyes of the male salesman, Chen Feiyu is a god of wealth. As long as this time to serve well, maybe next time to buy a car will come to him. Chen Fei yawned, and was really a bit bored of waiting, so he got up and turned around again. He walked over to an Audi A4L, which was actually quite a good-looking car and affordable, but not nearly as good as the A8. Chen Fei intended to go out to catch his breath when a man and a woman walked over. Chen Flying Fish? The man was about 30 years old. Chen Fei didn't recognize him, but he knew the woman in her 20s. Her name was Lu Xiaoxia, Lu Xiaodong's cousin, and he had met her a few times before. This Lu Xiaoxia is a snob, thinking that Chen Feiyu's family is not in good condition, and has never given him a good face. Especially later Chen Feiyu did not go to college. Lu Xiaoxia even more despised Chen Feiyu. All day in front of Lu Xiaotong denigrate him, saying what Chen Feiyu, a delivery boy, is not worthy of her, but also to introduce Lu Xiaotong object. On second thought, Lu Xiaotong's sudden breakup was more or less a factor of Lu Xiaoxia. If it wasn't for the fact that she belittled Chen Feiyu every day, causing Lu Xiaotong's self-esteem to suffer, she wouldn't have wanted to change her rich boyfriend to raise her eyebrows in front of her cousin for once. So Lu Xiaoxia was one of the culprits behind their breakup. Lu Xiaoxia looked at Chen Feifu with the corner of her mouth lifting into a sneer and said sarcastically, "Yo, what are you doing in a 4S store? You don't want to buy a car, do you? Do you have money you?" 17. Car buying fiasco, 2. Chen Feiyu felt Lu Xiaoxia a bit disgusting. This person is very snobbish. Before she talked about a good family boyfriend, the boy is very good to her. every month to spend more than $10,000 on her. But then something happened to the man's family. Lu Xiaoxia knew that she did not even think to break up. Then look at Lu Xiaoxia now looking for boyfriends. Are more than her older than a dozen years? There is a certain economic strength. In Lu Xiaoxia's concept inside the feelings are worthless. The money is in place, even relatives can be sold. She kept abetting Lu Xiaotong to break up with Chen Feiyu before. Not because she thought Chen Feiyu wasn't good enough for Lu Xiaotong, but because she wanted to introduce Lu Xiaotong to a rich second-generation friend and make a profit out of it. Is it any of your business whether I have money or not? Chen Feiyu disdainfully skimmed his mouth. Lu Xiaoxia is a bit of beauty, but this kind of money-minded woman, who knows if she will sell her flesh and self-esteem for money? Give him all don't want. Seeing Chen Feifu ignoring herself, Lu Xiaoxia became even more energized and chattered on and on. Chen Fei, it's actually quite a shame that you broke up with my sister. Saying that it's a pity. Lu Xiaoxia is actually secretly gloating when her rich second-generation friend says that he will give Lu Xiaoxia a favor as long as she falls in love with him. But it was because Chen Fei and Lu Xiaotong didn't break up that made her favor fee go down the drain. Oh yeah, haven't been introduced. This is my boyfriend Zhao Ming. His family is in business, and there are several storehouses. Today specially came to bring me to buy a car. After showing off, Lu Xiaoxia also did not forget to step on Chen Feiyu a few feet. In fact, it's good for you and Xiaotong to break up. You can't go to university, and you can only do some low-threshold and lowly jobs in the future, while Xiaotong will be a white-collar worker after graduation. So you're all going to break up sooner or later. Lowly job? Chen Feiyu snorted. Originally did not want to take care of this woman, but her mouthful of lowly work made Chen Feiyu very unhappy. Chen Feiyu's parents were also bottom-feeding laborers, and Lu Xiaoxia's sentence even scolded his parents. Definitely not tolerable. Your dad is a delivery man. Your mom is a supermarket cashier. They don't have a high bar for their jobs. Are they bitches who do menial jobs too? You, TSK, your parents worked so hard to raise you so well, but it turns out that in the eyes of their precious daughter they're just bitches at the bottom of the social ladder. And it's better to raise a white-eyed wolf than it is to raise you. Lu Xiaoxia was disliked enough. She didn't expect Chen Feiyu's mouth to be so powerful. In the past to see in Lu Xiaotong's face, Chen Feiyu only to Lu Xiaoxia 100 tolerance. Now are broken up there is no good hesitation. Simply completely tear the face. Lu Xiaoxia forced down her anger. She knew that she couldn't speak to Chen Feiyu, so she glanced at the Audi A4L next to her, thinking that Chen Feiyu was standing next to this car, so he must be looking at this car. So, she thought of a way to make Chen Fei lose face. You're looking at this Audi A4L, right? Don't be shy to ask. I'll call sales over for you and ask if there are any discounts. Sales? Come here a minute. A saleswoman ran over, bent slightly in a curtsy, and then asked, May I help you? Lu Xiaotong pointed at Chen Feifu, then pointed at the Audi A4L next to him. This gentleman has his eye on this Audi A4L. Do you have any specials in store right now? The saleswoman looked at Chen Feiyu with surprise. Chen Feiyu ran to the store early in the morning. Before and after less than 5 minutes decided to place an order for an Audi A8. Such a bold style of doing not want to attract attention is difficult. Now the employees of the entire store know that Chen Fei is not only handsome, but also very rich. A veritable high-wealth man. There is just one thing that the saleswoman can't understand. Chen Fei Fish have bought Audi A8. How can he still buy an entry-level Audi A4L? This Audi A4L will soon be undergoing a small mid-cycle facelift, so it's a great deal right now. It's 20 points cheaper. Very good value for money. So if you guys are interested in buying it, I would personally mind getting a hold of it. Lu Xiaoxia and Zhao Ming revealed a surprised expression, not expecting that the discount would be so big. 1 point is 1%, 20 points is 20%. The price is cheaper by tens of thousands at once. In fact, they didn't realize that the reason why it was so cheap was solely because of looking at Chen Fei's face. Under normal circumstances sales would not offer such a low price, and would leave a little room for bargaining. But Chen Feiyu was a valued customer, and in order to let Chen Feiyu feel the sincerity, so he directly quoted the bottom price. That's a very affordable price. Are you buying it, Chen Fei? Forget it, you can't afford it as a delivery boy. Lu Xiaoxia turned her head to Zhao Ming and pouted. Honey, I like this Audi A4L. Let's just buy this car, okay? Sure, as much as you like. I knew you were the best. Unlike some people who drive battery cars to pick up and drop off their girlfriends, they can't even afford a car, and they still have the nerve to go into a 4S store. Shame on them. Zhao Ming smiled and didn't say anything. He had no grudges with Chen Fei. There was no need to mock the latter. But he wouldn't stop Lu Xiaoxia from sneering at Chen Fei either. We'll take the car. Watch it. Don't let some loser touch it. I won't buy it if it's dirty. Lu Xiaoxia in the mouth of the loser in addition to Chen Feiyu who can have, in front of Chen Feiyu face, his favorite car to buy away. but also instructed the sales can not let him touch. This is undoubtedly a dignity and spiritual double humiliation. The saleswoman was also a bit confused, sensing the smell of gunpowder in the air. What the hell? Don't they know each other? Aren't they friends or enemies? The saleswoman didn't think so much as to run off to go through the formalities, and Lu Xiaoxia pulled Zhao Ming around to look around. When a brand new Audi A8 drove out of the warehouse and parked inside the large independent cubicle. 4S stores have a lot of separate compartments, which are usually used to hold delivery ceremonies for photos. Lu Xiaoxia saw the Audi A8 and immediately couldn't move her eyes, running up to observe it, and when she wanted to reach out and touch it, she was stopped by Zhao Ming. Don't touch it. It's a new car that someone else is getting ready to pick up, and people will be upset if they see it. What does it matter? It's not like the paint will come off if you touch it. Seeing that he was about to touch the car, the male salesman Xiao Wu who received Chen Feifu finally finished the formalities, and seeing someone running over, Lu Xiaoxia sheepishly retracted her hand. Mr. Chen, your formalities have been completed. What time will you come to pick up this Audi A8 tomorrow? I'm not sure what time for now, but I'll definitely lift it tomorrow anyway, and I'll call ahead to let you know. Hearing the conversation between the two, Lu Xiaoxia's eyes widened in shock and exclaimed, What? This car is yours? Impossible. How could you possibly afford such a nice car? 18. No comparison. No harm. Lu Xiaoxia's entire body was stunned. Although she wasn't sure how much the Audi A8 was selling for, there was a guide price sign next to each show car, which clearly labeled the price of the car. Just now Lu Xiaotong strolled around the scene Audi this brand inside. In addition to the Audi R8 and a few S series, the A8 is the most expensive. The top model guide price of up to millions. Even with the discount and insurance, it's still about $1 million on the ground. Chen Fei Fish a delivery. Diligence point monthly salary is just 10,000 out. Even if not eat or drink at least wait 8 or 9 years. How can he afford to buy? If it's not mine, is it yours? Chen Feifu gave Lu Xiaoxia a blank stare, opened the door and put the contract in the car, then said to sales Xiao Wu, I'm going to the bathroom. You help me keep an eye on it here. Don't let some idiots touch my car, and I'll ask for a refund for touching it dirty. Yes, I'll be sure to keep an eye out for you. Sales Wu which dares to say half a word. Ordinary people say that they want a refund. He certainly does not take it to heart, and even a little disdain. The money is paid is not want to be able to return? However, in the formalities, Wu heard from his colleagues that Chen Fei Fish is driving Koenigsegg 11. As a car sales he has a clear idea of the price of this god car. Koenigsegg 11 is not for everyone, so it is not just expensive, but also represents one's status and position. Invisible rich like Chen Feiyu. To return the car they can only obediently agree, really do not dare to offend. Looking at Chen Fei's smug expression, Lu Xiaoxia was furious with her red face and neck. These words were intentionally said by her just now to humiliate Chen Fei. She didn't expect that Chen Fei would return it as it was. Xiao Wu also saw that Chen Feiyu and Lu Xiaoxia had conflicts, so he stared straight at her, fearing that this woman would make a mistake and smash the car, and then he would be miserable. What are you staring at me for? Lu Xiaoxia was furious, and Xiao Wu's eyes seemed as if he was guarding against a thief. Okay, don't be angry. Let's go see how the formalities are done, and be happy to pick up the car. Zhao Ming soothed a few words beside him, and only then did the anger in Lu Xiaoxia's heart douse a little. Lu Xiaoxia and Zhao Ming sat in the rest area for a while, and the saleswoman hurried over and was about to hand over the contract to Lu Xiaoxia when Xiao Wu came out halfway and pulled the saleswoman aside. Xiao Wu didn't know what he muttered in the saleswoman's ear, only to see the latter's face change again and again. After freezing for a while, the saleswoman came over and said with an apologetic face, Ms. Lu, Mr. Zhao is really sorry. I got it wrong just now. The discount is not 20 points. It's 8 points. What? Didn't we just say 20 points? How did it become 8 points all of a sudden? 80% and 92% off does not sound like a big difference, but the difference is very big. Lu Xiaoxia still want to buy this Audi A4L. Then you have to pay more money than the original. To say the least, tens of thousands of dollars. I'm really sorry. It's a mistake in my work. If you think it's expensive you too can pick another model. The entry model A3 is actually quite good, and it's more suitable for girls to drive. The saleswoman thought that Lu Xiaoxia and Chen Feifei were friends, so she gave a discount of 20 points. But it turned out that Xiao Wu had just told her that the two sides were actually enemies, so of course the discount shrunk all of a sudden. At this time, Chen Fei walked back and said to the saleswoman as he passed by, Don't ask. It's not like she can afford it as a hobo. This sentence was also what Lu Xiaoxia had said, and Chen Feiyu changed it to return it to her. Lu Xiaoxia was about to explode with anger, glaring viciously at Chen Fei, who said I can't afford it. I bought it, and I'm going to pick up the car today. Okay, then I'll go redraft the contract now. It didn't take long for the saleswoman to help finish the formalities, and after paying the money, the car was driven inside the cubicle, and the saleswoman even took a few ceremonial flowers and held a car-picking ceremony for Lu Xiaoxia. Lu Xiaoxia was in a much better mood. She finally had the first luxury brand car in her life. The good mood didn't last long, however, before it dissipated. Chen Feifu was planning to bring his parents along tomorrow to pick up the car, but he temporarily changed his mind and decided to irritate Lu Xiaoxia. So Chen Feifu held a car pickup ceremony next to him, with a dozen beautiful saleswomen surrounding him with ceremonial flowers in their hands, shouting, "Congratulations to Mr. Chen on his joyful mention of the Audi A8. As soon as the words left his mouth, everyone pulled the fireworks together, and instantly the sky was filled with colorful pieces of paper flying. The sound was not to mention how loud it was, and many customers who were looking at the car were attracted to it. Xiaowu served non-alcoholic champagne. Chen Feiyu shook vigorously a few times. Bang sound cork flew out. White wine foam gushed out. Chen Fei took a sip of champagne and glanced at Lu Xiaoxia with his afterglow. His heart couldn't be happier. That's right, he was deliberately angry with Lu Xiaoxia. In the past, Lu Xiaoxia said to his face that she wanted to introduce Lu Xiaotong to her boyfriend, and today he also let Lu Xiaoxia taste what it was like to be disgusted to her face. Lu Xiaoxia's heart was on fire, and her entire body was trembling due to her excessive anger. There is no comparison. There is no harm. She picked up the car only a salesman to set off a salute, while Chen Feifu was surrounded by more than a dozen sales starry-eyed. And there are people to send champagne. The limelight was all stolen by Chen Fei. Zhao Ming, that asshole bullied me. Help me go beat him up. Don't be ridiculous. In the face of Lu Xiaoxia's unreasonable request, Zhao Ming naturally would not agree. He was a mature male and knew that fighting would not solve the problem and would bring unnecessary trouble. Are you a man? Your girlfriend is being bullied and you don't know to help out. Lu Xiaoxia had long been confused by the anger and said, I don't care. I can't swallow this breath. It's fine if you don't beat him up, but you also have to buy me an Audi A8. Enough. An A8 costs millions of dollars. Do you just say you'll buy it? Zhao Ming's face sank. His family was only a small business. 1 million he could take out, but not a small amount. He couldn't spend 1 million to buy a car. I don't care. If you don't buy A8 today, I'll break up with you. Lu Xiaoxia yelled unreasonably, almost sitting on the ground and rolling around. If she didn't compare Chen Fei today, there was no way to get rid of the bad anger in her heart. Break up, right? Fine. Then break up. Zhao Ming felt that Lu Xiaoxia had gone a bit too far. She could be as wild as she wanted in private, but in public, with so many pairs of eyes staring at her, did he not want to lose face? Zhao Ming took out the keys and drove off in his new car without looking back. Sitting on the ground, Lu Xiaoxia, whole person is stupid. The car is written in Zhao Ming's name. Agreed to change to her name after the marriage. And now people and money are empty. The boyfriend is gone. The car is also gone. Whoa! Lu Xiaoxia couldn't take the excitement anymore and sat down on the ground bawling. 19. Mr. Chen toured the commercial street. Chen Fei would not sympathize with Lu Xiaoxia. It was this woman who had been provoking him from start to finish. So it was no wonder that he struck out with a heavy fist and gave Lu Xiaoxia a lesson she would never forget. And like this kind of vain woman, find a rich boyfriend and don't put others in the eye. This kind of woman can't be spoiled. She must be allowed to experience the evils of society. Leaving the 4S store, Chen Fei drove Koenigsegg 11 straight to Xintai Commercial Street. He drove here today. The new car is certainly no way to drive away. Do the car lifting ceremony just to be angry Lu Xiaoxia, so the Audi A8 temporarily remain in the 4S store. Wait for tomorrow and then come over to pick up. In about 10 minutes or so, Chen Fei arrived at his destination. Xintai Commercial Street is very long. The whole street in the center of the construction of a 5-story Xintai shopping plaza. Underground parking lot has 3 floors. The upper and lower together is 8 floors. Parking spaces up to more than 500. Taking the elevator to the ground level 1. Chen Fei immediately saw the stage set up outside the main entrance of Xintai shopping plaza, with a layer of big red carpet. The background curtain was also red, looking extraordinarily festive, on which were clearly written a few big golden words, Xintai Commercial Street Handover Ceremony. Chen Fei didn't have time to wander around before he received a call from the small secretary of the Eastern Company. Hello Mr. Chen, how long will it take you to arrive? I'm already there, at the main entrance to the shopping plaza. Yes, please wait a moment, I'll be right over. Hanging up the phone not a moment later, Chen Fei saw a girl wearing glasses dressed in professional attire, hurriedly rush toward his side, followed by a large number of bodyguards. It was hard not to draw attention to the vast procession, and the crowds in the stroll were bewildered. What a big row! Could it be that some star has arrived in a big way? Hello Mr. Chen. I'm the secretary of the general manager of Oriental Corporation, Su Qinglu. Oriental had some basic personal information about Chen Fei, and the little secretary had seen his photo, so she recognized it right away. Hello. Chen Fei sized up the bodyguard team, roughly estimating that there were more than 20 people. He thought it was just a simple handover ceremony, but he didn't expect the other party to make the row so big. Although today was a working day, the surrounding office workers would all come to Xintai Commercial Street to eat, and it happened to be mealtime now, so the flow of people was quite large, and Chen Fei didn't want to overexpose himself. I don't want to be too high profile and remove all your people. Okay, Su Qinglu suddenly realized. Hidden rich people are very low profile, do not like too many people to know them. She looked for a large number of people not only cannot please Chen Feiyu, there may be counterproductive. So Su Qinglu immediately dismissed all the bodyguards, and had arranged for Chen Fei to go on stage to say a few words, but now it seemed that he could just skip this part. The inspection officially began, and Su Qinglu led Chen Feiyu on a tour within the commercial street. The shopkeepers had long received word that the new boss was coming to visit and guide their work, so when they saw Su Qinglu diligently introducing Chen Feifu, everyone quickly guessed that this young man was their new boss from now on. After a round of inspection, stomach is also a little hungry. Chen Feiyu and Su Qinglu casually find a store to eat. The two sat down face to face. Chen Feiyu only then had time to carefully measure up Su Qinglu. Single face value. Su Qinglu then Lu Xiaotong to look a lot better, but inferior to Fong Yuan a chip. In the university should be the department flower level of the big beauty. Chen Feiyu didn't know many girls and subconsciously compared Su Qinglu and Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan is the kind of beauty that exudes youthful vigor, with a little bit of arrogance in her character. Su Qinglu is a few years older than Fong Yuan, and she has experienced in society, so she has already faded away from the youthfulness and childishness, and gradually began to have the knowledge and flavor of a mature woman. Both are beautiful, but have very different styles. Finding Chen Fei staring at herself, Su Qinglu became a little embarrassed, stirring the ice in her drink in a panic, and after a few moments of silence, she took the initiative to find a topic to break the awkward atmosphere. Mr. Chen, at the risk of asking, do you have your own management team under you? No. What do you need that for? There is no management team, so how do you manage such a large shopping street? Chen Feiyu was directly confused by the question. So many stores in the commercial street. People pay rent, store if there is a leakage, power outage and other problems, they have to find him to repair. There are also so many tourists in the commercial street. If you want to maintain order and customer safety, you have to hire security personnel, or else some emergencies will happen. Then people will be killed. It simply won't work without a professional management team. Chen Fei had been thinking of collecting the money from the start, and if it wasn't for Su Qinglu's reminder, he had almost forgotten about such an important matter. The lack of people can be recruited, but after the handover, the people of the Oriental Company will be withdrawn. In such a short period of time of one day, where can he go to recruit people? Mr. Chen, I can make a decision on behalf of the company to provide you with 3 months of free management services, giving you plenty of time to recruit. Do you think it's okay? The bosses of the Eastern Company had made such a big row just because they wanted to kiss Chen Fei's ass, and now that Chen Fei had run into problems, it just gave them a chance to perform. The management fee for 3 months wasn't much money, but in exchange for Chen Fei's friendship, the deal was quite cost-effective. And Su Qinglu believed that her boss would support her in this decision. That's great. Thank you so much for your company. You're welcome, Mr. Chen. Su Qinglu smiled and raised the glass, saying, I hope both of us will have more opportunities to cooperate in the future. There must be a chance. Chen Feiyu and Su Qinglu smiled at each other, and they clinked glasses. After dinner, Su Qinglu said goodbye and hurriedly rushed back to the company to report on the mission, while Chen Feiyu walked into a small and fancy cafe on the commercial street. Sipping the mellow ground coffee, Chen Fei was in a somewhat depressed mood. Originally, he imagined that his tycoon life should be to leisurely lie in bed every day counting money, nothing to take a few hundred gold bars to pile up wood, but now he realized that it was wrong. Very wrong. After he had the money, he instead got busier and busier, with a whole lot of shit waiting for him to take care of. Just recruiting a management team was enough to give him a headache. Inside the coffee shop, there were young couples in love, and there were white-collar workers in the office, when suddenly, a loud and angry roar came, completely breaking the quiet atmosphere. What's the matter with you? Do you have eyes when you walk? You spilled coffee on me. The thinking Chen Fei was also awakened, and all of them probed and looked over in unison, only to see a man and a woman standing on the front. The boy's clothes chest position by the coffee spilled a large area, is full of anger, scolding the girl. I'm sorry. The girl also knew that the fault was her own, so she didn't say anything back when she was scolded, and bowed to the boy vigorously to apologize. 20. Bullied Cinderella. Catering industry personnel walking back and forth. Collision dirty customer clothes is also very common. Good-tempered people generally will not be pursued. Encountered bad-tempered will be pointing at the nose and cursing. Usually the store will give a certain discount, or waive the bill as compensation to the customer. And then the big deal will be minimized. And the small thing will be minimized. And very few people will be pestered. Walking without looking where you're going. Are your eyes long for air? This t-shirt of mine is Givenchy. Givenchy? Have you heard of it? Famous brand. Do you know how much it costs? I can't even afford to sell you. The youth looked like a grumpy master, cursing endlessly. I'm sorry. Tears welled up in the girl's eyes. She was on the verge of crying from the scolding, but she kept making amends. Even though the girl had apologized, the youth was still unforgiving and said angrily, "What do you need a police officer for if you're sorry? I scratched your face, and then I'll say sorry to you." Okay, dude, don't go too far. It's not like the little girl did it on purpose. Is there a need to be aggressive? A man is more atmospheric. Just curse a few times to take the heat. Don't get carried away. Other customers in the coffee shop is a little difficult to see. The girl also know their own wrong. Admit fault attitude is also very positive. How to compensate for everyone to discuss. Has been pointing at people's noses scolding called what is the matter? None of your business. You're not the ones who splashed it, are you? General people find themselves become a target. Will certainly be in the heart of the weak even, but this youth not only did not restrain, but also and the crowd argued. The youth picked up the coffee on the table and roared at the top of his lungs. Who said forget it just now? Stand out for me. You guys let me throw a cup of coffee on my face and I'll let this matter go. Hearing this, the customers shut their mouths. They could stand up and say a few words of justice, but the girl wasn't one of their relatives or friends, and no one would be willing to take the punishment in his place. At that moment, the manager of the coffee shop, a middle-aged woman in her 30s, arrived on the news. "Sir, I'm really sorry for dirtying your clothes. This is a mistake in our work. Please bear with us." The store manager stood in the middle to separate the girls and the youth. She did so because she was afraid that in case the youth got annoyed and hit someone, things got big for the store's impact is not good. The store manager smiled and said, "In this case, how much is your dress?" The store compensated according to the price. In addition, your consumption in the store today all free of charge. This program you see satisfied? That's more like it. It was only then that the youth finally relented and a conflict was finally resolved. "Kobayashi, come with me." The store manager called the girl into the corner of the restroom and said in a lowered voice, "What's wrong with you? You're so fidgety. You weren't like this before." Store manager. It was him who stood up all of a sudden and I accidentally collided with him. The girl's full name is Lin Wei-in. Just now in front of so many customers, she in order not to destroy the image of the coffee shop, so she has been holding back being scolded and did not talk back. Now that it was just her and the store manager, she felt the need to explain that she felt she was at fault, but the youth should be held more responsible. Don't explain, an explanation is a cover-up. I don't want to hear it. The store manager impatiently waved his hand and interrupted the girl, saying, "The money for compensating that customer will be deducted from your paycheck. And if the same thing happens again next time, you won't be coming to work in the future. Do you hear me?" "Listen." "Heard it." Lin Wei-in bit her lips, eyes full of reluctance. She is not unwilling to take responsibility, just do not want to take the blame, even if the deduction of wages should not be investigated first. Unfortunately, Lin Wei-in knew that she was so insignificant that she was not qualified to speak at all, and she is not related to the store manager. To the store manager, how to maintain the customers and the image of the coffee shop is the first priority. As for whether she is innocent or not, no one will care. Lin Wei-in squatted alone in the corner and sobbed softly, not to mention how aggrieved she was in her heart. "Lin Wei-in, you can do it. Hang in there." She was cheering herself up in her mind because she had a younger brother and a very sick father at home to take care of and she couldn't afford to lose the job. After venting alone for a while, Lin Wei-in's emotions gradually calmed down. She got up and walked to the sink, and when she looked in the mirror, she was shocked. The mirror had already cried into a big flower cat. Lin Wei-in wanted to draw paper towels to wipe it off, but she realized that the paper towels had already been used up, leaving only an empty box. At this time, the door of the men's restroom pushed open and Chen Fei walked out from inside. Lin Wei turned around in a hurry because she was worried that her ugly face of crying flowers would be seen. "Wow." Chen Fei rinsed his hands and couldn't help but shake his head in amusement. This silly girl thought that she couldn't see her embarrassment if her back was turned, but she forgot that there was a mirror next to her, which illuminated everything. Fumbling for a pack of paper towels in his pocket, pulling out one to wipe his hands clean, Chen Fei placed the rest of the paper towels on the sink and left in silence. The footsteps were getting farther and farther away. Only then Lin Wei-in was relieved. Fortunately her ugly appearance was not seen, otherwise it would have been a shame. The girl thought about cleaning up with water first, but then she turned around and saw the paper towel on the sink, and immediately knew that this was what Chen Fei had left behind for her, and a wave of warmth sprang up in her heart. Wait a minute, he left me a tissue. Doesn't that mean he saw my face? The thought of her big blossom face embarrassment being seen by Chen Fei, Lin Weiyin was so shy that she couldn't wait to find a hole in the ground to drill. There was no time to slowly apply makeup to Lin Weiyin during work hours, so she simply cleaned her face with water, then wiped it clean with a paper towel and rejoined the workforce after organizing her appearance. In his seat, Chen Fei finished his last sip of coffee, and he was just about to leave when Lin Weiyin walked over with a tray and placed a cup of freshly brewed coffee in front of him. Chen Fei looked at Lin Weiyin with a bewildered expression. He didn't order a second cup of coffee? Just now when she was at the washstand there, Lin Weiyin only remembered Chen Fei's silhouette and clothes. She wanted to see what Chen Fei really looked like, so she looked up and tried to steal a glance, and the two of them collided with each other's line of sight. Lin Weiyin thought that she had been caught peeking. Her little face instantly reddened halfway across the sky, and she lowered her head to speed up her pace to leave. What is this? Chen Fei was also confused, then saw a yellow sticky note stuck to the coffee cup, on which was written a paragraph that, "Thanks for the tissue, it's my hand-brewed coffee." There was also a smiley face drawn at the bottom of the note. Chen Fei came to a realization and understood what Lin Weiyin meant, so it was to thank himself and treat himself to a cup of coffee. Chen Fei thought that there was nothing to do next, so he couldn't let down the beauty of the girls. Chen Fei savored it, but certain guys who weren't ungrateful wouldn't let him finish the cup of coffee quietly. 21. Planting evidence and framing the despicable shopkeeper. As Lin Weiyin walked past the youth, a treacherous smile appeared on the latter's face, only to see the youth suddenly stretched out his foot. Lin Weiyin's hands were holding the tray. Her line of sight happened to be blocked by the plate. Tripped over, Lin Weiyin's whole body instantly lost balance. Her body lunged forward, and the coffee on the tray flew and spilled out. Ah! Lin Weiyin subconsciously let out a terrified scream. Just when she thought she was about to fall to the ground, a figure rushed up, sturdy arms lifting her, then swept her entire body into her arms. Stunned, Lin Weiyin's pupils dilated as she lay on her back in the warm embrace and breathed sharply. Only after a long time did Lin Weiyin come back to her senses. Looking up, the person who hugged her was clearly Chen Fei. Noticing that everyone was looking at her, Lin Weiyin shyly took a few steps back. Thanks. Lin Weiyin sincerely thanked. If it wasn't for Chen Fei's words, she would have definitely fallen badly. Seeing that the clothes and pants on Chen Fei's body were wet, Lin Weiyin knew that it must have been splashed by the coffee when she saved her just now. She hurriedly drew out a few sheets of tissue from the tissue box on the table, and carefully helped Chen Fei wipe his clothes. I'm sorry. You didn't do anything wrong. Why are you apologizing to me? Everyone thought that Chen Fei would be as furious as the youth, but the opposite was true. Chen Fei not only didn't get angry, but also smiled and pacified Lin Weiyin. All of it Chen Fei saw in her eyes. It was that youth who intentionally tripped Lin Weiyin. It had nothing to do with her. She was also a victim. I got your clothes dirty. It's okay. It's just a dress. Just wash it when it gets dirty. Lin Weiyin looked at Chen Fei in a daze, and her eyes instantly became red. She came out to work at an early age in order to cure her father's illness and to earn money for her brother's education, and has suffered many inequalities, with workplace bullying too numerous to count. 18 years old is in the flower season. She should have been as carefree as her peers to enjoy the school life, but Lin Weiyin early to bear the pressure and pain that this age should not have. Her mind has long been tortured by 1,000 holes. Several times almost broke down to produce the idea of suicide. If it is not for the sake of her family she simply cannot support now. And Chen Fei's gentleness is like a bright sunshine, constantly warming and healing Lin Weiyin's scars. Have you sprained anywhere? Chen Fei inquired. Lin Weiyin didn't say anything, her eyes brimming with tears. She just shook her head. At this time, the female store manager ran over again. Seeing Lin Wei for breaking into trouble, she indiscriminately, splitting her head is a scolding. You brainless thing. What did I just say that you don't remember so quickly? Do you really think I'm just joking around? Store manager. Me what me? You don't have to do it if you can't do it right. You're fired. The female store manager didn't even give Lin Weiyin a chance to explain. It was obvious that she was determined to fire her. Why would I fire her when I'm not even pursuing it? Chen Fei frowned. When he was in the restroom just now, he heard what the female store manager and Lin Weiyin were talking about. If Lin Weiyin made another mistake she would be fired. If the youth hadn't gotten in the way, Lin Weiyin wouldn't have fallen. Lin Weiyin is innocent and should not be punished. This female store manager is also to see people under the dish. She glanced at Chen Fei. See the latter dressed in plain clothes, did not take care of Chen Fei, and treat the youth when completely two models. and even did not mention compensation for the loss of Chen Feiyu. Seeing Lin Weiyin standing still, the female store manager said coldly, "What are you doing here? Go take off your uniform and get the hell out of here." Lin Weiyin clenched the corner of his shirt with both hands and walked towards the locker room with his head bowed without saying a word. The corners of the female store manager's mouth suddenly rose up in a sly, sinister smile. In fact, this was all carefully designed by her. Lin Weiyin works seriously and diligently and is appreciated by the boss, while the female store manager has a loose attitude and likes to take advantage of the store. So the coffee shop owner has recently had the idea of letting Lin Weiyin take over the position of the female store manager. By chance, the female store manager stumbled upon the news, and she had a strong sense of crisis, so she had been making every effort to get rid of Lin Weiyin. In fact, that youth was the female store manager's cousin, hired to help her eliminate Lin Weiyin as a competitor. The workplace is a battlefield without smoke and mirrors, and the threat of deception. Lin Weiyin, a simple-minded little girl, would not have thought that the female store manager, in order to deal with her, actually carefully designed such a big trap. Chen Feiyu suddenly yanked Lin Weiyin, who was about to leave, and looked directly at the female store manager with her cold eyes. As a store manager, firing an employee at will without asking what's right or wrong, isn't that a bit unreasonable? "I'm sorry, sir. Whether to fire her or not is an internal matter of the store. It has nothing to do with you and it's out of your hands." The female store manager disdainfully skimmed her mouth. The boss is not in the store is her biggest. She has the absolute right to say, "Want to fire whoever you want to fire?" Other people have no right to interfere. Even if the boss asked afterward, she would have a valid reason to say that it was Lin Weiyin who spilled coffee on the customer, and no one would suspect that she was behind it. "Hey, this is a matter for someone's store." The youth who had tripped Lin Weiyin, the female store manager's cousin, stepped forward, raising his sandbag-sized fists and glaring menacingly at Chen Feiyu, obviously intimidating Chen Feiyu to mind his own business. Chen Feiyu delivers takeout every day, has seen all kinds of people. He can see at a glance that the female store manager and the youth relationship is not simple. There must be some problem, and Chen Feiyu most cannot see someone bullying, so he's really in charge of this thing today. "Oh, how is it none of my business if I get splashed?" Chen Feiyu pulled Lin Weiyin to sit down. His knuckles knocked twice on the table. "Since you've already fired her, we're now customers. I want 2 cups of coffee." "Sorry, we're out of coffee." The female store manager clasped her hands on her chest with an unimpressed look. She just didn't believe that Chen Fei could make any waves. "We don't welcome the two of you here. Please leave right away or don't blame me for coming on hard. I'm a man who eats softly, but not hard, and I'd love to see what you can do to us." The female store manager glanced at the time. The boss would come to inspect the store at a fixed time every afternoon. Seeing that the time was almost up, she had to get rid of Chen Fei and Lin Weiyin as soon as possible. Otherwise, when the boss arrives, it will be much harder to want Lin Weiyin. So the lady shopkeeper gave the youth a wink and signaled him to do it. The youth understood, rolled up his sleeves and walked towards Chen Fei, cursing, "Damn, you kid is determined to make trouble. Is not it? I see that you just want to be beaten." As soon as the words fell, the youth slammed his fist towards Chen Fei. 22. Escalation of the conflict and a major fight. The youth's sudden move caused the entire room to erupt in an uproar. Everyone was a bit unable to understand. What was this youth's business when there was an argument between Chen Fei and the store manager? Why did he suddenly fight? The youth couldn't care less about other people's gazes. The female store manager and he had discussed it beforehand. As long as he could kick Lin Weiyin out of the coffee shop and make him sit in the store manager's position, then the female store manager would give him a big red packet. The youth used his entire body to swing his fist. He only had one thought at the moment: kick Chen Fei, the stumbling block that was preventing him from getting rich, out of the coffee shop. But he would never have thought that Chen Fei was much more powerful than he had imagined. Only to see Chen Feiyu sitting on the sofa suddenly launched a counterattack. He picked up a coffee cup and spilled it. The youth was splashed with coffee. Taking advantage of the few seconds when the youth's vision was obstructed, Chen Feiyu smashed it again with the cup. Clunk! The coffee cup smashed against the youth's head, and then broke into a. The youth only felt dizzy, and there was also an additional bloody gash on his head, with blood flowing all the way down from the wound. Chen Fei backhandedly clasped the back of the youth's neck, then pressed him to death on the table. The youth fiercely resisted and tried to break free. At this time, Chen Feiyu picked up the spoon on the table again and poked it down hard. The head of the spoon was deeply inserted into the table, less than 1 centimeter away from the youth's cheek. If he had been slightly off just now, I'm afraid that it wouldn't have been the table that was stabbed through, but his cheek. "One more fidget and I'll put a hole in you." A coldness came from behind. The youth was so scared that his legs went limp and his whole body was paralyzed on the table. Not to mention moving a bit, he didn't even dare to breathe a breath now. Hiss! Customers draw a mouthful of cool air. Chen Feiyu looks civilized and refined. Looks as civilized as the ancient scholar. Did not expect to move his hand at all. Say, what is your plot with this woman? Why are you targeting her? Chen Feiyu didn't name names, but everyone wasn't a fool. Using their asses to think, they all knew that the she who was being targeted in Chen Feiyu's mouth referred to Lin Weiyin. A portion of the touchy-feely crowd immediately grabbed the point. Chen Feifei used the words conspiracy and targeting successively. Could it be that Lin Weiyin's spilled coffee was not an accident? It was normal to spill things, but it was impossible for a waitress to spill coffee twice in a row in a short period of time, and both times the young man jumped out of the way, making a connection in a nebulous way. The more people thought about it, the more they felt that Lin Wei was being targeted and that it was all designed by someone. I can't understand what you're saying. The youth refused to admit that the female store manager was his cousin. And even if he couldn't get the red packet, he couldn't possibly betray his relative. You let him go, or I'll call the security guards, and you'll be in for a rude awakening. The female store manager tried to scare Chen Feiyu. If anything happened to her cousin, she would not have the face to see her relatives in this life, and she would definitely be beaten to death by her parents when she went back. Everyone looked straight at Chen Fei, curious as to what he would do next. In most people's opinion, the most correct thing to do should be to release the youth and leave the Xintai commercial street before things get too big, or else when the security guards come and get caught, they will more than likely be sent to the police station for fighting. After pausing for a few seconds, Chen Fei made a move that no one understood, only to see him push the youth away. The youth's legs went weak and fell on his ass, while Chen Fei sat back on the sofa and crossed his legs in a calm manner. Fine, then get the security guards over here. I want to see who's going to get the short end of the stick. Well, you asked for it. The female store manager was furious. Chen Feiyu injured her cousin, but also relied on the store refused to leave. Really do not see the coffin. Refused to go, then do not blame her nonchalant. The female store manager ran to the front desk and dialed the property number. Is it the property? I'm from the Pishy coffee shop. Some hooligans have been messing around in our store and injured a man. You guys send some security over here quickly. Well, then you guys move fast. Hanging up the phone, the female store manager raised an eyebrow at Chen Fei dejectedly. The security guards will be here soon. Let's see if you can still be as tough as you are now later. Chen Fei guffawed, then closed his eyes and waited for the security guard to arrive. I have to say, this female store manager's ability to reverse right and wrong does have a set. Obviously the youth first move, but she said that it was Chen Feiyu's hands to hit people, and also gave him a black pot of hooliganism to make trouble. The management team of Xintai Commercial Street works very efficiently. They received the call from the female store manager and immediately contacted the security team patrolling around the commercial street via walkie-talkie. Receiving the order, the security team rushed to the other side of the cafe in less than a minute. Who made the call? Where are the troublemakers? The leading security guard is a middle-aged man with an inch head, named Zhu Liang, the junior captain of the 5 security teams, his elbow in the security cap. His fierce looks are not angry, and just a glance from afar will make people intimidated. I made the call. The female store manager seemed to have seen a savior. Her eyes lit up. Then she pointed at Chen Fei and said, Captain Zhu, it's that brat that's causing trouble in our store. How dare you mess up in my territory? You're tired of living. Zhu Liang looked in the direction the female store manager pointed, and the sure-footed Chen Fei then entered his line of sight. Zhu Liang froze for a moment. Then his expression became incomparably fearful, as if he had seen Hades. Zhu Liang handily put on his security cap and jogged to Chen Fei, then warily bent down to greet Chen Fei. Mr. Chen, it's you? If I remember correctly, your name is Zhu Liang, right? Chen Fei glanced at Zhu Liang. When Su Qinglu brought him to inspect the commercial street, he even met the management team of Oriental Company, and the security team was among them, so he recognized Zhu Liang. Yes, Mr. Chen, you remember correctly. You can just call me Xiaozhu. A smile piled up on Zhu Liang's face as he pulled out a cigarette from his pocket to light it for Chen Fei. The two had met for less than an hour, and of course Zhu Liang couldn't possibly forget who Chen Feiyu was. This handsome young man was the new owner of Xintai Commercial Street. Su Qinglu also specially explained before leaving, Chen Feiyu's identity is mysterious, must not be messed with, so that the management team all put up 120,000 spirit to ensure that in the next 3 months within the management of the commercial street, if anything went wrong and upset Chen Fei, all of them would be waiting to be laid off and unemployed. Zhu Liang at first thought commercial street a place to eat and drink. What accidents can happen? Who knows that the female store manager is still really arguing with Chen Feifu? I don't smoke. Chen Fei pushed away the cigarette and said, whose territory did you say this was just now? Hiss. Zhu Liang's heart was half cold. His facial muscles froze. The words that should not be heard the least were heard. He knew that it was useless to explain. He could only smile. Of course this is your territory, Mr. Chun. 23. Throwing dirty water, biting back. Zhu Liang forehead covered with soybean sweat beads. He in his heart to the female store manager of the ancestors' 18 generations of greetings. This stupid woman to mess with who is not good, but to mess with the most cannot mess with the Lord. Captain Zhu, quickly throw this brat out. The female shopkeeper was usually accustomed to bullying her employees in the store and had developed an arrogant and domineering personality, and she completely failed to realize that the situation had changed. On the sidelines, customers felt that the female store manager was overinflated, or that she was simply an idiot. Can't you see that Captain Zhu is treating Chen Flying Fish with respect? There must be something fishy here. Even if Chen Feiyu is not the direct leader of the security guards, his identity is by no means ordinary. Shut up! How dare you be so rude to Mr. Chun? Snap! Zhu Liang fiercely straightened his back. His eyes were on the verge of spewing out fire, and he smacked a big mouth up. Previously, someone secretly asked Su Qinglu what Chen Feifu's origin was, and Su Qinglu only said 8 words: invisible tycoon, ominous value. The invisible rich may not be as famous as those on the rich list, but they may have more money than them, just like the Rothschild family, which controls the economic lifelines of the rice country. They have more money in their hands than they can count, and they are considered to be rich, but none of them is on the rich list. So don't underestimate the invisible rich. Maybe they control a huge amount of energy in their hands, like this kind of super big brother level characters. Zhu Liang, a small security guard, where to offend up. The female shopkeeper himself looking for death even if, but also pull him together with the back. Zhu Liang how can not be angry? The sound of a crisp slap spread through the air, and the shopgirl was completely dazed. She and Zhu Liang were quite familiar with each other, and she really couldn't figure out why the latter would turn around and still beat himself up if he didn't drive Chen Fei away, even if it was fine. Inside the coffee shop, the atmosphere dropped to freezing point, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Just at this time, someone pushed open the door of the coffee shop. The sound of the door opening broke the silence. Everyone's gazes looked over in unison. The person who came was none other than the owner of this coffee shop. The owner was dressed in a casual outfit and had the keys to his BMW in his hand. He was very well maintained and looked like a young man in his 20s, but you could tell by the upward moving hairline that he wasn't as young as he looked on the outside. As soon as he walked into the store, the sniffing owner realized that something was wrong, and the atmosphere of the coffee shop was extraordinarily gloomy. Seeing that the security team were all here, the boss immediately understood that something must have happened. Captain Zhu, what exactly happened? The job of a security guard doesn't earn much money and doesn't have much power, but they are present in every place. And if you want to get along in a place, you have to have a good relationship with the security guards, especially in places like shopping streets. There is often a bit of a dispute, so it is important to have a good relationship with the security guards. Zhu Liang didn't give the other party a good look and snorted coldly, saying, "What is it? That would have to be asked of your family's good store manager. Cho, what the hell is going on?" Xiao Zhou was the female shopkeeper. She was slapped by Zhu Liang, and now she hadn't slowed down. She didn't know how to answer in the face of the boss's question. The female store manager also saw at this moment that Chen Fei's identity was not ordinary. Otherwise Zhu Liang would not have hit her with his hands, but now that she was offended without being offended, she could only continue to be wrong all the way. Me. The female store manager me half a day before she finally cleared her head. Boss, Lin Wei-yin and this kid are in cahoots. They deliberately messed up the store, trying to blackmail us for money. Chen Feiyu was a bit surprised, not expecting this woman to be a thief and still want to bite herself back. The owner frowned, not taking the shopgirl's word for it. If it was the female shopkeeper who had cheated him out of money he believed it, but Lin Wei-yin was absolutely impossible. In his impression Lin Wei-yin has a soft and kind character, is a very understanding and well-behaved girl, works diligently and seriously, and is unlikely to join hands with outsiders to pit the coffee shop money. Just as the boss was wondering, Chen Fei spoke up. If you want to know what's going on, just look at the store's surveillance. A word woke up the dreamer. The boss immediately let the clerk go to call the security camera video. The female shopkeeper's face suddenly turned blue. She actually forgot such an important evidence as the security camera. The female shopkeeper wanted to go and destroy the surveillance, but she would arouse suspicion if she left, so she gave her cousin a wink. "I'm going to the bathroom. Stop him." Before the youth took a step, Chen Feiyu let Zhu Liang stop him. This kid is the female shopkeeper's accomplice. He can't let him go easily. Who are you to stop me from going to the bathroom? It's against the law to restrict someone's personal freedom. No one is restricting your freedom. After the matter is investigated, you can naturally leave. Zhu Liang threw out a mineral water bottle and said, "If you're in a hurry, Just pee in this first. Just your little mind. It doesn't work on me. The female clerk and the youth's faces were ugly to the extreme, and when the surveillance was delivered, they would have no way to weasel out of it. Soon, the clerk delivered a laptop. The owner opened the security camera, and curious customers came forward. Everyone stared intently at the screen as the video was adjusted to an hour ago, the point in time when Lin Wei-yin first collided with the youth. The video captured very clearly that Lin Wei was working normally, and when she walked past the youth, the latter suddenly stood up, and only then did the two of them bump into each other. Look closely, guys. This kid has a preparatory action. It's obvious that he hit someone on purpose. The sharp-eyed crowd immediately spotted the break. The youth was catching Lin Wei-yin's movements from start to finish, and when Lin Wei-yin was about to walk to his side, he stretched out one foot in advance, a preparatory move to stand up. Seeing someone coming and having to stand up and hit them, who'd believe him if he didn't do it on purpose? In the intervening period, the video also captured the female shopkeeper taking a wad of money to the youth, less than $10,000 judging from the thickness. Then came the video of Lin Wei getting his coffee spilled for the second time. Dozens of pairs of eyes clearly saw that it was the youth who suddenly stretched out his foot that caused Lin Wei-yin to trip and fall. And it was not that she was not serious about her work. This guy has a brain problem, right? What's the point of eating nothing to make things difficult for other little girls? I've never seen such a bitch. The customers cast scornful glances at the youth. Say, why are you deliberately making things difficult for our shopkeeper? The boss was also furious. The video captured the whole process. He would be retarded if he couldn't see that there was something wrong. This is a misunderstanding. The youth fumed inside and tried to struggle one last time. Chen Feifu took a sip of coffee and said lightly, "Misunderstanding? I think you guys had it all planned out." The boss looked at Chen Fei in surprise. "You guys? Little brother, who are you talking about?" "Listening to your words, could it be that he has other accomplices?" "That would be something to ask your store manager." When these words came out, all eyes fell on the shopkeeper in unison. 24. He's Mr. Chen, the emperor of the shopping street. The boss took a closer look at the shopgirl and the youth, and realized that the two had a slight resemblance between their eyebrows, which was rarely the case with people who were not related by blood. "What is your relationship?" the owner questioned. The female store manager, of course, could not possibly admit that she and her cousin had colluded to frame Lin Wei-yin, so she bit out that Chen Feiyu and Lin Wei-yin had conspired to frame her. "Boss, they're in cahoots. Don't believe them." Although the surveillance had captured the youth deliberately tripping over Lin Wei-yin, as long as they fought to the death and didn't admit it, there wasn't anything they could do about it. "It doesn't matter if you don't admit it. Call the police and let them get to the bottom of it." Chen Fei put down the coffee cup in his hand and said with certainty, "If it is found out that the two of you have something to do with each other, then you are collaborating in a fraud. The money you gave him inside the surveillance should be over 10,000. Enough to file a case, and once the charges are confirmed, you guys are ready to go to jail." The female store manager's entire body was stunned. She just wanted to drive Lin Wei-yin away, and in the meantime, she took this opportunity to get some benefits from the store. She didn't expect that it would lead to the police station. If she really called the police would definitely investigate clearly, and even if she was as eloquent as she was, she would not be able to escape the charge. "Don't call the police. I'll be honest. She's my cousin. She's the one who told me to come and gang up on that girl." Hearing the police, youth cannot sit down. Really jail if he ruined his life. Where still care about what relatives? Honestly explain things from beginning to end. After hearing that, everyone hated it so much that they wanted to go up and kick it twice. This female store manager surnamed Zhou is really too hateful. Lin Wei-yin did not provoke her, but in order to protect her position not to be replaced, she went out of her way to plant evidence to frame Lin Wei-yin. Despicable and shameless to the extreme. "Here's the money. I don't want it. I'll give it all back to you. Please don't call the police." The youth obediently handed over the money he had gotten, kneeling on the ground and begging for forgiveness. The designer clothes he was wearing were fakes, and there had indeed been fraud, so now he could only pray for the boss's forgiveness. Female store manager face pale, just like a dead person without half a bit of blood. The cousin does not fight to confess, and now the human evidence and material evidence are all there. There is no way to allow her to deny. "Boss, I was wrong. For the sake of me working for you for so many years, please give me a chance. Deadly sins are forgiven, but living sins are not, and you're fired." See the female store manager kneeling at his feet, hands grasping the latter's sleeves, crying. The boss immediately softened. After all, working together for so many years, said a little love is not possible. "Boss, please don't fire me. My child is still studying and my parents are not well at home. I can't live without this job." "Big deal. I won't be the store manager. I'll take the initiative to take a pay cut." The boss had a difficult look on his face. Usually when an employee joins with an outsider to pit the store against the money, he is sure to be fired. No one would leave a rat in the rice bowl. But this boss is also a kind-hearted person who can't bear to see others crying miserably. Now it is really hard to find a job outside. Many college graduates are unemployed. The female store manager is not a highly educated molecule. It is even more difficult to find a job. The thought of the plight of the children of the woman store manager's family shook the boss again. Should we keep her or not? Seeing the boss hesitate, Chen Fei was ready to help him make a decision. Boss, if you want to keep her down, that's fine. But in the future, the rent of your store will be doubled tenfold. You're joking, young man. There's no way the store rent could be tenfold. The boss didn't take Chen Fei's words to heart and only thought he was joking. The store rent for a coffee shop is 12,000 a month. 10 times that would be 120,000. Who can afford to pay such an expensive rent? And the shopping streets don't raise rents indiscriminately without reason. That's right. You raise the rent when you say so. Who do you think you are? The female store manager looked at Chen Fei spitefully. She was on the verge of hating this brat. If it wasn't for Chen Fei killing her halfway and destroying her plan, Lin Wei-yin would have been swept away by her long ago. Where would she be kneeling on the ground wagging her tail and begging for mercy like she was doing now? In Xintai Commercial Street. Mr. Chen's words are holy orders. If he says 10 times, then it's 10 times. Zhu Liang had been thinking about how to make up for his mistakes, and it was so hard to catch a chance to kiss ass, so he wasn't going to tout Chen Fei to death. Captain Zhu, who the hell is he? The coffee shop owner was slightly stunned. The average person didn't have the right to decide how much the rent would go up. He's the new owner of Xintai Commercial Street. Chen Flying Fish. Mr. Chen. Hiss. These words shocked the 4 seats. Who would have thought that this young and low-profile youth in front of him would be the new boss of the commercial street? In that case, he did have the power of life and death. You are Mr. Chen. The coffee shop owner's eyes widened in surprise. Oriental had notified the new boss, Mr. Chen, in advance that he would come to Commercial Street for inspection today, and he was delayed on the road, thinking that Mr. Chen had already left, but he didn't expect that he would actually come to his store for coffee. Su Qinglu accompanied Chen Feiyu to inspect the pishy coffee shop, but only passed by the door. The shopkeepers were busy and didn't notice, and the female shopkeeper was hiding in her office lazing around at that time, so she didn't recognize Chen Feiyu. The female store manager's brain was about to explode. Her brain cells burned out. She didn't think the plot would develop like this. Boss Yang, your coffee tastes good. It would be a shame if it closes down because of some wrongdoers. Chen Fei had read the merchant roster, so he knew that the coffee shop owner's name was Yang Hongwei. Yang Hongwei swallowed his saliva. Chen Feifu was warning him that if he dared to keep the female store manager, then he would definitely make the rent go up tenfold. His profit for half a year was only $110,000. Not enough to pay a month's rent. Mr. Chen is right. Greedy people like this deserve to be punished. Yang Hongwei was more than a full round older than Chen Feiyu, but his status was there. He could only be polite to Chen Feiyu. After all, Yang Hongwei is a businessman. Weighed the pros and cons. He will certainly choose to stand on the side of Chen Feiyu. For a family thief and offend Chen Feiyu, this deal is not cost effective. Aha. Chen Fei nodded, satisfied with the result. Boss, please don't fire me. Seeing Yang Hongwei's indifference, the female store manager grabbed Chen Fei's trouser leg tubes again and begged for forgiveness. Mr. Chen, it's me who offended you with my eyesight. I beg you to forgive me and let me go. Get your filthy hands off me. Zhu Liang pushed the female store manager away and spat, committing fraudulent activities on a commercial street. Mr. Chen is already being extra legal in not arresting you to the police station. Don't be ungrateful. Someone, drag this man and woman out of here. At Zhu Liang's command, the security guards who were waiting in place immediately surged up and carried the female store manager and her cousin out and threw them out of the shopping street. Xiao Zhu, these 2 people are blacklisted, and they are not allowed to set foot on Commercial Street in the future. Understood. The customers were talking about how rich people are different. Talking bottom line. 25. Accompanying a brother in an online relationship to run to the present. After solving that annoying female store manager, Chen Fei was in a much better mood as he strolled around the Commercial Street again, with Zhu Liang following behind with his security team all the way to protect him. We can't afford not to follow. Who knows if there will be another accident. After strolling around for a while and feeling that it was no longer interesting, Chen Feifu was ready to drive home, when suddenly, a silhouette hurriedly ran over and blocked in front of him. Chen Fei fixed his eyes on the visitor, who was clearly Lin Wei-yin. You asked for me? Lin Wei-yin huffed and puffed and breathed rapidly, because the running action is too big green silk messy hanging in the ear. See, Chen Feiyu looked at himself. She was shy and couldn't say anything. After waiting for half a minute, Lin Weiyin gathered her courage and took out a bottle of bottled coffee and handed it to Chen Feiyu. Chen Fei took the coffee and looked at it. The bottle had the same yellow sticky note attached to it, which read, "Thank you for your help in proving my innocence." Chen Feiyu bashfully smiled. This girl is also too shy. Have something to say directly cannot. Zhu, get a pen. Zhu Liang hurriedly took out a water pen from his pocket and handed it to Chen Fei. His task now was to serve Chen Fei. Chen Feiyu wrote a paragraph on a piece of paper, then grabbed Lin Weiyin's hand and shoved the sticky note into her hand. I have to go. See you next time. After saying that, Chen Feiyu turned around and left, quickly entering the elevator and disappearing from sight. Lin Weiyin glanced at the note in her hand, which had 3 lines written on it. Your coffee tastes great. I hope to taste your hand-brewed coffee next time. By the way, you're beautiful in your plain face. Next time, if you have something to say, just say it, and keep communicating on post-it notes. And people who don't know will see it and think we're deaf. Pust. Lin Weiyin was amused. The notepaper seemed like a priceless treasure in her eyes, and she carefully pocketed it. Glancing again at the direction Chen Fei's departure, Lin Weiyin would smile. The man's features had been etched into her heart. What a shame I didn't ask him for a contact. I wonder when we'll see each other next. Returning home and taking a shower, Chen Fei lay on the bed like a salted fish staring at the ceiling. In the past, he was still in the hot sun at this time, puffing and puffing to deliver takeout. How could he be as leisurely as he was now? Do not have to run for life. Do not worry about the money will run out. Do what you want to do, and occasionally lays around will not feel that it is in the waste of time. This is how many people dream of life. Chen Fei felt that in the past, he could only be considered alive at best, but now he was called truly living. Jane is in love with Kung. On a night with stars, airplanes flying overhead, and the shooting star breaks through the night sky. Suddenly came the cell phone ringing music to break the quiet. Dazed Chen Fei fished back to God, picked up the phone to look at. Caller ID is the name of the dead friend Li Pengfei. Chen Feiyu didn't hesitate and pressed the green call button. There was no need to put on a show in front of his die-hard friends. Chen Feiyu showed his truest self. Hey, what's up? Why are you calling me if you're not in class? I heard that a Netflix barbecue restaurant has recently opened. The flavor is not bad. Why don't we go for a late-night snack together? Li Pengfei's voice was very loud. Fortunately Chen Feifu's cell phone sound was not turned up to the maximum. Otherwise his ears would be deaf. Don't come to this nonsense with me. What's the matter directly? Li Pengfei, this person belongs to the senior geeks. Usually nestled in the dormitory and home to play games. Rarely will go out to eat late-night snacks. Today anomaly. There must be something wrong. Hey, you know me better than that. Li Pengfei also stopped pretending and confessed. I met a girl on top of Jitterbug, and made a date to meet tonight. You know I haven't had much contact with girls, so I wanted you to go with me for courage. Crap, Li Pengfei, you can be patient. Have learned to online dating Ben now. Chen Fei was surprised. This kid has always had only games in his eyes. Did not expect to go to a university, actually got the hang of it. No, to fall in love. He. It's not because I saw you and Xiaotong being so sweet. So I also want to find a girlfriend and have an amazing relationship. Sweet hell. I split with Lu Xiaotong. Chen Fei blanked his eyes and scolded with a laugh. Which pot is not open? You're spreading Laogai Ma on Laozi's wounds. Chen Fei laughed and cursed, not really wanting to blame Li Pengfei for not mentioning his breakup with Lu Xiaotong to anyone. What's the situation? You guys split up? What's going on? Li Pengfei is not gossip, purely concerned about Chen Feiyu. After all, Chen Feiyu and Lu Xiaotong more than 3 years of affection is so lost. He is afraid that Chen Feiyu cannot bear it. Chen Fei rattled her nails and said, there's nothing going on. It's just that she's lustful. Lust? Li Pengfei muttered and repeated, then seemed to have discovered some shocking secret, his eyes whiter than grapes. Old fish. You wouldn't be which one doesn't work, would you? Li Pengfei asked tentatively. Chen Fei didn't react for a moment and asked back, which one doesn't work? That's the one. Do you have a kidney loss? Li Pengfei lowered his voice. It's okay. I have a relative who is an old Chinese medicine practitioner, specializing in treating kidney deficiencies. Next time I'll take you to take a look. I thank you. Oh, don't mention it. We're all brothers. Chen Fei was full of black lines. If Li Pengfei was next to him, he guaranteed not to kill this iron bean. You're the one with kidney loss. I've got a lot of testosterone. Ha? Then you just said Lu Xiaotong was lusting after her. When I say lust, I mean the need and desire for material things. Realizing that it was a misunderstanding, Li Pengfei smiled awkwardly and hurriedly changed the topic. You and I talk about it. Why did you guys break up in the end? Chen Feiyu recounted the ins and outs of the matter, and Li Pengfei was on fire after hearing it. Outrageous. This heartless bitch. You treated her so well and she actually betrayed you. Fuck him. I'll definitely go to Zhonghai University someday and teach that pair of dogs a good lesson. Chen Fei exuded a pleased smile. Although Li Pengfei was rather nerdy, he was really righteous to his friends. I still remember that in junior high school, there was a boy in the same school who was jealous of Chen Feiyu being liked by so many girls, so he found a group of hooligans from outside the school and blocked him outside the school. The others saw the hooligans scared and ran away. Only Li Pengfei rushed over to help him without any hesitation. Being a brother, Li Pengfei really has nothing to say. It's not easy for you to get into college. Less trouble. Your parents still expect you, a college student, to honor your ancestors. Worried that Li Pengfei would go and settle the score with the dogs and men, Chen Feiyu advised. Pissed me off. Lu Xiaotong is too ungrateful. You're so good. She'll regret it one day sooner or later. Ha! Chen Fei suddenly laughed and said faintly. She already regrets it. 26. Pretending? Don't make me hit you. Since Li Pengfei insisted on experiencing the bitterness of love, Chen Feiyu could only accompany him on his journey. Agree on a good time and place. Chen Fei fished beautiful sleep a little afternoon sleep. When he woke up, Mom Wang Shufan has come home from work, is inside the kitchen to do dinner. It was still early for the appointed time, so Chen Fei was ready to eat something at home first to pat his stomach. When Lao Chen came back, the family of three sat around and started enjoying dinner. Chen Dongshan swallowed the rice in his mouth and asked, "Do you still deliver takeaways these days?" Chen Fei knew that this was asking himself. Wang Shufan also looked at Chen Fei curiously. In the past, his son was always the first one to go out and the last one to go home, and now every day at work he is still awake, and when he comes back from work, he sees him at home. Even the battery car for delivery was gone. An intuition told them that Chen Fei hadn't been to work recently. No more deliveries. Chen Fei fish did not hide. He thought to himself, now have a few million on the bank card. Buy a house to collect rent can be, which still need to use the same as in the past. Get up early in the morning to deliver takeaway. No, what's the point of buying a house? The old man already has 2 mansions. The parents did not continue to pursue the question, which made Chen Fei relieved. Otherwise he really did not know how to answer. He could not say with his parents that he had gotten the system and was already a billionaire with hundreds of millions of assets. Probably his parents will think he's sick in the head. After dinner, Chen Feiyu helped Mom with the dishes to clean up. Several times wanted to tell Mom they bought 2 sets of mansions, and finally held back, did not say anything. Calm down. No surprises for birthdays if you say it now. After watching a bit of TV, the time was almost up. Chen Fei took the car keys and went out. Netroots barbecue restaurant is not far away. Driving 10 minutes to arrive. Far away. Barbecue restaurant entrance, long lines. People boiled to the extreme. Holy shit. What's wrong with you? A barbecue to a line that long. Chen Fei spat in his heart. The people of Zhonghai City have a characteristic. That is, they like to join in the fun. And when they see someone lining up, they have to line up to have fun. And there are a lot of grandparents inside the line. So I guess they don't know why they are lining up. If it wasn't for his brother, he wouldn't have come to any Netflix store in this heat. Chen Feiyu opened WeChat and took a picture of the scene and sent it to Li Pengfei. Li Pengfei, holy shit, are there so many people? Chen Fei, don't tell me you didn't reserve a spot? Li Pengfei, congratulations, you got it right. Chen Fei covered his face with a slap, about to be exasperated by this iron bean. Which Netflix store is not queuing up now? Li Pengfei dared to ask a girl to come to a Netflix store for a late-night snack without reserving a place. Did he want the girl to queue up with him? It's a wonder the girl doesn't come up with a backhanded smack in the mouth. Li Pengfei, so what now? Chen Fei, don't you care? Come over quickly. I'll take care of the rest. Li Pengfei, okay. Put away the cell phone. Chen Fei fish a little depressed. Look at the appearance of this sea of people. To say the least, to wait a few hours to eat on. And by the time it's their turn, I guess things are pretty much sold out. Contemplating for a moment, Chen Fei thought to himself that he was so rich. Why would he still need to queue up honestly? This is not in line with his high wealth persona, and it's the first time a good buddy has cybersex been now. Can't let him lose face in front of a girl. So Chen Fei decided to use his must-have technique, the banknote ability. Chen Feifu groped around, and finally saw a dark corner. A bald man mysteriously put a piece of paper head, stuffed into the hands of another man. Scalpers can be found anywhere there are long lines. The bald guy was obviously a scalper and was selling queue numbers. Dude, how do you sell numbers? The scalper glanced at Chen Fei and spoke with a strong local accent. 200 a number. Guarantee you'll eat within half an hour. 200 yuan a number is acceptable. A lot of net red milk tea store. A cup of 20 yuan of milk tea. Scalper turn hand to sell more than 200. 200 a number belongs to the conscience of the price. My buddy can't wait long for his first date. Give me a number that's a little further to the front. Chen Feifu did not bargain. Directly sweep the code to pay $300. Then he received a deduction notice from the bank. showing the balance. Forget it, too much money, too lazy to look. The scalper looked at Chen Fei in surprise. Chen Fei was the most refreshing customer he had ever encountered. Brother, you're righteous enough. Okay, I'll give you the best number. The scalper was also quick to give Chen Fei the most forward number. Chen Feiyu was about to receive the number paper. A hand suddenly appeared and snatched the number paper. Chen Feiyu frowned and looked at the visitor. The visitor was a well-mannered youth, similar to his age. I'll take this number. The youth didn't care if Chen Feiyu answered or not, so he was ready to scan the code to pay. The scalper hurriedly explained. Handsome, I'm really sorry. This brother has already paid. And do you have any other numbers here? Nope, that's the last one. The scalper actually had another number in his pocket, but he was going to keep it for himself and wasn't going to sell it to the public. Then no, I have a dinner date with the girl I want today. I can't wait that long. The youth pinched the numbered paper, with no intention of returning it, and he said to Chen Feiyu, give me the collection code, and I'll send 20 red packets as compensation. Ha! The other party's smugness amused Chen Fei, robbing people and taking it for granted. One can see that they are spoiled bears with parents who lack the social beatings. I don't need your $20. I'm just a beggar's man. Chen Fei hated this kind of pretender the most. He lit a cigarette and said indifferently, give me back my stuff within a minute. Don't force me to beat you with my hands. Nuts. The youth directly ignored Chen Fei and sat in front of the store with the number. Huan Yo contacted a lot of people every day. At a glance, he could see that Chen Feiyu was not joking. He felt that Chen Feiyu was a good person, and decided to give his number to Chen Feiyu. Dude, don't bother with people like that. I have another number here. Take it. No, thanks. Chen Fei declined the scalper's goodwill. That was the temperament of the man he was. If the youth spoke nicely and begged him to give up his number, Chen Feiyu might look at him pitifully and give it to him. But the youth should never, ever, choose to come to the hard way. The entire city of Shanghai knows that Chen has always eaten softly but not hard. What I give you is yours. If I don't give it to you, even if the Jade Emperor comes, he won't take it away. A glance at his cell phone showed that the 1-minute limit had expired. Chen Feifu walked to the trash can and extinguished his cigarette, put his hands in his pockets, and walked with his head held high toward the youth who robbed him of his scalper number. 27. Internet dating is risky. Be careful when you run out of cash. When the youth saw Chen Fei walking over, he didn't panic at all in his heart, and even the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a disdainful smile. With so many pairs of eyes watching around him, he didn't believe that Chen Fei really dared to hit him. What? Are you here for a bonus? Chen Fei fishman ruthless, not much to say. Will not pull some first come first serve axiom. Directly kicked up, caught off guard. The youth was kicked to the ground with his chair and fell over. The customers who were also waiting for their seats were startled and stepped back to pull away for fear of being caught in the crossfire. I'm going. Why are we fighting? I know. That white guy bought the scalper number first and paid for it, only for that blue suit to come out halfway and snatch the scalper number. That's why the white one made his move. Chen Feifu bought scalper number when someone happened to pass by, and the person in the know immediately jumped out to give everyone a science. So it's robbing someone? Then you deserve to be beaten. Chen Feiyu didn't care what the onlookers thought. He looked at the youth with a cold look in his eyes from above, then stepped on the latter's wrist. Ah! The youth wailed in agony and involuntarily loosened the yellow horn in his hand. Toast to the world. Chen Feiyu spat. At this time, the waiter happened to call his number. Chen Feiyu are lazy and youth nonsense down. Take the scalper number stride into the store. Everyone was so envious. Rich is luxurious. Casually buy a scalper number can be free to enter and exit. Unlike them still have to wait in line painstakingly. The youth climbed up from the ground. The footprints on his chest clothes, like the brand of a loser, made him feel greatly humiliated. Well, you wait. The youth secretly vowed that when his friend arrived later, he would make Chen Fei 1,000 times, 10,000 times more humiliated than himself. Of course Chen Fei didn't know that the youth wanted to take revenge on himself, and even if he did he wouldn't take it to heart. When he entered the store he ordered some drinks first. As for the food it was better to wait for the girls to arrive before ordering. Mainly he didn't know what the girls liked to eat. And secondly it was a sign of respect for the girls. Without a moment's effort, the waiter brought the drinks over, and when they saw each other, both Chen Fei and the waiter froze for a moment, and then the two of them spoke in unison. It's you? Chen Fei was a bit surprised that the waitress was actually Lin Weiyin, who he had met at the coffee shop during the day. Lin Weiyin was also overjoyed. She was still wondering when she would be able to meet up with Chen Feiyu again during the day, but she didn't expect to encounter him again so soon. Is this the legendary fate? The attentive Chen Feiyu immediately noticed that Lin Weiyin was plain, without a bit of makeup. You're quite the hard worker, working several jobs on your own. Aha! Embarrassed to answer, Lin Wei nodded slightly with her head lowered. Then she used a rag to help Chen Fei clean the table. I'm going to work. Then go about your business without greeting me. Chen Feiyu smiled. This was the longest sentence Lin Weiyin had ever said to him. Lin Weiyin bowed and left, running back and forth inside the store. Dizzy as she was, though she would steal a glance at Chen Feiyu's side every now and then, she herself felt very strange, obviously tired and almost down. But as soon as she saw Chen Fei, immediately motivated. Chen Fei of course noticed Lin Weiyin stealing glances at himself, and he caught him several times, but he didn't take it to heart. While drinking his drink and playing with his cell phone, Chen Fei didn't notice that Li Pengfei had appeared behind him. Hey! Li Pengfei sneak attacked and tapped Chen Feiyu's shoulder, but Chen Feiyu was completely unperturbed and continued to play the game as if nothing had happened. Li Pengfei was a little disappointed when the prank didn't work. Old fish. You can do it. There are so many people lined up outside. How did you blend in? Can you talk? What do you mean you're mixed up? Chen Feifei turned off the game and said with dissatisfaction. I spent 200 to buy a scalper's number for this shit of yours, or else we wouldn't be able to eat until dawn in the row. Good buddy. I'll pay you back when I get my allowance next month. You don't have to pay the money back. Wait, what do you mean you get your allowance next month? Don't tell me that you ran out of money this month and let me settle the bill later. That's not so bad. I still have that money for a barbecue. Ha! Chen Fei smiled meaningfully. What makes a Netflix store a Netflix store? Besides the fact that it's expensive, are some of the features that set it apart? He had just glanced at the menu in passing when he ordered his drink, and the restaurant's barbecue ranged from cheap kebabs that cost a few dollars to expensive grilled seafood. Regular barbecue restaurants only sell crayfish. This one sells Australopithecus. A cheesy baked Australian lobster costs thousands of dollars. Black gold abalone. Oysters with caviar. Seared tuna. Casually order one of the same. This meal does not have four figures, simply cannot take down. I hope that Li Pengfei about the girl a little conscience. Order some cheaper kebabs. Otherwise, even if you strip Li Pengfei pants and clothes, he cannot afford the bill. But Chen Fei Fish is not panicked at all. The big deal is that he will secretly help Li Pengfei to pay the money later. A few $1,000s is a small amount of money for him. Cannot let Li Pengfei lose face. Li Pengfei turned over the photo of his online love object and has been showing off with Chen Feifu. The photos show white skin and long legs, belonging to the temperament type of beauty, even compared with Lin Weiyin and Fang Yuan. Hey, you guys here? We're in the store. Table 19. You guys come on in. Li Pengfei answered a phone call. Chen Feiyu didn't need to guess to know that it must be the girl from the internet love affair came. As expected, 3 girls appeared next to them not a moment later. Li Pengfei looked up with great joy, and as a result, as if he had seen an incredible scene, the smile on his face instantly froze. Chen Feiyu saw Li Pengfei's expression of dementia, and thought to himself, do you need to be so exaggerated? So Chen Feiyu also looked at a glance. What kind of beauty he has not seen, but will not lose his temper like Li Pengfei. But when he saw the girl's appearance clearly, Chen Fei sprayed out a mouthful of soda. These 3 girls, 2 of them are still relatively normal, well-proportioned body, face value in about 70 points, not really good looking, but also not ugly, but the middle of the girl less than 160 pounds, live off a humanoid tiger tank. Chen Fei was really worried if the bench would be crushed by this girl when she sat down on her butt. Li Pengfei are about to cry out. He asked about the girls, and these 3 girls do not have a like. The photo must have been PS. He can only at this moment in his mind silently praying. Online dating object as long as it is not the fat girl on the good. The fat girl introduced herself. I'm Yun Yi. Which one of you two is Li Pengfei? Boom! Li Pengfei felt like being struck by lightning, as if falling into the abyss of 10,000 feet, really afraid of what to come. Yun Yi is his online love object. It's true what they say. Online dating is risky and you need to be careful when running for cash. Chen Feiyu was just about to open his mouth when Li Pengfei snatched the words over. He is Li Pengfei. I'm Nima. Chen Fei almost exploded into foul language, never expecting this kid to sell out his teammates. 28. A narrow road between enemies. Meeting Fang Yuan again. Chen Feiyu stared at Li Pengfei with wide eyes, incredulously. His whole person was dumbfounded, not expecting this Tai Bean's brain to turn so fast at the critical moment. Li Pengfei had a prayerful look on his face, and Chen Feiyu didn't have the heart to expose him. I'm Li Pengfei. How are you guys? Don't stand. Sit down. In order not to let Li Pengfei's first love leaves a shadow, Chen Feiyu decided to imposter. The world cannot find a second more righteous than him. The 2 girls pushed Yun Yi to sit next to Chen Feiyu, while they sat on the same side as Li Pengfei. You guys can order whatever you want. No need to be polite with me. Chen Fei wasn't just looking at his face. He didn't dislike Yun Yi for being fat. Instead he warmly entertained. We're all just sitting down for dinner. It's not like we're going to get married and have kids. It's just one more friend of the opposite sex to get to know. The girls casually ordered some kebabs, and in less than half an hour, all the barbecue ordered was served. And I have to say that the flavor was really very good. The atmosphere was very pleasant as the 5 young men ate and chatted. During this time, Chen Fei discovered a detail. Yun Yi ate very little. There were only a smattering of 4 or 5 sticks on the table, and then she didn't reach for any more food. Normally, Yun Yi should have a big appetite at this weight, and so little was not enough to stuff her teeth. Could it be a pretense of reserve? In less than a second, Chen Fei dismissed this idea. Yun Yi didn't seem to be pretending to be a birdie feeder, but really couldn't eat anymore. How did you get so fat eating so little? Chen Fei's mind floated back to the photo that Li Pengfei had shown him. The Yun Yi in the photo was thin and tall, polarized from the real person. But you could still tell it was the same person from the facial features. Chen Feifu thought of a possibility. Yun Yi is not really fat, but falsely fat. Simply put, Yun Yi might be sick. There are some diseases that require medications like steroids and hormones, and the side effects of the medications can cause a person to gain weight and become fat. Excuse me, I'm going to the restroom. Yun Yi got up and walked towards the restroom, and when she walked away, the 2 girls who were traveling with her looked at Chen Fei gratefully and said, "Thank you." "Thank me? Why thank me?" the short-haired girl narrated, and it was really the same as what Chen Fei guessed. Yun Yi had a serious illness, and only became like this after taking hormone drugs. Later, classmates often ridiculed Yun Yi as a dead fat, and the once incredibly attentive suitors ran away when they saw her, fearing that Yun Yi would rely on them. Being subjected to cold stares made Yun Yi become very unconfident. Then later things are very simple. 2 girlfriends, in order to help Yun Yi back to find self-confidence, they encourage her to find the opposite sex at night to chat, and then no Li Pengfei. Yun Yi actually did not say that love. Just wanna make a friend. Is Li Pengfei that stupid fork misunderstood? The short-haired girl and the ponytailed girl exchanged a look, then stood up and gave Chen Fei a deep bow. "Thank you for not minding Yui. Don't be like this. You guys sit down. How bad is it for people to see? I'm just an ordinary person too. What qualifications do I have to dislike her? And I think Yi is quite good looking." Chen Fei, you didn't lie. Fat and ugly are 2 different things. If you look carefully, you can find that Yun Yi has 3-dimensional features and elegant temperament, belonging to the type that looks better the more you look at it. Only the obesity hides all her advantages, and you need to observe attentively in order to see it. Moreover, Chen Feiyu felt that a woman's looks were not as beautiful as her heart. Take Lu Xiaoxia as an example. She is also the class flower level of the little beauty, but the 3 views are not correct in the eyes, only money. This kind of person, even if how good-looking people, cannot let people like up. Shoo, Yui's back. Seeing Yun Yi return, everyone quickly changed the topic. "What are you guys talking about?" "Didn't talk much. Li Pengfei said you were good-looking." Li Pengfei surprised to look at a glance at the ponytail girl, just to say that they did not say this, and suddenly remembered that now Chen Feiyu is Li Pengfei. Yun Yi looked at Chen Fei, seemingly asking her best friend if she was lying. "Yeah, I'd say you're pretty good-looking. Thanks." Hearing Chen Fei's affirmative answer, Yun Yi's eyes instantly became incomparably softer. It had been a long time since she had heard words of praise. After the previous period of patting, everyone is much more familiar at the moment, and the chat is much more cheerful. From the chat, Chen Feiyu knew the names of the other 2 girls, the short-haired girl called Xia Duo, and the ponytailed girl called Yang Qian. Xia Duo and Yang Qian revealed a pleased smile, and Yun Yi also began to gradually join the chatting team. Her personality was significantly more cheerful than when she first arrived. At that moment, a group of people came over and sat at the next table. Chen Fei turned his head to look at it. It was the same youth that he had kicked over. It was really a narrow road. There were also 2 men and 4 women with the youth, and Chen Fei's attention quickly fell on the 4 girls because he recognized them. Heck, it was Fang Yuan and her 3 roommates. Fang Yuan also saw Chen Fei and couldn't help but be a little surprised, not expecting to run into him over a late-night snack. The quirky Chen Lingling poked Fang Yuan with her elbow and flirted. Yuan, your boyfriend has a red herring and is with another woman, so why don't you go over and take care of it?" He, don't be ridiculous." Fang Yuan glared at Chen Lingling without a good mood. She had explained long ago that she and Chen Fei were just a fake couple. Chen Fei didn't like to put a hot face on a cold ass. Since Fang Yuan didn't greet him, it would be better to pretend that he didn't know, and he wasn't familiar in the first place. Instead, it was the youth who kept staring at Chen Fei. Chen Fei didn't put the youth in his eyes at all. The latter had better not mess with him, or else even if Fang Yuan begged for mercy, it would be useless. Laozi would whip him just the same. After finishing the kebabs ordered and still not full, Chen Feifu beckoned, and the waiter immediately ran over. Hello sir, may I ask if you'd like to pay the bill or have an extra dish? I've heard that your cheese-baked Australopithecines are good. Let's have 3 of them. Come all the way to not eat the signature dish is equal to a wasted trip. Chen Fei fish and not bad so little money. This can be Li Pengfei scared. Almost fell off the chair. 3 Australian dragon at least a few $1,000s. Where did he get so much money? Li Pengfei picked up his cell phone with shaky hands and sent a tweet to Chen Feifu. Brother, I don't have that much money. Whoosh. Li Pengfei looked down. Chen Feiyu did not reply, but directly transferred money to him, a 100 million. Counted clearly, Li Pengfei's mouth was open into a zero shape. It's as much as $10,000. The meal is on me, and the rest will be your birthday present this year. Li Pengfei sent a thank you big brother emoji, and said to the waiter with great bravado, add 10 more king scallops. The waiter was just about to leave when the youth at the next table called out to him. Waiter, we'll have 3 cheese-baked Aussie dragons too. Chen Fei's eyes stared. It seemed that certain guys who didn't know any better wanted to be beaten up again. 29. More than money? I'm poor and have only money left. The waitress didn't rush to place her order. She used her walkie-talkie to communicate with her co-workers to make sure that Aslan was down to its last 3. I'm sorry sir, there are only the last 3 Australian dragons left. They were all ordered by that gentleman. How about we replace them with small green dragons for you? Little green dragon? Who are you looking down on? The youth slammed the table and said angrily, let others see it and think that I can't afford to eat Auslese dragon. I'm going to eat this Auslese dragon today. No one can do anything about it. Who else could the youth be talking about other than Chen Fei? He Yifan, don't make things difficult for people. Fang Yuan frowned unhappily. It turned out that the youth was her other avid suitor. He Yifan, the schoolboy of Zhonghai University. Chen Feiyu snorted in his heart. He has absolute confidence in face value alone. He Yifan is indeed quite handsome, but it is far worse than lousy. He Yifan didn't listen to Fang Yuan's discouragement and completely got into it with Chen Fei. About how much for 3 Australopithecines? Our Aussie dragons all weigh about the same. About $4.000 for 3. Okay, then I'll double the price. I'll take these 3 Australopithecines. The waiter was also new to the industry and encountered this situation for the first time. They were a barbecue restaurant, not an auction. So how could they start bidding? Li Pengfei's joy of receiving a 10,000 red packet instantly vanished. Blaring angrily at He Yifan. You kids are deliberately looking for a fight aren't you? How am I picking a fight? The highest bidder gets it. And you guys with money can bid all you want. He Yifan disdainfully skimmed his mouth. His family conditions are good. His parents are executives of foreign enterprises. Usually give him a lot of pocket money. The area of $4,000 will not be heartbroken, as long as it could make Chen Fei lose face. It was money well spent. Li Pengfei was furious. Copied the bottle to dry He Yifan. 2 boys around He Yifan instantly leaped up from their positions. The smell of gunpowder is getting stronger and the big battle is about to start. The surrounding moments were also attracted by the bickering. They all thought there was going to be a fight. Chen Fei slapped the table and broke the silence. Dao Peng, sit down. Old fish. This guy is clearly looking for trouble. We can't just let it go. Sit down. Chen Fei used words as if a military order. Do not allow anyone to question. Li Pengfei reluctantly sat back to the position. Chen Fei carefully observed He Yifan's 2 boy companions. These 2 boys were robust and tall. No surprise they should be sports students. Chen Fei wasn't afraid of them if they really wanted to fight, but he was worried that he would hurt the girls by mistake. And why go to the effort when you can solve the problem with money? Didn't He Yifan want to compare who had more money? Then let's play with him. The last thing someone Chen needs right now is money. I'll give you 10,000. Chen Fei expressionless quoted a price. More than money he has not been afraid of anyone. He Yifan was secretly delighted, thinking that Chen Feifei had finally taken the bait, and that he would raise the price later, and then he would voluntarily abstain from voting, causing Chen Feifei to lose a large sum of money for nothing. What would happen to an Aussie dragon that costs a few $1,000s and Chen Feiyu spends tens of thousands of dollars on it? If Chen Feifei bought it, he would be ridiculed by everyone for being stupid and having too much money. If he backed out of the deal, he would be laughed at for going back on his word and not keeping his word. So Chen Fei would lose face whether he bought it or not. He Yifan was calm and collected himself and said, 15,000, 20,000. Chen Fei did not change his face as he took a sip of lemonade. 25,000, 28,000, 30,000, 32,000, 40,000. Wow! As soon as He Yifan's words fell, the entire room erupted in an uproar. Customers were deeply shocked. 3 Australian dragon original price is only 4,000 yuan, now actually shouted to 40,000 yuan. The price has doubled 10 times. He Yifan raised his eyebrows in triumph. He was deliberately irritating Chen Fei. As long as Chen Fei shouted the price one more time, he would immediately abstain, and then Chen Fei would become an ingrate. At this time, all eyes were focused on Chen Fei. Everyone was speculating whether he would continue to bid. The person in question, Chen Fei, was instead unusually calm and spat out 4 words under his breath. I don't want it. He Yifan's entire body was dumbfounded, looking at Chen Fei incredulously. Previously, he had robbed Chen Fei's scalper number, and the latter had made a move to snatch it back in full view of everyone, which was enough to show that Chen Fei was a person who couldn't tolerate others robbing him. That's impossible. A character like that shouldn't give up so easily. Waiter, how much food do you have left in the store that hasn't been bought out? We probably have a couple thousand kebabs left in the store and a couple dozen cases of drinks. Chen Fei nodded and slapped his bank card on the table. I'll cover all the food and drinks left in your store. I'll treat everyone to a midnight snack today. Okay. Knowing that he had met a tycoon customer, the waiter didn't dare to be slow and immediately placed an order for Chen Fei. In the hour that followed, plates of kebabs and drinks were brought up, and Chen Fei had the waiters deliver them to each table of customers. Crap. Man, you're a hoe. Handsome. Thank you for treating us to a late night snack. Everyone did not mince words and gave Chen Fei a round of applause of thanks, and every customer had a joyful smile on his face, and he could not be unhappy with free food and drink. Old fish, do you have money for the bill? Oh, I'm so poor now that all I have left is money, so just let go of your gills and eat. Hearing Li Pengfei's worries immediately dispelled. He knows Chen Feiyu very well as a person. Never believe in the words, Chen Feiyu confident. The bank card must really have a lot of money. You're not short on money. So why did you give up the Auslan to the next table? Only a fool would pay $40,000 for 3 Aussie dragons. Wouldn't it smell good for me to treat everyone to a late night snack with that kind of money? Chen Fei sneered. Besides, there's always something to leave for others to eat. Otherwise wouldn't such a long line be in vain? Ha ha, you're too damaging even for an old fish. Yunyi's 3 girls and Li Pengfei didn't hold back their laughter, but Li Pengfei laughed more bashfully. He Yifan's table has a total of 7 people. 3 Australian dragon cut in half. Half each person is only enough for 6 people to eat. There is a person destined to eat. Share are not evenly divided where to eat enough. Flying fish chin is just too good, but it's the buying out all the kebabs move that's the hardest. He Yifan, who had already spent $40,000, was simply incapable of competing with Chen Fei, and could only watch Chen Fei buy all the food and drinks without a single thing he could do. He Yifan's face turned blue. He realized at this moment that the one who had taken the bait wasn't Chen Fei, but himself. Chen Fei had no intention of competing with him for the 3 Australopithecines. He's digging a hole for himself. Or technically speaking, Chen Fei was playing him from the start. Each table was piled high with fragrant kebabs, and He Yifan's table only had Ao Lung, which had a lonely and miserable feeling. The feeling of only being able to look at it and not being able to eat it is really fast becoming a craving. He Yifan and the others suddenly felt that Ao Lung didn't smell good anymore. 30. Solid. The collective defection of the girls. The grill master was busy in the kitchen, and the entire grill was filled with the rich aroma of meat. He Yifan and the others were dying of gluttony, but all the food and drinks were bought out by Chen Fei ahead of them, so they could only watch. A waiter who didn't know that Chen Fei and He Yifan had a beef saw that He Yifan's table was empty, so he walked over with a plate of kebabs. Wait a minute. No need to serve this table. People with money only eat Aussie dragons. They don't see kebabs. Before the waiter could put down his plate, Chen Fei opened his mouth to stop it as he glanced outside the store. Serve a plate of kebabs to each person in line outside. Boss, I'm afraid it's too much for so many people to eat. Chen Fei ordered too many skewers, emptying all the store's inventory. And even if everyone ate all the way through, there would probably still be a whole bunch of skewers left. It doesn't matter if you can't finish it. See a couple of stray dogs out there? Chen Feiyu pointed to the several earth dogs along the road. No one is eating them. So take all the remaining skewers and feed them to the dogs. I'll be a dog lover today. Damn it. The corners of the 2 gym students' mouths twitched as they were completely enraged. Chen Fei would rather throw the kebabs to the dogs than give them, clearly implying that they were worse than dogs, only to see 2 gym students step out of their seats to Chen Fei's side, ready to give him a good beating to take out his anger. Help! Help! Suddenly, Chen Feiyu yelled at the top of his voice, and the gym students froze in place with stagnant expressions. They hadn't even touched Chen Feiyu yet, eating people's soft mouth. Seeing that Chen Fei was going to be beaten, the customers put down the food in their hands and spontaneously stood up to protect Chen Fei. Try moving him. You too. The male patrons were all staring menacingly into their eyes, and the 2 gym students instantly conceded and obediently returned to their seats. No matter how capable the 2 of them were, they couldn't beat so many people. The quirky Chen Lingling's eyes zigzagged. Although she came with He Yifan, But what does He Yifan's disgrace have to do with her? She only wants to eat delicious food now. So Chen Lingling rebelled. Little Liz, can you share some kebabs with us? Chen Feiyu knew that Chen Lingling had taken him for a takeaway agent. Li, and without deliberately explaining his identity, he said, you can sit down if you want to eat, but you can't take it over. Chen Fei and Chen Lingling knew each other quite well, and the latter's personality was very pleasing, so he wouldn't hate Chen Lingling because of He Yifan. Then I'm welcome. Chen Lingling sat down and shoved skewers into her mouth one after another. Yuan, Wen. Fei. These kebabs are delicious, much better than that Australopithecus. Come over here and eat with us. Li Siwen and Chen Fei looked at each other. Unable to resist the temptation of the food, they threw themselves at Chen Fei. The corners of He Yifan's eyes twitched madly. The girls he brought with him ended up all at Chen Fei's table. His old face was almost smashed. The only redeeming factor is that Fang Yuan is still sitting here. Not bad for my favorite woman. He Yifan was still secretly happy that Fang Yuan hadn't left him when Fang Yuan, who was sitting across from him, suddenly stood up. How can you leave your bags lying around? Keep your valuables with you. Fang Yuan walked over to Chen Fei's side with her bag and angrily scolded her girlfriends. Then she gave Chen Lingling a wink. Chen Lingling understood what it meant in seconds. Fang Yuan was trying to eat but couldn't save face. Hope. Sit down and keep me company. I don't have an appetite without you around. Chen Fei and the others almost burst out laughing. This excuse was too lame. Chen Lingling a large pile of signatures in front of her. No appetite but also eat so much. A good appetite is not to eat all the table and chairs? Well, I'll begrudgingly keep you company then. Fang Yuan reluctantly sat down, took a bite of the kebabs handed over by Chen Lingling, and immediately brightened up. The flavor was really good. In fact, Fang Yuan has long been greedy. Just her character is a little arrogant. Chen Feiyu did not invite her embarrassed to come over. Seeing this scene, it was as if a bomb had detonated in He Yifan's head, and he only felt dizzy and his brain buzzed. The four sisters that were brought in, all of them were abducted by Chen Fei, so you can say that it is angry or not. Fortunately, He Yifan's mental quality is too hard. In other people would have been angry and spit blood. He Yifan gasped dry mouth. Want to buy a bottle of drink to quench their thirst? Suddenly thought up drinks also all Chen Feifu to contract. He Yifan, you guys go back first. There's no need to wait for us. Chen Lingling's words were like a sharp blade that added a knife to He Yifan's wound. The money is gone and the girls have been abducted. People and money are gone. It's so solid. Let's go. Where does He Yifan have the face to continue to stay? With 2 sports student partners left. When he bought the bill his heart was dripping blood. At $40,000 for 3 Aussies, it was the most expensive Aussie he'd ever eaten in his life. Let's see how I'm going to fix them. Li Pengfei has been remembering the revenge of He Yifan's disruption just now. Chen Feiyu did not let him fight, and did not let him fix He Yifan, so Li Pengfei got a few pieces of the fattest mutton off the sign, and while He Yifan's trio wasn't paying attention, he stuffed them into each of their pants pockets. Many of the surrounding customers saw Li Pengfei making a mess, but no one squeaked. The summer pants were all thin and breathable, and the mutton grease quickly seeped out of the pockets, and the barbecue smell was all around, so He Yifan and the others didn't care. Walking out of the barbecue restaurant, He Yifan gritted his teeth and glanced at Chen Fei. I'm going to make him look good. Come on, let's go back and call someone to clean him up. The 2 gym students were also upset to the core. They had just walked out less than 300 meters when they noticed a pack of stray dogs behind them, slobbering and eyeing them intently. There were 7 or 8 dogs, to say the least. Without waiting for He Yifan and the others to figure out what was going on, the dogs dashed towards them. Crap! He Yifan's 3 men were scared shitless and ran away. The 2 sports students ran faster than a dog. He Yifan, who wasn't a sports student, ran at the very back, and a stray dog flew up and took a bite out of his ass. Ah! He Yifan's screams spread out so that even the barbecue store could hear them, and Li Pengfei, who had succeeded in his trickery, was all happy and bad. With the eyesore gone, the food tasted better to everyone. Chen Lingling burped and seemed to have thought of something and asked, Little Li Zi, why did your friend call you old fish just now? Could it be that your full name is Li Fish? Yun Yi's best friend, Xia Du, explained, his name is Li Pengfei, not Li Yu. That's strange, why the name Old Fish? When Chen Lingling said this, it immediately aroused everyone's curiosity, and the 7 women with 14 eyes looked at Chen Fei in unison. Li Pengfei sweated like a pig and realized that he had spoken out of turn. It's over. It's over. Is the identity going to be compromised? 31. Happiness without EA8 luxury car. Li Pengfei panicked, thinking that the lie was going to wear out. But at the critical moment Chen Feiyu was in a critical situation and came up with a reason. I grew up loving fish. so my mom gave me the nickname Little Fish. Oh, so that's it. The women nodded blankly. Many people's nicknames had little to do with their real names, so although Chen Fei's reason was simple, she couldn't find any cracks. It's not like they could go to Wang Shufan and ask for the truth, so they were easily fooled. The wine was full. Chen Fei finished paying the bill, and everyone was ready to disperse. The girls went home in groups of 3 or 2, and Chen Fei packed a box of kebabs before handing it to Lin Weiyin. It's been a busy night without stopping. You must be hungry. This food is for you. Thanks. Thanks. Lin Weiyin looked at Chen Fei in a daze. Her heart surged with warmth. No one had ever given her that feeling of being cared for like Chen Fei. You're welcome. I'm off. Chen Fei waved his hand and hooked up with Li Pengfei to walk out of the barbecue restaurant. Old fish. When did you get so rich? Taking advantage of the fact that no one was around, Li Pengfei asked the doubts in his heart. He knew everything about Chen Fei's family situation, and usually Chen Fei was more frugal and wouldn't spend money recklessly. But tonight a barbecue ate up tens of thousands of dollars. It was dirt cheap and inhuman. If not, the face looks exactly the same. Li Pengfei cannot believe that the person in front of him will be Chen Fei. Acting style completely like a different person. What's a few tens of thousands of dollars? Let's show you what it means to be really rich. Chen Feifu stopped, took out the car key and pressed it, and the lights of the Koenigsegg 11 beside him flashed. Then, under Li Pengfei's dumbfounded gaze, Chen Feifu pulled open the car door and sat in the driver's seat. This car is yours? Li Pengfei stunned. Speech had become stuttering. He is a car powder. Know the value of this Koenigsegg 11 in front of you in more than 100 million. The price is still secondary. The main thing is that this car is so rare that money may not be able to buy it. Li Pengfei's brain went blank. He couldn't figure out why Chen Fei owned this divine car. What are you gawking at? Get in the car and take you home. Coming. Li Pengfei scurried up to the passenger seat. Excited face red, like a curious baby is touching the West. Old fish. Is this car really yours? When did you become so rich? It's really nothing special. It's just that I started a company, made a little money, and with a bit of luck, I got this limited edition supercar. In front of his good brother, Chen Fei did not deliberately hide the fact that he had gotten rich, and Li Pengfei was not the kind of person who had a red eye. However, the system is Chen Fei's secret. Dad and mom cannot say. He certainly will not tell Li Pengfei. The key is so amazing no one would believe it if they told it. So Chen Fei casually found an excuse to say that he had opened a company to make money. I go. Old fish you can I did not expect that you actually become the boss. Then should I call you a Chen boss now? Li Pengfei felt happy for Chen Fei from the bottom of his heart. Oh, if Lu Xiaotong knows that you're soaring, I'm afraid that her intestines are going to regret it. She already knows. Chen Fei smiled. Lu Xiaotong was just an insignificant person to him now, so he didn't have any mood swings when it came to this woman, much less sadness. In fact, the last time Chen Fei sent Fang Yuan a bag, Lu Xiaotong knew that he had money, and added his WeChat friends several times. Chen Fei directly pulled her into the blacklist. At first, they disliked him for not having any money and abandoned him as if he had nothing, but now that they see that he has money, they want to rekindle their relationship. How in heaven's name can something be so cheap? There are only 0 and countless times of betrayal, and the odds are that Lu Xiaotong will betray herself again in the future when she meets a richer one. This kind of voracious woman is not to be had. Old fish. This car is too handsome. Do you know that I dreamed of taking a ride in a Koenigsegg 11? I never thought that my wish would really come true. If you like it so much, then I'll give it to you. Chen Fei did not joke. He has little interest in sports cars. Driving for a long time will also be back pain. Not as good as buying a Mercedes-Benz S-Class sitting comfortably. And maybe in the future, the lucky bag will be able to second the supercar. So giving it away doesn't hurt him at all. I don't want it. A gentleman doesn't take a man's love. And I can't afford to keep it. Li Pengfei said seriously. And it's no fun for others to give it away. It's only fulfilling to buy it yourself. Chen Fei gave a thumbs up. Worthy of being my brother, with backbone and ideals. I'm sure you'll be able to afford your favorite supercar in the future. Chen Fei thought to himself that in the future, he would have more and more industries, and it would only be a matter of time before he opened a company, and at that time, he would definitely need to find a close friend to help manage it. Li Pengfei is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. Good brothers have money to earn together. Chen Fei is willing to pull him a hand. Of course, he will not force, provided that Li Pengfei himself is willing. After sending Li Pengfei home, Chen Fei also went home to sleep. The next morning, Chen Fei was woken up by the alarm. Dazed and confused point to open the cell phone to see. Memo remind today to go to mention Audi A8, and at night to go to the June Lai Hotel to celebrate. Chen Fei sent a Weibo message to each of his parents, telling them to come home early from work. Rarely idle a bit. Parents back before Chen Feifu also do not intend to go out peacefully at home to do a salted fish. Lunch called a takeaway. Brush up on your jitterbugs. Watch a movie. And the day goes by quickly. Chen Dongshan and Wang Shufan thought that Chen Feiyu had something important to announce. And as soon as they got off work, they rushed back in a hurry. And both of them arrived home at almost the same time. Wang Shufan took off her helmet and asked, "You said on WeChat that there is something important, urging us to come back in a hurry. What exactly is it?" "It's really nothing important. Our family hasn't gone out for dinner in a long time. I'm planning to take you two out for a handful of meals tonight." Wang Shufan pretended to raise her hand to hit Chen Fei and scolded, "Dying. Just this thing I thought something big had happened. What's the point of going out to eat? What a waste of money. It's just as good to eat at home." Chen Dongshan said without a smile, "Not the same. I've got a surprise for you guys, and you're just going to do what I say." Chen Feiyu didn't care if his parents answered or not, and dragged them out the door. The Koenigsegg couldn't fit 3 people, so Chen Fei called a cab on DDT and asked the driver to go directly to the Forest store where he bought the car. As soon as he arrived at the store, the salesman who received Chen Feifu immediately ran over, more enthusiastic than he was about his own father and mother. "Mr. Chen, your car is ready. Well, take us there." Chen Dongshan and Wang Shufan looked at each other with a blank face. Did their son buy a car? 32. Dad's love rival. 1. Buying a car is indeed a surprise, because Chen Feifei's grandmother's house lives far away, and it was very inconvenient to visit the old man before. With a car on New Year's Day to visit relatives are much more convenient. Encounter windy and rainy days will not be afraid to be drenched. I just don't know what kind of car Chen Feifei bought. The two families followed Chen Fei to an independent one-room showroom full of expectations, and then an atmospheric and high-grade automobile appeared in sight. Surprisingly, it's an Audi. Both husband and wife looked dumbfounded, and old Chen rubbed his eyes incredulously. They thought that Chen Fei had bought an ordinary domestic car, but they didn't expect it to be an Audi. Ms. Shufan has little idea about cars, except that Audi is not cheap, but Lao Chen is different. He probably knows the price range. When he saw the A8 label affixed to the top of the rear of the carriage, Chen's heart once again set off a shock wave. "This car costs $1 million less. Is this the car you bought for yourself?" Chen Dongshan eyes incomparably complex. On the economic conditions of their family, buy an Audi A4L or struggling. Chen Feiyu were so much money to buy A8? "Yeah, this is the car I bought and paid for." Chen Fei walked behind Chen Dongshan, slapped his hands on his shoulders, and laughed. "But it's not for myself. It's for you." "For me? Yeah, you guys can drive to see grandma from now on without having to ride a battery-operated bike in the sun and rain." Son so filial, let Chen Dongshan extraordinarily pleased. But he still said seriously, "Where do you get so much money? Give me a clear explanation." Chen Feiyu said the same thing that fooled Li Pengfei again. Hearing that his son has become the boss of a company, Lao Chen is skeptical, while Wang Shufan is happy and keeps praising Chen Feiyu. "I knew my baby boy was good. Even if he didn't go to college he could still make a fortune." Saying that, Wang Shufan was on the verge of crying. When the parents of which do not want their children to go to a good university, Wang Shufan mouth does not mention. But Chen Feiyu cannot go to report to the University of China. C has been her not. She had been worried that Chen Fei would not be able to find a good job in the future and would have to deliver takeaways for the rest of his life because of his low educational level. Now that she saw her son making a name for himself, the big stone in her heart was completely put down. Chen Dongshan is also surging. His son has a good fortune when his father is certainly happy, but the way men express their emotions is more introverted. The words will be hidden in the heart. "I don't want this car. You hurry up and return it. With this money you might as well buy you a wedding house." "Does this car, Chen Dongshan, like it?" But he wanted Chen Fei to use the money on himself. "Dad, I'm only 18. I'm still early for the legal age of marriage. And I'm rich now, so you don't have to worry blindly. I'll take care of the house myself." Chen Feiyu still did not tell his parents that he has 2 sets of mansions, which is left to the surprise of the mom's birthday, and now he does not want to expose in advance. "But this car is too expensive. Why don't you return it and buy a cheaper one?" "Dad, money is earned to be spent. Otherwise what's the point of earning so much?" But old Chen thinks his son has a point. But a car $1 million. So much money all of a sudden gone. He heartache. Only after Chen Fei's constant persuasion did old Chen reluctantly accept the car. Sales is also very good at doing people. To the old Chen to get a new car ceremony. Flowers, champagne, banners should have the same program are not missing. A family of 3 stood in front of the car and took a group photo. Chen Dongshan and Wang Shufan were happy. Chen Dongshan has not driven a car for many years. At first a little rusty, after a few turns soon got the hang of it. "Dad, I'll show you the way. I'm taking you guys somewhere for a big meal today." "Brat, What are you trying to pull again? Chen Dongshan and his wife also wanted to see what medicine Chen Feiyu was selling in his gourd. So under the command of Chen Feiyu, turn left and right, and finally the car stopped in front of the Junlai Hotel. Wang Shufan turned her head to look at Chen Fei, who was sitting in the back row. You said that place to eat a big meal is the Junlai Hotel? Yeah, isn't that exciting? Chen Fei laughed triumphantly. Get excited, you big head. Wang Shufan heavily patted Chen Fei fish head, said, this place to eat a meal less than a few $1,000s. Top of the family several months of food expenses. Do not eat. Hurry back. Mom, I paid my deposit and there's no refund if I don't eat. Chen Feiyu knows that mom is very thrifty, so came a first cut. Cannot return the money she did not want to eat, can only go. Chen Dongshan is very open-minded. The car has been bought, also do not care about so little money. As a celebration of the car, under the persuasion of father and son, Wang Shufan had to choose to compromise. The hotel has a valet parking service. Handing over the car keys to the other party, Chen Fei led his parents into the hotel. After giving their names and cell phone numbers and verifying the information, the waiter then took them to their seats. Chen Fei hadn't come to eat here either, so he didn't know what dishes were good. So he randomly ordered some signature dishes. The dishes were brought up one by one. Big hotels are different. The dishes and plates were exceptionally exquisite, looking like a work of art. Wang Shufan pulled out her cell phone to take a picture to remember. This was the first time in her life that she had eaten such high-class cuisine. Mom, if you like it, I'll bring you here every day from now on. I'm not coming. I'm tired of eating even the most delicious food every day. In fact, Wang Shufan is mainly distressed money. She heard her friends said, June, come to the Grand Hotel to eat a meal less than a few $1,000s. More than tens of thousands of hundreds of thousands of dollars are there. If you come to such a high-spending place every day, any mountain of gold will be eaten up. Mom and Dad, take your time eating. I'm going to the bathroom. Eat to half. Chen Fei Fish found an excuse to escape. He gave his mom also bought a gift. Secretly hidden in the back row of chairs underneath has not been taken out. It doesn't take 10 minutes to go back and forth, and Chen Feifu bought the order by the way. All the ingredients for the meal were top of the line and it cost over $50. 000 in total. Definitely can't let mom know that so much money was used, or else she would scold him to death. Chen Fei hurriedly ran back, and when he ran to the door he suddenly stopped. He saw three people standing next to his parents from afar. Standing in front of them was a middle-aged man and woman who, arm in arm, were supposed to be husband and wife. The other young teenage girl bore a slight resemblance to the middle-aged couple, and should be their daughter. The distance is too far to hear what the middle-aged couple said. Chen Dongshan and Wang Shufan's face is a little ugly. Chen Fei, you know what, a guest that certainly did not say anything good, especially the couple's daughter, who looked arrogant and did not have half the respect that she should have for her elders when she looked at Mr. and Mrs. Chen Dongshan. Even the corners of her mouth lifted up a strong look of disdain, obviously looking down on Chen Feifei's parents from the bottom of his heart. Ha! Chen Fei was cold in his heart. What the hell? How dare you look down on lousy parents? Let's see how I'll teach you a lesson. 33. Dad's love interest. 2. Mom and Dad. I'm home. Chen Fei walked straight back to the location. After approaching, he purposely sized up the other party, only to feel that these three people looked a bit familiar, but for a moment he couldn't recall where he had seen them before. Little fish, call Uncle Gao and Auntie One. Chen Fei didn't call out. People's daughters didn't respect their parents. Why should they respect them? However, after listening to his dad's introduction, Chen Fei instantly remembered the identity of this middle-aged couple. Once when he was a kid, his mom took him to a temple fair and ran into a young couple with a little girl at a snack bar. Although more than 10 years had passed and their appearance had changed a little, Chen Fei still recognized that the middle-aged man and woman in front of him were the young couple from back then, when Chen Feiyu was still small. They and Wang Shufan said what words have been unable to remember. It should not be any good words, because after going back to the old mom was not happy for a whole day. If I remember correctly, the middle-aged man's name was Gao Jianmen and the woman's name was Wen Lan. What is their daughter called? Chen Fei does not know. It should be the little girl at the beginning. Soon, Chen Fei realized that something was wrong. Gao Jianmen's eyes kept staring at his own mother. His eyes were filled with intense adoration. Crap, this old pervert doesn't have eyes for my mom. Does he? Yo, this is little fish, isn't it? Haven't seen him for over 10 years? He's grown into a big lad. Gao Jianmen had a smile on his face and patted Chen Fei's shoulder, and those who didn't know saw it and thought that they were very familiar with each other. Chen Fei's face instantly sank. Gao Jianmen stared recklessly at his mom, clearly not putting Lao Chen in his eyes. Not putting Chen Dongshan in his eyes was to slap his Chen Fei's face. Chen Dongshan was introverted and didn't like to argue with others in public, but Chen Feiyu was different. He wasn't a good fighter. This old boy dared to make a crooked move against his mom. Chen Feiyu will not give him a good face. Chen Feifu's attitude made a 180-degree turn, slapped off Gao Jian's hand, and said coldly, "Nonsense. A dozen years as a normal person have grown up." Gao Jianmen was disliked enough to be speechless for a while. After a few more false chats, Gao Jianmen's family of 3 sat at a table location not far away, and Gao would steal a glance at Wang Shufan from time to time. "Mom, that old boy's been spying on you." "Shut up." Wang Shufan glared ferociously at Chen Feiyu, then looked at Chen Dongshan and was relieved to find that her husband was not angry. "Mom and Dad, what is your relationship with them?" "Then Gao Jianmen was your mom's suitor back then." Chen Dongshan's simple words brought an unprecedented shock to Chen Fei. "Gao Jianmen is mom's suitor? That's not Dad's love interest." At this time, Wang Shufan added, "Che, Wanlan didn't like you back then too." Shock hit Chen Fei like waves after waves, not realizing that it was still a quadrangle romance, and the characters were so intricately related. Seeing Chen Fei's curiosity, Chen Dongshan slowly explained. It turns out that back then the 4 of them were very good friends, because of emotional problems fell out. And finally, of course, Chen Dongshan chased Wang Shufan. As for Gao Jianmen and Wanlan, 2 losers in a relationship come together. Gao Jianmen feel that he has the knowledge, ability, everywhere than Chen Dongshan strong, very unconvinced to lose to Chen Dongshan. More than 10 years passed, he is still haunted. Wanlan and Gao Jianmen had the same idea, so later learned that Chen Dongshan and Wang Shufan life is not rich. The couple did not less gloating. Every time they met outside to sneer at the old Chen and Wang Shufan a bit. The time Chen Feiyu visited the temple fair when he was a child was only one of those times. Wanlan didn't say a lot of humiliating words at that time, but at that time, Chen Feiyu was still young and couldn't understand what it meant. Chen Fei's eyes narrowed into a line, and a wry color flashed underneath them. No need to keep asking. Just now, Gao Jianmen and Wanlan must have also intentionally run over to discuss their parents. Since this is the case, then don't blame him. Chen someone viciously disgusted back. In the piece of disgusting people Chen Feifei has not lost yet. Let's settle old scores and new ones together today. After a while, Gao Jianmen and Wanlan, husband and wife, walked over with their wine glasses. "Dongshan, I heard that you're working as a security guard now. We've been old friends for many years. Why don't you ask me for help when you're in trouble?" Gao Jianmen said meaningfully, "Do you want me to introduce you to a job? I've opened a bar and I happen to be recruiting security guards recently. Why don't you come over and help out? The treatment definitely won't treat you poorly. None of the present is a fool." Gao Jianmen words in the meaning of Chen Dongshan. This life is at best a security guard. Change the place is still a security guard. Destined to a lifetime only worthy of watching the door. Chen Fei and Wang Shufan frowned together. This was clearly a door-to-door provocation. Wang Shufan wanted to get up to dislike. Chen Dongshan suddenly pressed his wife's hand, shook his head to indicate that there is no need to be general with this kind of people. Seeing the ugly faces of Chen Dongshan and his wife, Gao Jianmen's face overflowed with smugness. "Oh, Wang Shufan, look. This is the man you chose in the first place. Incompetent. No money. No power. He is just a security guard. While I have become a big boss, Chen Dongshan cannot even compare to one of my leg hair. You must be regretting it now." Wang Shufan gritted her teeth. If not for her husband's dissuasion, she would have thrown a cup of water on it. Wanlan took a step forward and said with a smile but not a laugh, "Shufan, I'll toast to you. If you hadn't given up Jianmen back then, I wouldn't have been able to find such a good husband. Thank you." After saying that, Wanlan tilted his head back and drank up the red wine in his glass. Wang Shufan clenched her fists. She does not feel that she has a problem with her vision. She chose Chen Dongshan because the two love each other. Although life is a bit strained, but every day is very happy. No matter how good Gao Jianmen's condition is, it has nothing to do with her. Since I'm so happy, I'll toast you too. Chen Dongshan, who hadn't been speaking, suddenly stood up and poured red wine into his cup, then gulped it down in one gulp and picked up a towel to wipe his mouth. "Wanlan, I have to thank you too. If it wasn't for a comparison with a vain woman like you, I wouldn't have found Shufan to be so good, and you deserve all the credit for Shufan and I being able to come together." Chen Dongshan was not good with words. Even if he was being mocked himself, he would not try to fight back. But he will not allow anyone to humiliate his wife. "You," as if being poked in the soft underbelly. Wanlan's ears turned red. Gao Jianmen made a look, signaling his wife not to be impulsive, then took out a business card and put it on the table, incomparably dejected. "My bar in Xintai Commercial Street opens next month. You guys have time to come over and have fun." Chen Fei's eyes changed. Xintai Commercial Street? What a coincidence. 34. Avenge your parents with a vengeance. Dropping his business card, Gao Jianmen took his wife back to his seat, and both husband and wife held the same idea. To make Chen Dongshan and Wang Shufan regret not choosing them back then. Eccles Bar? Chen Fei picked up the business card and glanced at it, trying to recall it. He seemed to have seen this bar on his last inspection of Commercial Street, but it was under renovation and there were only workers inside the bar, so he didn't meet up with the owner. I didn't realize that the owner of this bar would be Dad's enemy. Interesting. Why did Gao Jianming dare to mock Chen Dongshan with impunity? It's just that he opened a bar, and he thinks that he is the boss of a superior condition than Chen Dongshan, and he has the capital to be bullish. Chen Feiyu never felt that he was a good person. He was a very simple person. He would return any favor, and he would also report any revenge. Originally, we were at peace with each other, each eating their own meals, but Gao Jianmin and his wife were looking for trouble. Then don't blame Chen Feiyu for being ruthless. If the capital that Gao Jianming was so proud of was completely destroyed, I wonder if he would still be as spirited as he was just now. Chen Fei smiled playfully. He couldn't wait to see how Gao would look when he learned that the bar was finished. He should be desperate. This good show is just getting started. Junlai Hotel has an upscale environment and delicious dishes. The only beauty was that he met Gao Jianmin and Wenlan, and his pleasure was swept away by them. Mom, that Gao Jianmin is well qualified. Why did you choose my dad in the first place? Where's the why? There's no reason for something like feelings. It's not true love if you can say a because so and so. Chen Fei nodded, very much agreeing with his old mom's statement. Some people may say, I like your personality. What do I like about you? And this can only mean that they like a certain trait in the other person, not that they really like the person. Liking someone should be a thumping heart for no reason. When you see TA, your heart will beat faster. And when you can't see it, you will think about it at night. I believe that many people's first love has had this experience. But Gao Jianmin is richer than my father. Didn't you have any heart in the first place? Chen Feiyu asked another tentative question. Chen Dongshan also looked at his wife. In fact, he is also very curious. In terms of conditions he cannot catch up with Gao Jianmin even if he shoots a horse. What's wrong with being rich? What's it got to do with me? If you don't like it, you don't like it, and no amount of money will help. Chen Fei froze for a moment. His mom's straightforward answer reminded him of someone, Fang Yuan. Bang Wan said the same thing when she asked him to pretend to be her boyfriend and rejected Kim Bangsu. Nowadays, girls like Fang Yuan who are not greedy for money are almost extinct in our society. Suddenly the lights in the restaurant dimmed and the whole place was plunged into darkness as patrons cried out in panic. What's going on? Why are the lights off? Just as everyone was wondering what was going on, there was suddenly beautiful music in their ears. The lights came on again and the waiter pushed a cake slowly towards Gao Jianmin's table. Under the attention of all the people, Gao Jianmin stood up and pulled out a small square box from his pants pocket. Wife, thank you for your silent dedication to this family all these years. Today is our wedding anniversary. I have prepared a special gift for you. Gao Jianmin got down on one knee and opened the small square box. Inside was a diamond ring. The diamond ring refracted dazzlingly under the light. Many people showed their surprise. The size of this diamond was less than 2 carats. Oh my god. It's a new diamond ring from Swarovski for a couple years. I've seen it online before and it sells for over $100,000. Girls have no resistance to diamonds. Envy is rising. Who does not want to have such a loving husband who is willing to spend money? Under a gaze of envy, Gao Jianmin cupped Wenlan's hand and helped her put on the ring. Then the couple hugged each other tightly. The spectators on the side applauded, and Gao Jianmin and Wenlan's vanity was satisfied like never before. Mom, aren't you envious? What's there to envy? It's just a brighter rock. Wang Shufan snorted a laugh. It is definitely false for a woman to say that she doesn't like gold and silver jewelry. It's just that her vanity in this regard is not high. The meal is almost done. Let's go back. Wang Shufan does not want to continue to stay here. She knows Gao Jianmin and his wife very well. These two will definitely run over to show off and provoke later. Instead of staying here and giving yourself a hard time, it's better to be out of sight, out of mind. Don't rush. There's still the last dessert left to eat. It's all paid for, don't waste it. Of course Chen Fei refused to go. He hadn't yet slapped his parents back in the face for them. How could he let Gao Jianmin and the others off easily? As expected, Weinlin came over with a piece of cake. I'm really sorry. Today is Jianmin and I's wedding anniversary. I didn't expect to meet old acquaintances. The cake was prepared a little small. I can only share a piece of cake with you. Chen Fei laughed. It's okay, auntie. Eating too much cake will make you fat. We don't want to have a bucket waist like you. At those words, the corners of Wenlan's mouth twitched. Women care most about nothing more than age and stature of these two things. Chen Feiyu corner spit her fat. How can not be angry? Ha! Wenlan sneered and began to show off the ring on her hand. Shufan, do you think this ring looks good? Why don't you let Dongshan buy you one as well? It's very cheap, just 100,000 or so. Chen Dongshan, a security guard, cannot earn much money. A year is only a few tens of thousands of dollars. Do not eat and drink 3 or 4 years cannot afford to buy. but Wen Lan also deliberately said so. It's blatantly disgusting. Wang Shufan rolled her eyes. When she was younger, she would have already slapped up. That's pretty cheap. It's only $100,000, and it's just a little bit bigger than the eye. It's hard to find it when it falls on the ground. Chen Feiyu sneered in his heart, despite pretending. There will be a time for you to cry later. Oh, not too old, but not too small in tone. Seeing Chen Fei belittling his diamond ring so much, Wen Lan said unhappily, if you're capable, buy a Swarovski diamond for your mom. Of course I can't afford it, but my dad can. Chen Fei turned his head to Chen Dongshan and said, Dad, didn't you prepare a gift for Mom? Quickly have someone take it out and look at it. A gift? Chen Dongshan had a black question mark on his head. When did he prepare a gift? Just when Chen Dongshan was wondering, he felt that someone kicked him under the table. He looked down and a small box flew out from under the table and landed on his thigh. Chen Dongshan suddenly realized that his son bought him a car, but also to prepare a gift for his wife. Just has not been taken out. Now it's being brought out to punch Wineland in the face. 35. Diamonds the size of a quail's egg. Chen Dongshan thought for a moment. Knowing his son is like his father, Chen Feiyu never does anything that he is not sure of. After seeing Wen Lan's large 2-carat diamond ring, Chen Fei still dared to take out this gift, showing that he was very confident in his gift. It must be an item of great value. Honey, this is a gift for you. Chen Dongshan, this person is more honest, did not say that he bought it, and opened the box with apprehension. He was also very curious about what was loaded inside. The moment the lid was fully opened, it bloomed with a brilliant light. The afterglow of all the customers felt invaded by a luminous body, and they couldn't help but look towards the direction of the light. And then a large diamond appeared in the line of sight. Hiss! Seeing clearly the true face of the diamond, the sound of cold air sucked in resounded one after another. The diamond was the size of a quail's egg. Holy crap! What a big diamond! It's the first time I've seen a diamond this big. At least 5 carats or more. TSK, TSK, if this diamond is real, it's worth at least $1 million. The crowd scattered and some of the girls' eyes went wide. Come to Junlai Hotel, consumption are rich people. What kind of gold and silver jewelry have not seen? Not they have not seen the world. But this can be diamonds really big, a little outrageous. This is for me? Wang Shufan stared at the diamond in a daze. It was as if she was dreaming. For you, of course. For a time, Chen Dongshan is also a bit puzzled. Such a large diamond is usually the treasure of the gold store. There are few chances to see on TV. I did not expect Chen Feifu will buy it. Ha! Dad! You're rich! The protagonists today are the parents, and Chen Feiyu is like a comic relief, always adding drama to Chen Dongshan. A few minutes ago also complacent Wen Lan. At this moment the face is more ugly than a frosted eggplant. Her 2-carat diamond ring is not small, but compared with Wang Shufan this one, not at all in a level. Just like babies and adults, in both size and value, it far exceeded her countless times over. No way! This one of yours must be fake. It must be made of glass. Envy and jealousy made Wen Lan's face turn pale, and her features twisted together. She was unwilling to accept the reality in front of her. How could a security guard in Chen Dongshan afford such a large diamond ring? Chen Feiyu picked up the diamond and knocked it twice hard on the glass table. Clunk! The clear sound of the crash reached everyone's ears, and everyone craned their necks to see the result. As a result, the glass table was knocked out of a white spot, and numerous cracks appeared around it. On the contrary, the diamond was intact, not even a little abrasion mark. It's so hard you can tell it's a real diamond. Auntie Wen, I still think this diamond of yours looks nice and small enough. Chen Feiyu teased. My mom, this diamond is not so good. Too big. Where a long time fingers will be sour, but made into a necklace should be quite good. Why don't you let Uncle Gao help you buy one as well? The price isn't expensive, it's only $1 million or so. Wen Lan's face was a shade of green and white. These were her previous sarcastic words about Chen Dongshan's couple, and now Chen Feiyu had returned all of them to her in their original form. She felt like spitting on herself at this point, so disgusted that she almost didn't throw up. The point is that she's still biased and has no way to fight back. Millions of dollars in diamonds is not something anyone can afford. I'm afraid that little bar their family owns isn't worth as much as this diamond. Wen Lan gritted her teeth. Originally she was the shiniest spotlight in the room. Everyone envied her. But when Wang Shufan's diamonds appeared, they completely stole the limelight from her and dulled her and her diamonds. Wang Shufan, heart happy flowers, received such a big diamond, who will be very happy. Especially see Wen Lan eat the appearance of defeat. She do not mention how much pain. Let you have nothing to do but come here to show off. Shame on you. Gao Jianmen, who had been sitting in his seat, saw his wife in a dilemma, and he immediately came over to help solve the problem. The size of the diamond ring can't mean anything. It's a token of my affection. As long as you can feel my love for you, it's enough. Yes, Love has nothing to do with high or low value. The couple sang together to give themselves a leg up. Chen Feiyu snorted. At first ran over to show off the rich as you guys. Now then not and said that money is not equal to love. Together with the benefits are occupied by you guys? How can you be so thick-skinned? Auntie Wen, help my mom to advise what is better to make such a big diamond. Saying that, Chen Fei picked up the diamond and Wanlan's diamond ring and compared them. Then said to the waiter, do you have a microscope here? The waiter shook his head in bewilderment. The hotel wasn't a laboratory. Where would he find a microscope? What do you want the microscope for? Sir, can't you see that this diamond ring is so small you can't even see it? How can I compare it without a microscope? Without a microscope, there's always a magnifying glass, right? This one has. Not long after, the waiter really brought a magnifying glass and handed it over to Chen Fei. You really brought it, didn't you? People's diamonds are a bit smaller, but you can't hit people's self-esteem like that. The waiter looked innocent. Not you want magnifying glass it. Chen Fei picked up a magnifying glass and aimed it at Wenlan's diamond ring. Staggering. Hua. Finally see clearly. This diamond is really big. Put. Instant laughter. Everyone was amused by Chen Fei. Can't it be bigger with a magnifying glass? Anyone could see that Chen Fei was deliberately irritating Wenlan. Wenlan was mortified and shrank his hands behind his back. Obviously, Wang Shufen's diamond is bigger, but Chen Feiyu looked at her diamond ring with a big bite, which is a barefaced humiliation. Wenlan just couldn't figure it out. Chen Dongshan and Wang Shufen are both honest people who are honest. How did you give birth to a son with such a bad heart? Enough! Gao Jianmen roared. He couldn't pretend anymore. Chen Fei, Wenlan is your elder anyways. You should respect him. How can you hit her in the face in public? Have you ever considered her feelings when you did that? Gao Jianmen blamed up Chen Fei's faults, but it never occurred to him that they were the ones who ran over to pick a fight. That's how people are. They always think they're right and it's everyone else who's wrong. From start to finish, it was Gao Jianmen and his wife who were actively looking for a fight, and Chen Feiyu was only forced to take the fight. If they didn't have nothing to do, how would Chen Fei damage them? She's an elder? Then I'm still a child. Chen Fei let out a disdainful snort from his nasal cavity and said, elders worthy of respect. That's what they're called. And those who aren't worthy of respect are just dog shit. You. Chen Dongshan. Wang Shufen. This is the good son you taught? Gao Jianmen couldn't dislike Chen Fei, so he could only turn his gun on the Chen Dongshan couple. Wang Shufen slapped the table, disguised as a mother hen protecting her calf, and angrily said, I think my son is quite good. It's not your turn to say anything. 36. A phone call closes you down. In the eyes of parents, their own children are always the best. They are taunted Wang Shufen can still endure, but Chen Feiyu was taunted that she could not endure. My son is right. You deserve to be an elder? Do you have some seniority? I don't see eye to eye with you. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Take a diamond to show off everywhere. Afraid that others do not know you have money. In the future you would go out and be careful. Do not be targeted by robbers to cut off your fingers. Ugh. What the hell? Wang Shufen endured a night. The backlog of anger in the heart at the moment like a volcano full eruption. Gao Jianmen and his wife were disliked and couldn't find their way out of the situation. In the past they were able to mock people for not having any money. Now they couldn't find any point of counterattack at all. Chen Dongshan, you've given birth to a good son. Gao Jianmen's eyes were on the verge of spewing fire. Chen Dongshan said nonchalantly, I think so too. Ha! Gao Jianmen smiled back in anger and said meaningfully, if I remember correctly, you should be working as a security guard at Dongya Bank, right? Your vice president and I are very familiar. Oh, so what? No good. Have your son apologize to us or don't blame me for being rude. Gao Jianmen flipped out the vice president's phone number and intentionally lit it up for Chen Dongshan to see. Believe it or not, as long as I make one phone call, I can get you fired. Chen Dongshan was unmoved and suddenly laughed. While work is important, the dignity of the child is even more important. You can find another job if you lose it, but you can't get a dignity back if you lose it. Moreover, Chen Dongshan felt that his son had done nothing wrong, and he would not let his child suffer for his own benefit. Hit you if you want to. Well, don't you regret it. Gao Jianmen dialed the phone and pressed the amplification button. Hey, Vice President Han. Sorry to bother you so late. Is there a security guard named Chen Dongshan in your bank? A male voice came from the other end of the conversation. Yes, old Chen is our security guard here. What are you asking him for? Mr. Gao, did he offend you somewhere? Gao Jianmen said. I have a bit of a personal grudge against Chen Dongshan and don't want to see this person. Vice President Han, the money I have in your bank. I want to make an appointment to take it out. Don't, Mr. Gao, have a talk. After a moment of silence, Vice President Han said, Mr. Gao, you don't want to see old Chen, this is good to do. I fired him. As for the matter of withdrawing the money, you see is not to reconsider? So, Gao Jianmin pretended to be difficult and said, if you fire him, I won't take out this money. Okay, then it's a deal. I'll call and let him know now. Hanging up the phone, Gao Jianmin had a triumphant smile on his face. He lost to Chen Dongshan in the love field, but his connections crushed Chen Dongshan in the workplace. He could crush Chen Dongshan with one finger. After a long time, Chen Dongshan's cell phone rang, and the caller ID was Vice President Han. Hey, old Chen, you don't have to come to work starting tomorrow. Vice President Han came up to give a direct ultimatum, did not explain the reason for dismissal, and even hung up the phone without giving Chen Dongshan the opportunity to open his mouth. Vile and shameless. Wang Shufan angry hair. Chen Dongshan conscientious in the bank for decades, did not make any mistakes. By what a phone call to dismiss him. Wang Shufan picked up the water on the table to splash it, but Chen Feiyu held down the cup. Mom, your vision was so poisonous back then. This kind of narrow-minded man, whoever follows him is out of luck. Brat, what did you say? Apologize right away or I'll make your mom get laid off too. Chen Fei looked at Gao Jianmin in waves and said, then do you believe that one phone call from me can make your family's bar close down? Ha 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 ha. Mr. and Mrs. Gao Jianmin let loose with laughter, as if they had heard the most ridiculous joke. Chen Fei, a brat, what kind of connections and skills could he have? Close their bar? It's simply ridiculous. Chen Fei flipped through his address book and found a number to call, and it connected after a few rings. Hello, this is Chen Fei. Isn't there an Eccles bar on Commercial Street? Notify them immediately to get the hell out of Commercial Street. After saying that, Chen Fei hung up. Gao Jianmin couple grinned, eyes full of ridicule. This kid acting is quite good, whole and real, not to be an actor pity. Buzz. Suddenly, the cell phone in Gao Jianmin's hand suddenly vibrated a few times, and he picked it up to see that it was a call from Su Qinglu, the secretary of the boss of the Oriental Company. Don't underestimate that Su Qinglu is just a secretary. She is involved in many development plans of the Oriental Company. She can be said to be the boss's spokesperson in the Oriental Company. The main point is that Su Qinglu is still the top manager of Xintai Commercial Street. An ominous feeling of foreboding surged to Gao Jianmin's heart. Chen Feifu just hung up the phone. This end Su Qinglu called. Could it be that this kid really knows the top management of the Oriental Company? No it won't. No it won't. Gao Jianmin kept reassuring himself that it must just be a coincidence. Hey, Secretary Su, what are you looking for me for? A smile piled up on Gao Jianmin's face. More polite than he was to the bank's vice president. After all, if the vice president wants to perform, he has to give Gao Jianmin face. But Su Qinglu is different. Whether the bar can be opened or not depends on her face. Nothing much, just informing you that we've decided to take back your store and your bar doesn't have to be renovated. Su Qinglu had a flexible mind and understood the instant she received the call that it must be Gao Jianmin who had offended Chen Feiyu. Even the boss of the Oriental Company is worth tens of billions of such a big brother. All have to treat Chen Feiyu with courtesy. He, a small bar owner, also dare to go to mess with others. Really, I do not know how to die. What? Secretary Su, even if you want to sentence me to death, you have to give me a reason. Reason? You know in your own heart that there are some people you can't afford to offend. Toodaloo. Listening to the busy sound of the phone, Gao Jianmin's spirit was unprecedented impact. The phone clang fell to the ground. He's put most of his money into the bar, and if it doesn't open, he'll lose everything. All the savings that have been painstakingly accumulated over decades can be wiped out overnight. Mom and Dad, dinner's over, let's go home. Wait. Gao Jianmin rushed forward to stop Chen Feiyu, said with a smile on his face, little fish, just now his uncle is wrong. Have words we sit down and slowly say, the bar is my blood. I hope you have a high hand. Uncle Gao, what are you saying? Why can't I understand? Chen Fei pretended to be crazy as if all this had nothing to do with him. Before, I had eyes but didn't recognize MT. Taishan, don't take it personally if I said something wrong. The administrator of Xintai Commercial Street has already notified to let me close the bar. I know you guys must know each other. As long as you let me off the hook, I'll agree to anything. 37. If you don't make a mistake, you won't die. Gao Jianmin is not a fool. He has been in the shopping mall for so many years. He quickly noticed the clues. Chen Fei finished his phone call in the front foot, and then Su Qinglu let them close the bar in the back foot. How in heaven's name can there be such a coincidence? Thinking with his ass, he knew that Chen Fei was behind the manipulation. The more Gao Jianmin thought about it, the more alarmed he was. Su Qinglu said that he had offended a big shot that he shouldn't have offended, and that person was 100% Chen Feiyu. I didn't expect Chen Fei to be unassuming, but he possessed so much energy. At first, Gao Jianmin thought that Chen Fei's family had made a fortune, and that was why they had the money to buy such a large diamond ring, and now he knew that he was very wrong. Even Su Qinglu had to listen to Chen Feiyu. His identity was by no means as simple as it appeared. Now want to save the bar, there is only one way to actively apologize for Chen Feiyu, to fight for forgiveness, and maybe even give him a way out. Poof. Gao Jianming at this time cannot care about face. To Chen Fei, Fish kneeled down. The money is going to be gone, but also want to face what to do. Fish, for the sake of me knowing your parents for years, spare me this time. Chen Fei felt funny in his heart. His parents had known the couple for so many years, and he didn't know how many times he had been mocked by them in public. How come they didn't miss the old days back then? It's fucking shameless to know you're going down and then start playing the emotion card. Chen Feiyu, this person has little merit, is to do things decisively, never women's benevolence. So to the feelings, treat their enemies is also so. Even if mom and dad begged for mercy today, he wouldn't spare Gao Jianming. Uncle Gao, get up. No, if you don't forgive me, I will kneel long. Chen Feiyu pretended to go to assist Gao Jianming, but actually did not exert any force at all, and Gao Jianming also immediately gained insight into Chen Feiyu's mind. You misunderstand me so much that what you said before was a joke. Chen Fei blandly said, I'm just an ordinary citizen. How can I have the ability and connections like you, Uncle Gao, who can make my father unemployed and laid off with a single phone call? Little fish, I was wrong. I'll call Vice President Han right now and ask him to reinstate your father. No, I happen to want my dad to retire early and enjoy his life. Chen Feifu came to Gao Jianming's ear and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, do you think that Vice President can still do it? Vice President Han is also on Chen Fei's blacklist, and none of the people who bullied his parents will be able to escape. If he doesn't get that Vice President off the stage, he'll write his name upside down. Gao Jianming's heart trembled, not expecting that he would involve Vice President Han. Chen Fei's vengefulness was stronger than he could have imagined. However, Gao Jianming couldn't care less. He couldn't even keep his own bar now. Where would he have the leisure to care about others? Mom and Dad, let's go home. Seeing Chen Feiyu's family about to leave, Gao Jianming rushed up and hugged Chen Feiyu's thighs to death. As soon as Chen Fei stepped out of this door, his bar was basically finished. Little fish, brother fish, grandpa fish, please spare me. I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. I've said it has nothing to do with me. Uncle Gao, I'll show you a clear path. You can go and fight with the commercial street and make them compensate you for your loss. Gao Jianming was on the verge of tears. A fart lawsuit. The back of the Xintai commercial street has the backing of the Oriental Corporation, People's Wealth and Power, but also a professional legal team. He took ahead to go to court with others. And if a lawsuit drags on for a year and a half, the attorney's fees alone will be a huge sum of money, which can drag him to his death. Chen Fei patted Gao Jianming's shoulder as a sign of comfort. You're a mature adult. Learn to be strong. I'm sure you'll be able to get through this. Ali here. Chen Feiyu withdrew her held feet, leaving Gao Jianming with a determined back. Wen Lan ran up to help her husband and comforted him. Jianming, don't be anxious. Maybe if we ask Secretary Su to beg for mercy, things will still turn around. Right, Secretary Seo. As if Gao Jianming had seen a lifesaver. Hope was renewed in his eyes. I'm sorry, the number you have dialed is not available. But reality gave Gao Jianming a hard stick. Wen Lan pursued. How is it? Did you get through? I've been blackballed. Gao Jianming slumped in his chair in dishevelment. He was completely desperate. You give me the number and I'll try calling. Still refusing to give up. Wen Lan tries one last struggle, but is stopped by Gao Jianming. The phone is blacked out, has already explained everything. Unless to get Chen Fei's forgiveness, or else this matter has no room for redemption. Gao Jianming laughed, and his smile was miserable. Done. It's all over. His life's work is gone. Chen Fei's family waited for a while at the front door of the hotel, and the waiter quickly drove the Audi A8 over. The family had a great time talking and laughing on the way home. Honey, go upstairs and let my son accompany me to the parking lot. After arriving at the neighborhood, Chen Dongshan let Wang Shufan go home alone first and left Chen Feiyu alone. The mother and son understood each other and knew what Lao Chen was going to say, but they didn't point it out. The car drove into the underground parking garage, parked the car, father and son side by side waiting for the elevator. Little fish, let Gao Jianming off the hook if you can spare him. Dad, you don't really think that I made Gao Jianming bar close down, do you? How could I be so capable? It was just a coincidence. Chen Fei shrugged. He guessed that his dad was going to plead for Gao Jianming. However, he would never admit to doing it by beating himself to death. Gao Jianming caused Chen Dongshan to lose his job. In exchange for other people encountered this kind of thing. Cannot wait for Gao Jianming to die without a burial place. Only Chen Dongshan, in turn, pleaded for Gao Jianming. Dad, this person is just too kind-hearted. Bastard, playing dumb in front of me. Chen Dongshan laughed and cursed, then said, although Gao Jianmen is a bit cheap, but the crime is not to death. We out of breath even if, after all, the bar is a person's life's blood. Ah, I'm so sleepy, the elevator is here. Let's hurry up and go home. At this time the elevator door opened. Chen Fei yawned and took the lead. Ask him to let Gao Jianmen go. No way. This end is Gao Jianmen's own fault. If not for his own death bar will not be closed. Chen Fei wouldn't be as merciful as his dad. The next morning, Chen Dongshan came to talk to Chen Feiyu again and asked him to spare Gao Jianmen's family. Chen Feifu only said 3 words the whole time. I don't know. I didn't do it. And it really has nothing to do with me. Chen Dongshan had to give up. He knew Chen Feiyu's character well. Chen Feiyu determined things who cannot change his mind. His son's attitude is so resolute. Chen Dongshan know that it is useless to persuade further. Chen Fei is eating the weight and is determined to screw Gao Jianmen. 38. Colorful lucky bags. Chen Dongshan also no longer persuade Chen Feiyu. Changed his clothes and went out. He asked an old friend to help introduce a job today. And later he will go to do a simple interview. People of my parents' generation are so used to working that they can't sit still at home. Halfway through washing his face, Chen Fei suddenly received a system message. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a chance to kill the colorful lucky bags in seconds. A row of lucky bags popped up in front of me, but this one was very different from the previous 2. Previously there were 3 golden lucky bags, but this time there were 7, each of which was a different color and lined up like a 7-colored rainbow. Chen Fei was stunned. It was the first time he had encountered this kind of blessed bag. After carefully reading over the system notes, Chen Fei realized the difference between the 7-color lucky bags and the golden bags. The gold blessing bag seconds are priced at $1. Each bag has a guaranteed reward, so you will only earn and not lose. As for opening the colorful lucky bags, you need to take out something of a certain value as collateral first, and then you will be given a lucky second chance. 4 types of coupons will be opened in the 7 lucky bags: doubling, clearing, devaluing, and debt. For example, Chen Fei took out a set of mansions worth $100 million and mortgaged it to the system, and then had a lucky second. If he drew a doubling coupon, then his assets could instantly skyrocket several times. The maximum limit of doubling coupons is 100 times. That meant that if Chen Fei won the 100x coupon draw, 100 million would become 10 billion in the blink of an eye. And this $10 billion is very flexible in its utilization, and can be redeemed in any form, such as stocks, cash, mansions, antiques, land, and so on. A depreciation coupon, as the name suggests, will cause the collateralized item to go down in value. A $100 million mansion may go down in value by $50 million, or it may turn into $10,000. If he drew a clearing coupon, Chen Fei's mortgaged mansion would be confiscated by the system in its entirety. It's even worse if it's a negative bond, not to mention forfeiting the collateral and owing the system a ton of money. But fortunately there was only one negative bond, a 1 in 7 chance, and unless one had bad luck, the chances of drawing a negative bond were very small. To put it simply, the 7-colored lucky bag is the system sitting on the bank. Chen Fei and the system make a bet against each other. Winning or losing all depends on personal luck. There is no speculative method. That's kind of exciting. The 7-color lucky bags were not forced to participate and could be chosen to be abandoned. However, this special reward and punishment mechanism aroused Chen Fei's interest. 100 times the doubled reward was too tempting for any individual to resist. But the risks are just as great. In case you draw a clear in debt, you will be left with no money or even in debt. After agonizing for a while, Chen Fei decided to take a gamble. The second lucky bag activity is randomly appearing, and the next lucky bag does not know when to wait. It may not show up for a day. It may not show up for a year. It may not show up for a lifetime. So cherish every chance to get a second chance at a goodie bag. Having made the decision, Chen Fei began to think about what to use as collateral. The mansion certainly cannot be taken to mortgage. A set of mansion can bring him 6 million annual income, and Zhanghai City is a first-tier city. The price of housing will only go up. With a set of mansions in hand, Chen Fei has no worries about food and drink in his life. Only a fool would pledge such a moneymaker. Xintai Commercial Street is worth more than a mansion, and it is even more unlikely that Chen Fei will take it to gamble. And besides, he has not yet enjoyed the thrill of a chartered house. Come to think of it, the only things that can be mortgaged are the millions of cash left inside the bank card and the Koenigsegg 11 supercar. The cash in the card Chen Feifu does not intend to move. In case of an unexpected situation, the money can still be used for emergencies. Thinking about it, Chen Fei decided to mortgage Koenigsegg 11 for 3 reasons. First, it's very difficult to get rid of a $100 million supercar. Secondly, the Koenigsegg 11 is a high enough value that it is risky but delivers a higher return. Third, Chen Fei has no feelings for supercars. Making up his mind, Chen Fei mortgaged the supercar to the system. The system first evaluated the collateral once, and the Koenigsegg 11 was evaluated at 100 million, and then Chen Fei was given a chance for a lucky second. The item has been pledged and will not be returned without a second lucky bag, and it's too late to regret it. Which one is it? Looking at the 7 colorful lucky bags, Chen Fei's dyslexia of choice was back. After half a day of agonizing, Chen Fei simply used the most primitive method, casting lots, tearing off 7 slips of paper, writing the corresponding color of the lucky bag, folding them up, and then disrupting them with his eyes closed. Chen Fei randomly drew one. When I opened the note, it was a green letter note. Green. The corners of Chen Fei's mouth twitched slightly, and his expression was more ugly than eating. Green is the most annoying color for men. Oh, is this sarcasm that I've been green by Lu Xiaotong? Chen Feifu also did not plan to change. If he changed and found that the green was doubled, then he had no place to cry. Since he drew it, then it was destiny. Whether it was a profit or a loss, he recognized it. Green. The remaining 6 fallen fortune bags disappeared and the green fortune bag moved to the center, and as the bag began to shake, Chen Fei's heartbeat accelerated. Double it! Double it! Double it! Boo! The mouth of the lucky bag opened and spewed out ribbons of color. Ding! Congratulations, host! Get 30% off devaluation coupon. Pust! Chen Fei almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Green really wasn't a good color. A 30% discount depreciation coupon means that the value of the mortgage coupon is only 30% of the appraised value. A $100 million supercar devalued to $30 million in the blink of an eye. I lost $70 million and you congratulate me? Congratulations! May I ask the host whether to continue the mortgage? At this point, Chen Fei had 2 choices. Continue to mortgage and get a chance to kill the remaining 6 lucky bags in seconds, or withdraw the 30 million. Should we fight to the end? Or should we reserve our strength? Whatever. I've lost $70 million. What do I care about this $30 million? A fight to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. So Chen Fei drew lots again and drew the purple character note. Purple blessing bag. Double it. Double it. Chen Fei could not take his eyes off. His heart was in his throat. As long as the draw was doubled, he would be able to return his capital. Ding! Congratulations, host. Get 10% discount devaluation coupon. I'll fuck you up. Chen Fei Fishfire. 7 lucky bag inside, only 2 depreciation coupons. Actually, coupons were drawn by him. Unlucky to the 7 nuns and grandmother's home. That's 30 million down to 27 million. Chen Fei drank a mouthful of water to suppress his shock, and finally understood why it was said that gambling dogs really don't die well. The more you try to win, the more you lose. May I ask the host whether to continue the mortgage? Go on. Chen Fei fish has been on the head. Have lost money into a stupid fork. Now give up, he is not willing. I can't believe I can't draw a double. 39. X50 doubling coupon. Happy to get one. 35 billion. Chen Fei rolled up his sleeves, ready to fight the system to the end. He was the top student of the City College entrance examination and a guaranteed student of Zhonghai University, so he didn't believe that he couldn't play with a system. Calming down, Chen Fei began to analyze. There were now only 5 lucky bags left, and according to the system instructions, there were 3 doubling coupons in the 7 bags, and 1 each of zeroing coupons and negative bonds, which meant that he now had a 3/5 chance of winning. The winning rate is as high as 60%. Chen Fei didn't believe that with such a high chance, he still couldn't draw a doubling coupon. Hands hovering back and forth in mid-air, Chen Fei gritted his teeth and casually grabbed a note, opening it up to read the red letters. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You've earned a 50x doubling coupon. Crap! Chen Fei jumped up in excitement. The emperor did not disappoint. He finally drew the coveted doubling coupon, and the multiplier is as high as 50 times, only to see the amount of money on the system interface, which began to soar crazily at the speed of a rocket, and finally settled at 135,000,000. Chen Fei counted the amount up to 1.35 billion. Take away Koenigsegg 11's 100 million cost and he netted a full 1.25 billion. The Oriental company ranks 79th among the top 100 enterprises in Zhonghai City, with an annual income of roughly $10 billion, and Chen Feifu had earned 1/9 of the Oriental company's annual income. What's scary is that it took him less than 3 minutes before and after. Chen Fei swallowed his saliva, and a crazy idea surfaced in his mind. If he threw 1.35 billion in and spiked the other 2 doubling coupons, even if they were both the lowest 2x coupons, that amount would balloon to 5.4 billion, equivalent to half a year's earnings for Eastern. To know Oriental's operating income of $10 billion, the pure profit is far from this much, and Chen Fei gets the pure profit, not a penny less. That's a horrible rate of money making. It's faster than a rocket ride. May I ask the host whether to continue the mortgage? Go on, you big head. Chen Fei, you calm down. He is not a fool. 9 out of 10 bets lose. He was completely lucky to win this time. Who guarantees that the draw will be a doubled coupon? The 7-color lucky bag is too dependent on luck. A careless will lose money. If you draw a negative bond, Chen Fei, you cannot withstand the blow. That's why it's most sensible to close now. Ding! May I ask the host, do you need to exchange assets? Determine that you do not want to continue the mortgage and the system will give you a choice. You can exchange the money for the fixed assets you want. You only have one chance. You can't exchange it through the system after giving it up. So if you want it, you'll have to buy it yourself. If you don't exchange the assets, that money will automatically be transferred to the system account. And when Chen Fei needs to use the money, he can withdraw it at any time. The house has, the money also has. Chen Fei, you feel that he does not lack anything. At most, just missing a car. Let's get a different car first. Then, going to a 4S store to buy a car is too much trouble. Buying through the system can save a lot of unnecessary links. There is no need to travel far and wide. So Chen Fei picked through the system. Dad is driving an Audi A8. His son can't drive worse than him. Luxury brands looked around. Chen Fei fu most favorable when the Rolls-Royce and Bentley. Both brands are well known enough and have an airy and noble appearance. The Rolls-Royce had the disadvantage of being easily mistaken for a chauffeur, though, so it was a miserable failure. Finally Chen Fei fu chose the new Bentley Flying Spur. The appearance of luxury and not lose the dynamic. The whole car plus insurance, landing price of $3.5 million. Only $3.5 million? What a bargain. Buy it. Would that be too pretentious? Chen Fei fu shook his head in amusement. Before he 35 blocks have to be carefully calculated to use. Now it is not moving millions of hundreds of millions of cash flow. Life is so full of ups and downs. The system automatically deducted the corresponding amount of money. Chen Fei's portable warehouse inside an additional Bentley Flying Spur. At any time can be raised to use. May I ask the host if he will continue to redeem? Chen Fei glanced at the amount, and there was still more than 1.3 billion on the account. 13. This number is a bit like cursing 13 points. Not good. And Chen Fei, this person has obsessive compulsive disorder. See the back of those tens of millions of change, feel uncomfortable. Leave 1.2 billion untouched, and exchange the remaining 100 million or so for me into shares of the most promising company in Shanghai City. Ding! Redemption successful. Congratulations to the host. 100,000 shares of Digital Entertainment, accounting for 5% of the company's shares. Congratulations to the host. 300,000 shares of Alice Medical Limited, accounting for 6% of the company's shares. The system had helped Chen Fei purchase shares in a total of 6 companies, in 5 different fields: entertainment, healthcare, real estate, education, and finance. Many of the company names he had never heard of. Don't look at the shareholdings in single digits, but each of these companies is a giant with tens of billions of dollars in annual revenue, and all 5 of these areas are profitable industries. At the end of the year, you get at least $100 million in dividends. As long as there were no accidents, Chen Fei would have no worries about food and clothing in this life. The next, and the next, spend a few days at leisure. During this period, the executives of those 6 companies whose shares Chen Fei had purchased had called him and wanted to ask him to meet for a meal, but they were all rejected by Chen Fei. Don't be ridiculous. Chen Meinan just wants to get rich in peace and quiet. Social dinners and all that are not for him. Staying at home was too boring. Chen Fei felt that he should find something to do. He couldn't do nothing all day like a salted fish. At this time, Chen Fei's cell phone rang. An unfamiliar number. Hello? Hello? Is this Li Pengfei? Chen Fei, you a brain black question mark. Looking for Li Pengfei's how to call him? Chen Fei was just about to say that you've got the wrong number when she heard the girl on the other end of the phone say, I'm Yun Yi. Yun Yi? Yes, I'm Li Pengfei. Chen Fei hastily changed his words and admitted it, then asked rhetorically, how did you get my phone number? You forgot. You gave it to me. I gave it to you? When the fuck did I give it to you? This sentence Chen Fei did not say out. He has guessed. Must be Li Pengfei, that bastard. Gave his cell phone number to Yun Yi. Good lord. What a dump. Oh yeah. Come to think of it, what did you want to see me about? I wanted to ask if you had a moment. Yes. Why? Can you go with me to the hospital to get a prescription filled? My girlfriends are all in class today and I'm a little scared to go to the hospital by myself. Sure. Chen Fei agreed quickly. Although Yun Yi was a bit fat, he didn't mind it at all. People are out of shape because they are sick. It's not like she wants to be like that. 40. The beautiful man's plan to break up a couple is a couple. Although Yun Yi has become a little fatter, but her features are extraordinarily delicate. In fact, it is not ugly, and she has a kind character. Chen Fei feels that Yun Yi has a distinctive loveliness. At the very least, it's a million times cuter than a gold-digging girl like Lu Xiaodong. My cell phone number is WeChat. You add my friend to send a location over. I'll pick you up. Yun Yi is more or less afraid of hospitals because of the changes in her appearance caused by the drugs. Anyway, Chen Fei had nothing to do in his spare time, so he took it as accompanying his friend to see a doctor. And he would not lose out by making a trip. Not long after hanging up the phone, Yun Yi added Chen Fei Fish WeChat friend. Sent over a positioning, actually as the East China Normal University. This was the fourth most prestigious school in Zhonghai City, and it was comparable to Zhonghai University. I didn't realize that Yun Yi was still a female student. Chen Fei changed his clothes for going out, found a deserted place to take out the Bentley Flying Spur, and drove towards his destination with one throttle. After about half an hour of traveling, Chen Fei arrived at the entrance of East China Normal University. Before the car was even parked, he saw Yun Yi standing at the school entrance waiting from afar. Yun Yi carried a cup of milk tea in her hand. Today she drew on a light and elegant makeup. Her delicate features were more three-dimensional, and she wore a loose dress that covered her slightly bloated physique. Actually, Yun Yi looks pretty good when you look at it for a long time. If she could lose weight, her face value would definitely not be lower than Fong Yuan and Lin Weiyin. Chen Fei turned the steering wheel and prepared to drive the car in front of Yun Yi, when a man and a woman walked up to Yun Yi's side. Yo, isn't this the former school beauty Yun Yi? The girl scoffed. I haven't seen you for so long. You've fattened up into a ball. Who would have thought that the magnificent, unearthly Cloud Fairy would turn into this ugly appearance nowadays? I wouldn't have the face to stay in school if I were you. I would have voluntarily dropped out a long time ago. The girl spoke harshly, each sentence piercing Yun Yi's heart like a sharp sword. The girl's name was Xin Min, and the boy beside her full name was Sun Zi, and the two were a couple. Before Yun Yi became fat, she had many suitors both inside and outside the school, and the boys called her Cloud Fairy, meaning that she was as beautiful as the fairies that came down from the sky. It was worth mentioning that Sun Zi had once been one of Yun Yi's suitors. Xin Min had been rejected several times when she confessed her love to Sun Zi, and she felt that it was Yun Yi who had snatched away his beloved, so she had been holding a grudge against Yun Yi. Later, Yun Yi turned from a white swan to an ugly duckling before Sun Zifang agreed to go out with Xin Min. But Xin Min always held a grudge, so now whenever she saw Yun Yi, Xin Min was going to go up and sneer at her. Since becoming fat, Yun Yi has become very low self-esteem inside, losing her old confidence, and a pair of eyes around her has brought her great pressure. Yun Yi turned around and was about to leave, but Xin Min stopped her. I'm not a man-eating tiger. What are you in such a hurry to leave? Please, move over. Yun Yi hung her head in self-abasement, not daring to raise her head to meet Xin Min's eyes. I didn't realize that Fairy Cloud would also beg. Shen Min snorted, took her boyfriend Sun Zi's hand and laughed. Honey, this is your former dream girl. Sun Zi spread his two hands and said, Hey, what dream girl? I was young and unintelligent before, so tell me, do you like me or do you like her more? Of course it's you, baby. This fat pig can't even match one of your toes. The two of them sang in unison and netted some hurtful words. Some of the surrounding boys were heckling. Back then Yun Yi rejected them, making them feel disgraced. Now seeing Yun Yi being mocked they couldn't help but gloat. There were also people who frowned to express their displeasure, feeling that Xin Min had gone a bit too far. Yun Yi wasn't as pretty as she used to be, but she hadn't hurt anyone, so why did she always have to target her? However, sympathy is sympathy. Helping or not helping is another matter. In the past, if the beautiful Yun Yi was bullied, that guy would have to lie down and be sent out of school. But now Yun Yi was even. No one was willing to stand up for an ugly girl. The indifference of her classmates broke Yun Yi's heart. Many of these people had once been so attentive to her, but now they refused to even say one more word. Yun Yi is almost aggrieved to death. Tears tick-tock fall on the ground. I haven't offended them, so why are they all bullying me? Does being fat mean you deserve to be bullied? Tick-tock. Suddenly the sound of a car honking attracted the attention of the crowd, and many of them let out a gasp when they saw that it was a Bentley. It's a Bentley, yeah. This brand of car costs a few $1 million less. A few million Bentley and 100 million Koenigsegg 11. In fact, drive out the same effect, because in the eyes of ordinary people is the same luxury car, the same cannot afford to buy. Chen Fei got out of the car, and the scene was in an uproar. Girls surprised to cover their mouths. So handsome little brother or the first time to see, but also so rich, is not exactly their heart's Prince Charming. Chen Fei walked straight up. Instead of greeting Yun Yi, he smiled faintly at Xin Min. Hello beautiful, may I ask how to get to Guyun Road? Are you talking to me? Xin Min was shocked and delighted, not expecting such a rich and handsome man to accost her. Of course, is there a more beautiful girl here than you? Guyun Road you drive forward. Turn right at the third stoplight. Then take the first left and you're there. I don't remember much. Can you show me the way? Sure. Shen Min agreed quickly. She hadn't sat in a Bentley yet, and to be alone with such a rich and handsome man, just thinking about it put people in a pleasant mood. Shen Min, stop right there. Who gave you permission to go with him? Sun Zi's face was full of anger. Chen Feiyu accosted his girlfriend in front of him. Even so, if he really let Shen Min go with Chen Feiyu, then how could he continue to mix in the school? People would laugh at him for not even being able to keep an eye on his girlfriend. He'll be reduced to a joke. Are you kid looking for death? Sun Zi clenched his fists. Is this your boyfriend? Shen Fei said with an innocent face. I'm sorry. I didn't know you guys were a couple. If your boyfriend minds then forget it. I'll find someone else to lead the way. After saying that, Chen Fei turned around and prepared to find someone else. Wait. Shen Min called out to Chen Fei and blamed Sun Zi. What's wrong with you? People just want me to show them the way. They're not doing anything. What are you doing being so mean? His girlfriend didn't help himself, but also elbowed his way out. The anger in Sun Zi's heart instantly rose 18 meters high. Lead the way? I think you see this kid is handsome and want him to take you to a hotel. Sun Zi, don't you spill blood. 41. I'm playing with you. Sun Zi's over-the-top remark instantly ignited Shin Min's anger, saying that Shin Min wanted to get a room with a strange man in front of so many of her classmates. Wouldn't she have to be fingered in the future? You spit blood. Am I wrong? Sun Zi sneered, unwilling to show weakness, and began to fight back. Oh, don't think I don't know that you're chatting with other men behind my back. You fart. Of course Shin Min wouldn't admit it, but the truth was that she had indeed been flirting with other boys lately, and had even gone to a hotel room, only that she had been hiding it from Sun Zi. Shin Min would not admit in public that she was not devoted to her relationship. Her house of cards could not collapse at school or everyone would know that she was a woman with a messy private life. Suwenzi only knows one thing, not the other. He thought his girlfriend had only cheated on him mentally for a bit. If he had known that he had cheated on her physically as well, he would have exploded a long time ago. If you get in his car today, I'll break up with you. Breaking up is breaking up. You really think I care about you? The one who can't get it will always be in commotion. Not together. Shin Min decided not to marry Sun Zi, but after she got it, she felt that Sun Zi is just like that. Nothing special. Shin Min subconsciously compared Chen Fei and Sun Zi. More than money, Chen Fei drives a Bentley. Compared to face value, Chen Fei is even more than a galaxy away from Sun Zi. The result was unsurprising, with Chen Fei winning in all conditions. Handsome. Let's go. Dropping a sentence, Shin Min walked towards the Bentley with lotus steps. She wasn't sad or upset at all. If she could hook up with a rich and handsome man like Chen Feiyu, what was the point of losing a Sun Zi? Shin Min couldn't help but begin to fantasize in her mind that from then on, she would wear gold and silver, and live a wonderful life of fine clothes and food. Dude, I'm so sorry for breaking you guys up. His mouth was apologizing, but the corners of Chen Fei's mouth rose in triumph. This was exactly the result he wanted. Chen Fei turned the key ring and sat in the driver's seat, then started the car. Buckle up. How could Shin Min not pull open the passenger side door? So she knocked on the window, and Chen Feifu rolled down the window. Handsome, open the door and let me in. Beauty, sorry, I forgot to tell you, my car comes with a face value evaluation system, Chen Fei said in a serious manner. It's probably because the system thought that you were too ugly and would pollute the interior of the car. That's why it didn't open the door for you. Shen Min was dumbfounded. Fooling a 3-year-old. What a bullshit face value assessment system. Obviously bullshit. Seeing Chen Fei's playful smile, Shen Min realized that she was being played as a monkey. You tricked me? What makes you think that? That's right. I'm playing you. Chen Feiyu greatly admitted. Justified look as if he did a good thing for the people to get rid of harm. This made Shin Min angry and puzzled. She and Chen Fei had no grudges. Why would she toy with herself like this? The furious Shin Min wanted to kick on the car door. If it wasn't for Chen Fei, she and her boyfriend wouldn't have quarreled and broken up. You've got guts. Let's see if I don't kick the shit out of your car. Kick it hard. A Bentley doesn't bother me. Chen Fei paused for a moment and then continued. But if you kick it and break it, you won't be able to afford to pay for it even if you sell your pants. You. Shin Min gritted his teeth, lifted his foot halfway and silently put it down, and finally could only give up resentfully. Indeed, the Bentley was worth more than her person. What on earth have I done to offend you that you would play me like this? You didn't offend me, but you did offend my girlfriend. Chen Fei no longer cared about Shin Min, drove to Yun Yi with a kick of the gas pedal, and then got down from the driver's seat. He put his arm around Yun Yi's shoulders. Baby, I'm coming to get you. 7 simple words set off a furor. Did you guys hear that? That handsome guy's name is Yun Yi, baby. Crap, are they boyfriend and girlfriend? Heavens, Such a handsome little brother was actually arched by Yun Yi. Who would have thought that Yun Yi, who was almost disfigured, could still find such a handsome and rich boyfriend? And the girls all cast envious and jealous eyes. Yun Yi's shy little face blushed. When did she become his baby? Chen Fei coughed, and everyone immediately quieted down. Snap! Everyone thought that Chen Fei was going to say something, but unexpectedly, he raised his big hand and fiercely slapped Sun Zi. Don't you dare hit me! Sun Zi was furious and swung his fist at Chen Fei. Unfortunately, Chen Fei's movements were even faster, and Sun Zi didn't even touch his clothes before he was kicked to the ground. Ah! Sun Zi screamed miserably, clasped his hands to his belly, and his entire body curled up into a ball like a hedgehog. All prick up your ears and listen up. Yun Yi is my girlfriend. Chen Fei ripped out his voice. In the future, if any of you dare to mock her and bully her again, this grandson's fate will be your foretaste. His name is Sun Zi, not Sun Zi. Yun Yi's heart was immensely touched, but she still didn't hold back from correcting Chen Fei's incorrect pronunciation. Whatever his name is, if he bullies you, I'll beat him into a grandson. Chen Fei finished with a big grin, then took the initiative to open the passenger seat door. When Yun Yi got on the car, he used his hand to cover her head, for fear that she would accidentally hit her head and hurt it. Ah! Chen Fei's series of thoughtful moves soured many people's teeth. The girls wailed in their hearts, sprouting the same thought. Why isn't such a perfect man who is both gentle, domineering, and rich my boyfriend? What does that fat girl Yun Yi have to do with it? Looking at the taillights of the fading car, the girls were nothing but envious. Together with this one today, Chen Fei and Yun Yi had only met twice, and for a while they couldn't find anything to talk about, and the atmosphere in the car was a little bit awkward. Thank you. Yun Yi looked at Chen Fei sincerely. Just now so many people were watching. Only Chen Fei was willing to stand up for her. She really didn't know what to do without Chen Fei. What are you thanking me for? It's not right for friends to help each other. Chen Fei smiled faintly and realized that Yun Yi was looking straight at herself and said, What's wrong? Is there something dirty on my face? Why are you looking at me like that? Ah! Realizing that she had lost her temper, Yun Yi hastily averted her gaze. She squeezed her small hands together nervously, then worked up the courage to ask, Will you really be my friend? Chen Fei blurted out. Not willingly. Yun Yi lowered her head, her eyes filled with disappointment. Yes, he looks so ugly. Chen Feifu willing to help himself is already rare, and how can he be willing to be friends with himself? Just kidding, we're already friends, so that's not a valid question for you. 42. Medical malpractice. Chen Feiyu cast a sidelong glance at Yun Yi. Although we were all the same age, Chen Feiyu was a veteran who had mixed in society. On the contrary, although Yun Yi was a female school bully, after all, she hadn't seen the evils of society yet, and her mind was very clean. This girl is too simple. All her joys and sorrows are written on her face. A glance can see through her little heart. Such a kind girl should be treated well. You said we're friends now. Is that true? Yun Yi was overjoyed. Ever since she gained weight, all her former friends had left her except for her two girlfriends, and she hadn't met any new friends for a long time. To be precise, it's that no one wants to be friends with her at all. Of course it's true. Lie to you and I'll be run over by a truck on my way out the door. Don't talk nonsense. Yun Yi covered Chen Feiyu's mouth in panic. She wasn't worried that Chen Feiyu lied to herself, but she was afraid that this poisonous oath would work. She didn't want Chen Feiyu to have an accident because of her. Your hands smell pretty good. Chen Fei didn't mean to take offense. He just subconsciously blurted it out. It's true to say that although Yun Yi's body and face had gotten fatter, her fingers were still slim and slender, white and tender, even better than those hand models. Yun Yi retracted her hand with embarrassment. Chen Fei's gentle nostrils still lingering in her hand. You have beautiful hands, perfect for playing the piano. I can play the piano. Only when I got sick my mom and dad stopped letting me learn because they were afraid I'd work too hard. Oh, that's a shame. I can play it for you if you want. Yeah, I'll have to enjoy your piano when I get a chance. Chen Feiyu and Yun Yi became quite familiar with each other and talked more and more. And without realizing it, they arrived at Ally Hospital on Guyun Road. Ally Hospital is a private hospital. The charges are much more expensive than public hospitals, so the patients are some rich people, or emergency patients. Not many people in the whole hospital. Finding an empty space to park the car, Chen Fei accompanied Yun Yi to the machine to hang up a number. When taking the escalator, Yun Yi's feet stumbled and she almost fell off the elevator. Chen Fei saw this and hurriedly pulled her back. Be careful. Thanks. Yun Yi patted her chest. Fortunately Chen Feiyu action fast pulled her. Roll down non-fall a broken head. Never mind. I'll hold you up so you don't fall again. Chen Feiyu was worried that Yun Yi would fall again, so he simply held her up and didn't let go. And although Yun Yi was shy, she didn't object. The two stepped out of the elevator as a pregnant woman and her husband came from across the street. The pregnant woman was dragging her belly with her right hand and supporting her waist with her left hand. Her brow was furrowed into a yuan. You could tell she was having a very hard time. Her husband, on the other hand, was following behind and was playing King's Honor with his head down. Seeing Chen Feiyu supporting Yun-Yi all the way, the pregnant woman thought they were also here for a pregnancy test. There is no comparison. There is no harm. The pregnant woman was suddenly a belly full of fire. Grabbed her husband's ears. Look at other people's husbands. How good they are to their wives. And then look at you. You know how to play games. Are we? Mother and son. Not as important as a game. Ouch. It hurts. Wife, let go. I know I'm wrong. The man immediately conceded. Reluctantly turned off the game. Looking at Chen Feifu's eyes full of resentment. As if to say, it's you who caused me to be scolded by my wife. Sister. He's not my old. Yun-Yi wanted to explain that the two were not a couple when the pregnant woman interrupted her. Sister. There aren't many good men like your husband who are so handsome and considerate nowadays, so you should cherish them. Yun-Yi didn't know what to say as the pregnant woman enthusiastically asked, Sister, how many months old is your baby? I'm not pregnant. The pregnant woman was flabbergasted for a moment, realized that she had made a big mess, said sorry several times, and then quickly left with her husband. It's hilarious and so embarrassing. Ha ha ha. Yun-Yi's little expression of resignation was so cute that Chen Fei didn't hold back his laughter. You don't even help me explain. My bad. Chen Feiyu supported Yun-Yi and laughed. You have to be careful. You have a little life in your belly now. I can't afford to pay for it if it falls. Humph. You still say that. Yun-Yi stomped her foot in a petulant rage and raised her hand to hit Chen Fei, but Chen Fei had long since run out dozens of meters in a puff of smoke. After such a farce, Yun-Yi's mood had relaxed quite a bit, and she wasn't as afraid of the hospital as she was at first. There weren't many people visiting the private hospital, and soon it was Yun-Yi's turn. Chen Fei did not follow into the outpatient room. What the doctor and the patient said was personal and private. It was not convenient for him to go in and observe. After about half an hour, Yun-Yi walked out from inside. What's taking so long? Is the medicine ready? As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Fei observed that Yun-Yi was not right. At this time, Yun-Yi's face was pale, her eyes were empty, and she stumbled when she walked, as if she had suffered some kind of mental shock and stimulation. Yun-Yi didn't say anything and suddenly hugged Chen Fei and cried, What's going on? What happened? Seemingly thinking of some possibility, Chen Fei angrily said, Did the doctor make a move on you? I'll go in and clean him up. Yun-Yi shook her head. Her pitiful look was heartbreaking to look at. What the hell? Yun-Yi stammered. The doctor just told me that I actually wasn't sick at all, and that I read the wrong report before, and that the one who was sick was another person. What kind of play? You're not sick? Then you didn't take your medicine for nothing. Chen Fei was incomparably shocked, judging a person who wasn't sick to be sick. This was medical malpractice. He had seen this kind of thing on TV before, but he didn't think he would really encounter it this time. Don't cry. Did the doctor say how to fix it? He said the hospital would pay me, but I don't want money. I just want to be the way I was. Oh, you want to be okay with losing money? Chen Feiyu sneered in his heart and assisted Yun-Yi to her seat. He said, You call your parents first and tell them what happened. Don't worry. I'll make sure the hospital gives you a satisfactory explanation today. Chen Feiyu is exceptionally angry. People of floating bright little girl, because of the hospital party misdiagnosis, become completely different. The hospital must take full responsibility. Paying out money is all secondary to the fact that the hospital must be required to publicly apologize. Yun-Yi nodded and after easing her emotions, she called her parents. Bang! Chen Fei broke into the outpatient room alone, threw the door heavily shut, and locked it behind him. At first, the outpatient room was quiet, but within a few moments, the voices inside were getting louder and louder, and anyone outside could hear that there was a fight going on inside. I thought I told you the hospital would pay for it. Compensate for the money? Do you realize how much damage your misdiagnosis has done to a girl's mind? Please everyone help me with 5-star votes. It's almost 90,000 words and not more than 50 people yet. And by the way, move your little hands to click on the hypes when you're done reading. Thank you all. 43. Making a scene at the hospital. Chen Fei was not a saintly mother. If another person encountered such a thing, he would sympathize, but would not meddle. But Yun-Yi was different. They were friends now. As a friend, Chen Feiyu felt obligated to seek justice for Yun-Yi. Why Chen Feiyu and Li Pengfei play together is because both are willing to stick their necks out for their friends. In the room, Chen Fei and the doctor were arguing more and more aggressively, and many of the patients gathered around, curious as to what was going on. Facing Chen Fei's questioning, the male doctor sophisticately said, At that time, both patients were called Yun Ee, so it was reasonable to read the wrong report. Sensible? Chen Fei laughed back in anger. I'll fucking blow your pig's head off and say I recognized the wrong person again. Okay. The doctor's words of shirking his responsibility made Chen Fei flare up. Wrong is wrong. Where are all the excuses and justifications? To be able to say these words shows that this doctor does not even realize that he is wrong, and it is assumed that he holds an attitude of indifference in his heart, and that the patient who was misdiagnosed has nothing to do with him anyway. Unreasonable. You get out of here right now or I'll have security throw you out. The doctor's face sank. He had been practicing medicine for over 10 years, and Chen Fei was the first to say that he wanted to beat him. Gu, the attitude of doing something wrong is even more rude than I am. If I don't give you some color, I really think I don't dare to move you. Right, Chen Fei said word for word, in a loud voice. Your hospital must publicly apologize to my friend. A public apology? The male doctor bristled in disbelief. Apologizing is impossible. It can only be counted as her own bad luck. As for the compensation money, you guys love it or not. This instantly, completely ignited Chen Fei's anger. The fact that he said something as unlucky as self-recognition proves that this doctor has no medical ethics at all. Chen Fei respected the profession of doctor, but this male doctor in front of him was simply discrediting the entire doctor profession. Such people don't deserve to be doctors at all. The argument came to an abrupt end. There was nothing to be said to such a morally unprofessional person. Chen Fei wheeled his fist straight up. The male doctor screamed miserably, and then, inside the clinic resounded clanking sound, as if someone was smashing something. Li Pengfei, open the door. You come out. Yun Ee knocked on the door, afraid that Chen Fei would break the doctor, but the door was always locked, and there was no way of knowing what was going on inside now, except to hear the doctor screaming in agony. Soon, nurses and 2 security guards were sniffing around, and as soon as the door was pried open, the male doctor fled with his head in his hands, stumbling and falling. Help! Murder! The male doctor ducked behind the security guard in horror. At this moment, his nose was bruised and his clothes were torn. His image was wretched. Chen Fei also rushed out. His fists were covered in blood, and he was furiously about to chase after the male doctor. Young man, calm down. What's there to say slowly? You're going to get a lawsuit if you break him. The security guards also took a few steps back, trying to pacify Chen Fei's emotions with words. It was the first time they had encountered someone causing a disturbance, and they didn't know how to deal with it for a while. Rushing up to forcefully subdue Chen Fei? Are you kidding me? Didn't you see the male doctor get beaten to a pulp? Security guards only get paid $3,000 a month. Only a fool would want to go up there and fight for his life. Stop fighting. Your hands are bleeding. Yun Ee quickly ran up. She was afraid that Chen Fei would really beat that doctor to death. I'm fine. It's the dog's blood. The dog thing in Chen Fei's mouth naturally referred to the male doctor, who was crying in mourning. Chen Fei had knocked out one of his teeth, and his mouth was now filled with the smell of blood. Yun Ee wiped off the blood and realized that Chen Fei really hadn't suffered a bit of superficial injury, and only then did she breathe a bit of a sigh of relief. Young man, it's not right to hit someone when you have something to say. No matter what happens, you can't hit a doctor. The uninformed Guagua crowd had accused Chen Fei of being wrong. All of you, shut up. If you don't know the suffering of others, don't advise them to be good. Chen Fei shouted angrily, scaring the crowd into silence. Chen Fei pulled Yun Ee to her side as she said, my friend used to be the school flower, born prettier than a star. It's because this dog misdiagnosed her and prescribed her a whole lot of hormones, causing her to turn into what she is now. After she gained weight, she was humiliated and ridiculed by her classmates inside the school and lived in daily torture. I sought this dog's theory, and not only did he not admit his fault and apologize, without a trace of remorse, but he threatened to say that it was my friend's own bad luck. There should be some of you who are parents. What would you do if this happened to your child, or a relative or friend? Learning the ins and outs of the matter, the people who had previously accused Chen Fei had all kept their mouths shut. Yeah, what if it happened to your own kids? I'm afraid they would be 1,000 times more furious than Chen Fei. Damn, this kind of dog kills and doesn't complain. What kind of doctor can you be if you can misdiagnose a patient? If he doesn't admit his mistake, beat him until he does. There was a momentary swarm, and the male doctor was instantly the object of a crusade. Everyone's guns were unanimously aimed at the male doctor. The females just moved their mouths to curse, and a couple of the males just lifted their cuffs to beat him up. The male doctor was so horrified that he almost peed himself. Luckily, the nurses and security guards had been stopping the crowd, or the male doctor would probably have been beaten to death. Everyone calmed down. Seeing that the situation was moving in the direction of getting out of control, someone suddenly spoke up, and as everyone sniffed, they saw several doctors in white coats slowly walking towards them. The leader was an old man with gray hair. estimated to be in his 60s, followed by several relatively younger doctors, both male and female, probably in their 40s and 50s. Chen Fei glanced at the work IDs on their chests. The old man was the vice president of this hospital. The rest of them were all clear as deputy chief physicians and chief physicians. These people are the backbone of Ally Hospital. Vice President Qian Huayan smiled warmly. Young man, I know all about your friend's matter. Why don't you go to my office and sit down to talk slowly? Doctor-patient disputes have been a hot social topic in recent years, and with so many people present, in case someone takes a video and sends it online, it will surely set off a hot debate all over the internet, especially since the fault in this case lies with the hospital. If people know that Ally Hospital has a medical malpractice, who will dare to come to see the doctor in the future? The hospital's good or bad reputation has a direct impact on its future development and destiny, and Qian Xiaohui is the second in command of this hospital, so of course he wants to deal with it as low profile as possible. There's nothing to be said, so if you have anything to say, say it here. Chen Fei didn't eat this. He could have guessed that after going to the office, it was expected that Qian Huayan would beg for mercy and say something nice, and then promise to pay compensation, and in the end, the big matter would be minimized and the small matter would be resolved. Yun Yi's suffering over the years could not be in vain. This isn't over today without a public apology. Note, extra. On my knees, I'm begging for a 5-star review. Thank you all. 44. Battle of the Tongues. Chen Fei's idea is very simple. Lousy looking for you to have a good talk is already giving you a step down. But you guys just refuse to do it until you are forced to eat a penalty wine. Good. Then why don't we just make a big deal out of it? Let the general public comment on whose fault it is. Qian Huayan was stunned. His expression even appeared frozen for a few seconds, obviously not expecting Chen Fei to reject his offer. It was impossible for him to force people to take Chen Feiyu and Yun Yi away. With so many pairs of eyes watching at the scene, word would get out that the hospital had abused violence and tried to cover up the truth of the medical malpractice. This will ruin the hospital's reputation. And who will dare to come to see the doctor in the future? Boy, let's talk here then. Qian Huayan maintained a kind smile and said, first of all, I need to say sorry to your friend. I am deeply sorry for what happened to her. And our hospital has an unshirkable responsibility. Many of the patients visiting the doctor had pulled out their cell phones, and the cameras were pointed at Chen Fei and the doctors. I'll propose a solution, and you'll hear whether it's satisfactory or not. Chen Huayan was old enough to see at a glance that Yun Yi was a bit dependent on Chen Fei. If he wanted to fundamentally solve the problem, he had to take care of Chen Fei first, so Qian Huayan didn't talk to Yun Yi and directly communicated with Chen Fei. The medical bills your friend paid with us in the past, we refunded them in full, and in addition, our hospital is willing to come up with $1 million to compensate your friend. At that, the crowd began to stir. $1 million? It's not chump change. How many people work hard all their lives and fail to earn as much as $1 million? Chen Feiyu was unmoved, as if $1 million was no different from toilet paper in his eyes. Who are you looking down on? The whole thing is like who doesn't have $1 million? This is indeed the case. He now has $2 billion of liquidity in his hands alone. Together with 2 sets of mansions and commercial streets, he is worth nearly $3 billion. $1 million was a drop in the bucket for him, a mere fraction. Chen Fei was eager to see what this vice dean could say to impress himself. Oh, go on. In addition to the compensation, we are willing to provide your friend with a recovery session at no cost, and we guarantee that she will be transformed back to being as fit and beautiful as she was before. Chen Fei nodded, which pleased him greatly. Yun Yi has been taking hormones for such a long time. There must be many side effects, and her physique is not as good as it used to be, so she needs to go through a professional course of treatment in order to be restored to her original condition. And the whole course of treatment must cost a huge sum of money. Ally Hospital is willing to bear Yun Yi's recovery sessions and costs. Naturally it is more than good. However, these 2 conditions only slightly satisfied Chen Fei, and did not move his heart. Chen Feiyu has plenty of money. Compensation he cannot want. Yun Yi's family cannot afford to recover the treatment. He does not mind to step in and help. He cares only one thing: whether the hospital will apologize and what will happen to the doctors involved. What about the doctor involved? Qian Huayan saw Chen Fei's mind at a glance and said, apologize. I've already apologized to your friend in public just now, and as for the misdiagnosed Dr. Gu will suspend him without pay. No, Chen Feiyu directly rejected it with a mouthful. What suspension without pay and suspension processing are all sets of fooling people. In a month's time, when the storm has passed, the doctors involved will come back to work as usual and there will be no loss at all. And payroll is an internal hospital matter, so outsiders don't even know if there's actually a payroll stoppage or not. Such a punishment was too childish for Chen Fei to accept. Lad, why don't you tell us what you think then? Qian Huayan is not annoyed. To be precise, he did not dare to get angry. So many cell phones around the camera. Even if there is anger can only be swallowed into the stomach. My request is simple. First, you have to publicly admit your mistake on the hospital's official Twitter account and then apologize to my friend. Secondly, the doctor involved must be fired, and his personal information must be exposed on Weibo so that he cannot work in the medical profession in the future. This kind of unscrupulous doctor who is irresponsible and says that his patients deserve it, letting him go will only make more innocent patients suffer. Chen Fei is going to do the people a favor today. Don't go too far. Do you have any idea how hard it is to become a doctor? You're driving a wedge. Dr. Ku was beaten up by you. Why don't you leave him alone? Several middle-aged doctors behind Qian Huayan stepped out. They glared at Chen Fei with righteous indignation. The second request made by Chen Fei was enough to ruin a doctor's career. Oh, it didn't happen to you guys? So of course you're not hurting. Is it your careers that are valuable? Or human lives? Chen Fei said forcefully, the suffering my friend has endured. Do you think a few words of apology can make up for it? Have you ever tried what it's like to suffer from the blank stares of those around you leaving one by one? Luckily my friend was strong enough to pull through. If he were a psychologically weak person, he would have jumped to his death long ago, and I would have beaten him lightly. Chen Fei looked at Yun Yi and asked, do you still have any of the medicine you didn't finish? Yun Yi nodded. She didn't know what Chen Fei was up to, and took out the remaining small half bottle of medicine from inside her bag, handing it over to Chen Fei. Chen Fei slapped the pill box on the nurse's desk and said, let that surnamed Gu eat the medicine in this box clean, and I won't hold him responsible. I'm not eating. Dr. Gu, who had been beaten into a pig's head by Chen Fei, had the word resistance written all over his face. What an international joke. With all those hormones going down, he's going to get sick even if he's not. Shut up. You don't get to talk here. Chen Fei's eyes glared, and Dr. Gu was startled. Chen Fei looked towards those doctors who spoke for Dr. Gu earlier. You guys are so sympathetic to him, so help him share a little bit. After taking these medicines today, I'll leave immediately. Those doctors who had righteously criticized Chen Fei a second ago, their faces were now more ugly than one another. They don't take these drugs unless they're crazy. You can't just take any medicine. Hypocrisy. Chen Fei spat disdainfully. People are this also. Things did not happen to themselves. Can be lightly a sentence to bring over. But when it was their turn, they turned mute one by one. What is not hypocrisy? Good. Well said. The crowd applauded enthusiastically. Not only did they feel that Chen Fei had a point, Chen Fei had done what most of them dared not do. If it were an ordinary person, how would he dare to call out the hospital executives in public? Even if there are so many of them, I am afraid that they have fallen down at the $1 million compensation level. Only Chen Fei passed this double test. A wave of admiration in the hearts of all of us. Ancient Zhu Guliang tongue fighting group of scholars. Today there are Chen Fei tongue fighting group of doctors. Painful. 45. Family and money. How to choose. Chen Fei did not allow a single step, and the atmosphere fell to freezing point for a while. At this time, a middle-aged couple came to the hospital. They rode through the crowd and walked out. Yun Yi immediately ran over when she saw them. Mom and Dad. The visitors were clearly Yun Yi's parents. When they received the call and learned that their daughter had been misdiagnosed and was not sick at all, the couple was first pleased, but soon realized that it was a medical error. So the couple left their work at hand and drove to the hospital in a hurry. Yi, are you really not sick? Yun Yi's mother, Lu Hui, asked with concern. Aha! Yun Yi nodded and recounted the matter from beginning to end. After listening to Lu Hui angry, obviously wrong in the hospital, actually said her daughter's own bad luck. Is this still human language? If we don't get this straight today, I'm not done with you. Lu Hui eyes flooded with tears. How beautiful his daughter turned out to be. Should be a carefree little princess. Just because of the misdiagnosis made my daughter suffer a lot of pain. Fortunately acid. Yun Yi's father, Yun Yulong, had a grave expression, not knowing what he was thinking. Hello Mr. Cloud. As if Qian Huayan had found a breakthrough, he said, your daughter's matter. Our hospital will definitely be responsible to the end. Why don't we find a quiet place to talk about it? Yun Yulong was silent for a long time, then nodded. Good. Everyone froze for a moment. Yun Yulong, this was clearly a precursor to compromise. No way. I won't agree. If you dare to reconcile with them, Lao Yun, I'll divorce you. Lu Hui opened her mouth, her attitude just as resolute as Chen Fei's. It's not like their family is short of money. They want justice. Don't you fool around. Yun Yulong pulled Lu Hui aside and lowered his voice. Ally Hospital is our family's biggest client. If we offend them, our business will be over. Chen Fei's hearing was sharp, and he turned his head to Yun Yi and inquired, your family has business cooperation with Ally Hospital? Well, our family runs a factory that mainly produces medical supplies, and Ally Hospital is our family's biggest purchaser. Yun Yi also did not hide anything. It turns out that because they are business partners, Yun Yi's family and the workers under them will come to Ally Hospital for medical checkups every year, which is considered to be a return of favor. Yun Yi's medical report was mistaken with another patient with the same name, and that's why she was misdiagnosed. TSK, 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 TSK. Chen Feiyu was secretly staggered. From the perspective of the parents, it must be to defend the interests of their children. But it was the case that the Yin family and Ally Hospital had business cooperation. Wanting to seek justice for Yun Yi would inevitably offend Ally Hospital. If he chose to put things to rest, the business would be saved, but it would definitely break the hearts of Yun Yi's mother and daughter. Will you stand firmly on your daughter's side, or will you hold back for the sake of business, kinship and money? Yun Yulong had to make a trade-off. Chen Feiyu felt that Yun Yulong probability will choose the latter. Business people sometimes interests look at more than feelings, and Yun Yulong did not speak out first, obviously do not want to offend the hospital. Xian Huayan is also an old fox. Saw that Yun Yulong attitude loosened, immediately gave a dose of fierce medicine. Mr. Yun, how indecent for so many people to watch. Why don't you go to my office first and let's discuss how exactly to solve the matter of your gold. By the way, this year our hospital is preparing to purchase medical supplies in large quantities. Let's talk about this year's cooperation by the way. Chen Fei's eyes narrowed into a line, a deep sheen skimming across the bottom of his eyes. What a sly old fox. A few insinuating words, but full of thick threats. If Yun Yulong compromised, the hospital would give him a large order as compensation. But if Yun Yulong was dead set on it, it would break the cooperation between the two families. Yun Yi also said that Ally Hospital was the biggest purchaser for their family. If the two sides suddenly stopped cooperating, the things produced by the Yun family would not be able to find a next family to take over in a short period of time, and it would most likely lead to a break in the amount of funds, and even the wages of the workers could not be paid, in danger of going bankrupt at any time. As expected, Yun Yulong's face suddenly changed. He also wanted to seek justice for his daughter, but the other hospital pinched his 7 inches of vitals. Moving his fingers can pinch him to death. Hundreds of workers under his hand have to support their families, so even if he doesn't think about himself, he has to think about the workers. Okay, you've come up with a compensation package that we accept. Yun Yulong gritted his teeth, and in the end, he had no choice but to compromise. There's no way around it. The arm can't be twisted. Yun Yi lost her head, but she could understand her father's difficulties. After all, there were so many workers following her father to make a living. Any decision had to be made for the greater good. Lu Hui angrily pushed her husband away, understanding, but she only had such a daughter. It was too much for her to let it go like that. Qian Huayan stroked his beard. Chen Feiyu and the hospital have no conflict of interest. He can't do anything about Chen Feiyu, but Yun Yulong can be much better. Those doctors also raised their eyebrows at Chen Fei, as if to say, aren't you a bully? People's fathers have agreed to a peaceful resolution. So what qualifications do you, an outsider, have to demand a public apology from us? Just when everyone thought that the matter had come to an end, Chen Fei suddenly burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, old man. Your methods are even more vicious than mine. Everyone was confused, not knowing what Chen Fei meant. The only thing they could be sure of was that he was scolding Qian Huayan, because Qian Huayan was the oldest person in the room. How dare you scold the vice dean, being so rude to your elders. I don't know how your parents raised you. The doctors defended Qian Huayan, and the smile on the latter's face disappeared as he questioned. You're saying I'm vicious? How am I vicious? Knowingly, at best. I've cost the coup his job. And isn't it tough enough when you threaten people with business, with the jobs of hundreds of people, to fall in line? Studying medicine is different. Killing without blood. Chen Fei reminded him of this. The masses, who were still a bit confused, were immediately enlightened, and each of them looked at Qian Huayan with contempt. I don't bother with you because you're young, but you have every intention of smearing our hospital. His small mind was revealed on the spot. Qian Huayan couldn't pretend anymore and gave an order to the security guards. Throw him out for me, and don't allow this one to set foot in our hospital in the future. Oh, the dog is jumping over the wall? I'm still not leaving today. Chen Feifu swaggered into the chair and crossed his legs high. It's not up to you to leave. Throw it out. The security guards surrounded them, ready to take Chen Fei out of the hospital. When suddenly, a vicissitude voice came. What's all the noise? What's going on? Looking in the direction the voice came from, he saw an old man standing outside the crowd. The moment they saw the old man, everyone's eyes became incomparably respectful. 46. Showdown. I'm a hospital shareholder. The old man had his hands behind his back, exuding a powerful aura. He was like a C-pin, and the atmosphere instantly quieted down as soon as he appeared on the scene. Both doctors and patients looked at the old man with extra respect. This old man in front of me is a big deal. His name is Zheng Jiwen, is a famous old Chinese medicine practitioner in the area of Zhenghai City. He does not take a penny, practicing medicine without pay for more than a few dozen years. On the newspaper, the mayor of the city once paid a personal visit to Zheng Jiwen and presented him with a banner with the words "Contemporary Miracle Doctor." Kind-hearted and benevolent, Zheng Jiwen practiced medicine and cured countless patients, and according to official statistics, he treated more than 1.2 million patients. The cost of medicine alone for 1.2 million people is astronomical. How many doctors can be as selfless as he is? Later, when Zheng Jiwen got older, he handed over the medical center to his two sons to take care of, and the sons inherited their father's business, still providing free medical care for the benefit of the community. Instead, young Ji Moon was invited by the chairman of Ally Hospital to step in as the hospital's director. His idea is simple: make some money to subsidize his family. He can go to help more people, so that more people can see the doctor for free. It's Dean Zhang. Hello, Elder Zhang. Young Ji Moon's fame was so great that everyone recognized him. It's not an exaggeration to say that out of the 10 locals present, there is at least one person who has a relative or friend who has seen Zheng Jiwen for free. The crowd stepped back toward the sides, making way. Zheng Jiwen walked through the center. The patients greeted him warmly. Zheng Jiwen smiled and nodded in response. Old money, what's all the commotion? Zheng Jiwen's slate face. The hospital is a place to see the doctor. Is to let the patient recuperate place? Noisy, how to be in order. Old Zhang. I don't want to argue either. It's this kid who's here to malign our hospital. Qian Huayan does not have the broad-mindedness of Zhang Lao. Not to mention the great sentiments of hanging pots to help the world. The previous hypocrisy are all pretended. At this moment, seeing that Zheng Jiwen had been alarmed, Qian Huayan was busy dumping the black pot on Chen Fei. Zheng Jiwen frowned. His deep gaze landed on Chen Feiyu's body. After seeing his appearance clearly, he was a bit surprised. He always felt that Chen Feiyu looked familiar. What's your name, young man? Grandpa Zhang, don't you remember me? I'm Little Fish. Chen Feifei stood up and said with a smiling face, when I hurt my lumbar vertebrae when I was a child, my father took me to your medical center to see a doctor. Come to think of it, it was you, troublemaker. Zheng Jiwen slapped his forehead. His medical center mainly treats tendon and bone diseases. Usually the people who go there are middle-aged and old people. Back then, Chen Feiyu was still in junior high school. Because of the lumbar spine injury, took a year off from school. Was the only small child to go to Zheng Jiwen's to see a doctor. So Zheng old man was very impressed with him. Bastard, healed your bones and came here to mess with me, didn't you? Zheng Jiwen laughed and cursed, the corners of his mouth rising slightly in delight. He remembered that when Chen Feiyu went to the medical center, he couldn't even walk because his spine had compressed the nerves in his right leg, and he needed Chen Dongshan to carry him out and back in. Now that Chen Feiyu has grown up and is alive and well, Zheng Jiwen is sincerely happy. There is no greater honor for a doctor than to cure a patient. Grandpa Zhang, I'm innocent. Chen Fei's face was aggrieved, as if he had suffered a great injustice. Zheng Jiwen gently kicked Chen Fei's calf. Who wronged you? If you don't make it clear today, I'll crack your healed spine once more. If anyone else had said this, Chen Fei would have already smacked a big mouth on it. However, Zheng Jiwen was Chen Fei's benefactor, and he respected it in his heart and would not be reckless. Grandpa Zhang, here's the thing. Chen Fei came to Zheng Jiwen's ear and said the matter once and for all, without any added fuel. Learning that the doctors under his command misdiagnosed and still refused to admit their faults, even shirking their responsibilities and saying that the patient deserved it, the smile on Zheng Jiwen's face gradually disappeared, and his expression and eyes became more and more serious. Grandpa Zhang, to tell you a secret, I'm actually still a shareholder of this hospital. You're a shareholder? Yes, I am now a shareholder of Alice Medical Limited, and Ally Hospital is a private hospital under Alice. Do you think I am a shareholder? Chen Feiyu originally didn't want to expose his identity, but those doctors would definitely take sides and help Qian Huayan. With everyone saying their own words, who should young Keyman believe? So Chen Fei could only convince Zheng Jiwen that he wasn't lying if he proved that he wouldn't harm the hospital's interests. You're the new shareholder surnamed Chen? Zheng Jiwen suddenly remembered that Alice's chairman had called him a few days ago, telling him that a new shareholder named Chen Feifu had joined the company and might bring the new shareholder to visit the hospital. After many years, Zheng Jiwen had long ago not remembered Chen Feiyu's full name, but only remembered that he was called Little Fish. I didn't realize that Chen Feifu was the new shareholder and that he had sneaked in on his own. Although Zheng Jiwen was old, he was not an old fool. Chen Feiyu was a shareholder of the company. What good would it do him to bring down the hospital? It's not possible that he had too much money and wanted to burn a little of it? It must be Chen Huayan and others who are at fault first. Grandpa Zhang, don't expose my identity. My friends don't know I'm a hospital shareholder. Okay, I understand. Leave this matter to me and I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Zhang Jiwen's face is gloomy. If not for Chen Feifu made a big mess, the people below would still hide from him that there was a medical malpractice. These people like to gang up and engage in cliques. It is time to rectify the hospital culture. I announce as president that Dr. Gubin made a mistake in his work, causing the patient to suffer great trauma both physically and mentally. I've decided to fire him, and from today Gubin is no longer a doctor at Ally Hospital. In the meantime, we will publicly apologize to the victim on our official Twitter account. Put. As if Gubin had been sentenced to death. His entire body was paralyzed on the ground. Elder Zhang is wise. The patients clapped and applauded, and for a time the whole hospital echoed with thunderous applause. Old Zhang, you can't fire Gubin. Qian Huayan was instantly anxious. Zhang Jiwen glanced lightly at Qian Huayan. Why can't you? Just because Gubin is your nephew? The crowd was surprised. No wonder Qian Huayan was so protective of Gubin. So the two were relatives. Old Zhang, you have to look at the Buddha even if you don't look at the monk. Qian Huayan face a little hung up. He is at least a vice president. The public dismissal of his nephew. This is to hit him to hit the old face. How can he step down? However, Zhang Jiwen does not eat Qian Huayan this set. Let Gubin this kind of irresponsible doctors to stay in the hospital. I do not know how many other people will become the second and third victims. If you have merits, you should be rewarded. If you have faults, you should be punished. Don't say that Gubin is your nephew. Even if I, the dean, made a mistake, I would have to pack my bag and leave immediately. 47. Avenge my father's death by fixing the vice president. Zhang Jiwen won a standing ovation for his remarks. What a doctor. That's a real doctor. Putting the patient first. Dean Zhang, what you're doing is damaging the hospital's reputation. Qian Huayan's face was ugly to the extreme, and his address changed from Old Zhang to Dean Zhang. Zhang Jiwen didn't even consult with him before publicly announcing that he was going to fire Gubin, deliberately trying to make things difficult for him. Of course, Zhang Jiwen isn't that fancy. He's just doing official business. Zhang Jiwen is a pure doctor. He only thinks about how to save people and cure the disease, but he does not have the time to engage in the same set of small group bureaucratic means as Qian Huayan. It's the lack of accountability to patients that is damaging the hospital's reputation. Fine, there's nothing I can do if you're bent on having your way, but I'll tell the chairman about today's events. So explain it to the chairman yourself. Don't worry, if the board of directors pursues the matter, I'll take the responsibility alone. Humph. Qian Huayan left angrily. There was nothing he could do but be angry. Who let Zhang Jiwen is the director, while he is just a deputy. The former holds the absolute voice of the hospital. The matter came to an end and the onlookers dispersed. Chen Feifu smiled and came up. Grandpa Zhang, then my friend's recovery regimen. You see, don't worry, the fault lies with our hospital. We will take responsibility to the end. Having obtained Zhang Jiwen's promise, Chen Fei's mission was accomplished, and if nothing happens next, Yun Yi should be able to return to her former self as long as she cooperates with the hospital's treatment. Your parents are here, so I won't take you back to school. Chen Feiyu felt that there was no need for him to stay, and Yun Yi said goodbye. I'll leave first then. Call me if there's anything. Bye. Yun Yi chased after him and wanted to send Chen Feiyu off, but due to physical reasons, she was unable to catch up with him and could only see Chen Feiyu walk into the elevator. Yun Yi comes back with disinterest and hears her father discussing business with Zhang Jiwen. Elder Zhang, there won't be any changes in our family's cooperation with your hospital, right? Don't worry. As long as there are no quality problems with your medical supplies, our hospital will continue to work with you. Yun Yulong was relieved. He was afraid that Qian Huayan would retaliate, and now with Zhang Jiwen's words he was relieved. Thank you, Elder Zhang. There's no need to thank me. If you want to thank me, go thank that Chen Fei kid. Who is Flying Fish Chun? Aren't your daughter and Chen Fei you friends? For a moment, Yun Yulong couple and Zhang Jiwen looked at Yun Yi at the same time, and Lu Hui asked, Yi, that friend of yours is called Chen Fei? No, his name is Li Pengfei. The three elders were a bit confused. Who exactly was that Chen Fei? Zhang Jiwen was the first to react, tilted his head and laughed. That brat has been a Grinch since he was a child. Your daughter is too simple. She must have been fooled by him with a fake name. His real name is Chen Fei, and he's a shareholder in our hospital's parent company. Zhang Jiwen patted Yun Yulong's shoulder and said, as long as you guys have a good relationship with him, we'll be able to get 9 out of 10 orders for our hospital in the future. Yun Yulong immediately brightened up. He thought that Chen Feiyu had some ulterior motive for approaching Yun Yi with a fake name. He didn't expect Chen Feiyu to have such a powerful background. Ally Hospital's parent company is Alice Medical Limited, a leader in the healthcare industry. Chen Feifu became a shareholder of Alice at such a young age. It was really not simple. Lu Hui shot a glance at her own daughter. Since Chen Feiyu left, Yun Yi just had a sullen expression and seemed to care a lot about that brat. Chen Feiyu is young and talented, and has a handsome appearance, so he is a good match for his own daughter. Lu Huixin want not next time to invite Chen Feiyu to have a meal at home. Try to summarize the two little ones. Maybe it will be a wonderful marriage. While the couple each had something to think about, Yun Yi was in deep thought. Chen Flying Fish? So his name is Chen Flying Fish. Yun Yi mumbled and repeated the name in her mind, and instantly figured out that if she wasn't wrong, the other boy on the night of the late-night snack was the real Li Pengfei. Mostly, it is true that Li Pengfei sought his bloated physique, so he beat a retreat and held his name on Chen Feiyu. After thinking about it, Yun Yi smiled brightly. It didn't matter what Chen Fei's name was. What mattered was that when he was in trouble, it was him who had no choice but to stand up for him, and that was enough. On the other hand, Chen Fei drove around in his Bentley. Chen Feiyu 1,000 instructions. Let Zheng Jiwen do not expose his identity, but never thought that Zheng Old Mouth is not at all strict, and turned around and sold him. Chen Feiyu suddenly felt a little hungry, parked the car and looked for a roadside Lanzhou ramen store to comfort his organs. After eating and walking out of the ramen store, Chen Fei saw the postal bank across the road. He suddenly remembered something. Dad's revenge hadn't been avenged yet. Dongya Bank. The deputy manager surnamed Han fired Chen Dongshan without asking, not to pack him a meal. Chen Feiyu in vain. Before, it was obviously unlikely that Chen Fei wanted to get a vice governor off the stage, because at that time, although he had more than $1 billion in assets, he was not prepared to sell his assets for cash, and the bank was a place that only recognized money. Not anymore though. He has $1, $2 billion in liquidity. Casually deposit a couple of $100 million into, not to mention a branch vice president, even if the governor will have to treat him as his own father. It was easy to make Vice President Han lose his job. Said to do it, Chen Fei bought a few suitcases on the way home, and when he arrived home, he took out 100 million cash from inside the system, and the money piled up into a small mountain on the bed. Chen Fei packed the cash into separate suitcases and stuffed them under the bed. Since he was already home, Chen Fei didn't plan on going out again today, but tomorrow he was going to make a trip to the Dongya Bank. The vice president's a big shot, isn't he? You're going to fire my dad, aren't you? Tomorrow will make you regret it. In the evening, after dinner, Chen Feiyu's family went to their respective rooms early to rest. Chen Feiyu went to the living room to pour water, and when she passed the door of her parents' room, she heard the content of their conversation. Chen Dongshan's search for a job was not going well. After all, he only has a junior high school education and is about 50 years old. So many employers will not hire him. Chen Dongshan can only do the kind of security guards of the old school district. But that is a carrot. Has been occupied by someone. Not his turn at all. Listening to Chen Dongshan sighing and sighing, it strengthened Chen Feiyu's heart to fix the surname Han. A night without words. The warmth of the morning sun rips through the darkness to illuminate the earth. And it's a brand new day. Wang Shufan went out to work early. Chen Feiyu persuaded his mother several times to let the retirement enjoy happiness. They are not unable to afford her. However, Wang Shufan said that people have to be prepared for danger. 48. I want to save $100 million. Chen Dongshan is now unemployed. And in case one day Chen Feiyu also fails in business and runs out of money, at least she has a salary and the family can have a bite to eat. Chen Feiyu couldn't argue with his mom, so he could only let her go to work. Dad, aren't you going to look for a job today? As soon as Chen Feiyu walked out of the bedroom, he saw Chen Dongshan lying on the sofa with a depressed will, hair loss, unemployment, and known as the man's two major midlife crises. As the head of the family, Chen Dongshan, now instead of relying on his wife and son to support, how can he not worry? There's not much work in the world that I can do. A light flashed in Chen Dongshan's brain and said, little fish, what do you say I go deliver takeout? Delivery? Do you have a battery-operated car? Chen Dongshan and his wife commute to work by bus, so now the family has no battery car that can be used for delivery in addition to the two cars. I don't have a battery car. I have a car. Chen Feifu flirted with his old father. Pull back. Driving your Audi A8 to deliver? Are you going to deliver takeout? Or are you going to irritate people? I guarantee you clear all bad reviews. Delivery of this errand is really too bitter. Sun and rain. Encountered some bad-tempered tricky customers. A little late delivery on the face of a scolding. Dad's not getting any younger. No need to go out and look people in the face. And I'm afraid the money earned from delivery is not enough to refuel the Audi A8. So I might have to put a little money back into it. Besides, it's not like Chen Fei can't afford to support his parents. But Chen Feiyu did not directly say I support you and so on. We are all men. To face well. So that will make Chen Dongshan feel old and useless. Hey, it's a pain in the ass to find a job. Chen Dongshan grumbled. He really regretted that he hadn't furthered his education when he was young. Dad, don't be downhearted. Have you ever heard of the dark side of the river? Maybe the job will come to you on its own. What a mess. Jobs don't come to you on their own. You savor. You savor. Chen Fei smiled mysteriously. And suddenly someone rang the doorbell. Opened the door to see that there were 10 strong men standing at the door. The leader was Zhu Liang, the security chief of Xintai Commercial Street, and behind them were all the security guards under him. Mr. Chen, I've brought everyone. Well, follow me to my room and carry out the suitcase. Zhu Liang and the others followed Chen Fei into the room and dragged out a suitcase by hand. Although Chen Dongshan was curious in his heart when he saw this, he did not pursue Chen Fei to ask what he was going to do. Dad, I'm going out. After giving an explanation, Chen Fei led the people to the parking lot, and the suitcases were moved onto his car. 10 or so large suitcases filled the entire trunk and back seat, to the brim. You guys are coming with me to the Eastern Industries Bank. Chen Feiyu drove in the front to lead the way. Zhu Liang and others got into 2 vans respectively, all the way to follow closely behind Chen Feiyu's car, but, in no time at all, it reached the Bank of East Industry. You guys wait outside and do what I tell you to do. Chen Fei pulled a suitcase and walked into the bank door alone. Zhu Liang and the others were at the door at all times. The female bank employee in the lobby immediately displayed a professional smile on her face when she saw Chen Fei. Sir, may I ask what kind of business you are looking for? Deposit. To deposit money you can go straight to the machine and we have staff who will show you how to do it. The female clerk had no malicious intent, but simply thought that Chen Fei looked young and shouldn't have too much savings. I'm afraid the machine won't save. I've got a bit too much money saved up. Oh, and how much are you saving? 100 million. 49. The whole bank is boiling. 1. The female clerk froze for a moment. She came to work in the bank for more than a year, and she had seen a lot of customers who had loaned $100 million, but it was still the first time she had encountered someone who had deposited $100 million. How much did you say you wanted to deposit? Sir? The female clerk thought she was hallucinating and repeated the confirmation. 100 million. What? Too little? No. That's not what I meant. The female clerk's head shook faster than a rattle drum. For the branch $100 million is definitely a supreme level of big customers. Not at all. Simply more than enough to overflow. Excuse me, sir. At the risk of sounding presumptuous, what method of deposit do you use? Chen Feifu only pulls a large size box, which contains at most $1 million, and cannot be loaded with $1 billion. Chen Feiyu didn't answer, putting the suitcase down and opening the combination lock. The moment the box was opened, stacks of red bills were exposed to the air. So much money that it rolled out from inside the box, and a few of the stacks fell to the ground. Here's $1 million, and I brought $1 million in cash today, Chen Fei calmly said. If your bank service satisfies me, I will transfer the remaining 90 million to be deposited in your bank. Yes, sir. Please follow me. Where did the female clerk dare to slack off? Not even bothering to wonder if Chen Fei really had 100 million. No one is going to have nothing to do but bring $1 million in cash to the bank and pretend that they're going to deposit $100 million. Because the moment they check that they don't have any money they'll immediately be dismantled. Even if Chen Fei only had 1 million, that was still quite a lot. Thus, the female clerk directly brought Chen Fei into the VIP area. The VIP area was very quiet. The customers were much less than the lobby, but every one of them was a rich master. Chen Fei sat on the sofa and waited quietly. The female staff went to get water for him. A middle-aged man in a suit walked into the VIP area to inspect the work and talked to a VIP customer who was doing business. Vice President Han, how come your bank's security has changed? Where's the previous security guard? Old Chen? Harm. Don't mention it. That ungrateful guy offended our VIP customers. People called and complained to me, so I fired him. Old Chen is nice. It's a bit of a shame to fire him. What's the pity? It's just a security guard. He can only blame himself for his bad luck. Chen Feifu in the play phone movement paused for a moment. He looked up. It turned out that the suit man in front of him is Vice President Han. Well, that's good. Dare to talk bad about my dad behind his back. Wait for my retaliation. There'll be time for you to cry later. The female clerk ran back, holding a bottle of Evian mineral water that cost a few $dozen, and after seeing Vice President Han, she immediately ran up and whispered a few words. Chen Fei didn't need to guess to know that the female clerk must be reporting that she wanted to deposit $100 million. As expected, Vice President Han's eyes lit up as he looked at Chen Fei, and immediately, a color of ecstasy that was hard to hide could be seen in his pupils. What is your name, sir? Hani didn't dare to be slow. and hurriedly greeted him with a hand outstretched in a gesture of goodwill. $100 million is a big client. If he gets this one done, maybe he can get a raise this year, and maybe the head office will directly promote him to become a branch president. Although there is only a one-word difference between president and vice president, there is a world of difference in terms of power and treatment. It was estimated that beating Han Yi to death would not have thought that Chen Fei had come to trouble him with a large sum of money. A promotion and a raise? Do your dreaming. I'll have you laid off and unemployed. Chen flying fish. Chen Fei's tone was cold, with no intention of shaking Han Yi's hand. Shaking hands with this kind of goods, he resented dirtying his hands. 50. The whole bank is abuzz, too. So it's Mr. Chen. May I ask if you have a bank card from our Donya Bank? Nonsense. What would your bank do without me? Chen Fei took out a savings card from Donya Bank, which was something that Chen Dongshan had helped him with in the past, only that he hadn't been able to deposit much money into it. You're right. It was poorly thought out on my part. Han Yi could only compensate with a smile even when he was scolded, not daring to talk back at all. Are you kidding? They're big clients. You can't afford to offend them. The VIP customer in front of him finished his business and left. Han Yi invited Chen Fei to the counter, and Chen Fei made a call to let Zhu Liang and the others waiting outside come in. The VIP counter is in a separate area and is divided from the regular counter. Zhu Liang and the others carried their boxes and were just walking to the VIP area when they were stopped by the security guards. Han Yi saw that Zhu Liang and the others were about to come in, so he walked to the doorway, changing his humble stance from the way he had treated VIP earlier, and gave Zhu Liang and the others an overbearing, sidelong glance. I'm sorry, this is a VIP area, and you can't enter if you're not a VIP of the bank. VIP has money. One is the bread and butter. Of course Han Yi is willing to lower his posture, but in front of the eyes of Zhu Liang and others are plainly dressed, at a glance as the city people, cannot let him kneel and lick the qualification. As soon as Han Yi turned around, he realized that Chen Fei was dragging the box containing money and walked out from the VIP area. Mr. Chen, where are you going? Han Yi was confused, thinking that the money had not yet been deposited. Why did he say he was leaving? You guys, open the box. Chen Fei glanced at him, then asked Zhu Liang and the others to open the box. The next second, the whole bank was abuzz. That's a lot of money. The boxes were all filled with cash. The location where Chen Fei was now standing was right at the junction of the VIP area and the ordinary area, so the entire staff and customers in the bank were able to see the shocking scene of banknotes all over the floor. Many people gulped. If it wasn't for the bank's surveillance and the security guards, I'm afraid they wouldn't have been able to hold back and rush up to rob it. Han Yi also looked dumbfounded. One suitcase is about $1 million. Wouldn't 10 be exactly 10 million? It is not true that there are no branches of customers with large deposits, but the vast majority of them are deposited into bank accounts through transfers and remittances. Taking $10 million in cash to deposit, Chen Fei was definitely the first one ever in the branch. It's simply trenchant and inhumane. Han Yi's blood boiled with excitement. The female clerk had told him before that Chen Fei was going to make a deposit of $100 million, 10 million of which would be in cash. Now that $10 million in cash is in sight, that means that 100 million is also certain to be true. Zhu Liang and others are also silly. They were wondering before, what is loaded in the suitcase? How so heavy? Did not expect actually is a stack of $100 bills. However, Zhu Liang and the others didn't dare to be greedy. Chen Fei's identity was too mysterious. Even their old boss had to find ways to curry favor. Even if they had the life to take the money, I'm afraid they wouldn't have the life to spend it. They're all here to give me money. Since Vice President Han turned my money away, I'll just deposit it in another bank. I'm sure there are plenty of banks that will rush for the money. Mr. Chen, please wait a moment. Han Yi hunched over and said with a curt face, this is a misunderstanding. I didn't know they were here to give you money. Han Yi unscrewed the cap of the mineral water bottle and handed it to Chen Fei. You take it easy, I'll make amends. Ha! Chen Fei sneered, then returned to the VIP area. Han Yi was relieved. Just now his heartbeat accelerated crazily, almost didn't die of fear. 100 million big customers if he screwed up. His rice bowl will be smashed. How could Han Yi know that this shock was just an appetizer? The real meal is yet to come. His nightmare was just beginning. 51. Banknote capacity. The head of the head office to receive personally. The bank took out several money checking machines. Chen Fei brought too much cash. The staff in the VIP area couldn't count it at all. So the staff who were busy in the front hall were also called over to count it together. Man and machine are on the job together. And many of the employees are no slower than the machines in counting money. The bank clerk takes the counted bills and bundles them up in paper bag bands, dividing them into stacks of 10,000 each. During this period, one of the money detectors actually burned out directly due to overloading. emitting thick white smoke and an unpleasant burnt odor. Many customers can't help but wonder how much work it takes to burn out a bill checker. Maybe it's the ability to pay money. This young man goes out with so much money. Isn't he afraid of being robbed? Stop it. Can't you see that people have so many strong men close by to protect them? It's good that he doesn't rob you. It must be said that the security guards of the Oriental Company are all of excellent quality. Each one of them has undergone systematic training, full of essence, strong physique, and well organized. People who didn't know they were security guards could easily mistake them for top-notch bodyguards. Mr. Chen, wait a moment. I'll take care of something. Han Yi's afterglow caught sight of the two men in the hall who were visiting, and he straightened his collar and walked over. The short-haired man, surnamed Zhou, is the president of this branch. Another middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses, called Fong Shishuan, was the vice president of the head office, and had specially come over to visit and guide the work today. Good day, Governor Fong. Your presence here really brings our branch to life. Han Yi, this person is not very capable of other things. The ability to pat the whiskers and walk the horse is a masterpiece. Go up as a rainbow fart. Han Yi is very smart. He directly removed the vice word in front of the governor, invariably raising the status of Fong Shishuan, implying that Fong Shishuan will soon be promoted to become the head of the bank. Han, why is the VIP area so busy? Fong Shishuan smiled faintly and didn't take it to heart. He had to listen to these flattering words hundreds of times a day, and he wouldn't get carried away just because of a few words of Han Yi's bragging. A customer came in today with a deposit of $100 million, $10 million of which was in cash, and everyone's ordering money there. $100 million? Fong Shishuan was slightly stunned. The head office would often have large amount of transactions, but $100 million transaction at the branch was very rare. Little Han, you've done a good job. Do your best, and in the future, when Lao Zhou transfers to the head office, the position of branch president will be yours. Han Yi was ecstatic. Fong Shishuan said so. As long as there are no accidents, basically the next governor will definitely be him. Take me to meet the honorable and large client. A liquidity of $100 million is a sitting VIP of the bank, both at the head office and at the branch. Since he met Fong Shishuan, naturally had to go and meet with him. Maintaining a good customer can only bring long-term income to the bank. Han Yi led the two bigwigs towards the VIP area. At this time, Chen Fei was sitting on the sofa, playing with his cell phone in a leisurely manner. After seeing the principal, Governor Zhou and Fong Shishuan could not help but feel some surprise in their hearts, not expecting that the customer was actually a young lad. Mr. Chen, this is Fong Shishuan, the leader of our head office. After Han Yi introduced Fong Shishuan, he then introduced Chen Feiyu to the latter. President Fong Xing, this is Chen Feiyu. Mr. Chen, hello Mr. Chen. I didn't expect you to be so young. You're really young and talented. Governor Fong is overpraised, and I've heard a lot about you. The two shook hands in a friendly manner and exchanged pleasantries. In fact, Chen Fei had never heard of Fong Shishuan's name at all. Chen Fei used to be a little commoner. Where could he come into contact with elite people like Fong Shishuan? But now the situation has changed. Chen Fei is worth billions, while Fong Shishuan at most $1 million a year. Now Fong Shishuan only look up to him. Han has already told me that you intend to deposit $100 million into our bank to thank you for your trust in our bank. Donya Bank is old, and my dad used to work in your bank, so I naturally trust you. Oh, your father used to be an employee of our bank? What's your name? My father is just a small staff member. Governor Fong surely doesn't know him, so I won't mention it. Fong Shishuan could tell that Chen Fei didn't want to disclose it, so he didn't pursue it and sat down to chat with Chen Fei. After a large portion of the money inventory, Fong Shishuan's eyes rolled and he began to cut to the chase. Mr. Chen, do you need to handle any financial management business? 10 million even if it's a fixed-term deposit. There's hundreds of thousands of interest a year. It's a few million in interest if it's 100 million. But of course, you're our honored VIP, and our bank will pay you the maximum amount of interest. Chen Fei narrowed his eyes and smiled. Fong Shishuan was asking him in a roundabout way when the other 90 million would be deposited. Save for sure, but not now. Governor Fong, I'm really sorry. The other 90 million I probably won't exist in your bank. When Fong Shishuan heard the words I'm sorry, he immediately felt bad, and the second half of Chen Feiyu's sentence made his heart go cold. Mr. Chen, are you dissatisfied with our service in any way? Fong Shishuan's first reaction was that there was a problem with the service, so it caused Chen Fei to change his mind temporarily. Chen Feiyu didn't answer and said, Zhu Liang, you tell Governor Fong what's going on. Zhu Liang, who had been guarding the side, opened his mouth and said, President Fong, just now Mr. Chen asked us to bring in the money, but the vice president surnamed Han refused to let us in, and his attitude was overbearing. Those who don't know will see it and think that our Mr. Chen's money stinks. Would you say that in your place? You would still be willing to deposit the money? These lines were sent to Zhu Liang on WeChat by Chen Feifu to teach him to say. The purpose is to find an excuse to Han Yi. When Fang Shixuan heard this, his face really sank. Other banks have people come to deposit money. Are the customers as god of fortune as invited into the door? Han Yi, this bastard, actually blocked not to enter. No wonder Chen Feiyu will be angry. Mr. Chen, don't be angry. I'll have little Han come to make amends to you. Fang Shixuan gave Governor Zhou a wink, and the latter understood and immediately went to call Han Yi over. Not a moment later, Han Yi ran over quickly. Once he came in, he was startled. Fang Shixuan's face was darker than Zhang Fei plus Li Kuei. Little Han, look at what you've done. Why don't you apologize to Mr. Chen? Mr. Chen, I'm sorry. Governor Zhou also didn't tell Han Yi what had happened, so he was also confused and didn't know where he had offended Chen Fei. But Fang Shixuan told him to apologize, so he had no choice but to do so. Mr. Chen, little Han has apologized. Why don't you see this matter settled? No way. Chen Fei shook his head and said meaningfully, I would also love to deposit my money into your bank. It's just that I feel a little uncomfortable in my heart when I see this person right now. 52. An eye for an eye. Firing the vice president. Chen Feiyu came to the bank today for no other reason than he still wanted to yank Han Yi off the vice president's throne. If Chen Dongshan made a mistake at work and was fired by the bank, then Chen Feiyu had nothing to say and would not blame anyone. But Chen Dongshan has been working hard all these years, starting early and working late, and has not been late or left early for a single day. Every time the bank alarm clock in the middle of the night, regardless of sleep, or wind and rain, Chen Dongshan will have to get up from the bed, go to the bank to turn off the alarm clock. Chen Dongshan also often recommend around the relatives and friends to buy Dongya Bank's financial products, to the bank to attract a wave of customers, indirectly pull up the performance. But Chen Dongshan never thought to ask for benefits. Such a hard-working, can be called a model employee? Han Yi said dismissal on dismissal. Not at all miss Chen Dongshan's credit and hard work. And just now, he was talking bad about Chen Dongshan behind his back with the VIP customers. Since Han Yi was ruthless, don't blame him, Chen Fei, for being unrighteous. Governor Fang, it's not that I don't give you face. Chen Fei sighed and said, why did I come to your bank with my money? Isn't it because my father used to be your employee? And to be honest, I can't even look at that little bit of interest from your bank. It's natural. Fang Shixuan nodded in agreement. He didn't feel that Chen Fei was bragging. Someone with $100 million of liquidity means that his assets are at least tens of billions of dollars, and really doesn't care about a few $1,000,000 of interest. I've been kind enough to give you business, but this vice president Han of yours doesn't look at my Chen's money, so I have a breath in my heart. Han Yi was still puzzled to this day. He still hadn't figured out where he had gone wrong. From the time Chen Feiyu stepped into the bank, his attitude towards Chen Feiyu was better than his own parents, and he was pouring tea and water, and he was apologizing and admitting his mistakes. His attitude was humble to the extreme. One could almost describe it as dog licking. Did the licking go too far and gross out Chen Fei? Mr. Chen, then how can I make you feel better? How about I kowtow to you and apologize? Fang Shixuan half-jokingly tried. He is in the head office of the high position of power. Weekdays did not have a lot of contact with the rich, so he knows very well that the most important thing that the rich people value is not the money, but the face. The best way to get Chen Fei to dissipate his anger was to listen to what he said and do it. Chen Fei felt honored, and that anger naturally subsided. Manager Fang is really joking. I wouldn't dare to make you kowtow. Chen Fei laughed, then with a turn of phrase, said, actually, it's quite simple to let me get rid of my anger. Just fire the one surnamed Han. What? Fire me? Han Yi's eyes widened in shock. He was on the verge of crying out. He had no grievances with Chen Fei. Why did he want Fang Shixuan to fire him? Fang Shixuan's eyes stared. He was able to sit on the position of vice president of the head office. His brain could be much smarter than others, and he could see right through that Chen Feiyu was targeting Han Yi. Governor Fang, please don't fire me. Seeing Fang Shixuan in deep thought, Han Yi quickly knelt down and prayed. It was hard for him to climb to this position. He didn't want to lose this job. Forget it, I won't make it difficult for you. Governor Fang. Chen Fei suddenly stood up, patted his shirt, and said, let all the employees of your bank stop. I don't even want to deposit 10 million. Zhu Liang, take the brothers and put the money back in the box. Let's go to another bank to deposit the money. Okay, Mr. Chen. Zhu Liang with his security guards began to move the money. The bank employees are stupid, counting the money for most of the day, almost finished, and then suddenly do not deposit. Count the loneliness. Hey, Mr. Chen, speak slowly if you have something to say. Fang Shishuan also stood up and said, I think what you're saying is very reasonable. Our bank is a service industry and should be customer-oriented, and we will never condone an employee with a questionable attitude like Han Yi. Han Yi, you're fired. Fang Shishuan barely hesitated long enough to make up his mind. The criteria he chose was simple. Whoever could bring greater benefits to the bank, Chen Feifei or Han Yi, then he would choose to side with. One is a godly man of unknown worth and the other is a branch vice president. It's obvious who's more important between the two, and it's a good choice to make without getting too hung up on it. In order to keep a big client like Chen Feifei, what's the point of sacrificing one Han Yi? Zhu Liang, stop for a second. I suddenly want to deposit my money in Dongya Bank again. Chen Fei smiled at Fang Shishuan. President Fang, I'm glad to work with you. I believe we will have more business dealings in the future. Oh, then I'd like to thank Mr. Chen in advance for taking care of our bank's business. The two of them smiled at each other. They were just getting what they wanted, and Han Yi was the victim of this deal. President Fang, I've been at the bank for 8 years. I've done hard work without merit. I beg you to be lenient. Don't fire me. Fang Shishuan didn't speak or even look at Han Yi. Seeing that Fang Shishuan was unmoved, Han Yi turned his head and started begging Chen Feiyu as he grabbed Chen Feiyu's coat and cried, Mr. Chen, I have an elderly family. I really can't lose this job. Please have mercy and let me go. Vice President Han. Oh no, I should call you Mr. Han. Chen Fei said coldly, you also know that life is hard? Then when you fired someone, did you ever think that the other person also has an old man and a young man? Okay, even if you're going to sentence me to death, you should let me die knowing exactly why I'm being fired? Han Yi knew that he couldn't be spared today, but he really couldn't figure out why Chen Fei wanted to deal with him. Firing is firing. Where's the why? Isn't that how you fire your staff for no reason? I'm just learning from you. Chen Fei had a teasing face. If I have to say a reason, it's that you have offended a client and I look at you with displeasure. Isn't this a good reason? Han Yi sat paralyzed on the ground with a few miserable smiles. He still didn't understand what Chen Fei meant. The only thing he was sure of was that he had packed his bag and rolled away, and it was already a nail in the coffin. 10 minutes ago, he was still dreaming of being promoted to become a bank president, but he didn't expect his dream to be shattered so quickly. Fang Shishuan stood by and watched coldly, but his brain was racing. Chen Fei had said before that his father was an employee of this branch, and combined with all the insinuations that Chen Fei was saying now, Fang Shishuan had already surmised the general idea. It was estimated that Han Yi had fired an employee for no reason, who happened to be Chen Fei's father, so Chen Fei held a grudge, and today he had come specifically to avenge his father's shame. I guess Han Yi didn't expect that the employee who was casually fired had such a magnificent son behind him. This time he kicked the bucket, and he can only blame himself for not keeping his eyes open. I recommend a friend's book, Urban, Becoming the Richest Man from Experience. You can check it out. 53. 100 million to buy a manager position for dad to play around with. Governor Fang. The remaining 90 million. I'll call the account within today. We'll see each other again sometime. All 10 million was deposited into Chen Fei's bank card. He greeted Fang Shishuan and was ready to leave. The purpose had been accomplished. There was no point in staying. Good. It's a pleasure to meet a young talent like you, Mr. Chen. Today, see you again sometime. Fang Shishuan sent Chen Fei all the way outside the bank and watched Chen Fei leave until the car completely disappeared from sight before he turned around and returned to the bank. Ha! Isn't that young man old Chen's son? It was just about time for the security guards to turn in for their shifts, and an older security guard saw the side of Chen Fei's face, and he recognized it at once. You know that guy from earlier? Fang Shishuan stopped and inquired. Of course he wanted to know more about a godly man like Chen Fei. There might be more opportunities for cooperation in the future. I know him. His name is Chen Fei. He's old Chen's son. He's come to the bank a few times before to deliver meals to his dad. Dongya Bank has a total of 2 doors, front and back. The front door is the main entrance into the bank. The back door is the staff access. And next to the back entrance is the security guard's lounge. Chen Feiyu did come to Dongya Bank a few times before, but he met up with shouting Chen Dongshan in the back. Moreover, it was working hours when Chen Feifu came. The bank employees were all busy in the lobby, and the only security guards left at the back door were those who were on rotation. So other than a few 1 or 2 security guards who had seen Chen Fei once, no one else recognized him. As soon as Fang Shishuan heard the name match, he immediately asked after him, Old Chen? What did the old Chen you're talking about used to do at our bank? Old Chen was a security guard on the same shift as me and was fired by Vice President Han. Do you have Lao Chen's contact information? Having caught the key clue, Fang Shishuan was in an unusually excited mood. If they could bring Chen Dongshan back, then the relationship between Dongya Bank and Chen Feifei would be even closer. and they would still be afraid that Chun Feifei wouldn't deposit money into their bank? I have Lao Chen's cell phone number. The number is given to me. Lao Zhou, later you call and invite old Master Chen back. No, it's better for me to call there personally. Fang Shixuan decided to take matters into his own hands. On one hand, it showed his sincerity, and on the other hand, doing so was considered giving Chen Fei face. Fang Shihun said to the security guard, "You've gotten credit this time. This month you'll be rewarded with a $1,000 bonus. Thank you, Governor Fang." The security guard froze for a moment, and then he was so happy that he couldn't stop talking. He just casually said that he didn't expect to get a $1,000 bonus. Happiness comes so suddenly. Some people are happy and some people are sad. Unlike the jubilant security guard, Han Yi's face was ashen, and the whole person seemed to have fallen into an abyss of 10,000 feet. He had originally wanted to beg for mercy, hoping that Fang Shixuan would step in and help him put in a good word in front of Chen Feiyu. Who knew that Chen Flying Fish was actually the son of Chen Dongshan? Han Yi was completely desperate and finally understood why Chen Fei was targeting him and what he meant by what he said earlier. He fired Chen Dongshan for no reason, and Chen Fei got him fired too for no reason. A reward for a reward. After half a day of tossing and turning in the bank, it was noon in the blink of an eye. Chen Fei took Xu Liang and the others to the roadside fly tavern and rubbed them out. A dozen men crammed into a small private room, ordering a table of stir-fries and a few cases of Tsingtao beer. Chen Fei and the security guards drank to each other and soon hit it off. Xu Liang and the others do not feel that Chen Feifu is stingy, but rather feel that he is very grounded. After all, very few rich people will be willing to come to eat in the dirty and poor fly hall. After the wine and dinner, Chen Feiyu gave the security guards who were present today, and each person sent 500 WeChat red envelopes. Thank you, Mr. Chen. The security guards are happy. They only have a monthly salary of about 4,000. Chen Fei is their salary for several days. You're welcome. You deserve it. Chen Fei fish do not like to take advantage of people. These security guards are off today. Cannot let others volunteer to come over to help for nothing. To give a small red envelope meaning is supposed to. However, Chen Fei gave Zhu Liang $1,000. These people were all called by Zhu Liang. He deserved to take a little more. When Zhu Liang saw Chen Fei's eyes, he knew that his red envelope was different from others, and he wisely put away his cell phone without making a sound. Come on, brothers, stand up and toast Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen, we toast you. The security guards tilted their heads and muffled a large cup full of wine. Following Chen Fei mixed is too cool. Work is easy. There are food and take. It's a shame. How nice it would be if a boss like Mr. Chen, who is so considerate of his subordinates, were their immediate leader. Chen Feiyu went back to his room to rest as soon as he arrived home, and he was confused and looked like he was going to fall asleep. Chen Dongshan opened the door and ran in, grabbing Chen Feiyu's shoulder and shaking him awake. Fish, guess who called me? Dad. If you keep shaking I'm going to spit out the food I'm eating. Who called you so excited? Chen Feiyu sat up and leaned on the bed. He was drunk but his brain was active. He saw the security guard who was on the same shift as his dad when he left the bank. Chen Fei was deliberately walking slower so that the other party would recognize him. Otherwise who would tell Fang Shixuan about his identity? Everything, including the phone call, was within his expectations. The one who called was either Fang Shihun or Banker Zhou. It was Vice President Fang of Dongya Bank's head office who called me. He said that the investigation was clear, that I hadn't made any mistakes, and told me to go back to work tomorrow. And guess what else he said? Hua, the leader of the head office called you personally. Dad, you really have face? What else did that leader say to you? Chen Feiyu's heart was like a mirror, but he still pretended to be unaware of the situation and cooperated with his dad's performance. Fang Shixuan said, I've worked hard for so many years and pulled in a lot of customer resources for the bank, and said he's going to promote me to lobby manager. I'll go. Dad, you're blessed by a disaster. Should I call you Manager Chen from now on? The promotion and salary increase is also expected by Chen Fei. They want to pull themselves together, and they will definitely start from Chen Dongshan. As for the position, it was also similar to what Chen Fei expected. Chen Dongshan is a security guard most of the time in the lobby and do business with customers to communicate, so he is competent enough to handle the position of lobby manager. To give too high position Chen Dongshan rather cannot do. Brat, I think you have itchy skin. You even dare to flirt with my old man. Chen Dongshan laughed and cursed, and his mood brightened up a lot. The bank asked him to go back has been unexpected. Promoted him to be a lobby manager is an additional surprise. Just one thing he could not understand. The bank's attitude, how to change so quickly. Brat, it can't be you who's up to no good, can it? How can that be? Where would I be able to do that? Chen Dongshan nodded. Although you have a bit of money now, it's obviously unlikely that you want to dispatch the top management of a bank's head office. Yeah, you're still the smart one, Dad. Chen Fei smiled undeniably. Oh dear father. You know nothing about your son's strength. I paid $100 million to buy you the position of lobby manager. 54. Fishguard Ltd. Established. Chen Fei had been very busy lately, as the time frame for Oriental to help him manage the commercial street was getting shorter and shorter. He needed to recruit a management team of his own as soon as possible. So Chen Fei asked Su Qinglu to help to register a company. With Su Qinglu such a professional hand, Fish Leap Limited was soon conceived. The registered capital is $100 million. The company's main business is to serve Flying Fish Chen personally and manage the assets in his name. After the company was registered, Chen Feifu began to look for office space while posting job openings on the internet. There were still some empty storefronts in Xintai Commercial Street, but he wasn't going to open his company to the commercial street. After all, it was a place for shopping, which was a bit out of place with the company's ethos. Chen Feifu looked at the IFC building, which was one of the most famous office buildings in Zhonghai City. Renting an office, Chen Feifu has little interest. He wanted to buy one of the floors as the home base of the Fish Leap Company, but the other party only rents and does not sell. Chen Feiyu scratched his head. The last time the system can directly exchange physical objects, he did not think of this fork in the road, and now to only be able to buy their own. Think of the trouble. Chen Fei was so worried that he felt like his hair had fallen out several times. Whatever. Not being able to think of any good ideas for the time being, Chen Fei decided to put it aside for the time being. He had chartered a small banquet hall at the Junlai Hotel today to hold a small job fair. Let's get the staff in place first. We'll talk about the office space later. Chen Fei drove to Junlai Hotel. The hotel staff had already helped him to arrange the banquet hall, and there was a row of seats placed outside the door for the waiting interviewees to rest, because the salary treatment given by Chen Feifu was too attractive. Once it was released, it attracted a large number of people to apply, and received more than 100 resumes. However, Chen Fei only let the hotel staff put 100 seats. First come first served, and those who were late and had no sense of time were directly eliminated from the game. As time went on, there were more and more interviewees, men and women of all ages. Chen Fei didn't bother with them either. He paid the money and the hotel would send someone to help him control the scene. Chen Fei was sitting alone inside the banquet hall. In front of him was a table, and across from him was a separate chair for the interviewers. When the time came, the hotel employees who were guarding the entrance began to let the interviewees in one by one. Chen Feifu let the interviewers introduce themselves. In fact, the resume clearly written above their education, skills and work experience, do so in order to see their ability to communicate with people. In a company collective, if you can't communicate with people, you can't fit in. It's hard to stand alone, and if you can't mingle with your coworkers, you're useless, even if you're highly educated and capable. Each interviewer interviewed for a different position. Some interviewed for property manager, some interviewed for security guard, and some wanted to be Chen Feiyu's personal assistant. Security guard Chen Fei gives a salary package of 5,000 a month after tax. Security chief 8,000 after tax. 15 salary per year. Holiday expenses for the holidays. And a year-end bonus for the new year. And all those bits and pieces of whatever birthday coupons and stuff he has here anyway. Conservative estimates show that a security guard will get at least 80,000 to 90,000 dollars a year. And many non-staff members of institutions do not have such a high salary. This treatment can be considered as the ceiling of the security industry. However, Chen Feifu's requirements are also relatively high. Need to have received professional training. He does not have the energy to train a group of security guards out a little bit. Of course, security-related professional certificates and veterans are preferred. In addition to security guards, other positions in the treatment of salary, but also than outside generally higher than 20%. Chen Fei Fish do not care about money, as long as this money spent worth it on the line. One by one, interviewers came in and out, and the positions were gradually occupied. 40% of Chen Feiyu's hires are people with work experience, and the other 60% are recent graduates. Experienced people can lead new graduates in the workplace, and graduates will be the fresh blood that will bring vitality to the company. In the end, only the assistant manager and personal assistant remain to be recruited. Chen Fei Fish, this general manager, is to be a shirker, so definitely need to find an insider deputy manager to lead. There is no lack of excellent ability among the interviewers, but these people are used to being executives. The attitude is a bit unbeatable. See, Chen Feiyu is much smaller than the age themselves. They are not so respectful. So all these people were eliminated by Chen Fei. The reason is simple. He needs a competent and obedient assistant manager, not someone with a personality. Between ability and obedience, Chen Fei chose the latter. What if you don't listen to him and then you go against him at every turn? Who do you make your employees listen to when you say east and he says west? How else is the company going to make it? The deputy manager position is vacant. Chen Fei is not surprised. The core management position is indeed more difficult to recruit. Let the interviews for personal assistants begin to prepare. Chen Fei was organizing the information of the employees who had passed the interview, when a young girl dressed in a sultry manner walked in. The girl is wearing a super short wraparound skirt. The smile line of her buttocks can be seen vaguely. The deep V on her chest is a finger length, and her proud career line is visible. Instead of sitting in her chair, the girl turned sideways and sat halfway on her hip on the table. Boss. The moment Chen Fei looked up, his entire body was dumbfounded. I'm interviewing for a personal assistant, not looking for a mistress. So what's the fuss about? The girl was also a little surprised to see Chen Fei. She didn't expect the boss to be a young handsome guy, and she could tell from the arm muscle lines that the body must be very good. She would be willing to serve such a boss even if she wasn't paid. Boss, The girl had thought about how to tempt Chen Fei before she came in, but Chen Fei didn't give her a chance to show off and said directly, "You're eliminated." "Huh? Why?" "No reason. You can go." "What the hell? You're playing with me." The girl laughed angrily. Chen Fei's reason for not using her was simple. He didn't like people who used their brains to take shortcuts. Chen Fei, what kind of beauty has not seen? Want to rely on temptation into the throne? That is impossible to drop. 55. Beauty assistant +1. After a few interviewers and the first girl, trying to use beauty to seduce Chen Fei on the throne, some even expressly willing to pay a little price. Chen Fei's 3 views shattered all over the place. Now the girls are so shameless? Let all the rest come in. Chen Fei had lost his patience and simply let all the people interviewing for personal assistants come in at once. Interviewees were lined up in rows, all of them young and beautiful girls, wearing clothes that were more revealing than one another. Chen Fei rubbed his temples with a headache. He felt like he was ordering escort girls. "Cam, I run a company, not a nightclub. In fact, I do not blame the girls for unscrupulous, because Chen Fei gave the salary treatment is too good. The personal assistant has $20,000 a month. A year 15 salary is 300,000 yuan, counting other miscellaneous holiday benefits. That's less than $350,000 a year. Who could resist the temptation of such a high salary? Sacrificing a little color to take the job is not a bad idea. That is, Chen Feifu released the recruitment only a few days. If it had been released for a month, it is estimated that there would not be dozens of girls, but hundreds of girls. Just as Chen Fei was about to drive everyone away, he inadvertently caught sight of a familiar figure in the crowd. I can't believe Lin Weiyin. It's the girl who works at a coffee shop during the day and runs off to work at a barbecue restaurant at night. Lin Weiyin was dressed plainly and without powder. She was like a pearl in the ocean, forming a sharp sense of contrast with the other girls. Even without makeup, the face still crushes all the girls. 76. You stay. Everyone else is eliminated. Each interviewer had a number plate hanging from their waist. The girls left in disappointment, and the only people left in the entire banquet hall were Chen Fei and Lin Weiyin, who was number 76. Chen Fei felt that he and Lin Weiyin were quite destined to meet everywhere they went. "We meet again. Come and sit down." Lin Wei was very impressed by Chen Fei because she possessed a face value not inferior to that of a schoolflower, and she was a hard-working girl who worked a few points by herself, so Chen Fei was very impressed by her. To be honest, with Lin Weiyin's good looks, as long as she wanted to, I don't know how many men would send her money to spend, but she chose to rely on her own hands and work hard. That quality alone is rare. "Hello, Mr. Chen." Lin Weiyin bowed, then sat down across from Chen Fei in a formal manner. At this time, Lin Weiyin's mood and surprised and happy. She also just tried to interview. Did not expect the boss is actually Chen Fei. Chen Fei smiled faintly and found Lin Weiyin's resume from a large stack of papers. "You've done quite a few part-time jobs, but they're all in industries with a relatively low threshold, and your education is a bit low, only at the high school level. Do you think you're capable of the job content of a personal assistant?" "Mr. Chen, I can learn. Please give me a chance." Lin Weiyin stood up from her seat and gave Chen Fei a deep bow. "Take it easy. Sit down and talk." Chen Fei leaned against the back of the chair, his hands clasping his chest, and said, "Can you tell us why you didn't continue to college after graduating from high school? Is there any special reason?" Chen Fei graduated from high school and was originally supposed to be guaranteed admission to Zhonghai University, but due to some human factors, his guaranteed qualification was cancelled, and he ended up not being able to report to the school. So when Chen Fei saw that Lin Weiyin had also interrupted his study career after graduating from high school, it immediately aroused his curiosity. "Because my dad is sick." Lin Weiyin's eyes dimmed as she muttered, "My father has cancer. The family has spent all the money for medical treatment. I have a younger brother who is also studying, and I'm the only one who can afford to come out to work." Chen Fei was slightly stunned. not realizing that Lin Weiyin's family environment was so harsh. No wonder she worked several jobs by herself, all to earn money for her father and brother for medical care and education. Families at the bottom of the social ladder are so sad and helpless that they simply cannot afford a serious illness. And a serious illness is enough to destroy the whole family and even drag down 3 generations. What about your mother? My mom passed away a long time ago. I'm sorry to be presumptuous. That's okay. Lin Weiyin smiled and shook her head, signaling that she was fine. She was already used to hiding in a corner by herself to quietly heal after being injured. Chen Feiyu somewhat sympathized with Lin Weiyin. It was hard to imagine that a weak, soft girl who even spoke softly was shouldering the burden of an entire family. Look at Lin Weiyin's thin arms and cheeks, as if he was chronically malnourished. I'm afraid that all the good things were left for his father and brother. I'm afraid a lot of grown men aren't as strong as she is. You're accepted. Lin Weiyin's simple character attracted Chen Feiyu. People who have a sense of responsibility for their families are generally more loyal, and personal assistants should look for people like Lin Weiyin. Really? Did I really get accepted? Lin Weiyin's eyes rounded in surprise. She felt that she was the least qualified of the many interviewees, and never thought that Chen Feiyu would accept her. Do I look like I'm joking to you? Chen Fei smiled and said, the difficulty of a personal assistant's job is actually not high, but it is rather tedious and messy. So as long as you are not afraid of suffering, you can definitely do well. I'm not afraid of suffering. Lin Weiyin's eyes revealed a determined light. 56. Embrace the nightlife and hit the bars. Since her father's cancer checkup, Lin Weiyin has not suffered from what kind of pain. As long as she can earn money, she is willing to do the hardest and dirtiest work. Of course, she wouldn't sell her dignity and body for money. Well, it's best if you're not afraid to work hard. But if you don't come to work for me, you have to quit your other part-time jobs. I want my employees to work for me wholeheartedly. Well, Lin Weiyin agreed after a moment's hesitation. She had wanted to work at Chen Feifei's during the day and then go to a coffee shop or barbecue restaurant as a part-time job at night, so that she could earn a little bit more. However, since Chen Fei had made this request, she could only dismiss the idea of being a part-timer. After all, 2 part-time jobs combined don't pay a third of what a personal assistant does. In fact, Chen Feiyu didn't let Lin Weiyin go to work for her own good. Working day and night, there won't be any problems in the short term, but her body will surely collapse after a long time. Such a good self-reliant girl is rare nowadays, more valuable than a panda, and it would be a pity if she got exhausted. And Chen Fei didn't want his employees to have health problems. Alright, you add me a WeChat and count tomorrow as the first official day of work, because our office location has not been arranged for the time being, so you can first stand by at home. Rest assured that the salary will be calculated, and I will notify you on WeChat if there is work. All the others who pass the interview will be assigned to work in the management center office of Shintai Commercial Street tomorrow, gradually taking things over from the hands of Oriental. Su Qinglu would be the coordinator there. Chen Feiyu didn't need to worry. As for Lin Weiyin is Chen Feiyu's personal assistant, surely follow him to set up camp in the company later. At present, the company has not yet chosen a good address. It will first loose Lin Weiyin for a period of time. It's just the right time for her to get some rest and stay home to take care of her father more. Chen Feifu didn't lack such a small amount of money anyway. I see. Thank you, Mr. Chen. A good job is the best way to thank me. And there's nothing to do today, so you can go ahead. Lin Weiyin bowed deeply as she thanked Chen Feiyu from the bottom of her heart. It was Chen Fei who had helped her out at the coffee shop in the beginning, and now Chen Fei had given her such a good job opportunity, so she really didn't know how to return the favor. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Chen Fei received a call from Li Pengfei. Old fish, are you free to come out for a midnight snack? Roll, eat your ass. Chen Feifu broke into a rage. He was now having a shadow on late night snacks, especially with Li Pengfei. I don't know if the Yakuza is playing online dating again. Backstabber, this play like when once is enough. Chen Fei do not want to be a second time. Why are you cursing? The quality is too bad. Why are you being scolded? Don't you have any idea in your own heart? Harm. You don't worry. I'm not online dating this time, Ben. Now, last time I pick you, I have been a little bit too much in my heart, so today I'll be the host to invite you to rub a meal. When reparation to apologize. It's really not cybersex, Ben. Now? Chen Fei maintained a skeptical attitude. Being careful has to be prevented. It's really not. Why don't you believe me? But there's something I need to talk to you about. Let's go to Night Street this time. I won't see you at 9. Toodaloo. Li Pengfei hung up the phone after saying that. Chen Feiyu originally did not want to go, but in case Li Pengfei really has something important to look for him, not to go is not a delay in the main event. After contemplating for a while, Chen Fei still decided to make a run for it. Night Street, as the name suggests, is a street that belongs to the night. During the day the stores in the Night Street are closed. Only in the evening will open for business. The night street is more than 1 kilometer long. There are many popular food stores in the street, but the most popular are the bars and nightclubs. There are dozens of large and small. It is the most popular nightlife place for young people in Zhonghai City. Chen Feifu to the time is 8:30. The night street is still brightly lit, far away from all the people. Extraordinarily lively. The boys were walking in groups of 2 or 3, talking and laughing, and every now and then they would point out the girls on the street, discussing which one was good looking and which one had a good figure. The entrances to nightclubs and bars are often the busiest, with people coming and going, and there's never a shortage of beautiful women waiting in line to get in. Girls will dress themselves like a party queen, general beauty, clothes not much bigger than a towel, to be more sexy, not stingy to show off their capital, long legs to see the people dazzled. People who frequent bars and nightclubs do so with a strong sense of purpose, guys hoping to find someone they can have a night of passion with, and girls coming to hang out. If you are not good looking and don't have enough tickets in your pocket, don't hit on the gorgeous girls because they will give you a big blank stare. Old fish. Li Pengfei saw Chen Feifei from afar and waved before running over quickly. You're a gaming nerd. Why would you suddenly want to hang out at a place like Night Street? Hey, my classmate brought me here once a few days ago and found it kinda fun, so I called you to come along for the ride. Chen Fei Fish is heard. Must have seen the Night Street beautiful scenery. Open Li Pengfei's new world. And then the game is not completely fragrant. Just to be clear, I'm not paying for your treat today. Alright, say it's on me. It's on me. Come on. I'll take you to a bar up ahead. Li Pengfei hooked Chen Feifu's shoulder and smiled lewdly. There are especially many beautiful women there, and they can be open. You know. 57. Conflict caused by a woman. 1. Chen Feiyu of course understand what Li Pengfei means. Love to play in the nightclub. Girls are more open-minded, avant-garde. As long as you're handsome enough, there's no worry that no one will spend the night with you tonight. Chen Feiyu will be bailing out of the qualification was cancelled. Depressed for a period of time. Came to the night street drink a few times. Every time there are a lot of girls hit on him, but they were all ignored by Chen Fei as if they were air. Li Pengfei took Chen Feifei into a bar called Mojito, and as soon as he walked in, he could hear deafening music. This bar was very large, and on the stage at the very front a beautiful DJ was playing music. Dancers were dancing, and below a group of young men and women were swaying and jumping along. The atmosphere was simply high. Chen Feifei and Li Pengfei found 2 empty bar seats and sat down. The card seat stipulates how much minimum spending is required to start to qualify for a seat. Li Pengfei, a student dog. Monthly pocket money is only $1,000. Let him open a card seat is obviously impossible. Chen Fei had the ability, but he wasn't happy about it. The reason is simple, he finds it very childish. There are only 2 purposes for opening a deck. The first is to pretend and the second is to attract the attention of a girl. Chen Feiyu really doesn't want to pretend to be a pussy. As for these loose girls at the bar, he really can't be interested either. There is no need to waste too much money on this. Li Pengfei looked around, then poked Chen Feiyu with his elbow. Old fish, do you think the girl dancing in the first row below the stage, on the right, looks good? Chen Fei looked up and said indifferently, it's not bad. Do you think I'll be able to hit on her? People definitely won't hit on you. Hey, I don't like it when you say that. Master Peng, I don't look bad. Okay. Oh, don't believe me. Just try it. You'll see. Li Pengfei took a sip of wine and walked straight towards the girl he had his eye on, who really didn't pay any attention to him and failed in less than 30 seconds. How did you guess she wouldn't pay attention to me? Li Pengfei was puzzled, thinking that although he is not as handsome as Chen Feifu, but his growth is not bad, how can he be counted as a department grass? Idiot, because that girl is a bar employee. Chen Fei explained, the front row of beautiful girls. They are bars invited to attract customers and drive the atmosphere, commonly known as the atmosphere group. People at work can take care of you to hell. Shit, then you didn't say so. So you didn't ask earlier? The 2 brothers gave each other a blank stare and mentally despised each other severely. By the way, you said you wanted to see me about something. What is it exactly? It was only then that Li Pengfei remembered the purpose of looking for Chen Feifei and said, have you met Zhang Kai before? Zhang Kai is the high school classmate that Chen Fei went to buy breakfast that morning and met by chance. At that time, Zhang Kai said the wrong thing and was taught a lesson by the grandparents. Yeah. Why? Zhang Kai called me and said that you promised him earlier that you'd go to your high school reunion. It's at 12 noon on the 18th of this month at the Junlai Hotel. After saying that, Li Pengfei shot Chen Feiyu a glance. You don't really want to go, do you? The organizers of this reunion were Wu Fei and Zhang Kai. These 2 had been at odds with Chen Feiyu before. Chen Feiyu hadn't been admitted to Zhonghai University now, and he would definitely be severely mocked if he went. Of course, if Chen Feifei went in a luxury car, it would be uncertain who taunted whom. I'm not going. Chen Fei shook the glass, and the whiskey took on a golden color under the light. High school classmates in Chen Feiyu good relationship in addition to Li Pengfei. There is only one school flower Han Shixian. Others are ordinary classmate relationship. Even Chen Fei forgot many of their names. This kind of class reunion is not very meaningful to go. And Chen Fei is now a multi-billion-dollar businessman. And a group of student party, what is there to talk about? Not going? Didn't you promise Zhang Kai you'd go? I just casually teased the big fool. Who knew he'd actually believe it? Okay, enough nagging. I'm going to dance. Li Pengfei tilted his head and finished the foreign wine in the cup in one gulp, and then fishtailed into the dance floor. His looks are not bad. Soon there is a beautiful young lady took the initiative to stick up, and the two of them interacted intimately, and a Long Island iced tea. Anyway, it was Li Pengfei who paid the bill, so Chen Feiyu was not polite with him. Chen Feiyu sat alone at the bar and drank, and 7 or 8 waves of young ladies came in a row. Some asked him for WeChat, some wanted to buy him a drink, and some asked him if he had a girlfriend. A girl even asked him if he was interested in going to a hotel together for a night alone. What else is a man and a woman supposed to do in a hotel? Anyone who understands understands. Of course Chen Feiyu will not agree. The girl who is backward is too unchallenging. There is no way for a man to get that kind of joy and satisfaction of conquest. Most of all Chen Fei doesn't like random girls. Suddenly, an accident breaks the pleasant atmosphere of the bar. A youth angrily walked towards Li Pengfei and pushed him away before pulling the girl Li Pengfei was dancing with to his side. You fucking dare to pick up my girl. Looking for death aren't you? 58. Conflict caused by a woman, too. Li Pengfei was pushed back and stumbled into someone behind him. The crowd sensed that there was a conflict on this side, and the crowd dispersed in all directions to make way for an open space. Everyone was in the mindset of watching the show. It was more common than not to have fights and clashes in places like bars in order to grab girls. Usually a little pushing and shoving, a few harsh words, and then nothing. After all, it is now a legal society. And if you break someone, you not only have to pay for it, but also have the risk of going to jail. So the number of people who really dare to fight is very small. Of course, it can't be said that there aren't any. Some people get drunk and feel that they are more powerful than the God of heaven. And in the heat of the moment, they will do the act of blowing someone's head off with a bottle. But none of them are without regret when they sober up and find themselves in a police station. What do you say to a fight? They're both pretty sober. They shouldn't be able to fight. The surrounding people exchanged words. Things are not their own. They do not intend to stand out as a peacemaker. Eat melon and watch the show. How interesting. What, I pick up your horse? It's your girl who's hitting on me. Inexplicably pushed by someone, but also pointed at his nose and scolded. Li Pengfei also burst into anger. He may be a gaming deadbeat, but he's no pushover. Previously read junior high school that will. Chen Feiyu was surrounded by dozens of hooligans from outside schools. He directly one hand a brick rushed up. Fight to incomparable ferocity. Say that again if you dare. I'm not going to say it again. If you want to fight, just come here. Don't be a pussy. Both were a little on top of their game under the influence of alcohol. The atmosphere turned a bit saber-rattling all of a sudden. Hit him. Hit him. The melon-eating crowd watched the fun and desperately blindly cooed from the side, fearing that Li Pengfei and the youth would not fight. You're fucking looking for a fight. The youth copied the bottle on the table next to him and was about to slap Li Pengfei on the head. Li Pengfei was of course not afraid of him and was also ready to pick up a chair and swing it up. The live music also came to a screeching halt, as if to signal that a big battle was about to break out. Just in the nick of time, Chen Fei suddenly appeared in the middle of the two men and grabbed the wrist of the youth's hand that was holding the bottle. Seeing Chen Fei blocking the center, Li Pengfei hastily withdrew his force. Dude, if you have something to say, why do you have to do it? Chen Feiyu smiled slightly. The boy who was fighting with Li Pengfei over his jealousy was dressed in a flowing manner. At a glance, he was not a college student. He was probably a punk from the neighborhood. Who the fuck are you? Why should I listen to you? The youth bared his teeth and glared as he viciously said to Chen Fei, get out of the way, or I'll even beat you up. Snap! Before the youth's words could dissipate, a loud slapping sound spread out, and a red slap mark quickly surfaced on the youth's face. That's right, the slap was from Chen Fei. Everyone's brain is a black question mark. Chen Feiyu is not to persuade the fight. How he first started to fight. I hate cursing people with moms and dads. Don't you have any? Don't you dare hit me. The youth was furious. His other hand grabbed at a champagne bottle, but he grabbed it in vain. The bottle appeared in Chen Feiyu's hand at an unknown time. Chen Fei made a gesture to explode the youth's head, and the latter shrank his neck in fear, his hand hastily protecting his head. After waiting for a small amount of time without feeling any pain, the youth opened his eyes and looked, only to realize that Chen Fei was teasingly looking at him, and that the bottle hadn't smashed down at all. Drop that bottle you're holding. I won't throw it. What can you do about it? The youth thought that Chen Fei didn't dare to make a move, and his attitude was arrogant again. Just see, Chen Feiyu snorted. 5 fingers suddenly force. The youth only feel a wrist from a burst of pain. The palm of the hand is powerless to let go. The bottle clang fell to the ground. Chen Feiyu did not let go of the youth's wrist and looked at Li Pengfei and said, "Put the chair down." "How did you and he argue?" Li Pengfei put down the chair. Incomparably aggrieved. He said I pick up his girl. Obviously that girl herself posted up. It's none of my business. Li Pengfei heart that called a depressed, obviously is a girl to pick him up, and now was hit back a rake. And when he was dancing with the girl, he did ask if she had a boyfriend, and the girl was very clear that she was single. If he knew that the other party had a boyfriend, Li Pengfei wouldn't have been so close to that girl. He's so much more than a sinus. He is a man who dares to be a man, picking up my horse and saying he didn't. What kind of man is he? The youth asterisk 3 words just reached the edge of his mouth, but found Chen Feiyu eyes sharp staring at himself, so immediately swallowed back the dirty words. That slap in the face just now left him reeling. But it hurt. Everyone is coming around. Things are really getting interesting. Li Pengfei said that the girl took the initiative to pick him up, and the youth bites Li Pengfei to rob him of his woman. And the public said that the public has a right to say that the woman has a right to say that the public has a right to say that the woman has a right. Who the hell do you trust? Kneeling for 5-star reviews and comments. The more positive reviews the more updates. 59. Conflict caused by a woman. 3. Just as everyone was speculating about who was lying, the girl in question suddenly walked over to Li Pengfei and cursed at the youth. "You're sick. Who's your girl? This girl is not just sleeping with you for one night. If not for that night I was in a bad mood. Eating is not even your turn." "What? Toad eating swan meat addicted?" The girl snorted. "And don't go to the toilet to look in the mirror. With your sorry audience's honor, can you compare with this handsome guy?" Both boys and girls in the room nodded their heads in unison in favor. Li Pengfei is indeed very handsome. Put in any university face value is enough to rank in the top 10 of the whole school. And the youth is not ugly but not handsome either. As long as the eyes are not blind, basically they will choose Li Pengfei. Of course, it would have been great to pick Chen Feiyu. Being compared to a toad in front of so many people, the youth's face flushed green and white. He had never suffered such humiliation before. "Dude, you heard me. The girls are saying they're not your girlfriend." Chen Feiyu shrugged his shoulders, let go of the youth's wrist, said, "Come out to play is to figure a happy. Why fight to hurt the peace? Give me a face this thing even how? Humph. I'll give you face. Let's forget about it today." The youth was despised with no place to go. Where there is still a face to stay. Chen Fei gave him a step down, immediately borrowed the slope to get off the donkey. Seeing that Chen Fei sent the youth away, the bar security guards who were ready to strike at any time silently retreated. As long as they didn't fight they usually wouldn't come hard on the customers. "Handsome. I have a couple other sisters in the front deck. Why don't we play together?" That girl took Li Pengfei by the arm, and said that she would also reach out to take Chen Feiyu. "It's not a wasted trip to the bar when you can hunt such two handsome guys today. I'm sorry, we have things to do first." Chen Fei sidestepped and dodged the girl's outstretched hand, then dragged Li Pengfei out of the bar. "Why are you leaving? It's so nice to have so many girls to play with." Li Pengfei took 1 step forward and 3 steps back, and you could tell he was eager to go to the card table with that girl to meet more girls. "Play with your stick and hammer. It's better to touch less girls like this who are as human as they can be. Who knows if they are sick." Chen Feiyu felt the need to give Li Pengfei a wake-up call. Occasionally come to wine for pleasure can, but the waistband must be tightened. Not what women can be on. If you catch something, you don't know how you'll die. Why are you suddenly enlightened and interested in women? It's not much. I'm just looking for a girlfriend. Before going to college Li Pengfei are walking. Contact with a limited range of people, coupled with the high school academic tension. His parents and look more strict. There is no opportunity to contact with girls. Until after the university accommodation, he was completely free. Watching his roommates one by one are in love, have girlfriends out of pairs. He cannot say envy. That's why he got the idea of finding someone. Come to a bar to get a girlfriend. Are you kidding me? Aren't there any girls in college? Big brother, you are not unaware of my ghost school. The male to female ratio is 50 to 1. There are too many wolves and too little meat. The ones that look okay have long been chased away by others. Where can I find a girlfriend? Chen Fei froze for a moment. This was true. As far as Li Pengfei's Polytechnic University is concerned, it's not much better than a monk's temple, and it's really very difficult to find a date. Why don't you talk to me if you want a date? I can introduce you. You introduce me? Come on. You're a bachelor yourself now. We're half a caddy. Once he heard this, Chen Fei was not happy. This Yakuza is despising me? Not getting a girlfriend and not getting a girlfriend are two different concepts. Chen Fei disdainfully skimmed his mouth and said, Last time when we ate a late-night snack together. Then didn't we come to 4 girls? I know all of them. I can introduce you to them if you like. The 4 girls Chen Fei was talking about were none other than Fang Yuan, Chen Lingling, and the others. You mean those 4 big beauties from last time? Li Pengfei immediately brightened up. The last time those 4 girls were one more beautiful than the other. So far he still remembered deeply. And each of the 4 girls has a different beauty. Now recalling Fang Yuan's 4 looks, Li Pengfei's mouth was watering. Li Pengfei's attitude made a 180-degree turn. Fawningly said, "Brother Fish, are you hungry? Shall my little brother take you to eat something good? I throw. Now you know to call me brother?" Chen Fei rolled his eyes speechlessly. Ha ha. As long as you introduce me successfully, not to mention calling you brother Fish, I'll call you father Fish. Li Pengfei also don't want knuckleheads, roommates every day in front of him to show love. He is almost stimulated into a neuropathy, and so on to find a girlfriend after he must show the death of those few damn roommates. Alright, when I'm done with this, I'll find a chance to ask them out. When is an opportunity? Just give me a specific time. What's your monkey business? How am I supposed to know when? I need people to be free too. The two were walking and discussing, when Chen Fei's cell phone rang, and it was an unfamiliar number that called. Chen Feiyu felt that this number looked a bit familiar, so he pressed the call button. Hello? Is it little Liz? Chen Lingling? That's right. It's me. Can you come over here? Something's happened to Fang Yuan. Requesting good reviews and comments. The more I get the more excited I'll be to update. 60. Fang Yuan's accident. KTV drinking. 1. Chen Feiyu immediately heard out that it was Chen Lingling's voice. No wonder he felt that this cell phone number was a bit familiar. He had called Chen Lingling's number before when he helped Li deliver the takeout. Just call the police if something happens. What's the point of you looking for me? Chen Fei was speechless. I'm not Superman. I'm not looking for me to solve everything. And if every woman calls him to tell him what's going on and ask him to come over, he'll be busy as hell. It's not like other people are breaking the law. The police can't solve it. Chen Lingling was a bit anxious, and for a while she couldn't say what was going on the phone. We're at Lingzue KTV. Room 401. You come and take Fang Yuan away, or she's going to lose her virginity tonight. What's the point of looking for me if the police can't solve it? Hang up. Chen Feiyu is too lazy to care about other people's family business. There is this time is not as good as going home to sleep a little more sleep. Li Pengfei asked curiously. Who called for your help? No one. It's just one of the girls we had a snack with the other night. She said something happened to her friend and asked me to come over and help. Holy shit. So how come you're turning people down? Ha? Why can't you say no? Chen Fei looked indifferent. Had he rejected fewer beauties? You're silly. If you don't say yes when people ask you for help, you definitely won't hit on them when you ask them out to play. I don't care if I don't. And I'm not really interested in entertaining women. Chen Fei's primary goal now was to make his company better sooner. What women were not women were all floating clouds to him. And he's only 18 now, so there's plenty of time later if he wants to fall in love. Big brother, you forgot to promise me that you'd introduce me to him. Li Pengfei anxious round and round. You are now the relationship is deadlocked. How to introduce me? For the sake of my younger brother, my lifelong happiness. Please your old man lift your feet. Just go a little bit. You're so annoying. Okay, I'll go. Okay, go faster. In case something really happens to someone. Li Pengfei pushed Chen Feiyu's back all the way forward, called a chauffeur, and then went straight toward Cold Shui KTV. Ling Di KTV. Room 401. The glass table was littered with empty wine bottles. Fang Yuan was desperately poured wine by a few youths. The whole person swayed, cheeks pink and rolling. At a glance it was obvious that she had drunk a lot. Several boys were staring at Fang Yuan colorfully. Fortunately, Li Siwen and Chen Fei were protecting her left and right. Otherwise she would have been eaten by these boys. Chen Lingling opened the door and walked into the private room. Walking over to her best friend, Lithwen lowered her voice and asked, "Well, did you find anyone to help? I called little Li Zi, he refused to come, but I called my senior brother from school to help." Chen Lingling wasn't a deadhead. Chen Feifei didn't come, so of course she called someone else for help. Li Siwen and Chen Fei breathed a sigh of relief. They would be saved when the boys came. After about 10 minutes or so, 3 boys broke through the door, and they were clearly the same school's senior brothers that Chen Lingling had found. "Senior brother Shui, you're finally here." Chen Lingling and the others brightened up. The leader is called Shui Yang, a junior this year, also the president of the student union. The other boy is called Zhou Kong, also a junior senior. Other than the two of them, even Yi Yifan had followed them. Spirit, what's going on? At first Shui Yang thought that Chen Lingling and the girls were being pestered by hooligans, but as soon as he walked into the private room he realized that something was wrong. The situation seemed to be different from what he had imagined. Those boys had been sitting on the sofa drinking and chatting and hadn't done anything out of the ordinary, except for staring at Fong Yuan and the others in a lustful manner. Didn't Hope recently inquire about a friend? And these guys said they knew the person Hope was looking for, but in order to find out the information, they had to drink and beat them first. If Hope drinks and wins, they'll tell Hope where the guy is, and if they win, Hope has to go with them tonight and be at their mercy. Chen Lingling crackled an explanation, and Shui Yang and the others heard the cause and effect. Isn't this nonsense? Fong Yuan doesn't drink, so how can she possibly drink and beat them? He Yifan chided. You should all know clearly what will happen if you go with a few strange men. As Fong Yuan's good sister, why didn't you advise her? Chen Lingling and the three of them were a bit unhappy in their hearts. Who was he Yifan to reprimand them? You really think you're Fong Yuan's boyfriend? Chen Lingling said unwillingly. You think we didn't persuade you? Fong Yuan refused to listen to us. What can we do? Come on, take Fong Yuan back. Shui Yang and the others were students after all, and since they hadn't suffered any losses, it was better to leave this place of wrongdoing earlier. Li Siwen and the others wanted to forcefully take Fong Yuan away, but they didn't realize that the latter broke free of their bonds. I'm not leaving. If you want to go, you go yourselves. Fong Yuan staggered and collapsed on the couch, muttering, it's been 5 years, and it's been so hard for me to find out a little bit about that guy. Even if I die here today, I'm going to ask where the hell he's hiding. Requesting reviews in various book reviews. Thank you all. 61. Fong Yuan's accident. KTV drinking. 2. The crowd frowned. They didn't expect Fong Yuan to be so stubborn. It seemed that she wouldn't leave today until they found out the news she wanted. Shui Yang several people are a little difficult. The other party also did not force to keep Fong Yuan. The police obviously useless. It's impossible to leave Fong Yuan alone. The only way to bring Fong Yuan back at the moment is to drink and win over the gang. And after getting the answer she wants, Fong Yuan will naturally die. Shui Yang was inspired and came up with an idea. Bro, it's not right for you guys to bully a girl. The leader, a bald young man, laughed. So what do you want? There are 3 of you guys, and we're also 3 guys, so why don't we have a 3-on-3 match? And if we win the sparring match, you'll tell my friend what she wants to know. Shui Yang's heart is playing like a ding-dong. He is the northern people drink a lot of alcohol, unless it is an old winefolk. Otherwise the general age of the south basically drink him. Besides, the bald gang had already drank a lot, compared to which they definitely had an advantage. The bald youth's eyes rolled and he said, okay, there's no harm in promising you, but what if you guys lose? If we lose, we'll get out of here right now and promise not to care about this nonsense. That's not good. The bald man shook his head and said, you guys are drinking, how can you let me pay for the bill? Why don't we add an additional bet? If whoever loses will pay for today's bill. Well, I'm afraid of you. Seeing that the bald man had fallen into his trap, Shui Yang was complacent in his heart. There were people who were better than him in other aspects, but he held the drinking piece to death. He's never lost a fight over a drink. So the bald man called the waiter, opened a dozen bottles of foreign wine, a small glass neatly arranged away, collectively poured with liquor. The race was conducted in 3 rounds, with the first round being a race for speed. Whoever finishes the drink in front of them first wins. Zhou Kong was the first to enter the ring, while Bald Head sent out a yellow-haired youth. Begin! With a command, Zhou Kong and Yellow Hair began to desperately pour wine into their mouths. Zhou Kong was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he had drunk 7 or 8 cups of wine. Yellow Hair is relatively slow, but the pace is methodical. After about 20 cups or so, Zhou Kang's speed had obviously dropped a lot, while Yellow Hair was still moving at an even pace, and without realizing it, he had actually shortened the gap. Zhou Kong looked in the eyes anxious in the heart. He also wants to drink faster, but the front drink too anxious, a little slow at once. In the end Yellow Hair won the first round by a slim margin of 1 cup. Vom! Even pouring 50 glasses of foreign wine, Zhou Kang's stomach turned over, ran to the toilet and vomited. Let me do it. He Yifan volunteered, but Shui Yang pondered on a countermeasure. The match was set for 2 out of 3, with the side with the first 2 wins automatically winning, and if they lost again in the second set they didn't stand a chance. The second round consisted of blowing up bottles and whoever drank the most won. It's better if I do it. Although Shui Yang was not a fast drinker, he was a big drinker, and he was confident that he could win over the other party than whoever drank more. And so the second round began. Monkey, you're on. As the name suggests, the youth sent by Yellow Hair's side was as skinny as a monkey, in stark contrast to the physically strong Shui Yang. 321. Go! When the countdown reached 1, Shui Yang and Monkey had picked up the bottles and blew into their mouths, their entire mouths filled with spirits. 1 bottle, 2 bottles, 3 bottles, no more, I surrender. Shui Yang hiccuped. obviously a little drunk. But it was good that Monkey was the first to surrender. 1:1. Shueyang's side equalized. Although he won, Shueyang also won miserably, clunking down a few bottles of spirits. His stomach was now as hard as fire. The final match kicked off between Baldy and He Yifun. Yifun, go for it. Zhou Kong also came back after vomiting and cheered He Yifun along with Shueyang. There are no rules in the third game. Drink until the other side throws up. Whoever throws up first loses. He Yifun started out with ease, but as the alcohol in his stomach grew, his face began to look more and more ugly. On the contrary, on the bald side, he always had a relaxed expression, as if what he was drinking was not wine but water. Yifun, hold on. Shueyang and Zhou Kong were so anxious that they couldn't wait to drink for He Yifun. Vom. Not surprisingly, it ended up being the first to lose. Oh, you guys lost. The bald man grinned, a touch of cunning swept under his eyes. Now you can go pay your bill and get the hell out of my private room. We don't have that kind of money. Shueyang's face was unusually ugly. He didn't expect his side to lose at all. Just now opened a dozen bottles of foreign wine. Although none of them are very expensive, but it adds up to tens of thousands of dollars. Where do their 3 students get so much money? He Yifun had before, but when he was at the Netflix grill, he had been set up by Chen Fei to buy 3 AO lungs for a heavy amount of money, and now he was also a pauper. Shueyang was so regretful that he should have known better than to pretend. This is embarrassing. Losing the game and not having the money to pay for it. It's a disgrace. Requesting reviews in various book reviews. Thank you all. 62. Fong Yuan's accident. KTV drinking. 3. Having lost the bet and unable to shell out the money, Shueyang's trio had no choice but to cast a look at Chen Lingling and the others for help. Ling, do you have any money? Lend it to me first and return it to you next month. Senpai, we don't have that much money either. Chen Lingling looked helpless. The 3 of them were from ordinary families. How could they have so much money around them? Oh, asking a girl to borrow money for the bill. You guys are so manly. In the face of the bald man's ridicule, Shueyang's 3 faces sank. They had indeed been overconfident in the beginning, or else they wouldn't have ended up in such a predicament. Hope, just listen to me. Let's just go. Fong Yuan still maintained a trace of lucidity, and seeing Shueyang and the others being ridiculed for helping her, she was a bit overjoyed in her heart. Are torn whether to go? The private room door was pushed open. The door and wall collision bang a loud noise. Little Liz, upon seeing the visitor, it was as if Chen Lingling and the others had seen a savior, and they immediately brightened up. Chen Fei was a big gold master, a man who ate tens of thousands of dollars at a barbecue without blinking an eye, and more than $10,000 of alcohol money was nothing to him at all. Of course, it was just a temporary loan first, after that the money would still have to be returned to Chen Fei. Little Liz, I thought you said you weren't coming? I didn't want to come, but this iron being next to me doesn't worry about you guys, and preferred me to come over and take a look, since he had already come. Chen Fei simply did what good people do in the end and gave Li Pengfei an angry wave of goodwill. I thought something happened to Fong Yuan. The fire called me over, and I don't see a hair missing. Chen Fei was speechless. Chen Lingling said on the phone 1 minute that something had happened, and the next that Fong Yuan was going to lose her virginity, talking as if Fong Yuan had been kidnapped by a pervert. It turned out that nothing happened to the person. Dare you exaggerate a little more? Can you lend me $10,000? Fong Yuan looked at Chen Fei with a bit of embarrassment. Her family is well off, but Fong Yuan has a proud personality and never asks her parents for pocket money. She earns her tuition and living expenses from her former summer job, so she's not flush with cash. However, when she thought that Shueyang and the others were being taunted because of her, she still stiffly opened her mouth to seek help from Chen Fei. You can borrow it, but you have to tell me what it's used for. Chen Fei didn't care about money at all, recently moving hundreds of millions of dollars of water. He was already numb to numbers. $10,000 in his eyes is the same as $1 thrown on the ground are too lazy to bend over to pick up. Senior Shueyang made a bet with them and had to pay the bill if he lost. Okay, I get it. Chen Fei interrupted Fong Yuan, not needing to be told that he knew the plot behind it. It's just a couple of college kids who don't know any better and think they can win a bet with someone else and end up losing in the gutter. Chen Fei didn't have the intention to shell out money. Funny, he didn't know the 3 Shueyang. Why should he help them pay the bill? Finish up and go. Don't keep me from going home to bed. I don't know why, but Chen Fei's words had a kind of magic that people couldn't go against, and Fong Yuan actually obediently listened to him and stood up. Stop, you want to leave without paying for the bet you lost? Of course the bald man did not agree, and slapped the table. If you want to leave, you can also leave the money first. Money? You made a bet with them. You asked them for money. What's it to me? Chen Fei gave the bald man a big blank stare. The look was like looking at a big fool with a stretched IQ. The bald man froze for a moment, unable to find a rebuttal. Good point. Indeed it was none of his business. He Yifan gritted his teeth in hatred and said, "Surname Chen. You're too unrighteous. Which one are you?" "I'm He Yifan." "Oh, who is He Yifan?" Chen Fei didn't pretend that He Yifan, an insignificant little character. He really didn't remember. He Yifan is Fong Yuan's suitor, our schoolboy. And he even grabbed A along with you last time we had a barbecue. Chen Lingling reminded in a small voice. Oh, still don't remember. This time Chen Fei was deliberately pretending not to remember. He Yifan was furious and red in the face. He treated Chen Feiyu as his strongest love rival, but Chen Feiyu actually forgot about him. The feeling is literally more disgusting than eating. It's just so infuriating. Fong Yuan stood beside Chen Fei and tugged on his coat corner, a prayerful look in her gaze. Just help Senior Shui Yang and the others. Just think of it as me asking you to borrow it. Chen Feiyu is a person who eats soft food, but not hard. If Fong Yuan with a commanding tone told him to pay the bill, then he must not bird directly away. But other girls have already begged him in a low voice. Moreover, when Lu Xiaotong's pair of dogs tried to humiliate him at Zhenghai University before, Fong Yuan had also unhesitatingly stood up to help him. So Chen Fei had no reason to refuse. Just consider it as returning a favor to Fong Yuan. Okay, but it's just a few bottles of black formula. It won't take as much as $10,000. How many bottles? The crowd was astonished, wondering if they had heard wrong. Fong Yuan drank a lot just now, and then Shui Yang and others bottled another round. The table and the ground are full of empty bottles. There are a few dozens of bottles, to say the least. How did Chen Feiyu figure out that there were only a few bottles? Did you learn this math from the school sanitation sweeper? No one noticed that when Chen Fei uttered a few bottles, the faces of Bald Head and the others changed slightly. 63. Uncovering the fake alcohol ruse. What's the count? You've all been duped. You're drinking real wine. They're drinking drinks. As soon as Chen Fei's words came out, the bald man immediately became furious and said, "Nonsense. What gives you the right to say that what we are drinking is a beverage? Don't you know if it's true or not? Just try it?" Chen Fei teasingly smiled, here and there. If the wine was real, why would the bald head be so excited? The bald man's overreaction indirectly proved that his suspicions were true. Seeing Chen Feiyu reaching for the empty wine bottle on the floor, of course the bald man did not agree and rushed up to grab it, only to be kicked in the chest by Chen Feiyu. The whole person flew backwards and crashed into the sofa. "One of you try a sip." "I'll try." Chen Lingling volunteered and reached some wine into the empty glass, taking a small sip. Then her face instantly changed. It's really not wine. The color of these fake wines looks similar to the real wine. The naked eye alone cannot distinguish the real from the fake, but the entrance is sweet. A little light lemon flavor, not a drop of alcohol content. It tastes exactly like iced tea. What the hell is in here? Li Siwan and the others also took a taste, and it was certain that what was contained inside was not wine, but a blended drink. It's iced tea that's been colored with food coloring, and it looks no different from foreign wine. So if you don't take a sip you can't tell the difference between the real thing and the fake thing. Shui Yang also took a sip, and immediately his face sank as he looked at Chen Fei and asked, "How did you know they were drinking fake wine?" "It's simple. You guys look closely at the label paper on the bottle," Chen Fei patiently explained. "The wine they drink has a horizontal line in the upper right corner of the label paper, while the wine you drink does not. This horizontal line is to make it easier for them to distinguish the real from the fake. They are afraid that you will find out that there is a problem. So the bottles of fake wine are placed on the floor. The general public will not think so much. In addition to the room and the private room is dim, it will be difficult for you to find out." The crowd picked up the bottles and compared them, and sure enough, they were exactly as Chen Fei had said. "No wonder you guys can't get drunk no matter how much you drink. So you're drinking fake wine." The anger in Shui Yang's heart was like a volcano that was hard to stop erupting. He was a senior student of Zhenghai University and the president of the student union, but he was actually teased by a few social youths. He felt the unprecedented trampling and humiliation of his intelligence. Shui Yang couldn't wait to hit the bald and others with a bottle, but once he thought that he still had a year to graduate, and he would definitely suffer disciplinary action if he fought and the school knew about it, he finally endured it. A bright future can't be ruined here. Chen Feiyu didn't take out any money. It was all but certain that it was fake wine. Only a fool would pay for it. Use fake wine to set up a trap to trap people. Once the police bald head all of them will be arrested. Even this KTV will have to shut down the business. Luckily, the bald pit was not Chen Fei. Otherwise he would have rushed to the end of the world. The bald man covered his chest that was in severe pain and stared resentfully at Chen Fei. If it wasn't for Chen Fei coming out to stir things up, he would have already taken the money he cheated and taken a drunken Fong Yuan to have a fling on the hotel bed by now. But Chen Fei ruined all his plans. The swan meat on the edge of his mouth was about to fly away. How could the bald head be willing to do so? He opened his mouth and called out to Fang Yuan. Wait a minute, don't you want to know the news about Chen Fei? Walking to the door, Fang Yuan's steps came to an abrupt halt and she looked embarrassed. How could she not want to know? She really wants to know. Old fish, what's going on? How would I know? Chen Feiyu and Li Pengfei, two faces of black question mark. The honored one is not just standing in front of the eyes. Why do you still need to ask the bald head for information? But when you think about it, it's no wonder Fang Yuan doesn't recognize it. After all, from the beginning everyone mistook Chen Feiyu's last name to be Li, and later on, he was even more convinced that his name was Li Pengfei when he ate a barbecue. And Chen Fei himself had never denied the identity of Li Pengfei. Do you really know where Flying Fish Chen is? Chen Fei expressed skepticism that a person who cheated people with fake wine would not be credible in what he said. Chen Lingling chimed in. Yuan, don't fall for it. I don't think he even knows that Chen Fei. Li Siwen rationally analyzed a wave. Yuan, think about it yourself. Why Chen Feiyu didn't report to Zhonghai University? I'm not sure of the reason, but he's at least the top student of the college entrance examination in Zhonghai City. Such an outstanding person. How could he hang out with such a brazen person? Chen Lingling, a few bystanders with a clear mind and eyes, saw the problem at a glance. But unfortunately Fang Yuan, who was in authority, was already confused. Oh, who says I don't recognize it? The bald head feigned as if nothing had happened and sneered. Chen Fei is my buddy. We grew up wearing a pair of crotchless pants. And when he saw me, he had to shout out brother bald head. Chen Lingling and the others were in a hurry. Fang Yuan is usually smart. But as soon as she heard the name Chen Fei lost the ability to judge right and wrong as if she was bewitched. Ha ha ha, Li Pengfei suddenly laughed out loud, one hand covering his stomach and the other resting on Chen Feiyu's shoulder. The crowd looked at him quizzically. What was so funny about that? Sorry guys, I just couldn't resist. Li Pengfei wiped his tears, spat and said, you damn bragging eyes do not blink. Do you really know Chen Fei? Of course I know. The bald man's expression appraised, and his face didn't change when he spoke of panic. 64. I am here. I am Chen Fei. Seeing that the bald head was still full of nonsense, Li Pengfei couldn't help but sneer. He had grown up with Chen Fei since he was a child, reading and eating together, no shorter than the time he spent with his parents. What friends Chen Feiyu has around him? Li Pengfei is confident that he knows all of them, and Chen Feiyu most despises these pitiful dilettantes, so it was absolutely impossible for Chen Fei to recognize the bald head. I've been playing with Flying Fish Chen since we were kids. How come I don't know there's someone like you? After saying that, Li Pengfei patted Chen Feiyu's shoulder and flirted. Yuan Feng is not right. Old fish. He said he knows you. What do you think? When these words came out, everyone looked at Chen Fei in unison. What does that mean? He said he knows Fish Chen. What's that got to do with Little Li? Chen Lingling's brain turned the fastest and immediately thought of a possibility that Little Li Z was Chen Fei. Didn't the Little Li Z brothers always call him Old Fish? If he was Chen Feiyu, then this name would be completely explainable. How can I look? With my eyes. Of course. Chen Fei picked his chin at the bald guy. Hey, dead bald guy. You said you knew me. How come I didn't know? Who knows you? Who are you? The bald man's brain cells were just as obviously proportional to his hair. Just as few or none at all. Chen Fei teasingly laughed. Didn't you say you knew me? How come you don't recognize me again? You're out of your mind, aren't you? I said I know Chen Fei. It's none of your business. The bald man suddenly got stuck in the middle of his sentence as he looked surprised. You're Chen Fei? If it's not me, is it you? That's a long reaction arc for you. Chen Fei smacked his lips and playfully sized up Yi Fun. For this kind of goods with an IQ of only 5, you guys were actually fooled by him. The three of them, Yi Fun, were so ashamed that they couldn't wait to find a hole in the ground to drill into. 3 high achievers being set up by a big dumbass like Baldhead was a blot on their life path. Little Li Z. Aren't you called Li Pengfei? Why are you called Chen Feifei again? Chen Lingling wasn't questioning the authenticity of Chen Feiyu's words, but she couldn't figure out how his name changed from one moment to the next. I'm the one called Li Pengfei. Li Pengfei finally shed some light on his identity. Chen Lingling frowned. You guys are confusing me with your names changing around. If you're confused, don't think about it. I'll explain it to you when we get out. Okay. Chen Lingling. Several people happily followed Chen Fei's pace. This KTV was pandemonium. They had long not wanted to stay here. Chen Fei turned back and glanced at the dumbfounded Fang Yuan. Aren't you looking for me? If you don't, I can leave. Ah, wait for me. Fang Yuan woke up as if in a dream and hurriedly jogged after him. No one is allowed to leave. All of you, stand still. I did not expect to meet the original. Bald, anxious as a hot pot of ants, immediately rushed up to block the way of Chen Feiyu and others. He set up a trap as to get Fong Yuan drunk to cheat bed. After spending so much effort and seeing that he was about to succeed, Chen Fei ran out halfway to cut off the others. Of course he was not willing to do so. Chen Fei's expression remained unchanged as he suddenly probed out his hand and pinched the bald man's neck with force. Bald, this kind of social young man. Eating and drinking is okay. The body has long been emptied by alcohol and sex. Can only bully honest people. Chen Fei was different. He had done a lot of physical work. Don't look at him as being on the skinny side, but every inch of his muscles were full of power and his body was worked out to be extraordinarily strong. In terms of fighting alone, 10 bald heads might not be able to beat one Chen Fei. Why do you pretend to know me? Chen Fei turned out to be not too eager to get his hands dirty, because every time he drank, the power of his hands was not measured, and it was easy to beat people into serious injuries. But this bald head pestered, not to give him some color. Really think that I am vegetarian? The bald man still wanted to continue making things up, but he quickly noticed that the strength in Chen Fei's hands was getting stronger and stronger, and he could barely catch his breath. Crap, you don't really want to strangle me, do you? The bald man broke out in a cold sweat, struggled a few times to no avail, so he could only confess honestly. I just heard that Zhonghai University's school flower was inquiring about a man named Chen Fei, so I wanted to pretend to know her to get her drunk and trick her into bed. As for those 3 fools, it was their own foolishness that brought them to my door, and I thought to cheat them a little by the way. The bald man didn't name names, but everyone knew that the 3 fools he was referring to were the 3 He-Fun people. Big brother, quick, let go. I can't breathe. The bald man used his whole body's strength to finish his last sentence, only to see that his entire face was severely congested with blood, and his eyes began to roll upward in white. Let go. He's choking. Fong Yuan was exceptionally angry at what the bald guy did in her heart, but she still went up to pull Chen Fei away. It was so hard to recognize each other. She didn't want anything to happen to Chen Fei. However, Fong Yuan couldn't drag Chen Fei with all her strength, and finally Li Pengfei came up to help before he could barely pull him away. Chen Fei let go of his hand. The bald man slid down against the wall and paralyzed on the ground, coughing a few times to regain consciousness. He looked at Chen Fei with eyes full of horror. Crazy. This guy is a nutcase. A few seconds later and he really would have gone to heaven, requesting good reviews, book reviews, hypes, all kinds of things. 65. Reunion after 5 years. Chen Fei half squatted down and grabbed the bald man's big brain with his palms like he was squeezing a basketball. The corners of the bald man's mouth twitched slightly, and he only felt a chill run from the soles of his feet to the sky, and he couldn't help but shiver. Chen Fei smiled. In the future, if you let me know that you borrowed my name to cheat girls, I'll rip your dog's head off. Do you hear me? The hairs on the bald man's body stood up in fear. Chen Fei's face was filled with the most affable smile, but his mouth spoke the most ferocious words. A perfect example of what a smile is. Listen. Heard. Snap. Chen Fei fish a big mouth to whip up. Smile even more bright, voice so small novel for who to listen to. You are not convinced? It doesn't matter. I'm a person who likes to convince people with virtue. Hearing Chen Fei said to convince people with virtue, the bald man hanging heart immediately put down, reasoning he is not afraid. He is afraid of Chen Fei hands to beat him. But before the bald man could be happy for a moment, another sharp pain came from his face. Snap. 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 Chen Fei rewarded the bald man with a few more slaps in succession, and the latter was completely dumbfounded. Hear me? I can reason with you again if you haven't heard me yet. I hear you. I hear you. How dare the bald man say I didn't hear? This time he used the strength of 9 bulls and 2 tigers, almost open throat shouting, all broken voice. The bald man blinked. He was on the verge of tears. It turns out that Chen Fei's so-called moral conviction is to disobey and fight until you serve. It's too doggy. Don't play like that. There is a point that the bald head cannot understand. Everyone says that the school bully is a nerd. How come the city college entrance examination in front of him is so fierce? Many big hooligans are not as ruthless as Chen Fei. It's really bad luck. If he had known that Chen Fei was such a badass bogeyman, he wouldn't have dared to use his name even if he had beaten the bald head to death. Leaving the KTV, Chen Fei and Li Pengfei walked in front, and Fong Yuan's 4 girls followed their asses all the way behind. Chen Lingling approached Fong Yuan and asked like a curious baby, Yuan, is he or isn't he the Chen flying fish you're looking for? Fong Yuan shook her head, indicating that she didn't know. No way. The girl of your dreams. You can't recognize her? Li Siwen patted the staggering Chen Lingling and explained on Fong Yuan's behalf. Fong Yuan and Chen Fei only met once at the competition as well, so it's normal that she can't remember much, and they were both in middle school at that time, and now that 5 years have passed, their appearance has changed drastically, so it's only natural that they wouldn't recognize them. That seems to make some sense. Chen Lingling suddenly laughed wickedly. He, Yuan. Why don't you run over there quickly and ask clearly if he is the Chen Fei you are looking for? I don't know what to say to him. When she didn't find anyone, she thought about it day and night, but now that the real one was standing in front of her, she chickened out. You directly ask him if his name is really Chen Fei. There's no girlfriend. Go on, don't dawdle. Chen Lingling pushed Fang Yuan in front of Chen Fei and laughed. Little Li Z. Ah no, little fish Z. Our school beauty has something to say to you. Li Pengfei took the initiative to show his goodwill. Ask me whatever you want to know. I know everything about the old fish. Fang Yuan likes Chen Fei Yu. Li Pengfei is definitely out of luck. But Fang Yuan still has 3 beautiful and generous roommates. Making a good relationship now will make it a lot easier to woo Fang Yuan's roommate in the future. This honored one is right here. Who wants to ask you? Come with me to the side to cool off. Someone does not know Pestle here to do what light bulb. Chen Lingling grabbed Li Pengfei's ear and dragged him to the side. Then gave Fang Yuan an encouraging look. If you have any questions, just ask. Chen Fei put his hands in his pockets. Unless to important relatives and friends, his attitude towards anyone was so bland and uninteresting. Fang Yuan lowered her head, not daring to look directly at Chen Fei's gaze. Her 2 small hands tightly twisted into a ball. Poof, poof. She could even hear her heart beating. After a long time of silence, Fang Yuan finally gathered enough courage and carefully asked, Are you really Chen Fei? Oh, I thought I was going to ask something. Chen Fei calmly said, I don't change my name when I walk. I don't change my name when I sit. I'm called Chen Fei, but I'm not necessarily the Chen Fei you're looking for. What middle school did you used to go to? South Presentation 1. Chen Fei didn't even think about it and blurted out the name of his former school. Fang Yuan immediately brightened up. She had run back to her former junior high school a while ago to find the teacher who had led the team in the competition at the time in order to inquire about Chen Fei. I found out from my teacher that only 2 schools participated in that competition with foreign students that year. One is her middle school, Yufeng Junior High School, and the other is Nanchang First High School. The Chen Fei Yu he was looking for was a student at Nanchang E Middle School. So did you participate in an international exchange competition when you were in middle school? Fang Yuan's heart rate skyrocketed. There are quite a few people with the same name and surname, but with the same name and surname and also the same school, that's very few. The chances of Chen Fei being the person she was looking for had increased by more than 80%. 66. The 4-eyed girl of the past, now the school's top girl. I play the gringos every year. Which one are you talking about? South Presentation First Middle School is the best junior high school in the city. Chen Fei Yu is the most outstanding within this group of elites. So every time there is an international exchange competition, the school will basically send him out. 3 years of junior high school career. Chen Fei Yu has participated in more competitions than he can count. Even he himself does not remember how many foreign schoolmasters lost in his hands. It was the year of my junior year, and it was summer then as it is now. Fang Yuan hurriedly added, have you ever seen a girl being bullied by foreigners inside the competition arena? So you're talking about that one. Of course I remember. Chen Fei didn't even bother to recall. The memories came flooding back all at once. He was so impressed with this game. It was because of this game that the trajectory of his life changed completely, even to the point of causing him to lose even his guaranteed entry. So can you tell me what was going on? Fang Yuan's heart was in her throat. She was already 99% sure that Chen Fei was the person she had been searching for so hard, but she still wanted to confirm it further. Chen Fei froze for a moment, as if he was caught up in a reminiscence of the past. I remember it was halftime and I came out of the restroom and saw a girl with a ponytail being cornered and bullied by a couple of geezers. Aha! And then what? Fang Yuan's eyes were full of surprise and anticipation. The characters, the place, the time, the events, they all matched up. You also understand that the foreign devils develop physiologically earlier than us Asians, and when they see a slightly better looking girl, they have a bad heart and make a move on that girl. I remember that the white-skinned pig was arrogant at the time, saying that they were honored foreign dignitaries and that it was her honor to toy with the girls of our country, and that nothing would happen to the girl even if she abused her. I was so angry when I heard it that I beat up those white-skinned pigs. Then it was on with the game, and then it was game over and home. By the way, that girl gave me a bear eraser before she left. Speaking of which, I have never used that eraser. It seems to still be sitting in a drawer in my house. Fang Yuan looked straight at Chen Fei Yu, her eyes covered with a layer of mist. She could now be 100% sure that the person in front of her was the Chen Fei Yu she was looking for. Why are you asking so clearly? As soon as Chen Fei's words left his mouth, Fang Yuan flew into Chen Fei's arms and hugged him tightly. Hey, you're being a hooligan, aren't you? Let go or I'll yell molestation. Ooh, I'm that girl. Fang Yuan sobbed uncontrollably, her face's makeup smeared from crying. Not far away, Li Pengfei looked dumbfounded. The heart cannot help but sigh. The old fish is the old fish, so quickly let the girls throw themselves in the arms, is a model of my generation. Hearing Fong Yuan's words, Chen Feiyu's whole person was struck by lightning. A push away from Fong Yuan, said in surprise, "You are that ponytail girl?" Fong Yuan choked back a few sobs, stabilized herself, and then nodded. "Crap, aren't you supposed to be a four-eyed girl? Where are your glasses?" "Humph." Fong Yuan whacked Chen Fei's chest and said in a sultry voice, "That was before. People haven't worn glasses for a long time." Chen Fei had an expression that looked like that. He was actually quite impressed with Fong Yuan, except that she was wearing glasses at the time, and she was still a little girl next door at that time. Nowadays, women are getting prettier and prettier, and they have already grown up, and the two are just hastily met one side. Chen Feiyu did not carefully look at the face, only remember quite beautiful, recognize not also nothing strange, but what happened at that time was engraved in Chen Fei's heart. Fong Yuan gazed at Chen Feiyu, and the blurred outline of the once teenager's appearance in her mind began to become progressively clearer, and in the end, it completely matched Chen Feiyu. Okay, don't hug me, don't you feel bad in this heat? Can I hold you then? Can't. Chen Fei bluntly refused and walked ahead alone. Fong Yuan hurriedly followed with small steps. Chen Feiyu suddenly felt how his clothes became tighter, turned around and looked. The feeling was that Fong Yuan was grabbing the corner of his clothes, as if she was afraid that he had escaped. Chen Fei sighed breathlessly, but he didn't let Fong Yuan let go. "What are you doing prying for information about me?" "Ah." Fong Yuan was caught off guard by the sudden question. She couldn't say that she liked him, so she had been looking for him. Could she? Where a girl confesses. "It's just that you helped me back then and I just wanted to say thank you." "Oh, thanks are not necessary." As the two of them walked and chatted, Fong Yuan watched Chen Fei's back and couldn't help but compare Chen Fei to the past. It's become more handsome. The temperament has also changed drastically. In the past, Chen Fei was a youthful and ambitious, and the whole person was sharp. Nowadays, Chen Fei's aura was introverted, mature and steady, more like a mature male. The fervor and vigor that should be present at the age of 18 could not be seen on him at all. "You've changed so much," Fong Yuan lamented. Chen Fei smiled noncommittally. He, haven't you changed quite a bit as well? Falling from the clouds to the abyss of 10,000 feet. Anyone who experienced what happened to Chen Fei would have a change in character. By the way, didn't you bail out of the University of Central Sea? How come you didn't report later? 67. My little Chun is so handsome. A thoughtless question from Fong Yuan made Chen Fei's face sink instantly. In fact, the fact that his bailing qualification was cancelled had a lot to do with helping Fong Yuan out. "It's not because of you. Because of me?" Chen Feiyu looked at Fong Yuan, whose eyes were clearer than spring water, and suddenly swallowed back the words that were on his lips. "What shouldn't have happened has happened, and there's no point in pursuing who's responsible for it now. Anyway, the most difficult days have been carried over. He is now worth billions of dollars. And whether or not to study at the University of Central Sea does not have much impact on him now. Saying why will only make Fong Yuan feel guilty and blame herself. There's no need for one more person to be unhappy, because you scared me off by being so ugly. Nasty, you're the ugly one." Chen Feiyu snorted and fooled around, and Fong Yuan, who was immersed in joy, simply noticed any loopholes, and cheerfully chased Chen Feiyu all the way. Fong Yuan was also happily confused. In fact, as long as one thought about it carefully, there was a big problem with Chen Fei's words. She knew Chen Feifei had bailed out of Zhonghai University because of a news report, but he had no idea that Fong Yuan would go to Zhonghai University to chase him. This is a very big loophole. You're obviously called Chen Fei. Why do you have to say you're called Li Pengfei? Fong Yuan beamed her little mouth, feeling like she was being tricked by Chen Fei. The person you're looking for is clearly right in front of you, but you don't realize it until now because the name is different. I didn't say my name was Li Pengfei. It's you guys who keep mistaking my last name for Li, thinking I'm called Li Pengfei. Don't frame me. Chen Feifei was not false. He just never denied it. Humph. Then add me as a WeChat friend as compensation. Although it was not the first time they had met, Fong Yuan and Chen Feiyu had never left each other's contact information. This time it was hard to catch Chen Feiyu. Fong Yuan were willing to let him go. All contact information must all stay. As for the home address, she didn't ask. It was too early a step. She was afraid that being too aggressive would scare off Chen Fei, and the latter more than likely wouldn't tell her. But Fong Yuan has other ways she can sidestep Li Pengfei. Old fish. The dormitory door is closed. Why don't you drop me off on your way home? Li Pengfei, the guy with no eyesight, ran over to be a light bulb again, and Chen Lingling hurriedly chased after him and viciously kicked his ass. You're a big man who can't go back by himself. You need someone else to send you back. Do you have to be afraid of being kidnapped by a pervert? You should send Fong Yuan back too. Li Pengfei is full of grievances. What did he do wrong? Okay, you two stop arguing and listen to me. Chen Feiyu can't drive when she's been drinking. She must call for a chauffeur. And the Bentley can't sit on 7 people. So she helped the girls call for a special car. And she herself went all the way with Li Pengfei. While waiting for the car, Fang Yuan asked Chen Lingling to quietly add Li Pengfei's WeChat. You can run away from the monk but not the temple. You can inquire about where Chen Feiyu's home is through Li Pengfei in the future. And then you won't be afraid of Chen Feiyu's disappearance on Earth again. Li Pengfei thought that Chen Lingling had a crush on him. But he was so happy that he was so excited that his cell phone almost fell to the ground. A few minutes later, the special car came and Chen Fei sent the girls to the car. Master, send them to Zhonghai University. Chen Feifu took a picture of the driver's appearance and license plate number. In recent years it was common for girls to have accidents in cabs at night. Although there were 4 of them in Fang Yuan and they shouldn't be in trouble. But it's always good to take a picture for insurance purposes. Chen Feifu didn't forget to exhort. Say something on WeChat when you get to school. Well, you too, be safe on the road and remember to give me a call when you get home. Fang Yuan nodded her head obediently. If the students of Zhonghai University saw this scene, they would probably be shocked out of their wits. Is this the same schoolgirl who was proud and cold to boys? Oh, you don't have to worry about me blindly. Chen Fei felt a bit funny. Fang Yuan's worry was purely over-anxious. Who would hit on a big old man like him? Next time you come out to play, you remember to bring that berry eraser. Fang Yuan said mysteriously. If you bring it, I'll give you a little surprise. Okay, just remember to bring it. Chen Fei took a step back. Master, drive. The car started. Fang Yuan lying on the doorframe, reluctantly looking at Chen Fei. Until the person disappeared from sight, she still did not want to turn back. Only Fang Yuan could be heard swooning. My little Chun is so handsome. Chen Lingling spat. Alright, I know that your family's little Chun is handsome, but you don't need to hang on to it all the time. Quickly turn your head back. What's there to see when people are gone? You're the one who's gone. Fang Yuan huffed. Watch your words, don't you dare curse my family, Xiao Chen. Chen Fei covered her mouth and teased. I thought it was just Ling Ling who forgot her friends at the sight of sex, but I didn't expect you to be the same. Yuan, you're defending him so much before you've even established a relationship? That's right. I didn't realize you were such a Fang Yuan. Chen Lingling spat out a sentence and suddenly reacted. Wait a minute. Fei, when did I forget my friends when I see color? Dare to speak ill of auntie. See how I'll fix you. After saying that, Chen Lingling and Chen Fei made a scene. Li Siwen, who was sitting in the front row, turned around and joined the flirting army. A mouthful of your family's Xiao Chun. People haven't even agreed to go out with you. And you're planning to privatize it? 68. Chasing girls is a technical skill. Fang Yuan's face was red and her ears rolled as she was teased by her girlfriends. She just wanted to say don't curse Chen flying fish, but she accidentally slipped up and said don't curse my little Chen. Dying. How to say what's on your mind. It's embarrassing as hell. You're all making fun of me, aren't you? Ignore you. Fang Yuan clasped her hands to her chest and feigned an angry look, only for Chen Lingling to tickle her and immediately break into laughter. Fang Yuan and Chen Lingling tickled each other as the car echoed with laughter. Today is the happiest day of Fang Yuan's life, because she found the guy she'd been daydreaming about. Chen Feiyu and Li Pengfei waited in place for a few minutes, and the chauffeur driver rode a small battery car to come. Gu, handsome, your car is too expensive. In case of bumps and bruises I cannot afford to pay. Can I return this order? Don't worry, as long as you drive normally and don't violate traffic laws. I'll take care of it if it breaks down. With Chen Fei's promise, the chauffeur driver dared to sit in the driver's seat. The chauffeur concentrated on the road conditions, did not dare to have the slightest negligence. Chen Feiyu and Li Pengfei sat in the back row chatting. Old fish, why did you switch to a Bentley? Where's that Koenigsegg 11? Sold it. It's too hard to drive. Or the Bentley is more comfortable. And yeah, supercars do get hard on the back after a long drive. Li Pengfei chimed in. Then with a twinkle in his eye, he inquired to Chen Feifu. What was the name of that girl just now? Which one? Chen Fei's heart was clear, and he instantly guessed Li Pengfei's small mind. I guess this kid has his eye on one of Fang Yuan's girlfriends. It's that girl who yanked on my ear. I think her name was Spirit something or other. You're talking about Chen Lingling. Yeah, that's her. Li Pengfei smiled and asked, does that Chen Lingling have a boyfriend? I'm not a worm in people's stomachs. How would I know if she has a boyfriend? Chen Fei did not expect Li Pengfei to look at Chen Lingling, but Chen Lingling was quirky, lively and cute, and her face value was not low, so she was indeed quite appealing to boys. Old fish. I feel that Chen Lingling is quite good. She looks fierce, but I think she's very cute. Li Pengfei touched his ears that had been pulled by Chen Lingling with a reminiscent expression. I didn't realize you had masochistic tendencies. It's a shame you're not in the alphas. What's an alphabet circle? Li Pengfei was at a loss. The entertainment circle, modeling circle, swimming circle he heard, but the alphabet circle is still the first time to hear. Always feel is a very mysterious organization. Kids, don't ask what you shouldn't. Chen Fei snickered and said, didn't you add Chen Lingling's WeChat friend? If you like her, why don't you go and ask her yourself? Without a boyfriend you enlarge your guts to chase. I'm afraid she'll reject me. Li Pengfei is a little unsure. He and Chen Fei play together. In addition to the personality, the two people's family conditions are actually similar. Both parents are working class, and earn just enough money to barely get by. So since childhood, Li Pengfei's mother told him, our family is poor. You don't study hard, you can't find a good job in the future. What girl will like you? It is this kind of negative energy cultivation. Even if Li Pengfei reading results and looks are very outstanding, but his bones are permeated with a lack of self-confidence. So in the back of his mind he thought girls wouldn't like a boy in his condition. If his roommate hadn't irritated him with her daily displays of affection, I'm afraid he wouldn't have entertained the idea of finding a girlfriend until he graduated from college. What's there to be afraid of? Chen Fei could see that Li Pengfei's low self-esteem was back, so he slapped him on the back of the head in an attempt to wake up this silly boy. You're deflated without having been asked. So why are you chasing girls? So what if Chen Lingling has a boyfriend? At most, she'll just reject you. It's not like she'll kill you. Going after you may not succeed, but not going after you will surely fail. Don't make decisions that you will regret for the rest of your life. Chen Fei's words made Li Pengfei feel as if he had been enlightened, and his thoughts were instantly clear. You're right. Then I'll ask her now if she has a boyfriend. Li Pengfei was just about to send a WeChat to Chen Lingling, but he was stopped by Chen Fei. Can you not be so anxious? How can someone just add WeChat to ask such a private question? You now ask her if she has a boyfriend. Believe it or not, guaranteed to come back to a none of your business. So what should I do? Li Pengfei's head was as big as a bucket. He hadn't had any contact with girls and had no idea how to handle it. Relationships have to be as gradual as careers. Chen Fei said in an old-fashioned manner. Chasing girls is a technical job. You can first understand Chen Lingling's interests and find common topics from there. Having something in common builds a certain emotional foundation. And when the relationship heats up and becomes familiar, you can ask a little more in-depth questions. Of course, the method of asking the question is also very important. You can't just ask a girl if she has a boyfriend. It's easy to turn her off. 69. Super Big Bag. Li Pengfei is confused. Cannot ask his girlfriend directly. Then how to know if she has a boyfriend? Suddenly, as if Li Pengfei had an epiphany, he slapped his thighs and said, I see. I can find Chen Lingling's girlfriends around to inquire if she is single. Idiot. This is the stupidest thing to do. Ha? Why? Chen Fei felt incomparably tired, but still patiently explained. Your goal is to create the persona of sharing her preferences, thus bringing the two closer together. Ask Chen Lingling's best friend about her preferences. It's fine if Chen Lingling doesn't know about it, but once she realizes that you're faking all your common preferences to get close to her, then she'll feel like she's being cheated. Similarly, you pry into a girl's privacy behind her back, and she feels disrespected and even a sense of being watched. That way all the goodwill you've worked so hard to build up in the early stages could be wiped out overnight. Li Pengfei stared wide-eyed. Chen Feifu said does have a few points of truth. Transpose the following. Their own was cheated as much as will be very angry. So how the hell do I find out what she likes? Idiot. You guys are tweeting. You can go through her circle of friends. Chen Feiyu hated the iron and said. From the first one has been to see the latest dynamic. The girlfriend circle is nothing more than some of the dynamic of eating, drinking and playing and so on. After reading it you'll be able to pretty much get a feel for her life. What she likes to eat. What she likes to play. Let's say, as an analogy, the next step you can go online and look up the same type of restaurants she has eaten at. Recommend the ones with good reviews to her. Ask her if she's interested, and if she hasn't eaten there before. Wouldn't that give you a chance to ask her out? A new movie is coming out. The playground is having an event. They're all dating excuses. Li Pengfei listened in a daze. The amount of information given by Chen Feiyu was too great. He felt that he was not able to absorb it. He did not think that chasing girls was harder than the college entrance exam. Looking at his good brother's silly look, Chen Fei knew that he didn't understand all of it. So why don't you just be a good person to the end? You open Chen Lingling's WeChat profile and show it to me. This one is her. Chen Fei took his cell phone and looked at it. Chen Lingling's avatar was a cute beluga whale. Avatars can reflect a person's heart, and Chen Lingling should love small animals. Chen Fei thought for a moment and added, isn't Zhonghai City going to open a world ocean paradise next month? I reckon that Chen Lingling will most likely go there, so you can make an appointment with her in advance at that time. You need to buy your fast-track tickets in advance so you don't keep the girls waiting too long. And since it's such a hot day and girls are most afraid of the sun, you need to have a parasol and a bottle of cold drink ready. But you can't be too proactive, too attentive. Once you make a girl think you're a lickspittle, she won't take you too seriously. To kind of unobtrusively take out an umbrella and walk over to silently shield her from the light. And don't get excited when she says thank you. Just smile slightly. A little personality is what tends to tickle a girl's fancy. Remember the saying, what you can't have is always on the move. Chen Feiyu felt that he had already said enough details, and said that Li Pengfei couldn't digest it anymore, and the other details could only rely on the latter to comprehend it himself in the actual battle. Good man. Be honest, old fish. Have you chased a lot of girls with these methods? No, I haven't chased girls. Li Pengfei, flabbergasted for a moment, said, have not chased? Then you pulled half a day of theoretical knowledge. So you have not even tried. Fool me, ah. Who fooled you? Chen Feifei said with a straight face. That's how all those girls chased me. Cam. Nice guy. Other people's experience in flirting with girls is flirting out. Chen Fei's experience in flirting with girls is being flirted out. Li Pengfei silently turned his head, opened the window and took 2 deep breaths to calm his mood. In exchange for others to say so beaten words, he would have been a fist greeting up the girls, and with a wee. You're just trying to be mean, aren't you? The next period of time, Chen Feiyu are very busy. Non-stop open job fair, want to find a can replace him to manage the company's deputy general manager, but never find the right one. So Chen Fei thought of a way to let the Oriental company send Su Qinglu to continue to help manage it for the time being, until he recruited the person he wanted. How can you say hello to your boss when you use someone else's employee? So Chen Fei decided to meet with the boss of the Oriental company to talk about the detailed cooperation details face to face. The boss of the Oriental company had long wanted to make friends with Chen Fei, but he just hadn't had the chance. Now that Chen Fei had taken the initiative to come to his door, he couldn't have been more excited. For business people, knowing one more person is one more way, especially for a stealthy tycoon like Chen Fei, whose value was unknown. It would be beneficial to Oriental if they could make good relations with him. So the boss of the Oriental company immediately asked Su Qinglu to book the best private room in the Oriental hotel, and the most expensive and delicious food, and he was ready to feast on Chen Feiyu. Chen Fei was about to go out and buy a few decent clothes to perfume, when suddenly the lucky bag popped up in front of his eyes, but this time there was only a large lucky bag. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you've gained a chance to kill the super fortune bag in seconds. $15 billion worth of Supreme Noble Group boxes. Chen Fei was a little bit crying and laughing. Other people's systems are timed to appear rewards at regular intervals. His own system is random. Maybe one day suddenly give himself a surprise. And the foo-foo bag pattern is still different each time. At first it was a 3-choice golden lucky bag. Then came a 7-color rainbow lucky bag. And today a mega lucky bag. The super-duper blessing bag has no color and the surface is as crystal clear as a myriad of diamonds set in it. Chen Fei looked at the system note. There are thousands of unknown commodities inside the super big lucky bag, and you can open any one or more of these prizes. The number of rewards for each is also randomized. Unlike the rainbow happiness lucky bag, there is no punishment, so Chen Fei can open it with confidence and boldness. And after paying $1, the exciting lottery session came. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining a famous wine supreme combo set, worth $10 billion. Ding! Congratulations to the host, obtaining a men's and women's watch noble gift box worth $5 billion. Famous wine supreme set? Famous watches aristocrat gift box? Chen Fei curiously opened the portable warehouse, clicked on famous wine supreme combination set, and immediately a list popped up. Each wine is labeled with a picture, the name of the wine, the year, and other details. 82 Lafite, 45-year-old Romane Conti, Lay, 925 Tequila, Billionaire Vodka, Eye of the Dragon Vodka, Islay Whiskey Limited Edition, and so on and so forth, in dozens of varieties. All kinds of famous wines are available. Chen Feifu was most familiar with Lafite. None of the other wines have been heard of, so he googled it and was shocked. A bottle of 45-year-old Romane Conti was sold at a foreign auction in 18 for $558,000 at the end of the sale. At the current exchange rate, the price is around 3.88 million renminbi. Of course, that was the price in 18. And now such a bottle of 45-year-old Romane Conti can go for at least $4 million or more. The system gave 6 bottles of each seed wine of the same vintage at once. That meant Chen Fei now had 6 bottles of Romane Conti, which could be worth 6 supercars. The most critical thing is, Romane Conti is not the most expensive. Chen Fei fish checked the back of the price of those famous wines is even more frightening. A bottle of wine to tens of millions of yuan. 82 years of Lafite should be the most famous. called show off the rich pretentious artifacts, a bottle of more than 100,000 yuan. But compared with these famous wines, Lafite is the younger brother of the younger brother. Crap. Even though Chen Fei was now rich, he still couldn't help but marvel. A bottle of wine costs tens of millions of dollars, so a single drop would cost thousands of dollars. Is this drinking? That's real money to drink. Chen Fei fish swallowed his saliva, clicked on the Watch Aristocrat gift box, and then popped up a list, which is all clear are all world-famous watches. Rolex, Patek Philippe, Vacheron Constantin, Piaget, Cartier, Richard Mille. Almost all of the watch brands that Chen Feifu had heard of could be seen here, in quantities up to a few hundred pieces. Chen Feiyu was a bit dazzled for a while. So many famous watches, one day to change a piece to wear, a year also cannot wear finished. As for those famous wines, I don't know how long it will take to finish them. The super gift pack was the most powerful reward since Chen Fei had gotten the system. After calming down a bit, Chen Fei drove out of the neighborhood. He had to meet the boss of Oriental later at noon, so he couldn't think of any gift to buy. So he would give a watch and a bottle of wine later. Chen Fei didn't head directly to Junlai Hotel. He first went to his own Xintai Commercial Street. After all, he was going to meet with the big boss, and if he dressed too casually people would think he was disrespecting him. So Chen Fei needed to get himself a decent set of lines. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, Chen Fei received a call from Fang Yuan. Hey, Chen, what are you doing? Shopping for clothes? Why? It's nothing. We haven't seen each other in a while. Why don't we go out together sometime? Fang Yuan changed her words in time and almost said I miss you from her heart. Chen Fei's eyes searched for a moment, then walked towards a men's clothing store, saying on his lips, didn't we just meet not long ago? No way. We haven't seen each other in almost a month. More than a month had passed since the last Lingzue KTV farewell, and during this time Fang Yuan would often call Chen Feiyu, wanting to ask him out to meet, but Chen Fei was busy working, so he declined all of them. It's only been a month, which isn't very long. A month long time ago, Chen Fei was banking on his work, so of course he felt that time went by quickly, but Fang Yuan didn't attend classes every day, and she missed Chen Fei as soon as she was free. What's Chen doing? Has Chan eaten yet? Why didn't Chen reply to the message? He's not with another girl, is he? Fang Yuan had the feeling that days felt like years. She now couldn't wait to see Chen Fei every day and then hang on to him like a little wombat. Chen Fei asked while picking out the clothes. Alright, what do you want then? Fang Yuan hesitated for a moment, then said shyly, I want to see you. 71. First solo date. Fang Yuan is as proud as a white swan, and it's not easy for her to say I want to. It can be said to have accomplished a self-breakthrough. I'm shopping at Xintai Commercial Street, so come over if you don't mind the heat. Aha! I'll be right over then. Okay, call me when you get there. Hanging up the phone, Chen Fei continued to pick out clothes. On Fang Yuan's side, she looked in the mirror and briefly straightened her makeup and hair. Since she didn't know which day Chen Fei would ask her to go out, she put on her makeup every day and stood by. This saves a lot of time on makeup and grooming. Yuan, I heard that the milk tea store next door has a new product. How about we go and check it out together? No go. You guys go ahead. I'm going to find Xiao Chen. Fang Yuan decisively refused her girlfriend's invitation. Milk tea can be drunk anytime. Xiao Chen is not something you can meet whenever you want. Chen Lingling deliberately pretended to be angry. Yuan, you're getting more and more heavy-handed. Alright, this milk tea is on me. Fang Yuan was also a bit embarrassed to leave her sisters alone to go on a date, but she really wanted to see Chen Fei too much. Am I, Chen Lingling, someone who would be defeated by a cup of milk tea? Chen Lingling tilted her chin and blocked the doorway with her entire body to prevent Fang Yuan from leaving. Li Siwen and Chen Fei lay on the bed and followed. Ling, guard the door. Don't let Fang Yuan go out to see her little lover boy. Ling, get out of the way. Xiao Chen is waiting for me. Fang Yuan was so anxious that she sent a red packet to Chen Lingling, who clicked on the WeChat red packet to see that it was actually a large red packet of $200. After freezing for a few seconds, Chen Lingling performed a face-changing stunt and opened the door for Fang Yuan with a smile. Have a safe trip, Hope-san, and have fun. No one was in the way. Fang Yuan she picked up her bag and ran out of the dormitory with gusto and was soon out of sight. Chen Lingling, one red packet bought you off. So unproductive. Li Siwen and Chen Fei grabbed a pillow and smashed it against Chen Lingling. The traitor. Fang Yuan exited the school gate, hailed a cab, and after arriving at Xintai Commercial Street, the first thing she did was to contact Chen Feiyu. Hey, Chen, I'm already here. Where are you? I'm in Givenchy. Come and find me. There were many luxury stores in Xintai Commercial Street, and Fang Yuan had been here a few times before with Chen Lingling and the girls, so she quickly found Gavinci's location. Fang Yuan saw Chen Fei in the store from a distance through the glass wall. Chen! Fang Yuan trotted to the side of Chen Feiyu, breathing a little sharply. From the joyful expression it was not difficult to see that her mood was as bright and happy as the sun. You ran over here? Why don't you sit down next to me and rest for a while? Chen Fei shot a glance at Fang Yuan. Today she was wearing a floral little white dress. The hemline was at the knee position, exposing her white calves, and her feet were on a pair of little white shoes. Fang Yuan's temperament is already outstanding. With a white and flawless outfit, the whole person is fairy, like a fairy who just descended from the clouds. Aha! Fang Yuan sat down on the sofa in a well-behaved manner. A ray of sunlight shone on her, and the picture was as beautiful as an oil painting. She attracted the attention of countless members of the opposite sex just by sitting there quietly, and many of the boys who passed by the front of the store were drawn in by her. The store, which had been cold and quiet, was instantly crowded. The clerk was instantly dumbfounded, and hadn't seen so many people come in during the discount offer. Fang Yuan didn't care about other people's gazes. Her eyes were always fixed on Chen Fei, looking at the corners of her mouth curved upwards, and she even smiled unconsciously. The smile was so beautiful that the surrounding boys felt like their hearts were melting. Realizing that she had lost her temper, Fang Yuan hurriedly covered her mouth with her hand, and secretly admonished herself in her heart. Fang Yuan, you are a girl. You have to be a bit more reserved. You can't let Xiao Chen see you nymphomaniac. Chen Feiyu belongs to the people who are not very good at dressing, and he couldn't decide after picking half a day. The understanding Fang Yuan saw Chen Fei's difficulties at a glance and took the initiative to walk up and inquire. Little Chen, why do you have a stern face? Nothing, just having trouble choosing which one to pick. Fang Yuan blinked and said, then why don't I help you choose? You help me choose? Okay, you girls are better at matching. Chen Fei simply left the task of choosing clothes to Fang Yuan. With Chen Fei's permission, Fang Yuan was overjoyed and cheerfully picked out for him. Fang Yuan took out a piece of clothing and compared it to Chen Fei, quickly picking out 2 complete sets of lines. Little Chen, go try. Fang Yuan pushed Chen Feiyu towards the fitting room. It had to be said that girls were indeed better at matching than boys, and even Chen Fei himself felt very good after changing into his clothes. Fang Yuan with this casual with a little sense of formality, will not make people feel too casual, not too grand, just suitable for the dinner party to talk about things. Chen Fei took off the first set and was ready to try the second set again. Fang Yuan sat on the sofa and crossed her calves pleasantly. Did this count as her first date with Xiao Chen? I also wonder how Chan would look in the clothes I chose. Must be pretty cool. 72. Rich kid hit on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan especially enjoyed picking out clothes for Chen Feiyu. She had once fantasized about shopping with Chen Feiyu like a couple, and she very much enjoyed this cozy feeling. Fang Yuan was looking forward to Chen Fei's shining appearance when a youth walked over. Beauty, can you add a WeChat? Fang Yuan looked up and saw that the youth was dressed in a trendy fashion. His face value was at the level of about 85 points, and his entire body was dressed in designer labels, obviously in a very good financial situation. General girls meet this kind of superior conditions of the boys, usually will not refuse, who also do not want to find a rich and handsome Prince Charming. But then, except for Fang Yuan likes talented and capable people, and appearance is just a skin, which she doesn't particularly value. Flying Fish Chen has been the school bully since he was a kid. Handsome enough, right? Chen Feiyu just met Fang Yuan when started his Koenigsegg 1-1. Rich enough, right? But at that time, Fang Yuan didn't look at Chen Feiyu either. But only later, after learning that Chen Feiyu was the person she was looking for, did she completely move on? It wasn't any incidental value of Chen Fei that Fang Yuan liked. It was because he was Chen Fei, and that alone was enough. The youth in front of him was good in all aspects, but he was far worse than the Chen Fei when they first met. So how could Fang Yuan look at him? Moreover, nowadays, Fang Yuan's heart had long been occupied by Chen Fei alone, and there was no room for anyone else. Sorry, I don't use WeChat. Fang Yuan smiled sarcastically and politely refused the youth. Don't use WeChat? Then do you use QQ? If you can't, Nail can work too. Fang Yuan frowned, a little upset in her heart. Any normal person could hear that she had refused, but the youth was still stalking her, which was a bit obnoxious. I'm sorry, I have a boyfriend and my boyfriend doesn't like me hanging out with other guys. Fang Yuan directly opened the big move, thinking that there is a boyfriend. This youth should always be dead, which knows that the youth's face skin is even thicker than she imagined. Even if you get married you can get divorced. Maybe you'll break up tomorrow? The youth said playfully, and I'm sure your boyfriend is not as rich as me, and must not be as handsome as me. Why don't you consider breaking up and dating me? Fang Yuan's face sank. Her jade hands clenched into fists. Your mom and dad just broke up. Your grandparents, aunts and uncles all broke up. Why don't you go to hell if you curse us to break up before this girl and Chen have even officially started? If it wasn't for so many people watching, Fong Yuan really wanted to give the youth a broken foot. I don't like rich or handsome. Don't like rich and handsome ones? Is your boyfriend ugly and poor? Hearing the youth denigrate Chen Fei's mind, Fong Yuan's cheeks puffed up slightly in anger. You're the one who's ugly and poor. Fong Yuan said angrily. My boyfriend is fierce. He will soon finish changing his clothes and come out. If you don't leave, be careful, I'll let him beat you up. Ha ha ha, beat me up? The youth laughed his head off, as if he had heard the most ridiculous joke, and said triumphantly, I forgot to say, these luxury stores on Xintai Commercial Street are all owned by my family. If your boyfriend touches a hair on my head, I can sue his ass off. At those words, Fong Yuan was slightly stunned and couldn't help but start to worry. To be able to operate several luxury stores at the same time, this background and strength was not simple. She knew that Chen Fei had some money, but it was estimated to be no more than this youth in front of her. If he really offended the youth, I'm afraid that it would bring great trouble to Chen Fei. It's really just that Fong Yuan doesn't know the price of the Koenigsegg, or she wouldn't be worrying about it. Fong Yuan thought to herself, why don't we just add the youth WeChat first to cope with it, and then delete it immediately after leaving, so that we can avoid getting into trouble with Chen Feiyu. Protecting our little Chen is the most important thing. Alright, then I'll add you on WeChat. Fong Yuan reluctantly pulled out her cell phone. The youth looked smug. Hey, it's still a yes. Just as Fong Yuan was about to scan the youth QR code, a large hand suddenly appeared out of nowhere and grabbed the camera position of Fong Yuan's cell phone. Fong Yuan and the youth looked over in unison, and the owner of the hand was clearly Chen Fei. Xiao Chen, listen to my explanation. Fong Yuan was instantly anxious. It was not easy for her to come out on a solo date with Chen Fei. She did not want Chen Fei to misunderstand that she was flirting with other boys. No need to explain. I heard it all. Chen Fei interrupted Fong Yuan. You don't have to add if you don't want to. No one is forcing those around me to do things they don't want to do. And I don't need you to pay anything for me. Fong Yuan looked at Chen Feiyu in fascination, not knowing why. A few simple words came out of Chen Feiyu's mouth, but they were full of manliness. Of course, if you want to add him, I won't stop you, but we won't be in contact in the future. Ha? Then I'm not adding it. Fong Yuan retracted her hand in fright and secretly sighed in relief. Luckily, it was slow moving. If it was because of adding the youth's WeChat that caused Chen Fei to ignore herself from then on, then she could have cried herself to sleep. The smile on the youth's face instantly froze, and his eyes became unkind. You're this pretty girl's boyfriend? 73. He's my boyfriend. Chen Feiyu wanted to say none of your business, but before the words came out of his throat, Fong Yuan took the first step and hugged his arm, gloating and showing off. Yeah, he's my boyfriend. As soon as those words came out of her mouth, Fong Yuan's face turned red the next second. It was all an instinctive reaction of her subconscious, and she didn't hold back from saying all the words in her heart at once. It's over. It's over. Fong Yuan, you're too much of a badass. Where's your pride? Where's the reserve? Didn't you say you'd wait for Xiao Chen to confess first? Why are you so impatient? It's a big shame this time. Xiao Chen won't think I'm a random girl, right? Chen Feiyu also froze for a moment, looking at Fong Yuan with surprise, thinking how did he become her boyfriend? Could it be that this girl is ready to turn herself into a temporary worker? With Chen Fei's character, when he normally encountered a girl claiming to be his girlfriend, he would definitely deny it at the first opportunity. But this time, Chen Fei didn't know which tendon was wrong, and actually ghostly kept silent. Chen Feiyu and Fong Yuan were both muttering in their hearts, but the youth was upset to the extreme. He felt like he was being tricked. Women's mouths, lying ghosts. Just now Fong Yuan clearly said that she didn't like handsome ones, but Chen Feiyu was a galaxy more handsome than him. Chen Feiyu also ignored the youth, and took Fong Yuan to sit on the sofa and started trying on shoes. Fong Yuan swept up and down, and was extraordinarily satisfied with her ensemble. Little Chen, you look great in this. Fong Yuan felt that using the word handsome was a bit vulgar and couldn't describe Chen Feiyu's temperament, so she simply used the simplest adjective good-looking. Do you like the outfit I put together for you? Fong Yuan's watery eyes looked at Chen Fei with anticipation, as if waiting for an affirmative answer. You chose it. Of course I like it. This word, Chen Feiyu also a little feel puzzled. According to his temperament should say, a piece of clothing, like it or not is the same. What's wrong with yourself today? You like it. Having received the approval, Fong Yuan was happy in her heart and laughed. These British-style shoes of yours are going to expose your ankles. It doesn't look good with stockings. I'll go and choose a pair of sailboat socks for you. After saying that, Fang Yuan crossed her arms behind her back and hummed a cheerful rhythm under her breath as she bounced and ran towards the sock area. Outrageous! The youth who was ignored as if he was air felt that he had been greatly humiliated, and angrily, he was about to go find Chen Fei to trouble him. At that moment, one of the clerks suddenly ran up and grabbed the youth. Mr. Wang, you can't offend him. He is. When Chen Feiyu and Su Qinglu were patrolling the store, this clerk happened to be at work, so she knew exactly who Chen Feiyu was. This was the new owner of the commercial street, a big shot who even Su Qinglu had to respect. Not to mention Wang Xiao. Even if Wang Xiao's his father came, he would have to bow down when he saw Chen Fei. Offending Chen Fei, there was only one end for the luxury store, closing down. I can't offend him? What is he? The youth's full name was Wang Xiaobing, and he had grown up spoiled and had long since developed the bad habit of being a bully, and no one but his father could keep him down. Chen Flying Fish is of small character, not qualified to make him Wang Xiaobing scorn. Mr. Wang, don't be impulsive. He is. Seeing that the young proprietor was about to make a huge mess, the shopgirl wanted to point out Chen Fei's identity. After all, she worked here and it wouldn't do her any good if the luxury store went out of business. Snap! Who knew that Wang Xiaobing backhanded the shopgirl and slapped the latter directly? Are you teaching me how to do that? Wang Xiaobing uttered a popular line of the moment before adding, to put it nicely, you are an employee of our family. To put it badly, you are a lackey raised by our family. The shopgirl clenched her teeth as her eyes grew red. He had good intentions to try to remind Wang Xiaobing, but what he got in return was humiliation and a resounding slap in the face. Good. Since you want to die, let you die. Coldly looking at Wang Xiaobing, who was walking towards Chen Feifei, this time the female sales clerk did not open her mouth to dissuade him. She was eager to see the wonderful picture of Wang Xiaobing kneeling down and begging for forgiveness when he learned of Chen Feifei's identity. Those 2 sets of dress pants you're wearing, I'm giving them to you. Break up with that girl right now. Wang Xiaobing was so high and mighty, as if he was giving alms to a beggar. You're sick in the head, aren't you? Chen Feifei Fish want to laugh. 2 sets of clothes on the body add up to a small tens of thousands of dollars. Make it look like he cannot afford it. Who are you cursing? Have the guts to curse again. You're sick in the head. Chen Fei's eyes were like looking at an idiot. I've never heard such a cheap request. I'm willing to call you the cheapest. Pust. The people around him burst out laughing at once. Volunteering to ask someone to scold them was indeed quite cheap. You seek death. A mocking look fell on himself. Wang Xiaobing hated his teeth, and under his anger, he lifted his foot and kicked at Chen Feiyu. Xiao Chen, watch out. Fang Yuan walked back with her carefully selected socks, and when she saw Wang Xiaobing making a move on Chen Feiyu, she let out a cry of alarm, then instinctively ran fast and rushed up, only to see Fang Yuan flying into Chen Fei's arms. She actually attempted to use her body to help Chen Fei block the kick. 74. Even if God comes, he'll have to kneel down for me. Wow! The whole place was in an uproar. The onlookers' jaws dropped as Fang Yuan's bold move took everyone by surprise. Chen Fei's eyes were cold. Of course he could not let Fang Yuan be injured, only to see him stand up with Fang Yuan in his arms, and then spin sideways, the 2 of them seeming to dance a wonderful waltz, brushing against and dodging Wang Xiaobing's feet, and circling around behind him. Then Chen Feiyu kicked from behind, tapping on Wang Xiaobing's lumbar vertebrae. Wang Xiaobing's entire body flew forward, his chest colliding with the sofa with a muffled sound, causing him to grimace in pain. Luckily the couch was cushioned. If his chest had hit the ground, he probably would have gone straight through his back. Don't you dare hit me. Wang Xiaobing was in a rage. Since childhood, his father had never beaten him. Chen Feiyu, an outsider, dared to beat him. Don't leave if you have the guts. Watch this young man call someone to clean you up. After saying that, Wang Xiaobing took out his cell phone and called his old man, crying, Dad, I was beaten up in our store. Okay, then I'll wait for you to come over. Wang Xiaobing's father on the other end of the phone didn't know what to say, and the corner of Wang Xiaobing's mouth showed a teasing color. When my dad brings someone over, I'll show you why the flowers are so red. Wang Xiaobing didn't continue to attack Chen Feifei anymore. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but he simply couldn't move. Just now Chen Fei's kick had hit his tailbone, and now moving his waist was excruciatingly painful, so he could only sit obediently and wait for help to arrive. Chen Fei didn't even look at Wang Xiaobing for a moment and looked down at Fang Yuan in his arms. Are there any injuries anywhere? No. Fang Yuan shook her head. Feeling Chen Fei's warm nostrils, Fang Yuan's blush was like a haze. This is the first time Chen has ever hugged me. The intoxicated Fang Yuan suddenly remembered that she was in a public place and looked back. Sure enough, countless pairs of eyes were staring straight at her. Xiao Chen, can you let go of me? A lot of people are watching. The blush on Fang Yuan's face spread all the way to the root of the back of her ears. If it was possible, It would be best if Chen Feiyu held her all the time, but with so many people watching, it was strange to be embarrassed. Worried that Chen Fei misunderstood that she disliked him, so Fang Yuan added in a low voice, "It's not that I won't let you hug me, it's just that there are too many people." Chen Feiyu's heart thumped and his eyes changed as he looked at Fang Yuan. What does that mean? You can't cuddle in a crowded place, so you can just cuddle in a less crowded place? After a moment of stagnation, Chen Fei let go of Fang Yuan, and then reached out to point her finger at her head, with a hint of reproach between his words. Who told you to rush up and get in the way? What if the kick hurts you? I didn't think about it so much. I was just thinking about protecting you. Mistakenly thinking that Chen Feiyu was angry, Fang Yuan was incredibly nervous. Her small hand pulled the hem of Chen Feiyu's coat and gently shook it. Little Chen, I won't dare in the future. Don't be angry with me, okay? I'm not mad. It's just that it's too dangerous for you to do that. Why would a big man like me need a girl like you to protect me? Chen Fei was also concerned about Fang Yuan and didn't really mean to blame her. Fang Yuan raised 3 fingers and swore, I promise I won't next time. There will be a next time? Chen Fei's eyes glared. No more. Promise there won't be a next time. That's more like it. Chen Fei revealed a satisfied expression, then took the socks in Fang Yuan's hands and sat down on the sofa aside to put them on. He acted like nothing was wrong, as if he wasn't the one who had clashed with Wang Xiaobing earlier. Little Chen, that person seems to have called for help, or we'd better leave quickly. Fang Yuan couldn't help but remind. What are you afraid of? Just shout. Law and order society. He cannot eat me? Chen Fei said with full of concern, and in Commercial Street, even if he calls the heavens, he'll still have to kneel for me. Fang Yuan was a bit nervous. After all, she was a girl who encountered this kind of thing for the first time, but what she was most worried about was what if the other party had a hot head and made a move on Chen Fei. Fang Yuan quietly pressed 110 on her cell phone, ready to call the police as soon as something happened to her. Who hit my son? About a few minutes later, a man in a light blue shirt walked in, followed by a large group of people. The man was none other than Wang Feng, the father of Wang Xiaobing. When Wang Feng received the call just now, he was having dinner inside a famous restaurant's private room in Xintai Commercial Street. Commercial Street leadership is being replaced and renewed, and as a relatively large volume of businessmen, he wants to mix for a long time. Naturally, he must have a good relationship with the new leadership, so after receiving the call, Wang Feng quickly rushed over with his men. As for those people behind Wang Feng, it was Chen Fei's newly hired employees, who had already taken over 60% of the rights from the hands of the Oriental Company's team, and the remaining work was still in the process of docking. As soon as the new property manager entered the door, he saw Chen Fei, who was putting on his socks, and walked quickly to Chen Fei, crossed his arms in front of him, and bowed respectfully. Hello, Mr. Chen. These words shocked the 4 seats. General manager? This young man looks like he's only 18 or 19 years old, and he's actually the general manager? It's also too shocking. Question: do people prefer back-to-back updates, or separate updates? 75. I beat up your son. Got a problem with that? Wang Feng was not there when Chen Feifu made his inspection, but he had already inquired, during the meal, about the name of the new boss, and he was very young. Wang Feng's brain turned fast. Chen Fei's name and age matched the legendary Mr. Chen, who must be the new boss of Xintai Commercial Street. Could you be Mr. Chen Flying Fish Chen? Wang Feng's face was piled up with smiles. He was as old as Chen Dongshan, but Chen Feiyu's social status was a big cut above him. This was an ironclad fact. That's why Wang Feng still used the honorific you. As for the revenge for his son's beating, it had long been thrown out of his mind. Just don't get killed. It's still important to kiss the boss's ass. Seeing his father's attitude towards Chen Fei so humble, Wang Xiaobing's face instantly changed, and an unsettling premonition surged through his heart. Chen Fei ignored Wang Feng, put on his shoes and stood up, asking for Fang Yuan's opinion. How was it? Was it okay? Well, it's pretty. Fang Yuan's eyes were filled with little stars and she couldn't wait to see Chen Fei as a flower. Xiao Chen was already quite handsome, properly dressed. The whole person's temperament instantly sublimated to another level, like the kind of elegant nobleman. Mr. Chen, you are truly handsome and dignified. Wang Feng gave a thumbs up. Rainbow farts don't need money for a slap. But Chen Fei didn't eat this set at all. Just coldly glanced at Wang Feng. Did I ask you? It's me talking too much. Wang Feng did not dare to show his anger even after he touched a nose, and could only smile and apologize. There's no way around it. Who makes people bigots? If he wanted to make money himself, he had to look at Chen Fei's face. Although Wang Feng has a little bit of money, but he still has self-awareness. Like him, such a small boss. Chen Fei one finger can run over thousands of hundreds. That's your son? Chen Fei pointed at Wang Xiaobing, who was not far away, and the latter turned his head sheepishly. Although Wang Xiaobing is a playboy, but not completely brainless, his dad was reprimanded and had to apologize in turn, or he could not see that he kicked the iron plate. If it were not for the pain in the lumbar spine now that he could not move, Wang Xiaobing would have scattered his legs and run. It is precisely the canine son. Could it be that Mr. Chen is a friend of the youngest child? As soon as Chen Fei mentioned Wang Xiaobing, Wang Feng recalled that his son had been beaten up. Sorry Mr. Chen. I'll take care of one thing first. Which son of a bitch hit my son? Step forward. There was a wide-eyed silence and no one stepped forward to admit it. No one's going to admit it, are they? I have a surveillance camera in my store. If I find out who hit my son, I'll let him walk out of here today. I hit it. A sudden voice broke the silence. Oh, finally admitting it are you? Wang Feng sneered and looked for the sound, only to find that in the direction the sound came from, there were only two people standing. One was Chen Fei and the other was Feng Yuan. Wang Feng was slightly stunned. It seemed to be Chen Fei's voice just now. Mr. Chen, it was you. Just now. I'm the one talking. Chen Fei sat down, resting one hand on the arm of the sofa and crossing his legs, with a hint of imperial contempt in his eyes. I beat up your son. Do you have a problem with that? Chen Fei sort of see. Wang Xiaobing character so arrogant and domineering, most of it is inherited from Wang Feng, and the tutelage has a lot to do with it. Rumble. Wang Feng's entire body seemed to be struck by heavenly thunder. His brain went blank and froze in place like a wooden man. He just now actually called him a son of a bitch in front of Chen Feiyu. Crap. That's a big hole to poke. Well played. Well played. After a long time, Wang Feng clapped his hands and said, this little brat has been spoiled by his mother and grandparents to the point of lawlessness. I've long wanted to clean him up. You're not mad? Mr. Chen is willing to teach my son for me. That's an honor for our family. I can't even thank you enough. How could I be angry? It has to be said that Wang Feng reacted quickly and immediately changed his attitude when he realized that the seed was not right. Seeing that Chen Fei didn't say anything, Wang Feng was so anxious. He had heard the story of Chen Fei. On the first day of his store tour, the manager of the street and cafe offended Chen Fei, nearly forcing the entire cafe to close. Wang Feng cursed his son 1,000 times in his heart. It's not good to mess with anyone but Chen Fei. If Chen Feiyu was angry and ordered to shut down the luxury store, then their Wang family would have to eat the northwest wind in the future. Rabbit brat, come over and apologize to Mr. Chen. Dad, I can't walk with my back pain. Wang Xiaobing is aggrieved. If he could move he would have run away long ago. Where would he stay here? If you can't walk, then crawl over here. Seeing Wang Xiaobing move slowly and leisurely, like an old lady, Wang Feng rushed up with great strides, grabbed his son by the collar, and dragged him to Chen Feiyu. Adverse son, why don't you kneel down? Dad, with so many people watching, is it okay not to kneel? Wang Xiaobing also knew that he had made a huge mistake, but he was a bully, and his ancestors had never knelt, so it was obviously impossible for him to kneel to Chen Feiyu. Besides, kneeling in front of so many people, doesn't he want to lose face? 76. Social my fish, teaching rich kids to behave. Wang Feng's heart is anxious and angry. Now it's all on fire. This brat still only cares about his face. Is it money that matters? Or is it face? Wang Feng does not understand his own smart mind, starting from scratch to achieve the value of hundreds of millions of dollars. How to give birth to such a failure to play like a loser? He couldn't wait to stuff Wang Xiaobing back into his stomach to go back to the stove. Seeing that Wang Xiaobing still straightened his neck and refused to kneel, Wang Feng could not care less and kicked Wang Xiaobing's popliteal fossa. Popliteal fossa, the depression behind the knee. Poof! Wang Xiaobing was on both knees. He tried to stand up, but his back hurt so much that he couldn't move at all. Mr. Chen, I'm so sorry. My canine son didn't know your identity. Please bear with me if I've offended you, and don't bother with him as a child. At those words, the crowd disdainfully skimmed their mouths, their eyes as contemptuous as they could be. Wang Xiaobing was tall and big, and was estimated to be around 20 years old, and Wang Feng actually had the nerve to say that he was a child. Vomit. That's disgusting. It's the worst thing that's ever happened to the word child. Looking at Feng Yuan, who was as beautiful as a heavenly fairy beside Chen Fei, Wang Feng guessed 7 to 8 at once. It's assumed that Chen Feiyu was shopping in the store with his female companion, and Wang Xiaobing happened to come to the store and saw Feng Yuan and got his head around it. So it offended Chen Feiyu, and the two of them rose from a verbal argument to a fight. Wang Feng was secretly happy in his heart. Fortunately his son couldn't beat Chen Feiyu. If he beat up the big boss, there would be no place for them in Xintai Commercial Street. I'm a fair person, and if your son wants to kick my ass, I'll kick his ass. Yes, 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 it should. Wang Feng had a pleasing look on his face. not to mention kicking a foot. If he could calm Chen Fei's anger, even if he kicked Wang Xiaobing 10 times and 100 times, he had no problem with it. A few kicks won't kill him. He'll live and die without money. Mr. Chen, then do you forgive Inuyasha? I'm not angry, so what's to forgive? But Wang Feng thought it was fine, but he didn't know that Chen Fei suddenly changed his tone of voice, and his heart instantly raced to his throat. But like I said, I'm a fair person. Chen Fei pondered for a moment and said, close all your stores. Ha? That's why. Wang Feng was horrified to death. He had a total of 4 luxury stores in his hands, 1 inside the mall in the city center, and 3 of them were here in Xintai Commercial Street. If he were to close all 3 stores, he would lose most of his investment. And that luxury store downtown has only just opened and still needs the money from those 3 stores to support it, which would break the money chain if it closed 3 stores. Why? Your son said to send me these 2 outfits to get me away from her. Chen Fei took out a bank card. I'll pay for these 2 sets of clothes, so you guys get the hell out of Commercial Street as well. No, Mr. Chen, the clothes are on me. Please give us another chance. I gave the money. It's up to you whether you take it or not. From Chen Fei's determined eyes, he could tell that he had already made up his mind, and Wang Feng threw a look of help towards the new property manager and the others. Many members of the new leadership team have pretended not to see it and turned their heads in other directions. Getting them to step in and plead for Wang Feng? Don't even think about it. Mr. Chen is very angry. Help Wang Feng say good words is not looking for death. When we eat and drink, we are good friends, but once it comes to the issue of interests, then sorry, we do not know anyone. Poof. Wang Feng sat paralyzed on the ground in despair, his entire body sixed. Shutting down 3 stores is killing him. Let's go, Chen Fei said to Fang Yuan, then collected his bank card and walked towards the entrance of the store. However, when they passed by the security guards, Chen Fei suddenly stopped, and the security guards were startled and hurriedly straightened their backs. Just now he said he would show me why the flowers are so red. Chen Fei pointed to Wang Xiaobing. You guys go over there now and tell him why Guangong's face is red. The corners of the security guards' eyes twitched slightly. How could they not understand what Chen Fei meant? This is for them to go over and smoke Wang Xiaobing. Chen Fei didn't forget to exhort. Remember, bring him to the security room and then greet him slowly. Don't affect the mood of the customers shopping. Yes, the lead security guard shouted. This person is disrupting the order of the shopping street. Take him away. So the rest of the security guards like hungry wolves pounced on the general rushed up. Wang Xiaobing frame out of the store. Wang Xiaobing directly cried in fear. Dad, help me. Oh hoo. The security guard covered Wang Xiaobing's mouth and whispered in his ear. Save your strength. If you offend our Mr. Chen, the Jade Emperor can't save you even if he comes. Wang Xiaobing was taken away, while Wang Feng, as if he didn't hear his son's pleas for help, sat dementedly on the ground, muttering under his breath all the time. It's gone. 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 Nothing. Yes, the onlookers do not feel that Chen Fei fish excessive, but instead have clapped and applauded. Wang Xiaobing was too arrogant before, moving his hands to hit people, have long looked at his eyes. This time, they only ran into Chen Fei. If it was an ordinary customer, wouldn't they only be bullied by Wang Xiaobing? So people not only felt that Chen Fei was right, but that he had also done a good thing in ridding the people of evil. 77. Sweet world for 2-1. Chen Fei felt that he was not overdoing it at all. While luxury stores could certainly improve the overall compulsion of the shopping street, yes, but people like Wang Xiaobing might cause trouble again one day. What if he offends a big shot one day? What about bullied customers who seek out the media and run to defend their rights? Undoubtedly it will have a negative impact on the shopping streets. That's why stores like this one should be unplugged before they cause more unnecessary trouble in the future. As for whether it would cause huge losses to the Wang family, Chen Fei didn't care. Everyone had to bear the consequences for what they did. I didn't expect Wang Feng to come in and yell and scream and say that he was going to let him go out horizontally. If Chen Fei wasn't the boss, Wang Feng's father and son wouldn't have let him off easily as well. So all of this is Wang Xiaobing's own fault, and it's their own fault for not disciplining their son. How come all the rich kids nowadays are so savage and impulsive? Fang Yuan couldn't help but spit out that no matter what decision Chen Fei made, she would unconditionally stand on Chen Fei's side to support him. However, there was one thing that made Fang Yuan very curious. Those people in suits before, all of them with work documents on their chests, were obviously the management of the commercial street, so why would they be so respectful to Chen Fei, and call him Mr. Chen? Fang Yuan felt that Chen Fei's identity might be even more powerful than she had imagined. Although her heart was curious, Fang Yuan didn't open her mouth to ask. Getting to the bottom of the matter would only make the man resentful. Smart women never inquire about a man's privacy. They would give him a big enough space. Chen Fei disdainfully skimmed his mouth. What kind of rich second generation does Wang Xiaobing count as? At best he's a richer turd. Really rich people, especially the posh kind, do things in a very low-key way. If you read the news more often, it is not difficult to find out that the kind of big and powerful families that have been rich for more than 3 generations, they have strict family rules and are very strict in educating their offspring. The Fok family on Hong Kong Island, for example, has produced well-mannered children with a very positive image, living as plainly as ordinary people. Many sons and daughters of the descendants of powerful families are severely punished when they get into trouble outside and come home. Those rich second generation to see you are not good, but also secretly in the heart, simply not like Wang Xiaobing is in the public hands. Even if Chen Feiyu didn't clean up Wang Xiaobing today, the Wang family would sooner or later lose in the latter's hands, and would simply not be rich for more than 3 generations. With Wang Xiaobing's kind of character, sooner or later he would offend a more powerful character, and he wouldn't even know how to die at that time. Chen Feifei let him experience the sinister nature of society, and it was considered to have saved him indirectly. Fang Yuan didn't continue the discussion on the same topic. Wang Xiaobing was just a passerby to her. She just wanted to enjoy a pleasant two-person world with Xiao Chen now. Chen, where are we going next? I have to go talk about something later, so I'll take you back to school first. Ah, but I still want to spend some time with you, Fang Yuan muttered in a small voice, an unconcealed look of disappointment appearing on her face. Originally, she was thinking that there was still a lot of time left, so she could go to lunch with Chen and walk around for the afternoon. In the evening the two could have a dinner and go for a walk in the park. Although it was simple, it was romantic to think about it, but I didn't realize that Chen Fei had things to talk about. Happy times are always so short. It's so hard to see Xiao Chen. It's hard to part so soon. Chen Fei also saw the disappointment in Fang Yuan's eyes, but there was no way. He and the boss of the Oriental company had made an appointment in advance, so he couldn't stand someone up. Big deal. I'll take you out next time. Well, Fang Yuan pouted and looked down at the ground all the way to the ground with disinterest. Chen Feiyu so busy. She about a month today to see the top. The next time and do not know when to wait. Chen Fei was about to go to the parking lot when he suddenly received a call from a local number in Zhonghai City. Hello? Hello? Mr. Chen. This is He Guangyao. Chen Fei froze for a moment. He Guangyao was the big boss of the Oriental company, and he was going to meet later. So what was he doing calling himself all of a sudden? Hello Mr. He, I'm ready to come out. I'll be there soon. Sorry Mr. Chen, my company suddenly has something going on, so I can't go to the noon potluck. I wonder if I can reschedule it for next time. He Guanyao's tone was full of apologies. It was not easy to meet with a mysterious tycoon like Chen Fei, and he didn't want to miss his appointment. But the company suddenly called an extraordinary shareholders meeting, and as the owner and largest shareholder, he could not be absent. It's okay, Mr. He, if you have something to do, go ahead and get busy. We'll see each other whenever we want. Fine. Thank you Mr. Chen. Next time I set a time, I'll have Xiao Su notify you. He Guanyao thought about it and felt that letting the pigeon go was his own fault. In order not to leave a negative impression on Chen Feiyu, how to compensate him the same. So He Guanyao said, Mr. Chen, don't worry, before you have recruited people, I will let Xiao Su resident in the commercial street office, and I will make sure that Xiao Su will help you manage it properly. Oh, then thank you, Mr. He, you're welcome, Mr. Chen. I need to go and prepare for the meeting. We'll talk next time we meet. Okay, bye. 78. Sweet world for two. The cell phone was put back in his pocket. Chen Feiyu's arrangement this afternoon was to meet He Guanyao, and now that he was all pigeonholed, then his afternoon slot was naturally empty. Taking a look at the sullen Fang Yuan, Chen Fei decided to keep her company. Hot day people girls come a long way to find their own is not easy. There are things that cannot be helped. Not things are not accompanied by other people on the said not good enough. Where do you want to go? What? Fang Yuan was bewildered and hadn't reacted to what was going on. I cancelled my afternoon trip so I could spend more time with you. Chen Feiyu had a strange feeling. Is not God deliberately give him and Fang Yuan to create the opportunity to get along? Just Fang Yuan want to be with him in the afternoon. And so just He Guanyao suddenly something cannot go to the appointment. The coincidence is a bit outrageous. Really? Fang Yuan's watery eyes fluttered as she looked at Chen Fei, the melancholy on her face instantly disappearing, replaced by joy and excitement. Really? It's almost dinner time. Let's go have dinner first. What do you like to eat? I'm not a picky eater. Anything goes. You make the decision. Fang Yuan smiles like a flower. It doesn't matter to her what she eats. It's what she eats with. Okay, then you're coming with me. Aha! Fang Yuan had been following Chen Fei. and the two of them first went to the parking lot to pick up the car. Then Chen Fei led Fang Yuan around the road and finally parked on the side of the road. Getting out of the car, the two walked into a small store that opened in an old-fashioned alley. This storefront is not big. The door set up a few tables, not even air conditioning. To go to the summer heat, all rely on the door beam of the electric fan swinging back and forth. Owned by an elderly couple in their 60s, the man wipes down the tables and entertains customers and places orders, while the woman cooks the food in the store. Chen Fei casually found an empty seat and sat down. This store was unintentionally discovered by him when he used to deliver takeaways. The store sells small wontons, rice cakes with pork ribs, xiaolong bao, topped noodles and other traditional snacks of Central Sea City. Fang Yuan didn't mind the simple environment, and sat opposite Chen Feiyu with her hands propped up on her small head, her eyes always fixed on Chen Feiyu. Have you seen enough? Chen Fei was a bit uncomfortable being looked at by Fang Yuan, feeling like Tang Sanzang who was being stared at by a female goblin. I just like looking at you. Keep looking then. Don't blink if you can. Fang Yuan smiled cheekily. Yeah, so is there any reward for me not blinking? I'll reward you with a hairy chestnut. The hairy chestnuts that Chen Feiyu was talking about are not hairy chestnuts to eat, but the dialect of Zhonghai City, which means knocking the other person's head a little bit with your knuckles. Knock out. After saying that, Chen Fei gently knocked Fang Yuan's head with a muffled sound. Humph, why are you really hitting me? Fang Yuan rubbed her head and pouted in protest, her aggrieved little expression adorable and not pretentious, mesmerizing the diners next to her. The big brother at the next table was so dumbfounded that the ravioli fell out of his mouth. Chen Feiyu couldn't help but feel that the red face was a scourge. Goo, if it isn't little Chen, you haven't been here for a long time. The owner walked over after placing orders for the other tables and greeted Chen Fei warmly. Chen Feifu used to be a regular customer, so the owner and his wife knew him. I'm not here, Chen Fei responded with a smile. The owner and his wife are simple and honest people, relying on this decades-old store to put their son through college, and now their granddaughter is in middle school. At first, the boss even joked that when his granddaughter graduated from college and grew up, if Chen Fei was still single, he would introduce his granddaughter to him. What would you like to eat today? The owner had a pen in one hand and a small notebook to take notes. This kind of small store is not as opulent as a big restaurant, where you eat the fireworks and the people. Give us 2 beef brisket with noodles, make it half tendon and half meat, and 2 bowls of chilled green bean soup, and leave the rest for now. Order more when you don't have enough to eat. Chen Fei didn't look at the menu. He knew exactly what food was available in the store. Okay. The owner ran into the store and opened it up. The green bean soup, noodles and toppings were all cooked ahead of time, so they were served quickly. Just as he was about to move his chopsticks, Chen Feifu's cell phone rang again. You eat first. I'm going to take a call. Fang Yuan stole a glance and realized that Chen Fei's back was turned to her, so she quietly pinched all the beef in her bowl into Chen Fei's bowl. She also covered the beef with a noodle so that it wouldn't be noticed. After doing this, Chen Fei happened to walk back from the phone call. Why is there no meat in your noodles? I'm all out of meat. Fang Yuan laughed as she bit into her chopsticks. Chen Fei didn't think that much and was ready to start, but as soon as the chopsticks were inserted inside the noodles, he realized that something was wrong. Lift the noodles and look at the bottom of the bowl full of meat. You gave me all the meat. What are you going to eat? Chen Feiyu said he was going to pinch the meat back to Fang Yuan, who hastily picked up the noodle bowl to dodge. I'm on a diet. It's okay to eat less. If you eat it, it's the same as if I ate it. Cam. The diner next to him couldn't hear anymore, wiped his mouth and twisted his head. You're still being showered with dog food for a meal. What about the pits? 79. Sweet world for 2, 3. There were also young couples eating next to them, and when they saw Fang Yuan giving all the meat to Chen Fei, the boys were envious in their hearts. How nice it would be for a girl as gentle, pretty and considerate as Fang Yuan to be her girlfriend. One of the bold boys, taking a chance, tried to pinch the meat in his girlfriend's bowl. It turned out, unsurprisingly, that the girl gave him a hard stare. The boy silently withdrew the chopsticks. The heart is full of emotion. Everyone is the same as in love. Other people's girlfriend is a Persian cat. My wife is a tigress. People are more angry than people. Chen Feiyu thought at first that Fang Yuan disliked the unclean food here and didn't force her. But who knew that Fang Yuan was quite happy with her food? It didn't take long to finish both the green bean soup and the noodles. Don't you think the environment is a little dirty? Fang Yuan's behavior was beyond Chen Fei's expectations. He had brought Lu Xiaotong here once before, and the latter had picked and picked and picked. But Fang Yuan hadn't heard a bad word from her since she sat down. It's not dirty at all, and the food is pretty good. In fact, this was the first time she had eaten at this kind of alleyway store, and it tasted better than many restaurants do. This answer satisfied Chen Fei and indirectly exposed the essential difference between Fang Yuan and Lu Xiaotong. Fong Yuan's character is generous, not at all petulant, obviously a princess life but not at all pampered, while Lu Xiaotong is not a princess life, but got a princess disease. Look at you, all eaten up. Chen Fei pulled out a paper towel and carefully helped Fong Yuan wipe off the sauce from the corners of her mouth. Thanks. Thanks. Fong Yuan was shy and her heart rippled. It was as if a deer was rampaging through her heart speeding up uncontrollably, and as if she had broken a honeypot. Feeling happy and sweet. This is the first time Xiao Chen has taken the initiative to care about me. When the girl next to her saw this scene, her foot hidden under the table viciously kicked her boyfriend. Look at how considerate other people's boyfriends are. Boys are full of grievances. Other girlfriends also give their boyfriends meat. Why don't you learn? Boss, the bill. Chen Fei beckoned, and the owner walked over. No need to pay. This meal is on me today. How can that be? You opened the door to do business. How can I eat and drink for nothing? The money must be given. Chen Fei doesn't like to take advantage of people. Besides, the boss's family is a small people living at the bottom. Life is not easy. Chen Feiyu insisted on paying the money, and the boss blocked the QR code a few times, but finally it was scanned by Chen Feiyu. Boss, check to see if the number is right. Come on, what's there to see? I still can't trust you. Chen Fei wanted to show the boss the payment record. The boss smiled and pushed his hand away. Chen Fei's character was something he believed in. The boss glanced at Fong Yuan, who was organizing her bag, and approached to Chen Fei's side. Chen, is that your new girlfriend? No, just regular friends for now. Why? Chen Fei suddenly realized that the boss had been misunderstanding that Fong Yuan was his girlfriend. This girl, she's much better than the one you brought last time. It's not hard to tell from this girl's temperament and mannerisms that she's from a good family, and it's condescending to accompany you to my humble little store for dinner. The boss intoned. A girl who can enjoy glory and wealth with you doesn't necessarily not love you, but a girl who can lower her quality of life for you, that must love you. The boss's words caused Chen Fei's soul to tremble. Seeing that Chen Fei seemed to have realized something, the boss patted his chest. This girl should have a lot of suitors. You do your best to get her soon. If she is chased away by someone else, you won't even be able to regret it. Let's go. The girl is waiting for you. Chen Fei walked back to his seat thoughtfully, not knowing what he was thinking. Little Chen, can we go now? Fong Yuan inquired. Chen Fei froze for a moment and said back, let's go. See you later, boss. You make great food. Bye. Come back often when you can. Before leaving, Fong Yuan didn't forget to say hello to her boss, showing excellent domesticity and personal qualities. After getting on the car also did not discuss where to play. Chen Feifu drove to Where is Where. The two went to the amusement park first, played a lot of thrilling projects. Fong Yuan was quite scared, but Chen Feiyu sat next to her. Fear disappeared in an instant. In the blink of an eye night fell and the two drove to the night market and ate inside and out. Finally, we went to Wisteria Park for a walk to cool off. When we walked to the river, we saw a candlelight on the river, which turned out to be someone releasing a wishing boat. Seeing Fong Yuan keep staring at the small paper boat, she knew she wanted to play too. Wait for me. So Chen Fei went to find passers-by to ask for some colored paper and 2 candles. 3 times folded out 2 small paper boats, and then put the lit candles on the paper boats. The wishing boat was made. Chen Fei handed one of them to Fong Yuan. How did you know I wanted to play this? Fong Yuan received the paper boat with both hands, surprised and happy. Could it be that he and Xiao Chan are telepathic? 80. Is it too early to call your husband? If it were any other guy, he would have said because our hearts are in the same place or some other flowery words to make the girl happy. However, Chen Feiyu had a straightforward character, and one could hardly hear such sweet words from him. Chen Feifei said very straightly, "You've been staring at the paper boat for half a day. Your eyes are falling out. A fool can see that you like it. Humph, where's the exaggeration?" Fong Yuan shrugged the tip of her nose, looking a little upset on the surface, but actually sweet as honey in her heart. She had heard too many sweet words. If Chen Fei coaxed her with nice words like other boys, it would instead make her feel fake. She liked Chen Feiyu's straightforward, sincere and not false character. Although Chen Feiyu can't say any love words, he is a man of action. Chen Feiyu can notice Fong Yuan's mood changes and preferences at the moment, and also folds little paper boats for her. Fong Yuan is already very happy. Sometimes it's better to talk the talk than to walk the walk. The two walked down to the river and prepared to lower the wishing boat. You be careful. The mud is a bit slippery. Well, you stay safe too. Little Chen. 2 playful children suddenly ran over, and one of them bumped into Fong Yuan, who instantly lost her balance, and the whole person flew towards and planted towards the river. Look out! The passerby was also startled and tried to pull Fong Yuan's hand, but unfortunately the distance was too far. At the critical moment, Chen Feifu rushed up and steadily caught Fong Yuan, who was going to fall into the river, and held her firmly in his arms. Xiao Chen. Scared me to death. I thought I was going to fall into the river. Fong Yuan tightly wrapped her arms around Chen Fei's neck. The clothes worn in the summer were originally very thin, and at this time the two were close to each other and hugged tightly. Chen Feiyu could clearly feel the beating of Fong Yuan's heart. It's okay, don't be afraid. I'll hold you. Seeing Fong Yuan's stunned appearance, Chen Fei calmed her down a bit before leading her to the river. Have you heard the story of this river? Fong Yuan shook her head, clearly unaware of the origin. Chen Fei spoke eloquently. This river is called Xianwang River, and I have heard from the older generation that there is an old immortal living inside this river who can help people fulfill their wishes. Every once in a while, the old fairy Wang would pick the most devout person from those who made a wish and help that person fulfill it. Really? Fong Yuan looked surprised. This was the first time she had heard of this kind of light story. I don't know if it's true or not. Believe it or not. It's up to you to believe it or not. Chen Fei and put the boat in the river, gently pushed it out, and the boat floated out with the waves. Fong Yuan also put down the boat, clasped her hands together, and reverently began to make a wish. After a long time, the two opened their eyes in unison, and the boat with the candles drifted farther and farther away from the park until they disappeared from sight. Little Chen, do you find the title Little Chen unpleasant? No, my mom calls my dad Old Chen too. With these words, the atmosphere in the car became a bit subtle. Wang Shufan called Chen Dongshan Lao Chen because they were two people. The owner of the snack bar called Chen Feiyu Xiao Chen. That's because people are older and elders. But Fong Yuan is the same age as Chen Feiyu. What kind of name is she calling out Xiao Chen? Fong Yuan's heart was in turmoil. Could it be that Xiao Chen was implying that I should call him my husband? No way, no way. A girl has to be more reserved. You're not even in love yet. It's too early to call your husband. Why don't we start by calling out honey? Fong Yuan has already begun to secretly give Chen Feiyu a love name. What small fish baby, thought of a whole lot. Finally found that still small Chen called the most smooth and intimate. Ahem. Chen Fei also felt that the atmosphere was a bit strange, and quickly changed the topic. What did you just wish for? I'm not going to tell you. Wishes don't work if you tell them. So what did you wish for? I won't tell you either. Che, if you don't say it, you don't say it. The two of them talked and laughed along the way and soon arrived at Zhonghai University. Zhonghai University's school mobile door was closed at night, so Chen Feiyu put Fong Yuan down at the school gate. Fong Yuan felt that time had passed so quickly today, and she so wanted to be alone with Chen Fei for a while longer. I don't know why, but Chen Fei didn't do anything either, but she felt that she had survived a very romantic date. You go back to rest early. Well, then drive home safely and talk to me on WeChat when you get home. Got it. If you don't go back, the dorm door will be closed. Well, then I'm off. Fong Yuan walked towards the school grounds, taking a few steps and having to look back reluctantly. Looking at Fong Yuan's departing back, Chen Fei suddenly thought of what the snack bar owner had said, and he subconsciously called out to Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan, what's wrong? Fong Yuan stopped and looked back at Chen Fei, her eyes as bright as the stars in the night sky. Do you have a boyfriend? Fong Yuan was a bit surprised, not expecting Chen Fei to ask this. The corners of Fong Yuan's mouth unconsciously rose. She did not answer, mischievously spat her tongue at Chen Fei, and cheerfully patted her way into the campus. Big dummy, you don't know if I have a boyfriend. 81. A good candidate for daughter-in-law. 2 days had passed since the last solo date. Chen Feiyu and Fong Yuan's relationship went further, sending WeChat chats every day. Fong Yuan had to brag about her dating history with Chen Fei dozens of times a day with her girlfriends, and Chen Lingling and the others had their ears rubbed out. But everyone could tell that Fong Yuan really had a good time that day. The only thing that makes Fong Yuan depressed is that before leaving, Chen Fei asked her if she had a boyfriend. According to the plot, go next should not be immediately confessed. However, 2 days had passed, and Chen Feiyu never mentioned this file again. This makes Fong Yuan's intestines are almost repenting. If I had known that at that time, I would have bluntly said that I was single. Nothing arrogant, what the hell. Now you've missed your chance to eat the monk's meat. In fact, Chen Fei had asked that kind of question at that time due to his emotions. If Fong Yuan really answered that she didn't have a boyfriend, he didn't know how he was going to take it, so he simply had selective amnesia and pretended he hadn't asked. That being said, Chen Fei was so busy these past 2 days that he was getting annoyed. The position of deputy general manager has been hanging in the balance, unable to recruit the right person, and the location of the company's office has not been found, so how can he be in the mood to think about men and women? At least he has to stabilize the company first before he will consider whether he wants to fall in love or not. Chen Feiyu felt that this could not go on. The office location could be taken slowly, but it was always necessary to find someone to coordinate the overall situation first, right? Since you can't find a suitable VP, create one yourself. So he decided to do a double take. On his side, he continued to recruit and see if a suitable candidate would appear. While on the other side, he let Lin Wei-yin go to learn management from Su Qinglu. Lin Wei-yin had nothing to do at home anyway, so Chen Feiyu planned to cultivate her. Ding dong, it's Saturday, and both Mr. and Mrs. Chen Dongshan are at home. Hearing someone ring the doorbell, Wang Shufan immediately jogged to open the door. Who? Wang Shufan opened the door to see a pavilion girl standing in front of the house. For a time, Wang Shufan looked a little mesmerized. This girl's eyebrows are clear. Her temperament is outstanding. Her pupils do not contain a little impurity. Just like a piece of diamond is clean and flawless. Wang Shufan secretly sighs. What a beautiful daughter. Better looking than those actresses on TV. Who are you looking for? Little girl? Hello auntie. My name is Lin Wei-yin. I'm Mr. Chen's personal assistant. Lin Wei-yin bowed, then raised her hand to smooth her messy hair behind her ear. All this time she stayed at home and never received a job offer. She thought she had been forgotten by the organization. Until this morning, she received a message from Chen Feiyu. Let her come to the house. Lin Wei-yin explained to let her brother watch her father, and then rushed over in a hurry according to the address given by Chen Feiyu. Mr. Chen? Which Mr. Chen? Wang Shufan was flabbergasted for a moment, and only then snapped to think that her son had said that he had opened a company. You're here to find my son, Chen Feifu, aren't you? Yeah. Lin Wei-yin nodded. Come on in, I'll get your slippers. Wang Shufan warmly welcomed Lin Wei-yin in. Lin Wei-yin was a little nervous. It was her first time coming to a boy's house. Hello Mr. Chen. Hello uncle. Lin Wei-yin saw Chen Feiyu and Chen Dongshan who were sitting in the living room watching TV and immediately saluted. Chen Feiyu waved his hand to indicate that she didn't need to be formal. Sit down for a while and wait for someone else. Okay. Lin Wei-yin found a seat and Wang Shufan poured her a cup of water. Here's some water. Do you want any fruit? Thank you auntie. Don't bother. I'll just have some water. Lin Wei-yin received the water cup with both hands, a little surprised in her heart. Chen Feiyu's family was completely different from what she had imagined. She thought that Chen Feiyu lived in a top-class mansion, but Chen Feiyu's family was just a very ordinary commercial house. And such a rich family is more or less a bit arrogant. But Chen Feifei's parents are very cordial and have no frame at all. Seeing Wang Shufan cleaning in the living room, Lin Wei-yin remembered that she was Chen Feiyu's personal assistant. Shouldn't she help out a little? So Lin Wei-yin picked up a rag and volunteered to help Wang Shufan with her chores. Little girl, I'll just do the grunt work. You sit and watch some TV. It's okay auntie, I do a lot of housework at home. Chen Feiyu looked at it and didn't say anything. It's not like he doesn't pay Lin Wei-yin's salary. Since she wants to do it, let her do it. However, Wang Shufan didn't think so, and her eyes changed as she looked at Lin Wei-yin. Ouch! This girl is even more skillful at housework than I am, and she must not have done much work at home. And nowadays simple and down-to-earth little girls like this are not often seen. Wang Shufan secretly nodded. Lin Wei-yin will definitely be a good wife and mother in the future. Good-looking and hard-working people. Wang Shufan looked at Lin Wei-yin's merits everywhere, and a bold idea popped into her head. How nice to have such a nice girl as my daughter-in-law. What did you say your name was? Girl? My name is Lin Wei-yin. That's a good name. Lin, how old are you and how many people are in your family? Do you have a boyfriend? 82. Two beautiful women come to the door. Wang Shufan's barrage of questions directly confused Lin Wei-yin. After a few moments of silence, Lin Wei-yin began to patiently answer one by one. I'm 18 years old. I have a dad and a brother in middle school at home, and I don't currently have a boyfriend. After finishing in one breath, Lin Wei-yin smiled to herself in her heart. The family of origin. So that Lin Wei-yin from a young age is not confident, very low self-esteem, their own education and not high. The family has a younger brother studying. The key father is also seriously ill. In her heart of hearts, she thought that a girl in such a poor condition like her would definitely not have any boys like her. Wang Shufan didn't know Lin Wei-yin's family situation, so naturally she couldn't notice the latter's subtle change in expression as she lowered her voice. I'll tell you a secret. You're the first girl my son has ever called home. Ding dong. Wang Shufan's words just fell. The doorbell rang again. She pushed open the door to see. The door actually stood another beautiful girl. You are. Wang Shufan's entire body was dumbfounded. What is it today? One girl after another knocking on the door and all so pretty. Hello auntie. My name is Su Qinglu. Mr. Chen told me to come over. Wang Shufan had the urge to whip Chen Feiyu. She had just finished saying that her son had never brought a girl back, but it turned out that there was another pretty girl right away. It's not a slap in her old face. Mr. Chen, I'm here. Su Qinglu greeted Chen Feiyu, not forgetting to nod hello to Chen Dongshan. Since everyone is here, let's go to the study to talk. Chen Fei stood up from the sofa and led the two girls into the study before closing the door. The three didn't do much in the room, discussing a training program for Lin Wei-yin. Wang Shufan is uneasy to stick on the door to eavesdrop. Lonely men and women share a room. She is afraid that Chen Feiyu cannot hold for a time to do the wrong thing. About 10 minutes later, the study door opened. As soon as Chen Feiyu went out, he saw his mom standing at the door. "Mom, what are you doing?" Eavesdropping was discovered. Wang Shufan's old face reddened with an indescribable embarrassment. She dryly coughed a few times, then pulled Chen Feiyu to the balcony. "Son, you may be rich now, but you can't be such a womanizer." "Mom, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand? Don't play dumb for me. One girlfriend is enough. You can't have both girls just because they're both good looking." The corners of Chen Fei's eyes twitched slightly as he sort of understood. Dear old mom is treating him like a horny boss who uses his power for personal gain. "Mom, you have a vivid imagination. The two of them are just my co-workers. We don't have any illicit male-female relationship." "Really?" Suffragette Wang expressed skepticism. She is a woman who thinks Lin Wei-yin and Su Qinglu look good. Chen Feiyu is a man who doesn't feel moved at all. Who believes that? "Really? I lied to you, I'll never get a girlfriend in my life. Blah blah blah. You can't just say things like that." Wang Shufan blankly glanced at Chen Fei without any good reason. "You are also 18 years old. You should consider having a relationship. I think that Xiao Lin is good." Chen Fei felt a bit unable to keep up with his mom's brain circuits. One moment, they won't let me think about people. And the next moment, they can't wait for something to happen between me and Lin Wei-yin. What kind of routine is this? My dear mom, you also said I'm 18 years old. I'm not even of legal marriageable age. Can you stop rushing to find me a date? In order to avoid Ms. Shufan's confused thoughts, Chen Fei would have to have the need to explain clearly. Actually, Lin Wei-yin is quite pitiful. Her mother passed away early, her father has cancer, and she has a younger brother who is studying, so the family is relying on her to support her alone. She was working a few jobs by herself before to make money. I saw her as poor and quite serious and hardworking, so I recruited her to the company to work for me. It was better if Chen Feiyu didn't say anything. After hearing about Lin Wei-yin's family situation, Wang Shufan's motherly love was instantly aroused. "Gu, this girl's life is too pitiful," Wang Shufan said seriously. "It's not easy for other girls to fight alone. You can help in the future, and pay people more. You can't bully her." "Mom, it's not like I recruited my staff for bullying." "Bunny, still playing dumb, aren't you?" Wang Shufan twisted Chen Feifu's arm. "If you fall in love with someone else, Mom will support you. But if you covet other girls' good looks and want to play casually, don't blame me for not recognizing you as my son." "Got it. Put your mind at ease." Chen Fei was speechless. Why did he keep thinking of himself in a bad way? Is this the real mom? Can't you wish me well? Things have been discussed. Su Qinglu still have official business to deal with. First step. Lin Wei-yin also said goodbye to Chen Feiyu's family, and Wang Shufan sent Lin Wei-yin all the way to the entrance of the neighborhood, looking at her with kindness in her eyes. "Xiao Lin, come to the house more often when you're free. In the future, if you have any difficulties, you can come to Auntie anytime, anywhere. If that brat in my house bullies you, tell me and I'll break his legs." Chen Feiyu was so helpless in his heart. "Mom, I'm your own son. Why are you elbowing your way out?" Wang Shufan didn't have the good sense to say, "You're a gift from charging the phone bill." 83. One-day experience with a chartered officer. In order to let Lin Wei-yin concentrate on learning management knowledge without worries, Chen Feiyu helped her to hire a nanny, specializing in taking care of her sick father, with all expenses borne by the company. This moved Lin Wei-yin to tears. Chen Feiyu mother and son are both really so good to her, and she can't repay them even if she breaks her bones. Lin Wei-yin silently vowed that no matter how difficult and grueling it was, she would learn management and help Chen Feiyu take care of the entire company. And so it was for a few more days. And finally it was the day of rent collection in the commercial street. Chen Feifu was elated, carrying a snakeskin bag to the Xintai commercial street, waiting for so long to finally be able to experience a return to the feeling of chartered. Those charterers in Guangdong were dressed casually, a pair of shorts and a tank top, so Chen Fei also imitated their look today. Rent collection needs to be this kind of poor-looking, but extraordinarily posh. When the people around him saw Chen Fei's dangling appearance, they immediately revealed expressions of disgust, all thinking that he had just come out from the countryside. "Where's the dirt? How can you just let people like that in on a commercial street?" The tone is pulled down. Some passers-by pointed their fingers at Chen Fei. They felt that walking in the same area as Chen Fei was an insult to their taste. But there were some sharp-eyed people who immediately saw something fishy. His shirt and pants are Givenchy. Crap. His slippers are LV. Look at that red mechanical watch on his hand. You guys, it looks like it's a Richard Mille worth a few $1 million. It was only then that everyone reacted to the fact that Chen Fei was not some kind of turd, but a real tycoon. They couldn't afford that Richard Mille on their wrist alone for the rest of their lives. Ha! Chen Fei smiled faintly. Deep in his heart, what he wanted was this contrasting effect. Let's just start with the first store on the street and collect. Chen Feifu walked into the entrance of the first store. The various merchants in the commercial street had received notice in advance that the big boss was coming to collect rent today. The moment he saw Chen Fei, the store manager immediately greeted him respectfully. The gazes of the surrounding customers were cast over, and then they saw an incomprehensible scene, only to see Chen Fei open the snakeskin bag and raised an eyebrow at the store manager, who immediately took out a thick stack of $100 bills and put them in the snakeskin bag. After collecting the rent, Chen Feiyu turned his head and walked out of the store. The store manager sent all the way to the door, but also kept bowing to Chen Feiyu's back to send off. You're welcome to come back next time. For a second, the customers were skeptical. How did that youth just now look like a junk collector? Why did the shopkeeper give him money and welcome him to come back next time? Is money recycled in this day and age? Ever since the news spread that the Wang family, father and son of the luxury store, had offended Chen Fei, in order to prevent the same incident from happening to them, there were now pictures of Chen Fei in every store. Chen Fei knocked on doors one by one, and without him even having to nag, the shopkeepers instantly recognized him as the big boss and took the initiative to hand over the rent. The dried-out snakeskin bag quickly became full and heavier in weight. After collecting roughly 30 or so, Chen Fei was already tired and sweating. In the past, when he heard people say that rent collection was very hard, he was still very upset. Can rent collection be as hard as going to work? Now that I've collected it myself, I realize that collecting rent is indeed more work than going to work. It's hard to carry a big bag of money around without getting tired. Chen Fei decided that this kind of chartered experience was enough once. Next time it would be better to transfer money directly. After resting for a while, Chen Fei came to a milk tea store called Buttermilk Xiansen. This milk tea store is the recent rise of the new Netflix store, queuing up a steady stream of people. Popularity is a mess. The surrounding several stores' traffic is also driven up. Chen Fei walked up to the order counter and the store manager recognized him at once. Please wait a moment. The store manager greeted Chen Fei and asked the clerk to make Chen Fei a drink first. Then he himself ran into the inner room to get the money. Chen Fei was bored of waiting, so he looked at the menu. Yo, isn't this Chen Fei? At that moment, a piercing voice came, and then a man and a woman walked up to him. Hearing someone call out his name, Chen Fei turned his head to look over, only to feel that this pair looked a bit familiar, but he couldn't recall it for a while. What? Pretending you don't recognize me? I'm Shui Chang. Shui Chang? Oh, it's you. Chen Fei tried to recall, and finally remembered that this pair of men and women were his junior high school classmates. The man's name is Shui Chang and the woman's name is Du Ling. When he used to study, Shui Chang belonged to the naughty and mischievous students, and the teachers disliked him very much, while Chen Feiyu was the kind of student who excelled in his studies and was the heart of the teachers. Whenever Shui Chang made a mistake at school, when the teachers reprimanded him, they would compare him to Chen Fei. Shui Chang, take a look at the other Chen Fei. Good looks and excellent character. You should learn more from Chen Fei, or you won't be able to get into college later. Chen Feiyu and Shui Chang didn't have a feud, or even much communication, but being compared to the teacher every day, Shui Chang became more and more annoyed with Chen Feiyu as the days and months went by. 84. Idiot, he's the big boss. If he was just being compared by his teacher, Shui Chang wouldn't hate Chen Fei even though he hated him. In the final analysis, Shui Chang looked at Chen Fei in a bad light, or it was an emotional problem. The girl he had been pursuing for several years, his current girlfriend Du Ling, used to be Chen Fei's #1 avid fan. Back then, Du Ling rejected Shui Chang's countless confessions for the same simple reason. I'm sorry, I like Chen Feiyu. Although the two were now a couple, Shui Chang still had a nagging feeling that if it wasn't for Chen Fei blocking the middle, maybe the two of them would have been together long ago. So when he heard from his classmates that Chen Fei didn't go to college, it made him happy. Chen Fei, I heard you didn't go to college? Shui Chang was knowingly asking a question, deliberately irritating Chen Fei. Yeah, it didn't go on when there was an accident, but it doesn't matter if it did or didn't. Chen Fei shrugged his shoulders carelessly. Back then, certain people put pressure on CUHK, and under pressure CUHK cancelled his guaranteed admission qualification, and he had long been disappointed with CUHK. Even if the University of Central China Sea invited him back with an 8-carried sedan chair, he wouldn't even consider it. Besides, it had been so long since the incident, Chen Fei had long since stopped putting it in his mind. Not to mention that with Chen Fei's current worth, as long as he wanted to go to university, he could casually buy a piece of land and start a university out on his own. Starting a college? An aura flashed through Chen Fei's mind. Not going to college has always been a problem for my parents, so why not go to college and fulfill their wish? And the education industry can be very lucrative. Starting a university seems like a good idea. Chen Fei was thinking about whether or not to enter the education sector when Shui Chang spoke up and interrupted his thoughts. I'm a student at Hingbridge now. What about you? What do you do in your spare time? Shui Chang is clearly showing off on purpose. Although Xingxia was only a junior college, he was many times better than Chen Feiyu, a high school graduate. Chen Feiyu hadn't answered yet. Shui Chang jumped the gun and preached. I see you're not mixing very well. Why don't you go enroll in an adult university sometime and further your education? Shui Chang laughed coldly in his heart, and his dejection flew up to the sky. What's the point of being well-read in middle school? The winner is whoever gets the last laugh. Now Shui Chang is a serious college student, and Yu Chen Feifu down and out can only carry a snakeskin bag to collect scrap. Du Ling, who was on the side, had mixed feelings in her heart. She liked the former Chen Fei who was outstanding and stood at the top of the pyramid, not the current prince in distress. To be precise, she liked Chen Feiyu, but she liked those halos on Chen Feiyu even more. Now the halo faded. In Chen Feiyu body Du Ling already cannot find one the kind of worship. In addition to feeling a little sorry, more is grateful. Luckily, back then, he and Chen Fei confessed his love and was rejected, or else he would have more than one boyfriend who collects scrap now, and he would definitely be laughed to death when he said it. I do mix it up. In the past, there was I don't love money Jack Ma, and in the present, there is the mixed up flying fish Chan. However, Chen Fei was speaking from the heart. He truly felt that he couldn't. Jeff Bezos, the richest man in the world, is worth a whopping $113 billion, while he is only worth a pitiful few tens of billions of yuan. The gap is longer than the Nile. Hey, you need to keep working hard if you want to sit as the richest man in the world. Mr. Chen, I've brought you the money. The store manager, who had run to get the money, came running back with a thick wad of bills, $10,000 or more to say the least. Chen Feifu opened the snakeskin bag, and the store manager carefully put the money in. Without further ado, I'm off to the next one. See you around. Chen Feiyu patted Shui Chang's shoulder before he left and said in a serious tone, study hard, or else you'll have to ask for money everywhere in the future just like me. Shui Chang looked dumbfounded. Asking for money for a random snakeskin bag? And so much more? Shui Chang's brain didn't know which one of his tendons was wrong. He felt that if Chen Fei could do it, he would definitely be able to do it. So Shui Chang took his girlfriend's bag, opened the zipper and handed it to the store manager. Give me some too. Shui Chang followed Chen Fei's movements and raised an eyebrow at the store manager before giving his right foot a shake. What can I get you? Handsome? The store manager has a black question mark on his head. What's wrong with this guy? His feet keep shaking. Is it a cramp? Have some money, just like the guy just now. Just give whatever you want. Handsome, please don't joke. The store manager gave Shui Chang a blank stare. Who was he to give Shui Chang money? This guy is out of his mind. You gave him money, why can't you give it to me? Shui Chang was also a bit angry. He had just felt that he had won over Chen Fei. Chen Fei could ask for the money. There was no reason why he couldn't ask for it himself. The store manager took a deep breath and resisted the urge to curse. You mean Chen Flying Fish? Mr. Chen? Yeah, that's him. Shui Chang nodded. Ha! The store manager finally couldn't help himself and cursed. SB, he the big boss of our commercial street, came to collect rent today to experience life. Take a bag and ask me for money. Why don't you go rob a bank? 85. Make a gold toilet for your elders. Pust. The milk tea store manager's answer made everyone burst out laughing. They also wondered why the milk tea store had to send money to Chen Fei. It turned out that people are big bosses to collect rent. Fortunately, they did not like Shui Chang. Stupid to take a bag to ask for money. Otherwise you're bound to be treated like a psychopath. Is this guy's IQ in arrears? I think he's just an iron bean. He said he was a student at Hingbridge and that no child should ever take this school in the future. Shui Chang's cheeks reddened as he now realized that what Chen Fei had said about asking for money everywhere was not what he meant by asking for food, but rather collecting rent. Asshole. He claimed that he was not a good mixer, but it turned out that he owned the whole shopping street. Shui Chang felt that he had been tricked by Chen Fei again, making such a big mess. He now hated to drill inside the sewer. What a shame. Chen Fei collected another dozen or so stores. He didn't worry about anyone robbing him. Commercial Street was his turf. As long as he gave the order, people would rush out from all sides. And from the moment he put one foot in the shopping street, there were already security guards around. Chen Fei found a flower bed to sit down and rest, and drank a mouthful of buttermilk Xinson's drink, which tasted really good. He opened the snakeskin bag and looked at it. It was filled with a whole bag of cash, his loot for the morning. Chen Fei suddenly thought of a saying, pain and pleasure. Seeing the money can really cheer you up. but the process of collecting the rent is so tiring. Chen Fei decided not to continue to collect, so hot days he was afraid of waiting for heatstroke. The chartered game will come to an end. He called through to the property and told them to notify down the street and have the merchants pay all the rent to his PayPal account. The game of experiencing life ended, and Chen Fei carried a large bag of money to the car. When the car passed the intersection of Commercial Street, it happened to meet Shui Chang and Du Ling. Both of them stood on the side of the road, and at a glance, they knew that they were waiting for a car. Chen Fei leaned over and rolled down the window. "You guys waiting for a ride? Want a ride?" Shui Chang looked down to see that it was Chen Feifu, and his whole body was dumbfounded. Jesus, Chen Feifu drove a Bentley actually. The same school graduated. Chen Feiyu is now a commercial street boss, and driving a luxury car. While he went out and had to wait for the car in the sun and rain, the harsh reality kept destroying Shui Chang, and he felt like he was about to have a heart attack. "Is this your car?" "Yeah, what's the problem? You're driving a luxury car like a Bentley and you're still saying you're not doing well?" "I'm a bad mixer. What kind of luxury car is a Bentley? I was driving a Koenigsegg 11 before. I'm Nima." Shui Chang almost couldn't hold back his foul mouth. Actually, Chen Feifu really wasn't showing off his wealth. He was just stating a fact. But these words fell on Shui Chang's ears, but they were particularly harsh. Bentley is not considered a luxury car? This asshole is really too inflated. Shui Chang gritted his teeth. He really wanted to beat up Chen Fei. In the end, though, he relented and turned his head away with his girlfriend, afraid that if he said more, he would die violently on the spot. Cherish life and stay away from pushy kings. "Hey, let me give you guys a ride. At least a classmate." Chen Feiyu in the spirit of a good deed. "Want to send Shui Chang to a ride?" Who knows, the more he shouted, Shui Chang ran faster and faster. "We can't leave without hurrying." It was because Shui Chang realized that the way Du Ling looked at Chen Fei had changed. That kind of eyes full of admiration was very familiar to him. Exactly the same as the way Du Ling looked at Chen Fei when he was in junior high school. Shui Chang was afraid that if he walked any later, he would have a green grassy field on his head. Good people did not succeed. Chen Fei Fish is not disappointed, driving the car ready to stroll around. The road received a phone call from Li Pengfei. "Hey, old fish, what are you doing?" "No, why? Just finished collecting rent. Suddenly remembered that the home wash basin is missing a corner. I'm going to go to the bank to buy a few hundred gold bricks melted. Make a pure gold wash basin." The sound of Li Pengfei taking a deep breath could clearly be heard on the phone. "Old fish, please be a human being. You don't have to pretend like that." "I'm not pretending. I mean it." Chen Feiyu felt innocent. Who in Shanghai City does not know that he Chen someone elegant? Never pretend. It's because it's real that it's scary. Why the hell don't you just make a golden toilet? Chen Feiyu suddenly fell silent. Li Pengfei thought that Chen Feiyu was unhappy. He was just about to open his mouth to explain that he didn't mean anything else. Chen Feiyu's side suddenly slapped his thigh. "You have a point. Chen Feifei's two sorts of light. My grandmother's toilet happens to be broken. I'll make them a golden toilet to go. Cam." Li Pengfei had already begun to pinch people. In talking on, he did not doubt for a second that Chen Feifu would directly build a golden house out, so he immediately changed the topic. "It's a class reunion. Are you sure you don't want to go?" "A class reunion? So it's the 18th today." Chen Fei slapped his forehead before remembering that the last time he was at the bar, Li Pengfei had told him about this. The junior high school reunion organized by Zhang Kai and Wu Fei is at 12 noon today. The venue is the Grand Hotel. 86. God forced me to go and punch my face in. Chen Feiyu slapped his forehead. The last time he went to the bar, Li Pengfei told him about the reunion. He has been too busy recently, days have been confused. Looked at the phone and realized that it was the 18th. The junior high school reunion organized by Zhang Kai and Wu Fei is not just today at 12 noon. Venue Grand Lapa Hotel. "Old fish, why don't you go to the party?" Li Pengfei asked in a puzzled manner. Zhang Kai and Wu Fei have pulled together a party group in which they insinuate that you didn't go to college every day. I think you should go and smash their faces. Li Pengfei also helped Chen Feiyu said a few times in the group, but basically no effect. He felt that it was better for Chen Feiyu to personally go to the face. Chen Feifu drove a Bentley with a designer watch, and see what face Wu Fei and the others still had to mock him. "I thought I said I couldn't get through." Chen Fei was not half interested in the class reunion, and purposely running over just to punch Wu Fei and Zhang Kai in the face was too childish an act. Moreover, he and a group of student parties have what to talk about. Everyone is not in a level. Punching them in the face, Chen Fei felt that he was bullying people. Han Shixian is going too. "Are you sure you don't want to go?" "It's none of my business if she goes," Chen Fei impatiently said. "No more. I'm rushing to buy gold." "Do you think 100 kilograms of gold can make a gold toilet?" Roll on, roll on." Li Pengfei on the other end of the phone pinched his fists. Deliberately stimulating people is not it? He was feeling the same way as Shui Chang right now. wanting to hit someone. Hanging up the phone, Chen Feiyu went directly to the bank. Driving halfway to the road, his mom Wang Shufan called a phone. Hey son, where are you? I'm just hanging out. Mom, what's up? Today Wang Shufan went to participate in the unit colleague's son's wedding. As a matter of fact, this time should have been ready to open the table. Suddenly call over certainly something. I was on my way to a wedding reception, but the limousine leading the way broke down. Wang Shufan explained. Looking for the wedding company? They said a time cannot rent any good car. If you are free to drive over to help, a little help, okay? Okay, then you WeChat me an address and I'll go over there now. Mom seldom looks for her own business. She has opened her mouth. Chen Feiyu which has the reason to refuse. Not a moment later, Wang Shufan sent the positioning. The convoy location is only 2-3 kilometers away from Chen Feiyu. He arrived with one throttle. As soon as Chen Feiyu arrived at the scene, he saw a long wedding caravan parked on the side of the road. Each car was labeled with a big red flourish character, which looked extraordinarily festive. The leader was a Porsche Panamera, and at the moment the hood was open and thick white smoke was coming out of it. Chen Feiyu made a U-turn at the intersection and then drove to the very front of the convoy. Mom, I'm coming. Chen Feiyu saw Wang Shufan in the crowd at a glance. She is comforting her colleague Tang Meijin. Wedding day car problems, temporary and cannot find a car to replace. Who would be anxious? Meijin, my son drove up. Wang Shufan saw Chen Fei and waved at her. Chen Feiyu walked up. Tang Meijin often went to his house to find Wang Shufan shopping. Met many times, so Chen Feiyu also recognized Tang Meijin. Chen Fei said with a smiling face, Auntie Tang, don't be in a hurry. My car will be the lead car for you. That's not good. I'm afraid I'll damage your car. Tang Meijin was first delighted, but after seeing Chen Fei's car, she couldn't help but worry. Although she didn't know what brand Chen Fei's car was, but the car was majestic, with a sense of luxury inside and out, and at a glance, she knew it wasn't cheap. Do wedding cars certainly want a stick get? In case of damage to the Chen Fei fish car, she cannot afford to compensate. It's okay Auntie Tang, it's just a grocery cart. It doesn't hurt me to break it. Chen Feifu's intention is to let Tang Meijin not have pressure. Anyway, he wants what car cannot be bought. But Tang Meijin heard the whole person is stunned. What? A car this nice is just a grocery cart? Boy, that's a bit too extravagant. Don Meijin suddenly feels like she doesn't even deserve to go grocery shopping. Under the persuasion of Wang Shufan and Chen Feiyu, Tang Meijin finally used Chen Feiyu's car as the first car. After all, her son's marriage is a once-in-a-lifetime first-class event. She did not want to make any mistakes. Fish, thank you then. Don't be polite Auntie Tang. You and my mom are old friends. It's only right to help out a little. Let's get going quickly. Don't delay the auspicious time. So everyone took down the flowers and happy words on top of the Panamera and carefully got them into the Chen Feiyu car. After doing this, Chen Fei set off again with the bride and groom in tow. On the road, the bride and groom thanked Chen Fei 1,000 times. Chen Fei saved the scene to save too timely, and the Porsche was upgraded to a Bentley, which is a blessing in disguise. The groom showed Chen Feiyu the way, turning left and right, and the more Chen Feiyu looked at it, the more he felt that the road was a little familiar. Finally, it surprisingly stopped in front of the July Hotel. You're having a wedding reception at the Juniper Hotel? Yeah, we booked a year in advance to get a reservation for today. Chen Feiyu's whole person is stupid. He is really not thinking about June to come to the Grand Hotel. Who knows that inexplicably arrived here? Is this God forcing me to get in my face? 87. I really don't want to punch you in the face. 1. Chen Feiyu was also a bit dumbfounded, not expecting to go around in circles or come to July Hotel. Little fish, it's really troublesome for you this time. Let's go up together and drink a cup of wedding wine. The groom, Tang Yang, extended a sincere invitation. Usually when you invite your colleagues to a wedding, you don't bring your relatives, but Chen Feiyu helped a lot today, so it would be unreasonable not to invite him to drink the wedding wine. Ah, I'd better not go. Chen Fei thought about it but refused. He was afraid that he would bump into Wu Fei and the others. I'm here now. If you don't go upstairs and drink a cup of wedding wine, you won't be giving face. Tang Yang said half-jokingly. You've done us a great favor, and if you just leave like that, the elders are going to blame us for not knowing what we're doing later. After that, the bride added, the bridesmaids are my little sisters. They are all single. I'll introduce you to them later. Chen Feiyu thought to himself, women don't need you to introduce them. I already have a lot of women around me. Chen Fei wanted to refuse, but the bride and groom ended up directly pulling him upstairs. Zhonghai City is divided into two kinds of people, city people and local people, and the customs of holding wedding banquets are very different between the two. City people want to save face, like to go to high-profile hotels to hold a wedding banquet. The banquet is only one meal, usually depending on the reservation time before deciding whether to hold at noon or in the evening. The locals are different. The wedding is entirely about the festive atmosphere. Usually do not go to the hotel, but choose some of the restaurants rented to the public. Tang Yang booked a medium banquet hall. Chen Feiyu roughly counted just about 18 tables. A table of 12 people is probably about 200 people. That's not really a small scale, but it's not even close to the locals. The locals like to call many people who are not related to each other, and many of their relatives have never even met, and the banquet can easily start at 40 or 50 tables. Since he hadn't reserved Chen Fei's place beforehand, Tang Yang brought him to the newcomer's table. This table, in addition to the bride and groom, is the best man and maid of honor. There are several empty seats. It does not matter if there is one more Chen Fei. Come on, let me introduce you all. This is Chen Fei. Thanks to him saving the day today, or else the convoy would have gotten stuck on the road. Fish, this is Jia Jia, Ming. Tang Yang enthusiastically introduced Chen Fei to everyone, and then introduced the groomsmen and bridesmaids to Chen Fei before introducing them to Chen Fei. We all nodded to each other as a greeting. The bridesmaids accompanied the bride to the dressing room to change her dress, and the groomsmen also left their seats each to do their preparations, leaving Chen Fei alone at the entire table. During this time, there were also girls who ran over to strike up a conversation with Chen Fei, but they were all sent away by him. The wedding begins. A video began to play in the background curtain, featuring photos of the bride and groom and bits and pieces of their past time together, and it was very heartwarming. Please welcome our groom to the stage. With a cry from the MC, Tang Yang took the lead and walked onto the stage, and thunderous applause resounded from the scene. The MC asked Tang Yang a few questions to ease the groom's nervousness. The atmosphere was almost set, and then it was the bride's turn to go on stage. The lights at the scene suddenly dimmed. A spotlight shone toward the end of the aisle, and the bride in a white wedding dress walked slowly toward the groom, supported by her father. Tang Yang hurriedly greeted him and took his wife from his old husband's hand. The old husband instructs the young couple to get along in the future, while Tang Yang swears that he will treat his wife well. The newlyweds walk hand in hand to the center of the stage, pronounce their vows of love, and give each other diamond rings that represent the eternity of love. Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. There was an immediate uproar on the scene. The bride closed her eyes shyly, the blush on her face not knowing whether it was light or shyness. Tang Yang took a deep breath and slowly came forward, then kissed his bride. When the two of them kissed tightly together, the stage once again applauded enthusiastically, and Chen Fei did not mince words in sending his blessings. Upon returning to their seats, several of the bridesmaids were moved to tears. Chen Fei thinks it's a bit bad to eat and drink for nothing. Shouldn't he send some gifts to express his feelings? So he took advantage of everyone's inattention and quietly removed 2 small boxes from inside his portable storage. I didn't prepare any gifts in my haste to come. This is a little token of my appreciation. You helped us out with the car today. Where is the sense in accepting something from you? We can't take this gift. Tang Yang decisively refused. According to the customary rules, there is no need to pay a share of money for the car. Not to mention that Chen Feifu helped them a lot today. It's not a valuable item. It's just a pair of couple's watches. So take it. The two of them pushed and pushed, but in the end they couldn't resist Chen Fei's enthusiasm. So Tang Yang and his wife accepted the gift. I'm sorry, I have a few things to do so I'll leave now. Wishing you two a happy wedding and a long life together. Then I'll give you a ride. Tang Yang sent Chen Fei all the way to the hotel lobby, and when he came back, the best man and maid of honor urged him to open Chen Fei's gift and take a look. When I opened it, there was actually a pair of diamond watches inside. I'll be damned. I'm almost blinded. One of the bridesmaids curiously googled it, and then covered her mouth in amazement. Guess how much I found out this pair of watches is worth? 88. I really don't want to punch you in the face. 2. When the bridesmaid asked this, it immediately whetted everyone's appetite, and everyone, including Tang Yang, looked at the bridesmaid with a curious face and asked, how much? The bridesmaid didn't answer and gave everyone a meaningful smile. $2,000? The bridesmaid rolled her eyes. Where are you going to buy a diamond watch for $2? 000. That's $10,000? The bridesmaid shook her head and burst out a shocking figure. Neither. These 2 watches together are worth $100,000. Hiss. The crowd couldn't help but draw in a breath of cold air, and Tang Yang suddenly felt that his watch had become heavy. A gift worth $100,000. Chen Fei casually gave it away, and he claims it's not expensive. What kind of money is this? On the other end, Chen Fei was at the entrance of the hotel, waiting for the hotel staff to bring his car over. In fact, he wasn't exaggerating. This pair of watches was indeed the cheapest item that the system had filtered out inside the carry-on warehouse. A bottle of 82 Lafite would cost $100,000 or so. The 2 watches together are only $100,000. Isn't that cheap? $100,000 watch just like this to give away. Other people will surely be heartbroken to death. But Chen Fei didn't feel anything at all. When Wang Shufan first entered the factory to work, Tang Meijian has always taken care of her. And the two have been colleagues and good friends for many years. People should know how to repay kindness. Give a pair of diamond watches as a gift. As a token of your own family's gratitude to Tang Meijian for taking care of your mom all these years. Of course, the key could be a facelift for mom. A mere $100. 000 will make everyone happy. So why not? After waiting for a few minutes, Chen Feiyu saw his Bentley driving over, and he had just stepped out of the hotel door with one foot, when suddenly a girl hurriedly ran over and collided with Chen Feiyu. The girl's bag fell to the floor, scattering her things all over the place. Chen Fei crouched down to help pick it up together, then returned the item to the girl. Thanks. I'm really sorry for bumping into you. You're welcome. I should be the one to say I'm sorry. The girl and Chen Fei looked up at each other. Their lines of sight collided in the air, and both of them froze at once. You're Chen Fei? You're Han Shixian? Both shouted each other's names at the same time. The girl was no one else. It was Han Shixian, the schoolgirl of Chen Feiyu's junior high school days, and she didn't expect to bump into her at the gate. The same as the character of junior high school era. Chen Fei and Fang Yuan is only one side. It is normal not to recognize. Can remember Fang Yuan's image at that time is very good. But Han Shixian was different. The two were in the same class. They saw each other almost every day for 3 years in middle school and spent more time together than with their parents. Although Han Shixian's appearance, too, had changed quite a bit, she could still be recognized from the outline. Fishy, you've matured quite a bit. Han Shixian stared blankly at Chen Feiyu in front of her. The latter had already faded his youthfulness. His temperament was steady, and he had a different and mature male charm than boys of the same age. You've gotten prettier too. Chen Fei undeniably smiled and said, but can you not call me Little Fishy? Call me Little Chen Fei. My full name is fine. Adding a child always feels like I'm your son. Put. Okay, I'll call you Fishy then. Han Shixian laughed. Why don't you go up when you're here? Did I not tell you the room number? Everyone is already here. In the 302 private room. Go, I'll take you up. I'm not here for. Before Chen Feiyu could finish, he was pulled by Han Shixian, and he couldn't force himself to break free for fear of hurting Han Shixian. Thus, Chen Fei was dragged into the elevator with a lifeless face. It's hard to want to cry. Why? I, Mr. Chen, am all about goodness, and each and every one of you is trying to force me to act like one. After exiting the elevator and determining the direction of the private room, Chen Fei was pulled all the way into the 302 private room by Han Shixian just like a wooden man. There were 4 large round tables in the private room, 3 of which were already almost full, and there was one empty table next to it. Hearing that someone had come in, everyone looked at the door, and when they saw Han Shixian, both boys and girls stood up and clapped in welcome. Here comes our schoolgirl, Xian. I haven't seen you in a few years. You're even more beautiful than before. The boys praised from the bottom of their hearts, and the girls weren't unhappy because they had long been used to living under Han Shixian's light for 3 years in middle school. Li Pengfei took a sip of his drink and immediately ran up after seeing Chen Feifu arrive. Old fish, I thought you said you weren't coming. Why are you here again? You think I want to come? Forget it, it's hard to explain. Chen Feiyu wanted to say that he had come to Julai Hotel by mistake, and then bumped into Han Shixian and was dragged up by force, but thought it would be too troublesome to bother explaining. The boy's attitude towards Chen Fei was rather cold, even filled with a bit of faint hatred. The reason was simple. When the girls they had crushes on in junior high school, almost all of them liked Chen Fei. It was good that they didn't beat up Chen Fei in a group. 89. The big show has begun. Unlike the boys' indifference, the girls warmly welcomed Chen Fei's arrival. After all, this was the white moon boy of their teenage years. Ha, Chen Fei, why did you come with Xian? Good you Xian. Still said to me that there is no Chen Feiyu contact information. Now do not beat yourself up. Let me guess. You guys aren't together, are you? Han Shixian was made to blush profusely and busily explained. Don't talk nonsense. I just happened to meet little fish downstairs, so I came up together. Li Pengfei had a bad smile on his face and poked Chen Fei with his elbow. Just in time? There's no such thing as a coincidence. So Li Pengfei decided that Chen Feiyu was deliberately waiting for Han Shixian downstairs, and he wasn't just guessing out of thin air, but he had a factual basis. Chen Feiyu was cold as ice to all the girls during his junior high school years, and Han Shixian was the only one who could get close to him. To say that there is nothing between the two of them, killing Li Pengfei would not believe it. Li Pengfei had even once wondered if these two had been sneaking around together for a long time. Chen Feiyu blanked a glance. Where can't guess what is in the head of the dead friend. He and Han Shixian close, purely because Han Shixian's excellent academic performance. the two can have common topics in the academic aspects. Plus, Han Shixian had a pretty good personality, so they became friends. Definitely not what Li Pengfei imagined. There is some kind of unclear male and female relationship. Sitting in the main seat of the Wu Fei but the face of the Iron Green, he in order to pursue Han Shixian exam on the same high school, and later followed to the same university. But the relationship between the two people has always been as light as water. Not a little substantial progress. When they bumped into each other at school, Han Shixian would at most smile and nod at him, but the moment he saw Chen Fei, he would blush. So how could Wu Fei not be angry? Wu Fei also confessed to Han Shixian no less than 10 times, but every time ended in failure. He once asked Han Shixian the reason, but Han Shixian just said that the two are not suitable. Even if Wu Fei was slow, he could see that Han Shixian still had Chen Feiyu in her heart. What qualifications does a piece of trash who can't even go to college have to steal a woman from me? Jealousy grew in Wu Fei's heart. Today he had to make Chen Feiyu lose face. He had to make Han Shixian realize the reality that only he could be worthy of her. Xian Xian is here. Quickly take your seat. Wu Fei gentlemanly pulled out the seat beside himself, which was specially reserved for Han Shixian. Han Shixian didn't think much of it and sat down after straightening her skirt, leaving Chen Feiyu standing abruptly alone. And it was only then that everyone realized that all the seats were full. Oops, why are there no seats left? Zhang Kai said with a teasing expression. Chen Fei, we can't even sit here anymore. Why don't you sit at the empty table next to us? Why don't we all move our positions and sit closer to give Chen Fei an empty seat out? A girl suggested that everyone move, but the boys didn't move. And the boys who hated Chen Fei jumped out to veto the proposal. It's too crowded to sit comfortably. It's better to let Chen Fei sit at the empty table. Where could Chen Fei not see that this was a prior collusion between Wu Fei and the others, deliberately trying to give him a hard time? Since he didn't want to come, Chen Fei didn't intend to leave. He walked towards the empty table. A table for one person would be quite good. He could slowly enjoy the food. Humph, I'll keep you company, old fish. Li Pengfei was quite righteous and stood up without even thinking about it, sitting next to Chen Feiyu. If you don't support Chen Fei at this time, what kind of brother is that? Then I'll go to that table too. Wu Fei and the others were complacent. When Han Shixian, who had just sat down, suddenly reared up again, picked up her bag and was ready to walk over to Chen Fei's table. Xian Xian, it's not like there's no room. You can sit here. Wu Fei was instantly anxious. He organized a class reunion. Outside of punching Chen Fei in the face was secondary. The main thing was to get closer to Han Shixian. With Han Shixian gone like this, how can he still be courteous? It's not too good to let Chen Fei sit there alone. Why don't we all move around and give him an empty seat out? This time the boys were obedient and moved closer to the distance between the seats. Wu Fei had no choice but to compromise in order to get close to Han Shixian. Chen Fei, Li Pengfei, you guys quickly sit over here. Li Pengfei stood up, but when he saw that Chen Feiyu didn't move, he sat down again. At this point in time, any choice he made that was inconsistent with Chen Fei was a slap in Chen Fei's face, and he must not let outsiders look at him as a joke, so he had to be consistent with Chen Fei. He stands when Chen Feiyu stands, and he sits when Chen Feiyu sits. No, what Zhang Kai said makes sense. Too many people are cramped. Sit spread out a bit for everyone's comfort. Chen Feiyu is this character. I give you the face. You do not want. Then wait for you to regret. Lift 8 big sedan chair. Also do not want to invite the old man back. I also feel more comfortable sitting spread out a bit. Han Shixian smiled faintly and sat on the other side of Chen Fei with her bag. She was also a talented woman. How sharp her vision was. How could she not see that Wu Fei was targeting Chen Fei, whether from the perspective of a friend or a classmate? Han Shixian hated Wu Fei's behavior of ostracizing others. 90. Girl killer Chen Feiyu. Why doesn't Han Shixian like Wu Fei? Of course, part of it was Chen Fei's factor, but the main reason was that she disliked Wu Fei's bureaucratic style of ganging up on her. Wu Fei's behavior sounds good as harmless jokes between classmates, but to put it bluntly, it is bullying and excluding others. If Wu Fei could be as straightforward as Chen Fei, even if Han Shixian wouldn't be moved, they were in the same school, and with the proximity of water, it wasn't completely impossible for things to develop between her and Wu Fei. But the more careful Wu Fei played, the more Han Shixian thought he was being clever and the more she hated him. Manly man, Wu Fei will defeat Chen Fei head-on if he can. Even if they couldn't beat Chen Fei in terms of brains, the two of them would go out and fight, and win or lose. At least Han Shixian still felt that Wu Fei was like a decent man. What's the point of playing dirty tricks behind the scenes? Wanting to raise her own image by stepping down on Chen Fei. A woman as smart as Han Shixian wasn't going to do this little trick. Wu Fei clenched his teeth and stared straight at Chen Fei. A touch of hatred swept under his eyes. Perhaps Wu Fei would never have thought in his life that it wasn't Chen Fei that made him and Han Shixian go farther and farther apart, but rather, It was his small, self-righteous wisdom. Xian, I'll accompany you. Then I'll go to Chen Fei's table as well. It does get a little cramped, so I'll go over there too, so you can sit comfortably. Several girls who were close to Han Shixian got up to change their seats, and with someone taking the lead, more and more people changed their seats like bamboo shoots sprouting up after the rain. The last few girls left, realizing that all the people at the table were boys. Thought it wasn't a bit inappropriate for a girl to be sitting here. After agonizing for a while, so they also got up and switched to Chen Fei's table. Finally the 3 tables that were packed before were now like leaky incisors, with a whole bunch of empty seats and clear of only boys, turning it into a Rohan game all of a sudden. On the contrary, Chen Fei's table was previously cold and quiet, but at this time it was filled with girls. The girls were like a group of larks chirping and chatting endlessly, and every now and then they would steal a glance at Chen Fei, and there was helplessness, yearning, and adoration within their eyes. Li Pengfei, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but sigh with emotion. After so many years, these girls will still be in love when they look at the old fish. It's not bad to be the teenage girl killer Chen Fei Yua, bastard Chen Flying Fish. The group of boys clenched their fists, and in their hearts, they cursed Chen Fei 300 times. If eyes could kill, Chen Fei would have already reincarnated 10,000 times. I'm sorry, I don't have any empty seats here, and there's no room for you guys to sit even if you look at me. Unable to see the boys' dissatisfaction with themselves, Chen Fei felt innocent. You're the ones who drove me here. I can't be blamed for that. And I didn't ask the girls to come over. I just accepted them passively. Damn it. You've got a bargain. The boys hated it. Chen Fei was just describing the fact that there were indeed no empty seats at his place, but it fell on the ears of the boys, but it was unusually harsh, giving them the feeling that Chen Fei was making a sarcastic remark. Wu Fei forced himself not to have a fit and sat back down. Serve. Wu Fei clapped his hands. The waiter standing at the door picked up the walkie-talkie to convey the order, and soon an exquisite dish was served on the table. Wow! What exquisite dishes! This table should cost quite a bit of money, right? Both boys and girls can't help but marvel. Junlai Hotel is the highest-end hotel in Shanghai City, and all the college students here have never been here before because they simply can't afford to spend money. The corners of Wu Fei's mouth rose uncontrollably. He was satisfied with everyone's reaction. Thank you all for the honor of attending this reunion. Wu Fei stood up to address like a host family, crackled a lot, and finally raised his glass high. Come on, let's drink first. Cheers. Everyone gleefully raised their glasses. The boys drained their glasses of wine, while the girls took a small sip with meaning. Let's start enjoying the food I've prepared for you all. Wu Fei purposely emphasized the I, which clearly meant to let everyone remember that this meal was his treat, and at the same time, he was also showing off his wealth. I, Wu Fei, can treat you to dinner at the best hotel, but Chen Fei can't do anything. After taking a few bites, Wu Fei acted like a groomsman and started to toast to each table. Turning around and coming to Chen Feiyu's table, a girl asked curiously, Wu Fei, how much does this table cost? Wu Fei immediately brightened up. This wasn't a chance to send the door to pretend and show his strength in front of Han Shixian. He definitely wouldn't miss it. It's not much money. It's only 18,888 for a table. Wow, so expensive. Some people's mouths opened wide in surprise, and some people almost dropped their chopsticks in shock. Although Shanghai City is a first-tier city, the white-collar workers with a monthly salary of tens of thousands of dollars are actually only a small portion of the 4 tables of dishes adding up to an amount of up to $70,000. No thanks to the #1 hotel in Shanghai City, the price is just horrible. 91. Showing off your wealth to me? I'll kill you. It's not expensive at all, as long as everyone has a good time eating. Wu Fei waved his hand carelessly. His parents were running an early childhood education organization. It was not a problem to make a few million a year. When I got into college this time, my parents rewarded me with a sedan and a $500,000 bank card for living expenses. Wu Fei proudly flaunted. A meal of $70,000 was indeed a bit expensive, but it was still within his reach. As long as it could bring the relationship with Han Shixian closer, the money spent was worth it. Wu Fei cast a sidelong glance at Chen Fei and had a plan. He walked over to Chen Feiyu and patted the latter on the shoulder. Chen Feiyu, these are the signature dishes of Junlai Hotel. You must not have eaten them usually, right? Li Pengfei coldly snorted and slapped the table. This Wu Fei is clearly looking for trouble. If it wasn't for Chen Fei giving him a wink not to be impulsive, he would have already punched up and knocked down this yin and yang guy. Indeed, I have never eaten it. I've never even seen it, so I'm counting on your blessing today. Chen Feiyu said with great certainty. Wu Fei froze for a moment. Chen Feifu should have acted furious. How was it completely different from what he had imagined? The agitation method did not succeed, which gave Wu Fei the feeling of a punch in the cotton. Eat more if you haven't. I'm paying for today. If it's not enough you can order more. Wu Fei pretended to be generous, and even glanced at Han Shixian after he finished speaking. Seeing that the latter didn't look at himself, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed in his heart. Not enough to really order? Chen Fei asked. Wu Fei had an ominous feeling in his heart, but what was said was spilled. If he said no now, would he not be hitting himself in the face? So Wu Fei said stiffly, "Of course, today's class reunion is the most important thing to have fun. What do you want to eat? You can order. All on me. Then I'm welcome. Waiter, come here." Chen Fei beckoned, and the waiter immediately came over and bowed respectfully. "Mr. Chen, how may I serve you?" Chen Fei had been to Junlai Hotel many times, and the job fair was also held here. So the employees in the hotel basically knew him now. "Why are you guys cutting corners with this food lately?" Chen Feifu did not immediately order food, and once he came up, he was first accountable, causing the waiter to be confused. "Ha, Mr. Chen, we didn't cut corners. Still say no?" Chen Fei pointed to a dish on the table and said, "Regarding this dish called Deep Sea Dragon, you have used 18 catty Australian dragons before. Why did you use 6 catty flower dragons this time? And this Chinkuan gold abalone, using the tapa abalone, these abalone then my bowl is smaller, should be more than a dozen. You are not fooling people, right? An abalone weighing 1 pound or more is called a head of abalone. The higher the number of heads, the lighter the weight of a single abalone, and the lower the quality." "Mr. Chun, you misunderstood. We didn't cut corners. These materials were all replaced at Mr. Wu Fei's request," the waitress anxiously explained. If it was because of a small misunderstanding that caused the hotel to lose such an honorable customer as Chen Feiyu, then she would definitely be fired. Wu Fei frowned. It was indeed he who had requested the replacement of the raw materials. "Because Aussie dragons and a head of abalone are so expensive. I thought that the students have not come anyway. Change some cheap materials to fool the past." Chen Feiyu exactly how to know the raw materials have been changed. Is he previously come? The more Wu Fei thought about it, the more confused he became. What was this Chen Fei up to? "Fart, do you mean that we Wu are cheap? Not willing to spend money, and use some low-grade goods to perfume our old classmates?" "Mr. Chen, that's not what I meant. We have the best of these ingredients as well. Each one is the same." "Each one the same?" Chen Fei slapped the table and angrily rebuked. If the foreigners in the next private room saw this, they would think that we, Brother Wu, can't afford to eat. Now I'm ordering the food, so mark it down for me. The waiter thought to himself that the next room was empty, but he began to take notes. "Wu Fei, don't worry, I'll just order some of the usual home cooking. The price won't be too expensive." Hearing that Chen Fei was going to order home-cooked food, Wu Fei's lifted heart finally relaxed. The price of Junlai Hotel's home cooking is generally in the hundreds apiece. Even if Chen Feifu orders 10 dishes he can afford to pay the bill. However, killing Wu Fei would not have thought that the home cooking in Chen Fei's mouth would have to be put in quotation marks. Chen Fei didn't flip through the menu, and reported the names of the dishes as if they were in a family. "First an Australopithecus, the biggest and heaviest in your store. And then we have 12 girls here. Give each of them a cup of top-quality blood swallow to nourish their face. And this plate of golden Chinkuan abalone give me to remove. Look at the appetite. Give me to replace the 8 ahead of abalone." Wu Fei's face was greener than a green bean at this moment. Every word Chen Fei said was like a hammer, hitting his heart so hard that he felt like he was about to have a heart attack. Australian dragon, 1 head abalone, blood bird's nest. Wu Fei's nose was almost askew. What the fuck is this called a home-cooked meal? Do you have some kind of misunderstanding of the word home cooking? 10 billionaires don't eat and drink like that. How much does this meal cost? 92. A meal to return to the pre-liberation era. The things that Chen Feifu ordered, just by hearing the name, felt expensive. Wu Fei picked up the menu and scanned it, only to find that none of these dishes were in the menu. Now Wu Fei panicked, his heart completely lost. In case you can't pay the bill out of pocket later, it would be a laugh. Why isn't anything he ordered on the menu? Wu Fei asked tentatively. The waiter explained, the top-of-the-line ingredients we reserve for the most valued customers like you, Mr. Wu, so they are not on the menu. I cough. Wu Fei almost choked to death on his own saliva, thinking who wants to be your most honored customer. However, he had already let Chen Feiyu order food earlier. Now if he backtracked it was too embarrassing, and Han Shixian was still at the scene. He could only hold on to his head. In front of his beloved, Wu Fei chose to die standing up. "Mr. Chen, sorry, 1 abalone is sold out today." Upon hearing this, Wu Fei was relieved, thinking that if people don't have it in their hotels, they can't blame me for not treating them. This time the face is earned, and you can save a large amount of money. Beautiful. But before Wu Fei could be happy for long, Chen Fei's next words made a mouthful of his old blood almost spray out. There's no abalone on one head. Won't you replace it with a two-headed abalone? Still need me to teach you how to do things? Yes, 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 I understand. Wu Fei's breathing became rapid, and his eyes began to fill with blood. He could only watch as the waiter wrote two-headed abalone plus 16 on the menu. At this moment, his heart was dripping blood. Mr. Chen, would you like to order anything else? The waiter asked in a soft voice. Of course. Points. Are you questioning our Wu's strength? Chen Fei flipped through the menu and barred his mouth a few times. Bring me the wine list. Okay, just a moment. The waiter brought the wine list. Chen Fei didn't even look at it and threw it on the table, saying, forget it, there's nothing to see on the wine list. Wu Fei revealed a surprised expression. Did Chen Fei have a guilty conscience and intend to let himself off the hook? However, Chen Fei quickly used his practical actions to tell Wu Fei that he was being self-absorbed. The red wine on the table doesn't taste good. It's bitter and astringent, and the aroma of the wine is almost interesting. So just give us 3 bottles of 82 Lafite casually. Okay, Mr. Chen, I'll go prepare for you. The waiter didn't even ask Wu Fei's opinion and hurriedly retreated to get the wine. As soon as they heard the name Lafayette, everyone perked up. This is a prestigious brand of red wine that is known both at home and abroad. Movies and TV shows often see a group of rich people gathered around for a wine tasting, and most of the wines they drink are Lafite. Lafite isn't necessarily the most expensive, but it's certainly the most recognizable. Chen Fei comforted Wu Fei. Lafite, this wine and cheap flavor is also good. Cost-effective, very highest. How much is a bottle? Wu Fei asked rhetorically. All he cared about right now was the price. The wine list is right here. Just look for yourself. Wu Fei picked up the wine list and flipped through it, quickly finding Lafite, and he was really relieved to see that the pricing was only a few $1,000s. Oh, it's only a few $1,000s. I thought it was so expensive. The sky cleared, the rain stopped, and Wu Fei felt like he could do it again. A couple $1,000s? You're looking at it wrong. Chen Fei flipped through a few pages of the wine list, then pointed to one of the red wine pictures. What you were looking at is the 17-year-old Lafite. What I just ordered is the 82-year-old. This is it. Looking at the long string of zeros behind the price, Wu Fei only felt dazzled. Tens and tens of millions. Wu Fei counted stiffly, and when he finished, his heart went cold. I'm Nima. A bottle of wine actually costs over $130,000. Doggone Chen Fei. This is trying to eat up old me. Can you eat all that you ordered? Wu Fei gritted his teeth. He really hated to rip Chen Fei's head off and kick it as a soccer ball right now. That's okay. You can pack it if you can't finish it. Chen Fei added another knife. Oh, I forgot to tell you. Here packing boxes are made of silver. A packing box a few hundred. Wu Fei only felt dizzy and his feet were weak. If not for a stool next to him holding him up, he would have already spread out on the ground. A few hundred for a packing box? What about the pits? The red wine and dishes ordered by Chen Fei were quickly served. I have to say, the ingredients are different and the whole dish has a qualitatively different flavor and texture. Everyone was eating happily, but only Wu Fei didn't have any appetite. All he wanted to know now was how much of his $500,000 he could keep after this meal was over. After the wine and dinner, the waiter sent up the bill. The waiter knew that Chen Fei had money and subconsciously thought that he would pay the bill. Mr. Chen, this is the bill for your consumption. Don't give it to me. I'm not paying this time. See that pale guy sitting by the window? He's paying today. Take the bill to him. The waiter's eyes searched over, and sure enough, he saw the pale-faced Wu Fei. Mr. Wu, this is your bill for this purchase. The total is 483,021 RMB. How do you want to pay? Swipe. Swipe. Wu Fei took out his bank card with shaking hands, and a meal ate him $480,000. A meal back to liberation. He wanted to cry. 93. It's over. There's not enough money. In fact, the meal was only a few tens of thousands of dollars at most, with 3 bottles of wine taking up the bulk of the meal, and it wouldn't have been too expensive if they hadn't ordered the wine. After all, the ingredients were all top-notch. It's only 480,000 out. A fair price. Chen Feifu added another stab. Li Pengfei, who was picking his teeth on the side, said helpfully, 480,000 is very cheap. If I had known it was so cheap, I would have ordered a few more oslongs. Li Pengfei has been hanging out with Chen Feifu for a long time recently, and he has seen a lot of luxury cars, and he has begun to float a little. If a few thousand before he thought it was expensive, now hundreds of thousands actually think it's cheap. In Li Pengfei's words, I'm a man who has eaten tens of thousands of dollars of barbecue. This money is nothing. Of course it wasn't mostly on his dime, which is why it didn't bother him at all. Wu Fei color faced to be more ugly. Now the only thing worth celebrating is that the card is still left less than 20,000 yuan. He can also spend a long time to save money. The waiter took Wu Fei's bank card and suddenly thought of something. Mr. Wu, we need to pay a service fee of 0.5% of the total cost to dine in our restaurant. Your consumption is 483 renminbi, 0.21. The service fee is 24 renminbi, 151.05. And you need to pay a total gold of 507 renminbi, 172.05. What? There's a service charge. Wu Fei almost stumbled and nearly fell out of his chair. The shock came too suddenly. He was just celebrating the fact that there was less than 20,000 left on his card. And now, well, in the blink of an eye the money is all gone. Not only do you have $500,000 left, but you owe the hotel over $7,000. It's over. There's not enough money now. Wu Fei's body shook slightly, and his already bloodless face became even paler as he almost fainted. The bank card is also he just got from his parents yesterday. Not yet warm and all gone. If his parents know for sure we'll beat his ass. Kai, do you have any money around? Lend me some. Wu Fei bit his tongue, forcing himself to stay awake. He had no other way at this moment but to send out a plea for help to his best friend. I've got a couple thousand here. I'll lend it to you first. Zhang Kai hesitated for a moment, and then transferred more than $3,000 to Wu Fei on WeChat. In fact, he had $8,000 whole dollars, which was just enough to cover the $7,000 odd hole. But he gave it all to Wu Fei, and he would have no living expenses for himself, so giving half of it was already benevolent. Chen Feifu had everything in his eyes, and he could tell from Zhang Kai's expression that he had left room for maneuver. This is the difference between Li Pengfei and Zhang Kai. In exchange for Chen Feiyu not having any money, Li Pengfei will definitely give all he has, and will definitely not have any reservations. When Chen Feifu was disqualified from being guaranteed admission, he was afraid that his parents would not be able to bear the excitement and did not tell them at first. At that time he wanted to go to the delivery, but unfortunately there is no money around, and do not dare to ask his parents, or Li Pengfei money to buy him the first battery car. Of course, Li Pengfei didn't have much money, so what he gave to Chen Feifu at that time was a second-hand battery car, but also spent all of Li Pengfei's savings. That month he basically just by rubbing rice. Chen Feiyu glanced at Li Pengfei and patted his shoulder with relief. What more could you ask for in a brother? What? What are you looking at me for? It's nothing. Suddenly I think you kid has become quite handsome, almost more than a tenth of my face value. Bah. Chen Fei smiled faintly, pondering in his heart. Li Pengfei now read the university after the sure to fall in love. And girls go out on a date all the time. Taxi is not convenient. Courtesy to send a car to Li Pengfei some other day. Chen Feiyu is a person like this. Those who are good to him will remember it in their hearts and then return it 100-fold. Of course Li Pengfei didn't know what was on Chen Feifei's mind. He was still happily eating his watermelon. On the other hand, Wu Fei is still scrambling around. Most of the boys say they don't have any money, while the girls are almost all moonlighters, and it's good enough that they don't owe money to spend and borrow. Wu Fei that is a depressed, put together or short of $2,000. Waiter, can I get a discount? Wu Fei latter cheekily asked. The waiter smiled sarcastically. I'm sorry, we can't offer discounts at our hotel. Thousands of dollars for Wu Fei is just a small amount, but just this critical moment cannot come out. Wu Fei has a kind of penny difficult to defeat the feeling of heroes. Don't mention how suffocating it was. A moral supreme boy wearing glasses stood up and fought for Wu Fei. Chen Feifu, Li Pengfei, you guys ate too. You should contribute some money. Put your doggy ass on the line. Li Pengfei disliked back. The dog days are quite good at pretending to be a good person. You kid did not eat less. Why don't you pay for it? I am not trying to help. I don't have the money. Besides, all these things were ordered by Chen Fei. It's only right that he pays a little. Yeah, Flying Fish Chun ordered the food. He should be made to pay for it. The other boys chimed in. I shucks. Li Pengfei is also very protective of Chen Feiyu. When the old fish ordered, I didn't see you guys stand up against it. And you guys didn't eat a lot? You don't have any money and you still want to dump the pot on old fish? If you don't have any money, shut your mouths, and don't play the good guy here, or you'll be struck by lightning. 94. Supreme Black Gold VIP Chen Flying Fish. The boys were dumbfounded by Li Pengfei's dislike, and realizing that the girls were also looking at them with faint contempt, they immediately shut up and sat down. Not contributing money himself, but also forcing Chen Fei to give money. This behavior is indeed a bit shameless. As for Chen Feifu, he didn't even bother to take care of these people, crossing his legs and leisurely savoring the remaining Lafite in his glass. Trying to moralize me? Sorry, old man has no morals. Wu Fei is clear in his heart. Chen Feiyu and Li Pengfei have always been at odds with him and hate to see him make a fool of himself. Even if he has the money, he will not be able to help out. Wu Fei gritted his teeth. Even if he was killed, he would not open his mouth to ask Chen Fei for help. He was ready to call his parents for help, and was prepared to be scolded. How much more? I still have a little money inside my Microsoft. I just don't know if it's enough. When Wu Fei was in despair, Han Shixian extended a helping hand. Although Han Shixian didn't really like Wu Fei's way of dealing with people, but after all, she had been in the same class for 3 years, so she couldn't just watch Wu Fei make a fool of himself and not care. Wu Fei looked at the latter in a daze, moved to tears. Xian is willing to help me. She must like me. If Han Shixian had known that Wu Fei was thinking this way, she would probably have immediately dismissed the idea of helping to pay for it. Miss, there's still a full $2,000 to go, the waitress replied. Han Shixian took out her cell phone. I have 2,000 yuan. Can I pay by WeChat? Sure. The waiter took out a machine and prepared to scan Han Shixian's payment code. However, at this time, a palm suddenly blocked in front of the cell phone screen. Han Shixian and the waitress looked over, and it was Chen Fei's hand. Everyone didn't understand what Chen Fei meant. Wu Fei is even more hateful, teeth itchy. This bastard himself does not pay, and now also prevent Han Shixian to pay. Is deliberately want to make me lose face, right? $2,000 said to give. Your family is very rich, or is Wu Fei your man? Previously, when studying, Chen Feiyu has been to Han Shixian's home. Han Shixian parents are also working class. The family conditions than Chen Feiyu a little better, but no better. The $2,000 was probably all earned by Han Shixian herself from her summer job. So of course Chen Feiyu wouldn't let her break the bank. Han Shixian also thought that Chen Fei fish misunderstood. Busy time to explain up. Wu Fei is not my boyfriend. I and he is just an ordinary classmate relationship. Click. Those words knocked Wu Fei's heart out. People have mom and dad to back them up. Do they need you, their classmate, to meddle? Chen Fei rolled his eyes. I really don't know what Han Shixian was thinking. She doesn't even have much money herself, and she's helping Wu Fei pay. Does she want to eat bread for the next month? But, Han Shixian wanted to explain, but was interrupted by Chen Feiyu waving his hand. Don't but. Chen Feifu said to the waiter. Put the rest of this $2,000 on my account. Mr. Chen, you've asked for it, so naturally this 2,000 service fee will be waived. Junlai Hotel's salary is particularly high. The people who can work here, the mind and eyesight are very good. The district of $2,000 can give Chen Feiyu a good impression. It is definitely a steady business. Even if the boss knew that the waitress had taken matters into her own hands, he definitely wouldn't blame him and might even reward her. Exempt? Whatever you guys want. Chen Feiyu also did not object. He is not cheap. People do not collect money. Why hard to give? Cannot spend money is naturally the best. Of course, Chen Feiyu only asked to be exempted from $2,000. The other money should be collected or to be collected. Anyway, it is not his money, so that the group of fools out of blood is also good. Wait, why are you giving him a free service charge when we can't get a discount? It would have been a peaceful resolution to the matter, but Zhang Kai wasn't happy about it. Before Wu Fei asked if he could get a discount, the waiter told him very clearly that the hotel never gives discounts. But in a flash, he gave Chen Feiyu a waiver of the 2,000 yuan fee. What's going on here? Is it looking down on them? Handsome. Here's the deal. The waiter patiently explained. Ordinary customers, we do not have discount offers. But Mr. Chen is different. What's different? Is he nobler than us? The moral supreme boy from before jumped out again. He used to be in the top 3 in his grade every time he took an exam. But he had always been pressed by Chen Feiyu and Han Shixian without a chance to make a name for himself. Of course he wouldn't be angry with Han Shixian, a girl. But over time, this resentment was focused on Chen Fei. What made Chen Fei, a person who had never even attended college, enjoy concessions that none of them could? It's not reasonable. You're joking. Handsome. The customers who come to our hotel are just as honorable. The attendant was not annoyed and replied with a smile. However, Mr. Chen holds our hotel's Supreme Black Gold VIP Earls card, which is a member of members, and according to the hotel's regulations, he can enjoy the right to reduce or waive all service fees and many other rights. If you had said that you could reduce the service fee, wouldn't it be better? Then let's just get a Supreme Black Gold VIP Earls card. An inch-haired boy who didn't know what to expect said. 95. I also want to keep a low profile, but my strength doesn't allow it. It was Supreme and Black Gold and Earl. The name of this VIP card was quite bluffing. But the inch-headed boy thought that the card that Chen Feiyu could afford to run should not be expensive, and they could surely afford to run it as well. You guys want a card too? The attendant brightened up and said, our VIP card. There are 2 versions, the normal version and the supreme version. And the supreme bit version of the VIP card is divided into 6 grades, which are Emperor, Duke, Husband, Burr, Son, and Male. If you all want the same Earl card as Mr. Chen, you need to meet certain conditions. On what terms? Zhang Kai opened his mouth and asked if he could consider getting one if it was cheap. The requirements are actually quite simple. Firstly, you need to pre-deposit $1 million in this hotel's VIP card. In the future, you can get a discount on your meals, and you can also waive all service fees, and for every level up, you can increase the strength of the discount by 0.5%. The Baron card is 5% off, and so on, and the Imperial card gets you 30% off. Secondly, capital verification is required. You must show proof that you have more than $100 million. If you don't have $100 million, then even if you pre-deposit tens of millions of dollars, you will not be qualified to apply for the Supreme Card. Third, you need to pay 100,000 yuan lifetime membership fee to open the card. You all are friends with Mr. Chen. We can charge only 50,000 for opening the card. After the explanation, the attendant asked very politely, "Excuse me, which level of Supreme Card do you want to apply for?" Forget I asked. Zhang Kai decisively beat a retreat and sat down without saying a word. Pitiful. $100,000 to open a card. Robbing money? $1 million in advance deposit is already amazing enough, but also $100 million in capital inspection. Dare not be more exaggerated. Others also listened to a face of confusion. Buy a house capital inspection we have heard, but the hotel to do membership card capital inspection, or the first time I heard. It is really a long time to see. However, someone soon discovered the loophole that Chen Fei had the Supreme Card, and it was still at the count level. Wouldn't that be indirect proof that he has over $100 million? Chen Fei, can you show us your card? What's there to see here? It's just a black card. Chen Fei casually threw out a black card. This card was twice as thick as any ordinary card. The surface was vaguely glowing with golden light, and in the center of the card was a trident pattern, which looked low-key and luxurious. Mr. Chen, you are entitled to a 15% discount. Do I need to give you a discount and waive all service fees? Everyone coincidentally looked at Chen Fei. 85% off sounds not strong, but it is also relative. The amount of money once more than the money that can be discounted is also quite a lot. $500,000 would probably be about 75k off. The key service fees are waived and the money goes back into everyone's pockets. Oh, no need. Here in the future are the pillars of society. Elite talent. Not so bad, so little money. Exempted 2,000 yuan on the line. The rest of you has received. Kidding aside, Chen Fei just wanted to make these people bleed. Let him get concessions for everyone? Dream on. The $2,000 that was exempted. Chen Fei is also looking at the face of Han Shixian. Otherwise not a dime less. The boys are angry. Obviously can offer Chen Fei fish but put it not. Clearly is deliberately let them pay money. Is too hateful. But even if they were upset in their hearts, there was nothing they could do with Chen Fei. After paying the money everyone did not go immediately, but sat down and chatted. The boys who paid for the food had their stomachs full and kept stuffing things into their mouths. After all, they had paid for it, and wasting it would have been heartbreaking. And even if you eat and vomit, it's never cheap for Chen Fei. Chen Fei, what have you been doing lately? You even have such an expensive Supreme Card. Did you make a lot of money? The girls curiously asked after him, and the boys also cast a puzzled look. They heard that Chen Fei was delivering takeaways. Where did a takeaway man get so much money from? Chen Fei's heart burst into bitter laughter. The opportunities to pretend to be a bully were sent to his door one by one. What could he do? He also wanted to keep a low profile, but his strength didn't allow it. It didn't do much. Just bought a shopping street and collects rent every month. Chen Fei shook his wine glass, the red wine in the glass swaying in time, and he spoke in a tone that was called an understatement, as if a commercial street was nothing at all in his eyes. Wow! What shopping street is that? The girls looked adoring. They had always felt that Chen Fei was very powerful, so they didn't doubt the truthfulness of this statement. Xintai Commercial Street. Chen Fei reported the name. Li Pengfei asked. I go. Old fish. When did you buy the Xintai Commercial Street without telling me? Still not a brother? Still in a hurry? Chen Feifu patted down the back of Li Pengfei's head. Said. After a while I also get a membership system. Send you a. Eat, drink and play all on my account, always okay? Commercial street consumption is the most expensive area of luxury goods. As long as you do not buy luxury goods, just eat, drink and play, in fact not much money. A whole day soak in the commercial street can spend a small few thousand is very impressive. Such a small amount of money Chen Fei is not yet on his mind. 96. Alipay pretends to be a big X. Seeing the girls surround Chen Fei with a face of adoration, the boys other than Li Pengfei couldn't be more upset. Originally also thought of the class reunion, can be from the female classmates to their own object. Now well, the girl all around Chen Fei U-turn, as if they are transparent people. Che, blow it like it's real. Zhang Kai couldn't help but spit disdainfully, and the other boys also had a skeptical look of who would believe you. Chen Fei, after not seeing you for a few years, your kung fu has grown. Wu Fei also cannot listen to it. This reunion is organized by him. The money is also paid by him. The protagonist should be him. Must not be Chen Fei. Fish stole the limelight. What feats? Chen Fei asked. Of course it's bragging rights. Hearing Wu Fei's words, the boys burst into laughter. Wu Fei also went on to taunt. How can Xintai Commercial Street be worth $1 billion? Where did you get so much money to buy it? If you were the owner of Xintai Commercial Street, I would still be the director of Oriental Corporation. Oriental Company is very famous in Shanghai City. The business involves a number of fields, which also includes educational institutions. Wu Fei's parents opened the Oriental Early Learning is to join the Oriental Company subsidiaries, so he offhandedly said the name of the Oriental Company. Chen Fei gave a teasing smile, not bothering to waste his words. He was now at a different level from where Wu Fei and the others were, destined to have a different pattern and vision. And if he hadn't been pulled up by Han Shixian, this kind of nutrient-less party would have been a waste of time for Chen Fei. Doesn't it smell good to have this time to chat with a few bigwigs and open your eyes? Chen Fei didn't care at all, but Li Pengfei was not happy at all. If he was Chen Fei, he would open his cell phone bank to bask in his savings before throwing out the Bentley car keys to give Wu Fei and the others a good smack in the face. Seeing that Chen Fei did not retort, the boys were pleased in their hearts. Let you brag. We've got nothing to say when we break it down. Just as the anti-fish brigade was secretly rejoicing in their success in punching the face of Chen Fei, a sudden voice spread out. PayPal arrived at $12. $395. Over $10,000? Whose PayPal arrived with the money? A girl opened her mouth to ask, but no one answered. And then we heard Zizi's cell phone vibration sound. But soon the vibration sound disappeared, and we did not find whose cell phone. Just as the crowd was wondering, the PayPal arrival alert came back. PayPal arrived at $13. $225. PayPal arrived with $12. $229. PayPal arrived at $9. $341. PayPal arrived at $43. $246. PayPal arrived at $44. $352. One by one the arrival alerts bombarded them, and this time the messages didn't break. The phone had been vibrating continuously, so everyone quickly found out which phone it was coming from. Everyone fixed their eyes on it, and it was definitely Chen Fei's cell phone. And that's not all. The PayPal arrival alerts continue to bombard us furiously. PayPal arrived with $23. $246. PayPal arrived at $44. $352. PayPal arrives at. The reminder message went on for nearly 6 or 7 minutes before it finally died down. Everyone was dumbfounded at this second. Some people try to use a cell phone calculator to record a total of how many arrivals has arrived at the sum of the amount of money, but pressed to the later brain is a mess, completely unable to keep up with the rhythm. Nonetheless, more than 1 million have been recorded in the front alone. Chen Flying Fish, why is there so much money arriving in your PayPal? It's normal. Today is the day of my commercial street to pay the rent. I was collecting rent in the morning, really too tired to let the merchants to transfer to my PayPal. I am now the trunk of the car is still loaded with a whole snakeskin bag of cash. Chen Fei said with full concern, then picked up his cell phone and slid it. He complained with a face of impatience. What kind of broken cell phone? Only so much money transfer messages on the card dead. After the transfer amount of tens of millions of hundreds of millions of dollars is not the explosion? It seems to change the cell phone. Pust. The boys nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. So little money? It all adds up to a couple million. Okay. His grandmother. Pretenders have seen a lot of people. Using PayPal voice prompts to pretend is the first time to see. Chen Flying Fish, where did you find this audio? Send it to me. Let me go out and show it off some other day as well. There was a boy who still didn't believe that Chen Fei had so much money. By do you find it yourself? Chen Fei didn't retort. It's not worth it to fight with this kind of person. Chen Fei, you said you have a car. What kind of car? Zhang Kai had started to act like a demon again. He had called Chen Fei in order to punch him in the face, but Chen Fei had punched them back time and time again, making him extremely upset. Fly. Before Chen Feifu could say the word Qi and Feitsue, Zhang Kai snatched the words away. Fiat ha. Zhang Kai eloquently said, I've heard of this car. It seems to have been discontinued and withdrawn from the domestic market. How do you buy this piece of shit car? After that, Zhang Kai also rushed to Wu Fei to try the color. Brother Fei, your parents did not send you an Audi A4L well. The car keys out to us to see it. Wu Fei immediately understood that Zhang Kai was creating an opportunity for him to pretend. 97. Bentley car keys shine. 1. Harm. It's just an Audi A4L. Nothing to see here. Wu Fei first made a show of modesty. His mouth said there was nothing to see, but his body was honest, and he couldn't wait to feel out the car keys and put them on the table. Hua! You can do it, Fei. Zhang Kai staggered and called out. We are all still taking the bus. You have already driven a luxury car like the BBA. It really calls for envy. People have cast envious glances. The university family will buy a car for the minority after all. Wu Fei family conditions are favorable. This alone can be less hard to struggle for decades. Then many people win the starting line. It's not as exaggerated as you make it out to be. The A4L is just entry level. Not much of a luxury car. Wu Fei smiled faintly, seemingly without much emotional fluctuation, but he was all happy and bad in his heart. This feeling of being worshipped and envied greatly satisfied his vanity, and he enjoyed it exceptionally. Zhang Kai's eyes nourished a turned the spearhead to Chen Fei. Chen Fei, you just said that you drove here. I have not seen the Fiat's car keys. Why don't you take it out and show it to everyone? Zhang Kai had already thought of a series of ways to taunt Chen Fei. If Chen Feifu took out his car keys, then he would use it to compare it with Wu Fei's Audi A4L, and in contrast, he would be able to distinguish the highs and lows at once, and he would be able to spit it out ruthlessly. If Chen Fei couldn't produce the key, it would be even simpler to just taunt him that he was cheating. With time, he just need to insinuate a few sentences. Everyone will soon suspect that Chen Fei is not collusion with the hotel waiter to play a play. His supreme card is also likely to be fake. The car keys aren't with me. Chen Fei didn't think much about Zhang Kai's intentions and casually replied back. The car keys really weren't with him. They were with the hotel employee who valet parked the car. Hearing that Chen Feifu didn't have a car key, Zhang Kai immediately brightened up. Sure enough, and my prediction is almost the same. Chen Feifu likely pressure no car. From beginning to end is bragging. As for why the hotel staff will cooperate with him, it is estimated to give a little benefit fee. No way. What kind of driver doesn't have his car keys with him? Zhang Kai grinned a sneer and mocked. You wouldn't have no car at all and lie to us that you have a car, right? We are all old classmates. In fact, there is no need for you to puff up your face for the sake of face. Goo, the car isn't even there. So your supreme black gold card isn't fake too, is it? Zhang Kai revealed a treacherous smile. Anyway, beating him to death. He didn't believe that Chen Fei was so rich. The girls frowned unhappily. Even if Chen Fei's black gold card and car were fake. But Zhang Kai shouldn't have broken it down in public. This was too much of a disrespect to Chen Fei. Maybe the car keys are somewhere else? That's right. If the black and gold card was fake, the waiter would have seen it. The girls had just finished their rebuttal when the boys, as if they had caught Chen Fei's weakness, began to desperately debate their points. What kind of a driver doesn't have his keys with him? Who knows if he's colluding with the hotel staff to put on a show for us? Like this black and gold card. Taobao $9.9 and free shipping. Just when both sides held their own views, two waiters suddenly pushed the door in, interrupting the heated debate. Everyone's eyes coincidentally looked at the waiters, only to see the waiter walk up to Chen Fei and take out a similarly shaped car key. Mr. Chen, sorry to bother you, the attendant said respectfully. Our valet parking employee accidentally dropped your car keys. You see what damage there is. Our hotel is willing to compensate at the price. After the waitress finished speaking, she tried her eye color towards the mail service beside her. Mr. Chen, I'm sorry. This is a mistake in my work. Please forgive me. The male waiter bowed several times in a row. He was also regretting it now. The keys to a Bentley would cover his salary for months, and it looked like he'd be eating squash for the next 3 months. Chen Fei took the key held by the waitress and casually glanced at it. The surface of the key was indeed a bit worn, but nothing else was wrong. It's not a big deal. No need to pay for it, but next time be more careful. Other customers aren't as nice as I am. Chen Fei knew in his heart that the hotel was said to lose money, but in the end, it would definitely deduct the wages of the employees. Listen to the little brother's accent, not the local people in Shanghai. It is not easy for people to go out to work. There is no need to make it difficult for people. People should be more sympathetic to each other. No need to pay for it? The male waiter was completely dumbfounded. He was ready to drink the northwest wind for the next few months. Why don't you thank Mr. Chen? Thank you, Mr. Chen. Thank you, Mr. Chen. The male waiter cried tears of joy. Previously encountered rich people. Immobile like to give people face. A bad day at any time to greet the ancestors. He is the first time to see like Chen Fei use such a good talk of the rich. Chen Fei's image in the male waiter's mind instantly became incomparably glorious and magnificent. 98. Bentley car keys shine, too. The male waiter felt that in contrast to Mr. Chen, those rich people he met before were at best a tycoon. Unlike Mr. Chen, who had such connotation and cultivation, a man who is as rich in thought as he is in pocket, and who has a wide and tolerant journey, is truly a man of great wealth. Just leave the keys with me. I'll get the car myself when we leave later. Okay, thank you for your understanding. The waitress agreed and then retreated with the male waiter. Before leaving, the male waiter also solemnly thanked Chen Feiyu a bit. In fact, even if Chen Feiyu does not pursue, the hotel will certainly deduct his bonus as a punishment. But it's better to dock the bonus than lose a couple months of pay. This result has maximized the damage. Oh, valet parking? Acting kinda like it. Zhang Kai opened his mouth again and scoffed. Fei also drove here. Why is he parking by himself? Since the car keys are here, let's open everyone's eyes and see which one looks better, the Fiat or the Audi. Immediately a boy suggested to put the two keys together for comparison. When it was all said and done, they were already celebrating in advance in their hearts. So what if the car keys are real? Fiat and Audi aren't even in the same league, and putting them together for comparison would only be self-defeating. Come on, I'll bring it for comparison, Zhang Kai said and walked towards Chen Fei, but Chen Fei reached out and pressed down on the key. What? Chen Fei, you can't be so petty, can you? That you don't even bother to give us a look at the car keys? Or are you afraid that you'll lose face once you compare them? Chen Fei shook his head. Neither. I'm afraid you'll break the key. Cut. I'll pay you for it. Zhang Kai heart disdainful shame laugh. Make and luxury car keys. Fiat's car key is worth a few money? I see. Then take it and read it. Chen Fei moved his hand away, and Zhang Kai didn't look at it closely enough to raise it high. Look everyone. Fiat's car keys. This is an out-of-print item. You won't get a chance to see it again. Zhang Kai waved his hand as he spoke, suddenly realizing that the atmosphere was a bit off. All the boys looked straight at the car keys, as if they had seen a shocking treasure. One by one, their eyes popped out. Surprised, shocked, fearful, all kinds of expressions have. There was even some gagging. Zhang Kai lowered his hand and glanced at the key in his hand. In the center of the car key is the letter B, and then on the outer ring is a pair of wings. Crap! After seeing clearly that it was the Bentley's car keys, Zhang Kai was startled, and as a result, he accidentally did not hold it steady, and the car keys fell to the ground. Originally, the surface of the car key was just a little worn, but it actually cracked a little bit after being thrown around by Zhang Kai. Chen Feifu not slow to bend down and pick up the car key. In fact, he just could have caught it, but he just deliberately do not pick up. Someone to lose money to help themselves to a new key for free. Why not? This isn't a Fiat. How did it become a Bentley? Zhang Kai nervous speech or stuttering. Ordinary car keys to a few hundred. Bentley car keys, this has to be how much money? When did I say it was Fiat? Chen Feifu blew off the dust on the key. I'm going to say flying spur. Bentley flying spur, understand? It's you alone talking to yourself there, left of Fiat. Right, a discontinued car. You must have a fake key. Zhang Kai was sweating like a pig in a poke, and hurriedly made excuses for himself. If you can really afford a Bentley, how can you possibly eat a roadside stall for breakfast? Who says that rich people can't eat roadside stalls? Chen Fei asked rhetorically. Zhang Kai was flabbergasted for a moment and raised another question. Even if you make sense, well, since you're so rich, you can totally hire a babysitter to go buy breakfast for you. Why do you have to stand in line by yourself? Isn't that self-contradictory? At this moment, Zhang Kai still didn't believe that Chen Feiyu was rich, or rather he resisted the reality that Chen Feiyu was better than him from the inside. Who told you that you have to hire a nanny when you have money? Have you watched too many TV shows? Chen Feifei said teasingly. I have money. Do I have to find someone to feed me for dinner? Do I need someone to carry me to the toilet? There is something wrong with your logic. If you need others to help you with everything, it's not called being rich. It's called being paralyzed. Zhang Kai was dumbfounded by the dislike and could only keep repeating. I don't believe it. This car key of yours must be fake. Chen Feifu did not take care of him, and pressed the car key immediately popped out by himself, and it can be used normally except for the damaged appearance. True or false? Won't we know if we try it together in the parking lot? After saying that, Chen Feiyu and Li Pengfei got up and walked out of the private room, and the others saw this and became interested, taking 3 steps to chase after them. Together, we all took the elevator down to the parking lot. Chen Feiyu inserted the key into the hole in front of everyone, and then with a click, the car door opened easily. As the car door opened, both the girls who defended Chen Fei and the boys who stood against Chen Fei couldn't help but let out a gasp of surprise. I'll go. This key is real. In that case, that black gold card of Chen Fei must be real as well. 99. Pay up or call the police. The girls do not necessarily recognize the car label, but most of them have heard of the brand Bentley. They use their cell phones to check, learned that the price is actually several million. A shocked mouth. Everyone looked around the car and couldn't help but reach out and touch it. It was their first time getting up close and personal with a 7-figure luxury car. Idiot, now you've humiliated yourself. Li Pengfei was secretly delighted. Simply more excited than Chen Feifei. Wu Fei gloomy face. He previously showed off half a day Audi A4L. The results of Chen Fei fish directly get a car than his car more than 10 times more expensive Bentley out. This face hit the slap. The key is still that he got himself together to give Chen Fei a fight. Do you think it's depressing? Wu Fei wanted to cry. He really couldn't figure out why a Chen Fei who wasn't even qualified to go to college was able to suppress him at every turn. Whether it was in his relationship or career. The one with the ugliest face in the room was none other than Zhang Kai, whose brain was now blank and lost the ability to think. It really is a Bentley. The thought of breaking the car keys to compensate a large sum of money. Zhang Kai felt numb. Where is he going to get that kind of money to pay Chen Feiyu? Chen Flying Fish. Can we get a few pictures of your car? Of course you can. If you like. You can sit on it and try it out. The girls were very defensive of him before. Taking pictures of such a simple little request Chen Fei would not refuse. The boys thought they had permission to do the same and couldn't resist trying to touch the car. Chen Feifei fish will be everything in the eyes. Suddenly drank, you a few male just do not touch my car. Touch bad to sell you if you cannot afford to pay. Humph. What's the big deal? The boys could only resign themselves to the fact that they had to withdraw their hands. Zhang Kai, is it fun to drop the Bentley keys? Chen Feifei said with a smile. If it's not too much, I still have an Audi A8 car key in my car. Do you want to fall over again? Oh, don't. Don't joke about it. The corners of Zhang Kai's mouth twitched as he wanted to say something, but the words reached his mouth and he swallowed back. He would have liked to question Chen Feiyu car is rented, but after thinking about it and no evidence, and then continue to target Chen Feiyu without any reason, it will be despised by all the girls. Not falling? Then forget it. Chen Fei suddenly changed the subject. Your family still lives in the same old place? Yeah. What's the problem? Zhang Kai didn't react for a moment and replied subconsciously. And he suddenly regretted it a bit after saying it. Nothing, you broke my car keys, you have to pay for them, and didn't you say that yourself? Upon hearing this, Zhang Kai screamed in his heart that it was not good. What's coming is coming. Chen Fei, you've had this car key dropped by the waiter before, you can't let me take the blame alone. The waiter just frayed the edges a little bit. You're the one who broke the key. Don't try to shift the blame without giving people a black eye. Zhang Kai is anxious as fire. Look at Chen Feiyu this meaning. As if he must compensate. Realizing that it would do no good to play hardball with Chen Fei, Zhang Kai lowered his stance. He said with a smile, Flying Fish, the responsibility of the waiter you are not pursued. For the sake of a classmate, I give you an apology. This thing cannot be considered? Zhang Kai was 1,000,000 times unwilling to admit his mistake with Chen Fei, but there was no way out. Who told him to break the key? Chen Feiyu, this black-hearted guy. Wu Fei just show off a little rich, say they have 500,000. The results were Chen Feiyu backhanded paid a hair left, but also in turn owed other students an external debt. If he continued to go against Chen Fei, it was likely that he would lose his pants today. In order to keep the little money in his pocket, Zhang Kai could only put down his face for the time being. Reparations and apologies? You said so earlier. For the sake of classmates, I'll give you a friendly 99% discount. Zhang Kai thought that Chen Fei was going to let himself go, and the corners of his mouth started to rise, but when he heard the second half of the sentence, his expression instantly froze. Pitiful. What's the difference between that and no discount? Bastard. Making me happy for nothing. Chen Fei, this is where you're wrong. Wu Fei stood out to do justice for his best friend. Let's be forgiving. Zhang Kai is willing to make amends and apologize to you. We are all classmates. Why be aggressive? Right. Wu Fei is right. The boys had stood behind Wu Fei and Zhang Kai, clearly meaning to take their side. The girls in the photo shoot put away their cell phones when they saw the scene, and one by one, they all stood out to fight for Chen Fei. To hell with it. Don't moralize all the time. If you break someone's stuff, you should pay for it. Chen Feifu didn't let you touch it in the beginning. You said yourself that you'd pay for it if it broke. And now that it's really broken you want to cheat? Zhang Kai, can you man up and take on your own mistakes? A long-haired girl stood out. Her junior high school academic performance was very poor, thanks to Chen Feiyu and Han Shixian to help her tutoring, in order to get into a good high school. She has always been very grateful to Chen Feiyu's help to her. From the beginning of the reunion until now, Wu Fei and the others had been targeting Chen Fei at every turn, and she had been upset for a long time. So the long-haired girl suggested, why don't we just call the police and let them do justice?